Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We're in the building. Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Hey, yo, what's going on with this
Game
layout?
five tonight. Game five tonight. I don't see nobody. What's up?
I'm trying to take the layout off. Overlap. Boom.
What's going
Boom.
on? What's going on?
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Monday.
Oh man.
I don't know if it feels
Allergy.
like Monday.
Bad allergy Monday. How do you feel like a Monday? Mondays always feel like a Monday. Terrible. But we got game five tonight.
Game
Yeah.
5.
A lot to talk about, man. A lot going on in the sports world. Big shout out Floyd Mayweather and John Gotti the third. When you say what a mess, listen, man, I'm starting to realize, man, we might be the only people that's just being real on social media. Everything is fake now, man. But I will get to that. Let's get right to it, man. Game five tonight. Are they going home? Or are they gonna salvage, muster up some type of I don't know. God, man.
What you thinking?
Listen,
What you thinking?
my heart is Miami, but my head pause. Capital all pause. Denver blowing their boots off. Joker MVP, triple double. Listen, man, I believed in Miami. Still a good team. Definitely undersized, undermanned. Don't have enough. They remind me of my Knicks in this aspect, and I've been saying this all season. When you have a team of B plus guys, it's very hard to beat another team that has B plus A and A minus and A plus. Of course, Joker A plus. Murray can be an A minus. Porter B plus. You get what I'm saying? Aaron Gordon B plus. So they're very undersized, undermanned. Um, but they gave a good fight. I would be very surprised if Miami wins tonight. Like very surprised. If I'm a bet man, depending on the odds, I would probably put my money on Miami. If I'm a bet man, just to see what the odds is as far as trying to win money. But if I'm just gotta be realistic, Denver, man, Denver. Let me tell you something. I've been thinking and talking about the Joker for the last couple of days, and everybody think I'm jumping the gun. But once again, when certain players win a ring, it's no coincidence. A lot of these great players, they between seventh and ninth year, from Michael Jordan to LeBron, or a lot of these guys, they win a ring and then they just take off. Listen, I think Joker's about to be the new thing. Um, just players that can do everything. Like I'm sorry, I think the 3-point shot is always going to be relevant, but I think teams now is understanding it's only one Golden State Warriors. Now, if you got two of the greatest shooters of all time on your team, then all bets is off. You can shoot, chuck up as many threes as you want to. But I think Denver, Miami, these finals, I loved it because it brought us back to real basketball and it brought us back down to earth. It's only two great shooters ever. So, but just the initial game five, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Spoelstra. A lot of people don't give none of these guys heat when they lose. No pun intended, Miami Heat. But I know you was big on giving Bam a lot of love last week.
Damn. I think we lost him. I think he was getting on my Bam out of Bayou criticism, which I'm right about.
Oh, all right, yeah, I
You
don't know
back
what
in?
happened. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'll let you
You
go.
said
Just give me 30 seconds. Yeah, last week, a couple days ago, you was very hard on Bam Pauls, and as of today, you was correct. But still, I think most of the blame, if they lose tonight, should go to Spo and Jimmy Butler. Um, I had Spo top five greatest coach all time if he won this ring, only because look at what they had to go up against. Best player in the world, former two-time MVP, number one team in the West. But now, to me, Spo, for me, listen, people, for me, Spo gonna get a lot of heat. And let me tell you why, and I'm gonna let you go right after this. Let's not forget who he won 2 rings with. As good of a coach he is, I know he got this team in the West Eastern Conference Finals, and this is his second finals appearance. But let's not forget those 2 rings he won, who he won those with. He didn't win it with this kind of team. He had arguably one of the greatest shooting guards of all time, arguably the greatest player of all time, and one of the most underrated players of all time. He had a whole bunch of guys from the Mike Millers to the Shane Battier. Like, let's not forget what Mario Chalmers was in college. I'm not saying he's a super duper great point guard. So let's not forget who Spo won those 2 rings with. So I'm going to just leave it at that. I got a Denver winning tonight. I got it going back and forth until the fourth quarter. I think Murray is going to take over in the fourth quarter. I give them winning between 9 and 14 points. I'm going Denver tonight, winning in 5, championship, Denver Nuggets.
Well, shout out to Danny Berry.
Big shout out Danny Berry.
Our boy Zamy and Neely, a.k.a. Zamy and Marley, a.k.a. Big Denver in the building. I know who you are now, Big Z. And I heard him talking yesterday. Hold on a second. You know what?
Who that? Zay, right?
Yeah, now usually I don't do this, but links
bring
in the
his
chat.
Bum ass up. Yeah, bring his bum ass up.
And I heard him yesterday on yesterday's live, sounding eloquent as usual.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you why later. He ain't fooling me.
Oh, listen, you ain't gotta tell me why. I saw what was going on. Yeah. Big Z.
When the Remy's in the system, ain't no telling when
First of all, again,
I'm a pimp by blood, not relay Sean. I
want a gift card to all I want is Outback Steakhouse, Big Z. That's all I want if the Heat win tonight.
Look. Outback, we some BBQs, man. BBQs? I'm a simple man. Send me a $13 gift card, man. I want 13. Stupid number.
That's all I want, Zay. Can I get some Outback tonight if the Heat win?
Yo, you cannot.
Your mic ain't on.
Hold on. This is Instagram. I mean, this is not Instagram. You cannot have your shirt off on YouTube. No one wants to see that, man.
Why isn't his mic on?
Can't hear you. You muted.
Something happened because he even came on with the mic off. Nah, but he was saying the same thing I was with Bam. I'm disgusted with it. I don't care what anybody says. I think this is when we say why we think Jimmy Butler's not a superstar to begin with. That's the argument for him. You know what I mean? I think he can't talent for talent. He can't go up against the normal jokers of the world.
Yo, y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, not hear you now.
Yeah. You look hit too. I'm just being honest. Don't say nothing.
You can't hear us? Put your other. Oh, you got both AirPods in.
We can hear you though.
Yeah, come back.
Yeah, so good.
He's already. He's celebrating way too early for this Denver victory.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You're gonna look like play from Kid didn't play threw his hands up and he was dead wrong and Kid roasted him. But I think Jimmy Butler is, I still think he's a superstar. I'm going to think he's a superstar. You can't elevate a team like this. I'm always high on Spoelstra, so I totally go against that. I got to definitely call you out. You go against Popovich because when he has nobodies, he falters. Who is he coached? When these guys were a bunch of nobodies 2 months ago. Every Spoelstra put them on his damn back. Game 2, they won a game in Denver, and all he did was put Kevin Love in the starting lineup. I think he's doing the best he can, and I truly believe the problem is Bam for me. I don't care what anybody says. Bam, what's up, Mel?
Yo,
Bam hesitates way too much. Like just shoot the ball or drive or pass. There's not that much to think about. Set a pick, pass. Bam, what are you doing every time? And then Joker just backs up. He just backs up. What you gonna do, Bam? He's daring him to do something. And once you start hitting a couple of shots, then you can pump fake, go to the rim. That's how I feel about Bam. To me, he's the most capable and not playing to his capacity. And it showed last game. 8 turnovers? 8 turnovers?
Yeah, that was bad. That's crazy.
Horrible. And the game before you missed 14 shots. I get the whole Jimmy Butler had 25.7 assists last game. He's 25-7.
No impact. None whatsoever.
Can't say that. They were in the game and they basically threw out Joker. Joker was sitting down for most of that fourth quarter, and as soon as he sat on the bench, Bam got aggressive. And really, Homeboy Gordon smacked the ball off his knee and they called a foul. They were giving them calls, and Bam still couldn't capitalize. So I understand the Jimmy slander because he's usually the opportunistic dude. Like when there's opportunity, Jimmy's hammering the nail down, and we don't see that enough. So I get that. I got to give y'all that, but I don't see enough Bam slander. You can't be that talented and show up like that. And I was going to compare it to real quick, like 20 years ago when it was Kenya Martin in the finals back to back, and he's playing against Shaq, playing against Tim Duncan. Yo, Kenya, pass the ball. What you doing? The undersized big man, pass the ball, bro. Don't even try it.
What slander you want him to get? He's not like
Yo, where's
perennial
he at? Oh, my
all-star.
bad.
He's not a superstar. He can't
Right
get
here,
that
boom,
much
got you.
slack because he's not like a big-time player like that for real.
Yeah.
Yo, one of y'all got
Hold
a
on.
t-shirt on, man.
Hold
Get
on,
out
y'all.
of here.
Y'all two. Hold on. Y'all two niggas come on here laying on y'all stomachs, man. This shit gotta stop, man.
I'm on my side.
Pause. I mean, laying on my
I
stomach.
see. No,
Oh,
I
here
see
he
you.
go.
Hold on, Mel. I see you
I'm
sit up
sitting up, bro.
when you first
Sitting
came.
up,
Yo,
yeah.
y'all two young niggas gotta be stopped. Y'all know it's all jokes. I'm just fucking with y'all. But go ahead,
Nah,
though.
Mel, listen, Mel came uptown. I seen the physical footage. I seen the proof, Mel. You were wilding out uptown. That's all I gotta say. I'm keeping that offline. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, wilding out all the time.
Yo, all boys.
That's what I do.
Who you like tonight?
Rockstar Mel, nigga.
Yo, Zay, listen, man. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest. I was telling him my heart, Miami, but to be realistic, I got Denver winning by between 9 and 14 points.
Yeah, this shit is over.
I'm gonna repeat what I said real quick, and y'all can respond. When you have, and I said this to me, Miami reminds me of my Knicks team in this aspect. When you have a whole bunch of, I'm gonna say B plus players, and maybe one A player, and then you playing against a whole bunch of A's and B pluses and A plus. To what y'all be saying, they don't have enough. To me, this is where I thought Spoelstra would make the difference. I don't understand how Bam can get a lot of smoke, but we don't give no smoke to Jimmy Butler and Spo. That's where me and you, Faber, disagree at. All your points is great. I agree with the Bam smoke, but I think he should be third in the smoke. I think Spo and Jimmy should get most of the smoke.
I have Spo not on the court, and if you ask me, he the one that got them here, bro. Like, ain't no other coach getting this team right here to the finals, bro.
Right. I think that's why they not.
You gotta count for something.
Right. That's why they're not getting smoked like that, because it's like you said, it's only but so much they could do, and they've been trying everything, different zones, man, 2-3, pressing. They done throw the house at Denver, and feel me, it ain't too much more you could do, bro.
Bro, Bam Adebayo
is
that ass missing mad open shots, and he passing up mad open shots. Like Bam Adebayo is on some bullshit, bro. Like,
but yo, hold on. Let me say this real quick.
I think Denver know that though. Like Bam going crazy is like, if Bam could go crazy and they still not gonna win. Like I don't think they worried about that.
I disagree. They clearly not. If Joker is taking 10 steps back from him, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
They know.
That's what I'm saying.
So if Mel, if somebody gave you 10 feet on the court, how would you feel? Like do whatever you do that shit. I dare you.
I'm a pro. I'm not
twice.
Like, yo, you disrespecting me. I'm going crazy on you. What you doing?
But Boss man, what up? Let me ask y'all a question.
What up, y'all? How y'all doing?
All right.
Listen. Can I say something first?
Yes.
First of all, listen, man. I'm really, really tired of nonsense like this. We got to get on a little earlier, man. I've been waiting for this for the last 3 hours. Man. I left work early for this nonsense, man. For real, man. I'm sick and tired of this.
He said we got to go on early. I'm sick and tired. He about to go crazy. Speak your piece.
My bad, boss man.
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, man. Listen, man. You know what? I'm gonna change the narrative. Maybe Joker's just that great. As good as Miami is, as good as the coach is, if we ain't gonna give Spo, because anybody else that get gentlemen swept, we'd be on here giving them smoke. Whether it was the coach or it was the player. So since y'all don't want to give nobody no smoke but Bam, Joker's that good. Joker just might be that good.
But I guess that goes without saying. It's it's that old saying, mouse in the house. And that's what it is. The mismatches for Miami, it's a disadvantage. They can't guard them guys, man. They can't post nobody up. They've been posted up every time.
Yeah.
They don't have a legitimate center. You know, they use him Bond, but he's a small guy playing.
Yeah.
Switching to the Bluetooth.
And I don't think they get this shit where they're not getting smoked because they never really had expectations. Well, high expectations. They was never like during the season in the mix and no BS. You feel me? They wasn't. They guys is not flashy like that. You feel me? So I think that this go along part of the reasons why they're not getting smoked like that too. You feel me? And then they like nobody expected this. They playing with house money, man. So it's like even though you want them to win, it's like if they don't, it's like shit. We was here. Nobody expect us to be here. It's like, us against the world. We here. Like look at all the teams that done superstarred up and they didn't get here. Best players in the world, top 5 players in the world, and they ain't get here. So it's like,
Yeah, but what a bleeds. But Mel, that was a good point. But I'm a disagree with them not believing they should be there because Jimmy Butler
no, I'm not talking about them as a team. I'm talking about from the outside looking in, maybe the casual fan or somebody else. Like, you feel me? Not them.
Right.
Of course, they believe in them, but talking about outside, everybody else, like nobody was really jacking my
put a shirt on,
what
bro.
this nigga doing?
You're my man. Yo, come on, man. Man, subjected to this nonsense. Come on, KD.
Yo,
Nah, you're mad good.
This nigga, man.
yo, I respect it. You need some chest hair, Jose. What's going on with that? Yo, boss man, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Take it off Bluetooth real quick. Because I think the Bluetooth mic is different than your regular mic is way better. Appreciate it.
Yo, this nigga name is Big Denver.
Big Denver with his shirt on. Yo, hold on. Is
that
Zay with a Scarface outfit on in the poster?
That album, yo, listen. That album cover you just did real quick was. I'm sorry, y'all. All right, let me be serious. Yo, Zay, man, you gotta love it, man. Yo,
Zay with the strippers.
Yo, man, Zay is stupid, man. Let me ask y'all.
Nah, your man is crazy.
Zay is crazy. Yeah, do y'all think if Tyler Hero plays tonight, do y'all think that makes a difference?
No.
No, because as a coach, first and foremost, hit his hand. If he get the ball, hit his hand. Don't worry about hit his doggone hand. And unfortunately, that's what you have to do. It's about winning. I know these guys know each other. They're not really trying to hurt nobody. But you have to set that in the beginning. We're not letting you come inside and busting out behind. You've been out for an extended amount of time. And we go back I'm going back to baseball now. The reason why the Yankees lost that series to Boston was Shannon pitch. They should have bunt. Make his behind work. He had his ankle was bleeding. This is the same thing. You have to play dirty, unfortunately. And again, I'm not saying hurt nobody. No, I would never say hurt nobody. I'm not saying that. But you have to set that in the beginning. If this guy get in the game, hit his doggone hand.
Yeah.
Then I think, they in Denver tonight, right?
Yeah.
They in Denver, the altitude, he might not have his legs under, and you can work out all you want. It's not like a real game. And then on the other end, who you gonna check? Murray? One of the 6'10" niggas?
Yeah. I don't think he's playing
that. I think though, bro.
Good.
It's a broken hand. First of all, it's a shooting hand. You broke your shooting hand and you coming back, so it's not gonna mean nothing.
Yeah, well, I think Miami, gave it all they got. Like I said, they got some decisions and some choices to make. The big talk now is, I was listening to ESPN and all them. They talk about Dame Lillard. Like now, everybody's really advocating for Dame Lillard to go over there.
What do you feel about that?
I love it. I think anywhere Dame goes, I want him with us if we can keep our guys. But if he goes to Miami, remember Bossman said it a while ago, and it was the first I heard somebody say it. Got to give him props when he was like, "Yo, Kyrie in Miami." So I think either Kyrie in Miami.
It's a parade inside my city, yeah.
I'm gonna take your other thing off, right, Zay?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yo. Yeah, well, I'm outside, bad Wi-Fi, but I think that's what Miami is missing. A guy that's clutch. Remember, all those guys that's not making shots, Dame and Kyrie, they not missing all those shots. But they still need some size. Pause. Like you can't. Bam can't be down there by himself.
They need to go get Cousins.
They need to go get JaVale McGee. It's maybe
Dwight Howard, Cousins. There's mad people they could go get.
I'm saying, so if they get Damian Lee, what's the difference what LeBron did with the big three? See, we always want to criticize these big threes and all that. That'll be a big three right there.
All right, now.
Bam don't make you no big three.
Now,
sorry to tell you that.
Now, boss man, this is why I'm gonna disagree. Only us thought Jimmy Butler was a superstar. Nobody has him a superstar. Nobody has him top 10. Dwayne Wade is arguably top 5 greatest shooting guard of all time.
He is.
Right. So, and then with Bam, remember, man, I don't think that's a big three. I'm being honest with you. I really don't. Because to me, they still need help. Like, just Dame over there is not going to get them a championship. They still undersized. But yeah, I don't think that's a big three, to be honest with you.
Yo,
now, if Dame go to
the Rockets, man.
No, if Boston, if Dame go to the Clippers, something all right, he came. If Dame go to the Clippers, then I have a problem with that. That's a big three.
Yeah, but even then, all ball, this is the difference. Remember, the whole thing what was a big deal. Why LeBron is called a big three super team is because he did it in the middle of his prime. Like Lillard's doing it early 30s, mid 30s, like we're used to seeing it back in the day. Barkley went to Houston. Clyde Drexler went to Houston. Rodman went to the Bulls. Like we were used to seeing it that way. So when LeBron did that, even Garnett was in his early 30s. You know what I mean? So that was a difference. Like that was part of the reason why we were like, nah, come on, man. Like that's kind of crazy. So for Lillard to go to Miami, boss man, I was saying him being this much this deep into the game is different. Like it feels different. Like back in the day, it was like, all right, you're older now. The older guys could get together and try to win one against the new crop of talent.
Well, I don't think they need Dame, to be honest. If I'm them, I'm going to get me. They got enough shooting. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep them guys because a lot of them guys now, with this playoff run they had, they're going to make some money. I just think they undersized and need some help down low. That's to me. I'd rather Dame man, listen, I'm advocating for my Knicks. I don't want no good play going nowhere else but us. I'm tired of teams. I'm tired of teams that already is a good.
Oh, his Wi-Fi is messed up. Yo, Danny Berry, what's the Embiid rumors? I haven't heard anything about Embiid. What they saying about Embiid? If y'all heard anything,
I ain't hear shit.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, this shit bugging. I was saying, I'm tired of all the good teams getting all the help. Like, y'all, come on, man. Like, y'all in the chip. Boston, chip, Eastern Conference Finals. All everybody talk about is them getting better. Like, come on, man. Nah, you just got to play better. Just got to play better. Other teams deserve to be better. Like, come on, man. So, I mean, but I love when players go places and we think it's a big three or whatever, and then they don't win. I love it. So I hope it happens, and I hope they ass lose.
Wait, who you talking about, old boy?
Man, this shit bugging today.
You saying Miami getting a Lillard. If Kyrie go to LA, I'll laugh. If the LeBron goes to Dallas, I'll laugh because that's just like they're the kings of just trading teams and stuff like that.
Nah, so Kyrie going to the Rockets, bro.
I thought he was going if they don't get Harden,
if they don't get Harden, they're going to get Kyrie.
What do you think about that, Bleed? The Houston Rockets. If the Houston Rockets don't get James Harden, they're going to go after Kyrie. That's the rumor.
I don't care.
Bro, the Rockets over there is solid, bro.
Hey, please, I love you. I love you to death, please. I don't care where James Harden go. I'm being honest with you, my nigga.
First of all,
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, James Harden.
Wait, I love you to death, my nigga.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Listen,
but that was
yo, they was just saying something like he's one of the worst niggas too. You want to talk about super teams and
hold on, one at a time. I can't hear both you talking at the same time.
If you want to talk about having your way with an organization and super teams and getting niggas to come on your team, pause. James Harden is up there. That he don't get enough flack. He need to get flack like LeBron for super teams. I want Chris Paul, and I want Chris Paul. I want Westbrook, and I want Westbrook. I want to go to Brooklyn. I don't want to be in Brooklyn. I want KD. I want Kyrie. Then I want to go to. You feel me? He don't get the. You feel me? He been hopping around doing what he want, getting his way for a couple of years and without winning.
Who been hopping around, Mel?
James Harden.
Hopping around where?
Everywhere.
The NBA. What you talking about?
Every strip
From
club
the club
in the
to
country.
NBA.
Yeah.
He went to Vegas. He went to Houston. He went to Brooklyn. He went to Philly.
He only played for 4 teams in his career, bro.
That's crazy.
Right.
In his
It's
prime.
been like 3 in the last 2 years. What are you talking about?
Not in his prime. What are y'all talking about?
He been
That's
on
his
like
prime,
3 in the
Bleach.
last
Hold
2 years.
All right, fellas. All right,
he's requested
listen.
it.
He was on OKC for 3 years. Then was on Houston Rockets for 10 years.
That's 9 years ago. Right.
Then
and he got mad
superstars.
Brooklyn, he played with mad superstars over
for
there.
1 year, bro.
Fade, let's get it in control. I don't know why are we arguing about James Harden, bro?
Exactly. How does it go from Kyrie to James Harden? We talk about Kyrie. We talk about no James Harden.
No. All ball triggered this. You said I don't care about no James Harden, and then he defended his man. but the question was if Houston gets Kyrie. That's what the question was. What does Flea think? Flea, are you frozen?
I don't think that's a good fit.
Nah, Flea not frozen.
Nah, Flea, I just like what you doing, Flea?
He just ice grilling us.
I'm waiting for y'all niggas to shut the fuck up so I can speak. That's all. Just wait. That's all.
Nah, real nigga shit.
I'm not.
This thing is sitting back in the cut like you're the Godfather.
Yo, good to see everybody.
He look like Wesley Snipes in New Jack City with the fucking pointing down in the camera.
I'll just fuck with y'all. It's good to see y'all. I was just popping in real fast.
Flea, what up? Yeah, let's get your opinion tonight. Are you disappointed with the Miami Heat? And of course, I was wrong so far.
Yeah, I just feel like the Heat overachieved. They came in the playoffs as an 8 seed. They came in the playoffs as a play-in. They played out of their minds for the last month and a half, 2 months, and they just out of gas right now. Like Jimmy has played out of his mind for the first 3 series. He can't dial it up this series. He just can't dial it up. They're overmatched. They don't have enough talent to combat against Denver. And this series going longer than it probably should have. They probably should have got out of here in 4, really. Like,
why this nigga always so calm and cool? Like, yo, bro, you not the coolest nigga in the room, bro.
I'm at work, Jay. I gotta
calm, cool, giving us big words and all
that. How did
crazy.
Yo, how you mad? This nigga a well-mannered grown man. What?
Niggas be hating. I'm hating. This nigga always mad and cool, bro.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna sit and watch. I just want to jump in and say what's up to y'all real fast.
Everybody can have their shirt off.
Before you go, bro, how did the Heat overachieve, bro?
They did overachieve.
You don't think they
overachieved? He was gonna be in the finals.
He just explained to us why they overachieved. I agree to everything he just said.
First of all, nobody expected the Heat to be here. Everybody, hold on. I'm not even gonna say everybody. I'm gonna say me. No, I'm gonna say y'all, because I had the Heat going. Everybody on this live had anybody else in the East going but the Heat, right or wrong?
I think I might have had the Heat.
And they got them niggas the fuck out of here. How the fuck did they overachieve?
That's why they overachieved.
That's why they overachieved. Exactly.
What?
That's what I'm saying. We're not saying they underachieved. We're saying they overachieved.
Overachieved, right? Not under.
They just achieved a goal, bro. They ain't overachieved or underachieved. They just achieved the goal of beating everyone that they lost to last year.
But I'm saying,
playing the number 1 seed again, bro.
But I'm saying, would you have bet on this team against anybody else? If you had $1 million, honestly, if you had $1 million, are you betting they're gonna beat? Are you betting they're gonna beat Miami? I mean, not Miami. Are you betting they're gonna beat Milwaukee the first round?
Did they win?
Yes, that's not the question. Yes, we all know they won. I'm saying you had $1 million right now to bet against them, 7-game series. Are you betting on Miami or are you going to bet on Milwaukee?
Yes, Miami been giving them problems for the last 3-4 years.
Nah, I thought the Knicks was going to beat them. I did think the Knicks was going to beat them.
Yes.
And then you got to remember, they lost their first game. They had to play the second game for a playing team.
Come on, bro.
Nobody expecting them to be in the chip right now, bro.
Nah.
Nobody.
No, stop saying nobody. Say but me.
Okay, that's your team. So
anybody but you.
That's your team. No one's gonna argue about your team. That's your team. Because we all feel the same way about our team.
Nah, that's not my team, no. My team is Philly.
Right, but Bleed, the whole point is that when you overachieve, for the most part, I understand what you're saying. Like sometimes some of us have like some ill foresight. We see something that nobody else sees. But for the most part, nobody had Miami coming out of the play-in, let alone the first round, second round. Now in the championship, and even though they don't win, we still got to consider it an overachievement because it's like, damn, we didn't expect this shit. This is amazing.
Nah, y'all just surprised, bro, because nobody did it. That's all there is. Nobody underachieved or overachieved. Everybody just surprised. Like, damn, they had to play 2 playing games, then beat the number 1 seed. Then y'all thought they were gonna lose to the Knicks. Then they thought they took Boston to 7, beat them, got them the fuck out of here. Now they playing Denver again. It's just everybody surprised, bro. They ain't overachieved or underachieved, bro. Everybody just surprised. They just surprised everybody.
So, Bleeze, let me ask you a question. Because like I said, I gave you your props. You definitely was like the only one. Are you disappointed in this series so far?
No, not at all. First of all, you got Joker. He been the best player in the league for the last. He been the best player in the league for the last 3-4 years. Jamal Murray. You got Michael Porter still developing. You just got some shooters from last year that was just on Lakers. Caldwell Pope. Then you got underrated defender and baller Bruce Brown from the Brooklyn. He was wild on Brooklyn if y'all watched him. And it's like, damn, y'all was number 1 seed for the last 3-4 years, and y'all just now making it, and y'all playing an 8th seeded team that don't even deserve to be there. So no, I don't. Hell no.
Okay, I respect that.
Especially I think what Bleeze is saying too, like we were staying when we were, because now it's easy to say, oh look at Miami now, but the last 3 or 4 years we've been saying also for them to reach the conference championship that many times, that's a part of why Bleeze is saying they haven't overachieved. So they should be achieving this in Bleeze's eyes, because to him it's like if they don't compete against anyone in the East, that's an underachievement for him. So I get what he's saying. If he was on them from the last 3 or 4 years now watching this, we shouldn't be surprised. But I just still feel like damn, Mel said earlier, I've said it for the last couple of weeks. Jimmy Butler and Spoelstra in the Heat is always going to be playing with house money, because I'm not supposed to be here in the eyes of the public, the betting odds, everything. So
right.
I don't see why. That's why you're saying they're not getting enough smoke, Spoelstra or Jimmy Butler. But if they win tonight, we'd be shocked. We'd be shocked.
You, right? Think about this though, right? They was in the finals. This same team, except for Kyle Lowry and Kevin Love, was in the finals against the Lakers in 2020. They picked up Kyle Lowry and picked up Kevin Love. Two great pickups at that. And I expected them not to be in the finals this year.
That's another guy who played vital minutes when all boys said Kevin Love's gonna make an impact in the playoffs. I said, get the fuck. And look, he threw some touchdown passes.
He beat the Knicks, bro. He beat the Knicks.
Proving everybody wrong that they deserve to be in the league, bro. 8th seed or not. First of all, we had to fight. Nobody else did. We had to fight.
Well, you know what? With the Miami, am I surprised that they're in the finals? To me, it's yes and no, and I'm gonna say this. Before the play-in, I was the one everybody was laughing at me. I'm like, yo, I wanted that first round to be Miami-Boston. I was like, yo, I'm taking Miami. Everybody was going crazy on me, excuse me. Then when they played Milwaukee, me and Bleeze, I'm like, yo, I'm taking Miami. And people was going crazy. And I was like, yo, let's not act like they never beat them. Now, of course, I picked my Knicks. I'm a Knicks fan. Boston, I knew they was going to be Boston, but I'm not going to lie. Game 7 in Boston, I was like, damn. I don't know. Right. Damn. But I got to be realistic. Tatum getting hurt literally in the first possession help that out. I'm not going to take nothing away from Miami, though. But like I said, I didn't think they was going to be outmatched like this. And I knew Joker was good. I didn't know he was this good.
They just got the better team.
Yeah. But man, listen, man, I'm not gonna be so down on Miami. I want to give some props, because that's what happens with a lot of these networks and platforms. They're just like, just jump all over Miami and this and that. Joker's that good, man. Like Joker's that good, and we got to start paying respect to. Listen, boss man, think about it. If he'd got MVP this year, which he should have got, we all can disagree. But think about it. He'd had 3 MVPs in the year. He'd had a championship, and he's going to get
Finals MVP.
NBA Finals MVP. So I think for him, with the accolades he has so far, listen, man, I think he got to start being talked about in that tier with the KDs and the Kawhi Leonards.
ESPN better start playing my man next year, man, more, bro. Because there's no way Denver Lakers supposed to have more TV games than Denver, bro. Like, let's keep it 100. Next year, Denver better have mad games on TV, bro. Because that's the only reason why I feel like a lot of people underestimated the Nuggets is because they never seen them. My pops called me, right?
That's a good point.
I think it was like game 4, he called me. He called me the day of game 4 when it was about to come on. He like, yo, man, this white motherfucker y'all got is a baller. That's one of the best person in the league. He started going crazy. He's like, yo, it's crazy. I never seen him play to the playoffs. I'm like, that's crazy. Like, because Jokic is a baller, bro. Murray is a baller. MPJ, he ball when he hot. Aaron Gordon is a big piece to the team. Like, bro, that's a good, solid team, bro. Word.
Well, don't you think, first of all, for you, right? Because the ratings for this championship is crazy. It's on par with last year.
It's up. It's higher than last year.
I don't know if it's higher,
it was
but
like,
I know
it was like 11 million. It was 11. Yeah, it's higher than it was last year. Fabian, I seen that.
And you had to have seen more Denver games than me, but I've seen enough. Like last couple of years, been you, Ryan, and Zach been telling me about Joker, so I watched more, so I know how great he was. But I didn't expect Aaron Gordon to turn out like this defensively. You talk about him because we didn't watch him enough.
That's a great.
I feel like with Aaron Gordon, right? The game is it's easier for him now.
Easy.
Only because like when he was in Orlando, he got to do everything. He got to play. He got to guard the best big guy. He got to score. He had to literally do everything. In Denver, well, all we need you to do is play defense and play that little dunkers position. Like just run to the rim so you could get lobs and shit, bro. The game is super simple for him. And like let's not forget, Aaron Gordon was a fucking number 4 pick, bro. Like, so for him to just come in and the game is just easier for him, he don't got to do much. And he playing with Jokic, bro. Jokic don't really give a fuck about scoring. Excuse my language. I don't know if you curse on here. But Jokic don't really care about scoring.
Yo, Zay, this is to you, right? I'm not going to say that it's unexpected that Denver is winning the championship this year, but they was first seed for the last 3-4 years, right?
No. Only all year.
Only 1 year?
Yeah. Remember that was the knock on Joker, that he didn't get a number 1 seed, so he shouldn't be the MVP. And then this year he got it.
You gotta think about it though. Like, so when the Nuggets was fully healthy, the last time probably was the bubble, right?
Yeah.
They went to the Western Conference Finals. They just happened to play a better Lakers team.
In a bad matchup.
Yeah, because they had too many bigs to throw at Jokic. Now, 2021, what's his name? Jamal Murray, he get hurt. 2022, Michael Porter and Jamal Murray is hurt. Now they come back fully healthy this year, and now we see what's going on. Like I said yesterday on the live, I think the Nuggets is going to be like San Antonio for the next 10 years. I feel like they ain't going to never go back to back, but we're going to see Jokic get at least 3-4 championships, one every other year, one every 2 years. I think I see that with Memphis, because Michael Porter can't get worse, bro. He only could get better. Like, I feel like if he get better, then the league is really in trouble. And it's not even more so about his skills, about his mental, bro. He's not that smart of a basketball player. That's just my personal opinion looking at it.
Bossman. Hold on. Bossman, you can hear me? He can hear?
Bossman.
Bossman.
I don't think you can hear us. You can hear his boss, man?
You can hear his boss, man? Oh, well, hold on. All right, so he don't hear. Let me ask y'all a question. Zay, if what Zay said is true, right? In the next 10 years, if Joker get 3 rings, where do y'all have him at? Ranked all time.
If Jokic get 3 rings,
you talking about like centers or just all time players?
All time.
Probably top 20, top 25.
Top 20. So hold on. Just stay there, y'all. You telling me. Just stay there. If he has 3 rings, 3 finals MVPs, 2 MVPs, I talked about this yesterday, and he does it in this fashion, triple doubles, efficiency. You telling me you gonna put him only top 25?
Yeah, that's high though, bro. You act like being top 25 players in the NBA, the greatest NBA players is a knock
All
on
right,
him.
so hold on. Stay there, y'all. So with 3, he's not jumping over Kawhi and KD.
But is Kawhi Leonard top 20 players in the NBA of all time?
Exactly.
Yeah. People, listen, man. Some people got him
Kawhi
top
Leonard
10,
is
top
top
15.
20
Yes.
all time.
Listen.
You
Go ahead,
said
boss
all
man, I'm sorry.
time? You said all time. I'm not you talking. I was just nodding my head. Go ahead, kid. I'm sorry. Go ahead, all boy.
No. What I'm saying is, to some people, like you have people that will say Giannis is top 15 all time. So of course we may not believe that, but I'm just speculating. Going, it's no way in the world if Joker has 3 rings when it's all said and done, 3 Finals MVPs, 2 back-to-back MVPs, and he's doing it like this. He's only top 25.
So if Giannis get 3 rings, would that make Jokic better? Is Jokic better than if they both got 3? Is Jokic's career better than Giannis' career?
It might be.
Hold on, forget career. Hold on. Joker would be, to me, Joker's a better player. If they both have even rings, I'm taking Joker over Giannis all day. He's just a better player.
Even with Giannis with the defensive player of the year and MVP in the same year.
Yes. If you watch the game, he's way better than Giannis. I'm sorry. It's not even close. Basketball player, to me, I could be wrong. Joker, Giannis, start your franchise. It's not even close.
That's crazy.
Wait, hold on. Think about it like this.
I don't know about that one.
Think about it like this though. We all hoop. Would you rather have a nigga that dunk all day or a nigga that scale?
So all Giannis do is dunk?
Yes.
I don't know about that because I seen Giannis and that Finals MVP give the Suns 50 ball, 15 for 17 from the free throw line, 10 dunks.
Hold on, Zay. So Fabian, where would Joker? All right, so let me ask y'all a question. What's y'all 5 players after y'all top 10?
Ooh. Moses Malone ain't talked about. Dirk, Kobe. Well, Kobe might be top 10. I keep doing that.
You said Moses Malone, Dirk.
I'm thinking Garnett is in there. Steph might be in there right now. Like Giannis is fringe.
We talk about all time, right?
Yeah, like let's say in your top 15.
We can exclude Curry, LeBron, and all them niggas.
Why?
We exclude all of them.
Because Curry's in your top 10?
No, not just in my top 10. They in damn near everybody top 10. I don't know about y'all top 10, but
he's not in my top 10.
Who, Curry?
Yeah. Nah. He ain't there.
So Curry not top. This is what I mean. Like we gotta go back to we gotta just like so look.
No. We're not doing that. I asked a simple question.
Why we not do? But bro,
no,
how you say Giannis? How you say Jokic is top 10? But LeBron James ain't top 10. Like, come on, bro.
No, but that's like again. That's going back to what Bleed said.
LeBron is in my top 10. What are you talking about, bro?
LeBron's in everybody's top 10 at this point.
See, we ain't gonna do that, Zay. I mean, I'm not gonna even let him do that. I just asked a simple question.
All I'm gonna say is, if LeBron is not your top 10, you're goofy.
No, hold on.
LeBron just got an all ball top 10 then.
Listen,
no.
Listen.
We got it on footage. He's been in all balls top 10 for the last year and a half minimum.
Yeah, I'm not even.
All ball is 45 years old. For him to have LeBron in there for 1 year is crazy.
I'm not even paying him no mind. Simple. All I asked, right? Exactly. All I asked was, who do y'all have for y'all 5 after y'all top 10?
So
this is a hard question for everybody because some of you guys didn't see a lot of players. You heard about them, so we have to pick an area we're gonna go through. The players that we did see, or everybody that was included in the NBA.
No, all right. So what I'm saying is, let's just be realistic. If it's everybody we all see, guys is probably gonna say guys like Dirk, KG, Charles Barkley, like Fabe said, Moses Malone, Bossman. You may go a little deeper, Dr. J. I'm saying you telling me if Joker, when it's all said and done, got 3 rings, 3 Finals MVPs, and 2 MVPs, he's not better than those 5?
Then Barkley, yeah. And that Dr. J name, I got a real hot take about that. Like, I think he was great. I think he's the most important player in NBA history, in basketball history. I think, me personally, I feel Dr. J is the most important player. But I think if you look at his series, he shouldn't have let nobody shoot the last shot. Like, there was something about him that wasn't clutch to me. When I look at the series and look at his stats, ain't nothing not clutch about Joker. Like, Joker showed the hell up when it mattered. When it was crunch time, he showed up, and I think that's what gets him over KG, Barkley. That's what he'll get the nod from.
So KG didn't show up when it was time?
Not for me. I've seen him shoot too many damn fadeaways. Like,
the
thing about real quick. The thing about KG for me is that, or any player, when you play to your when you don't play to your advantage, to your strengths, I don't like that. That's my beef with Bam this year. You know what I mean? So the same thing with KG. Like, Joker does never not play towards his strengths. Joker always plays towards his strengths.
But Zay, listen what I'm saying. What I'm saying is KG in that window. Mute whoever that is. Yeah, KG is great, Zay. I'm not. But what I'm saying is, how can you argue one ring, one MVP against 3 rings and 2 finals MVP, and 2 MVPs? How is that an argument?
My thing is just I gotta see it first because I know we're going hypothetical. So it's just like, if it's all said and done and Jokic got 3 rings, I still don't think. I don't see him top 10 players, bro. Maybe top 15, maybe top.
All right, 20, you said top 25.
Yeah, around there. But top 25 is still great. 25 to be one of the 25 greatest NBA players of all time, bro. That's not a knock, boy.
Nah. Borderline, or is he borderline 25, or is he 25?
No, 25 is OG. That's mad low for Joker. I'm gonna put him. He might have to be top 15 for me. Cause look, I just wrote a list. My top 5, right? Top 10 is top 10. Steph, Jordan, Braun, Duncan, Shaq, Magic, Kobe, Bird, KG. Then I put Will Chamberlain. Or I could go Kareem at the center. And that's just off of what I've seen. The next 5, I would have to mix it, like the old school niggas that I didn't see. And with the niggas I seen, I would have to put Joker in the next 5 at center for sure.
I'm gonna keep it 100. None of them niggas that played in black and white is getting in my top nothing. Them niggas ain't in top nothing. Them niggas
I ain't gonna
myths.
front. Dom put me onto some niggas. You gotta go back and watch. Dom drop
bro. Them niggas told me to go back and watch, right? I'll watch Bill Russell versus Will Chamberlain. Them 2 niggas was so doo-doo, bro. Them niggas was doo-doo. Rudy Gobert would have been that nigga. If Rudy Gobert played in that era, bro, we would be saying Rudy Gobert is one of the best centers ever, bro. That's how doo-doo them 2 niggas was.
So
what's
Rudy Gobert? Was Rudy Gobert like top 40 centers ever?
Rudy Gobert is not top nothing. That nigga is ass.
No, yo, hold on. Yo, where do y'all got Bill Russell at in y'all all-time list?
He's not on my all-time list. Any nigga who played in black and white is not on my all-time list, bro.
I respect. He might be top 20 for me.
20. Bro, them niggas played in the NBA when there was 5 teams, bro.
Right, but you still, but Zay, I think that's the mistake you make because, like, right now they're saying Joker ain't playing enough centers right now, right? So we kind of gotta. That's kind of what you're saying. Bill Russell is in that same category. Like, well, Bill Russell ain't playing.
We could look at Joker's skill and say, yo, bro, this nigga is nice. He could ball. When we
go watch Bill Russell,
bro, it's nothing about Bill Russell that says, yo, this nigga was nice. Besides, he was mad tall.
No, he wasn't mad tall. He was 6'9".
Yeah, he looked mad tall compared to them other little plumbers and fucking electricians he was playing against.
Nah, see, I think you're doing the same thing.
Right, but Zed, we talked about this the other day. And I was
what Fleece said. Put Patrick Ewing in the 1960s and he's a GOAT.
It's possible. I mean, you're talking about a great though.
Right, but if that's the case, Zay, Joker not playing against no good centers. There's literally one good center, him and Embiid, bro. He ain't got no problems every night.
So, Cat, thank you, man.
5 years from now, can say the same shit you saying about the Joker. Oh, he was trash. He ain't playing against nobody.
Cat not a good center?
Who?
Cat's not a center.
Cat.
No, he power forward.
But hold on. Hey, Mel, hold on. Hey, Mel, what you said? Hold on. That's a great point because a lot of these guys that's really centers is ducking smoke and making themselves the 4.
True. Right.
So hold on. Let me ask this question then. So when Denver was in the finals, what center did they play against?
Exactly.
They play,
Bam is a 4 and he's guarding the Joker.
I'm just saying when they was in the bubble, they played. When they was in the bubble, who did he play against?
Oh man, 3 centers. He played against 3 centers. I had a tough time. That's the point.
Yo, Van Vliet just declined, bro.
Yeah, he's about to be a
Toronto?
free agent.
I've been telling y'all that Van Vliet out of there, bro.
He went that baggy.
Van Vliet
To the Lakers.
Wouldn't you, please? You close by. Wouldn't you decline that? You gotta give half your taxes to the government.
That's who Miami should get.
I'm out of there, bro. I'm out of there.
Miami don't need Van Fleet, bro. Van Fleet is Gabe Vincent and Struce all together, bro. They don't need that nigga.
Here you go. Nigga won a ring. He won a ring and he gave Vincent. That's crazy.
Nigga won a ring. He won a ring with which I just said was Kawhi Leonard's top 10 all time. So wait, he ain't smelling. Did he even go back to the playoffs since Kawhi left, bro?
Like, yeah, he did.
Here we go.
How many times?
Twice.
Here we go.
So you would rather have?
Thank you.
You would rather have Max Strus and Gabe Vincent over Van Fleet?
Wait, time out. Well, we can't.
That's crazy. Have you been watching the
we
finals?
Can't do that because he was
because I gotta cash.
Curry.
I gotta cash Van Fleet out. I don't gotta cash them two niggas out, and they gonna do the same thing he do for less.
You heard? We gotta respect that championship. We gotta respect Fred because he Chef G. The
so
chef.
so my thing is niggas take old bull on here all the time saying Kawhi the reason why Steph Curry won that first chip is because Kyrie and Kevin Love was hurt. So we could say the same thing about Kawhi chip.
You can.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, bro, every playoffs is some shit that's gonna happen. So we can't just be putting asterisks next to niggas' rings, bro. So we can't take that away from Steph Curry,
though,
just like the same way we can't take that away from Kawhi.
But I think
you can't say that though, Zay. You can't say that.
Zay, hold on, Zay. You can't say that because look how you just disrespected Bill Russell.
Right.
Bro, you never seen Bill Russell.
Oh, Dom is in here.
We got the perfect guy.
Like, bro, any of them niggas that played in black and white don't count, bro.
Dom dropped from the Raptors like Sting.
Send me the color, Dom.
I got you. I have a playlist for you in order. I cite all my work, my friend. I'm not like these kids on the internet that say I watch this and that and they don't cite their sources. I do my homework and I'll show you my homework.
And he has a shirt on, Zay.
So, Mr. Dom Dropper, I'm happy you in here. Question. So you watch Bill, you watch Kareem and Wilt and them niggas, and you gonna tell me that they was good?
That's your question?
Of course. Why? Tell me they're not.
Yo, Dom, I watched the game.
I
think it was like 1960
like that. That wasn't like a thing back then.
It was Bill Russell versus Kareem. I think it was Kareem, matter of fact. Not even Wilt. No, I think it was Wilt. I think it was Wilt and Wilt and Bill. I seen the two niggas miss 2 layups by the basket, bro. The other 2 niggas was caca. So please do not talk to me about those old ass, trash ass big men.
We can send players missing. I've seen MJ miss a wide open layup on a break. I've seen LeBron miss a layup. I've seen him travel left and right. I can cherry pick any clip to fit any narrative I want. The numbers are there. The stats, the accolades, and what people consider them are there.
It was 9 teams in the NBA at that point.
Huh?
It was 9 teams in the NBA at that point.
You know, hold on.
Only limited spots in the league.
You know why I hate that your argument, Zay? Because if they would have lost, you would have said, "Oh, and they couldn't win with 9 teams in the league." Just like with LeBron winning in the bubble, and he couldn't win in the bubble. So anytime people say stuff like that, that is big time. You came on here as a big time hater, Zay.
Nah, I'm a hater. If you played in black and white, I'm a hater.
But Zay, look. There's no good. There's probably how many good centers do you think in the league right now?
Yo, wait, hold on. Before you answer that, yo,
Embiid,
unmute Turbo.
And that's it. DeAndre Ayton
He's trying to talk.
Nah, he on
mute. Turbo, unmute yourself because the wind goes crazy.
Hey, Zay.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, Zay, but unfortunately, it's not Bill Ross' fault that he didn't have a lot of centers in the lead that time. He played against the people he played against, and he dominated. So if he doesn't dominate, like Flay said, we won't be having this conversation. Then it'll be a failure. So he did what he needed to do at that particular time.
I can take your word for that, not Dom Dropper, because Dom Dropper is like 15 years old. He ain't see it. You was alive.
That's like discredit.
I can take your word for it.
But look, Zay, that's like saying niggas gonna be able to discredit the Joker. Who is he doing this against? He's not doing it against nobody, no elite centers.
And that's what Fave just said. It's the same situation.
It's the same shit, bro.
Right. So these
So we
people are
saying the Joker
dominating.
is the Joker's trash?
We're not
No,
saying
no,
that.
we're not saying that.
Competition is trash.
First
You're
of all,
saying that.
You think the competition in the
anybody
NBA is trash?
At the center, yes, for sure.
Let's make
At his
that
position, for sure.
They're all professionals.
At the center position, for sure.
Hey, in 20 years, they're gonna be saying they were playing against SoundCloud rappers and podcasters.
Right.
And you're gonna be fighting for your life. You're gonna be fighting for your life, like me.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, I put the
And
link
it's true.
in the
Your
thing,
man
by the
Aaron
way.
Gordon is a SoundCloud rapper.
and half the NBA is podcasters.
Hell yeah.
For real, I just listened to Paul George's with Jerry West just now.
I
Oh,
honestly,
shit.
I like Paul George podcast though.
No, it's good.
You guys
I
like it?
like his shit. I like his shit.
I've been hearing good things, but I just feel like it's like you just said, it's such a trend. I'm like, I don't know which one to listen to anymore.
Well, yo, but wouldn't you rather hear from the experts though? I don't want to hear from fucking Stephen A. and all that. I'd rather hear from the guys playing right now.
Me too. I'm not gonna lie. Me too.
I would like to, Zay, but I've seen Kendrick Perkins sound like a jerk. I've seen Draymond Green sound like a jerk. So
No,
I would
Kendrick Perkins is not playing right now. We don't give a fuck what Kendrick Perkins got
He's
to say.
he's pretty down the middle. He's like us. He's just another guy.
Nah, he be trolling. He be trolling.
Man, we can't discredit these guys who played in the league, man. We're giving our opinion the same way as they're giving their opinion.
Right.
And they have
That's my thing.
inside information.
I'm not gonna lie. Kendrick Perkins said a lot of shit.
championships.
I feel like Kendrick Perkins, he wants the shock value. He don't like. He be saying a lot of bullshit. Especially for
He's
Perkins
getting paid by
playing.
ESPN.
You said what?
I mean, Kendrick got
He's
jury.
getting paid by ESPN.
That's what I'm saying. That's why, and I think ESPN is half entertainment. They get paid to entertain us. They ain't really giving a full opinion. See, Jen Rose ain't giving full opinion since they made him apologize. What you said?
Say it again, please.
Do Perkins got jury?
Yeah, he got a chip with Boston. And I'm gonna
he got a ring with Boston.
Let's keep it 100. He would have had another tip if he didn't get hurt.
If Garnett didn't get hurt.
No, Perkins got hurt too.
Right, but I don't. It's
Nah,
more
Perkins
about
is a big part of that team, bro. We can't do that. Fade.
1,000%. But KG getting hurt is way worse than Kendrick Perkins getting hurt.
All right, but Perk was a big part of that defense, bro.
Nah,
and
I'm
we
not.
know that was one of the best.
Hold on, Zay. Say that again, Zay. Say that again.
Which one?
He's a big part of that defense. Bill Russell was a big part of that defense. So you're gonna keep putting your foot right in the mouth every time.
Right. If you ain't here talking
played
about
in black and white, bro.
Nah, you talking about
boys, man, this guy over here.
Will Chamberlain back in the day.
He pulled out all his guns.
Chamberlain, Bill Russell back in the day.
He pulled out all his Denver guns for Kendrick Perkins, but not Bill Russell. He say, "Get the fuck out of here with your
If
bullshit."
Perkins was playing in Bill Russell era, we would be saying Perk was one of the best big men ever.
No way.
Yo, bro, why you keep saying that, bro?
Hey, Zay, put your shirt back on, Zay. Put your shirt back on, Zay.
You lost your no shirt privilege.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yo, but nah. I think to Mel's point, it hasn't been disproven, bro. Joker's not playing any centers, and we still giving him his props. We still trying to rank him in the top 25 now, and there's no real centers, eh? So to say that is just
it's hard to rank him in the top
disrespectful.
25, though. It's hard to rank him in the top 25 because he didn't play that long yet. So
I agree with that.
I think Dom said it before about a while ago. You have to have some kind. You have to be in the league for a certain amount of time to be that superb player. You know, when we talk about somebody brought up Barkley been in the league 15, 14 years. He did it every year, every single year. Unfortunately, they never won the championship. But that doesn't mean that he's not better than Joker because Barkley was the second best player in the league.
No, but no, I was watching ESPN and the guy, he was talking about the same thing. He was saying, who's in your top 15? Asking him 15. He said, yo, in NBA history, there's only, I think, like 13 people with 2 MVPs in the championship.
And defensive player of the year?
Mike got 6. And then after that is like Braun. And then Kobe got like 2. And Kobe right? It's not many people with 2 MVPs.
No, Kobe doesn't have 2 MVPs though.
And no, I'm just saying, nobody. Right? That's what I'm saying. So Joker would be up there, bro.
Right.
I think, hey, if he wins tonight,
Does Larry Bird have 2? Does Larry Bird have 2? Larry Bird got 3, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. But look at the names. This is very few. It's not a lot of guys. We all probably know all the guys with these accolades. And if Joker was one of these guys, if he won a chip, then it's hard for me to put him at 30.
He's definitely up there.
I don't have an all-time list, but I think like I've had to predict, educated guess, I think after tonight, Jokic can be in my top 20, like 15 to 20 for real.
Right, I just said
I'm
that.
really high
Me
on
too.
Jokic. I think he's great. I really think he's great.
On your
Always-
all-time list.
Yeah, me
Oh,
too.
yeah.
You know
So
why?
I told y'all.
Over
So, but here's my
Giannis,
problem with that.
over
All
I'm
ball
taking him over
strikes
KD
again.
too.
I told y'all.
Here's my major issue with that. His first 4 years, he ain't come in the league and do what Akeem did, what Shaq did, what Ewing did, what Bill Russell did. Your guy, Will Chamberlain, he ain't come in here and do that. It took him a
Everyone
while
but
to get
Ewing-
there.
Everyone but Ewing is ahead of him, but not Ewing. Although I haven't seen him play, so it's not fair. But would you guys say Jokic is better than Ewing if he wins this ring? Let me ask you.
For
Not
sure.
his first 10 years.
He's already.
That's
You
the-
can't
Is that the
categorize.
conversation, though?
He's better than this nigga for sure.
Was
Dog,
Ewing
He
at his
averaged
best
triple
as
double
good
through
as
the
this?
whole
That's what I care about.
whole series, bro. He's averaging a triple double.
Right, but
Then
he
he's
got,
a
has never
two-way
been this
player.
good, bro. Respectfully.
it's not. It's Patrick Ewing was never this good. I agree with you, right?
Right,
Last
but
four-
what part? How can you say, yo, I'm gonna take this part of his career and this what qualifies him? You can't
What
do
you
that.
mean? Whoa! You're doing that. That's my.
No,
that's my
you did
point.
that. You said it's first 4, first 10. I don't give
Right.
a fuck if it was year 20.
Exactly.
This is some shit that's never been done. So he got to be in there.
No, right. So you just
Well,
took,
over the nigga.
but all you're counting is his last 5 years. You ain't counting the 5 years before that for Joker or the first 4 years for Joker. You're not. Because if you are, you would count Patrick Ewing's and you would say, nah, Joker didn't even play defense his first 4 years in the league. How can he be
That
the same?
don't matter. Your
I-
body.
hold on, hold on.
Body of work.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right.
You're
So
not.
then he has to. But that don't take nothing away because what he doing is his story. If that's the case, we gotta say like Jimmy Butler's top nothing. Because his first couple of careers, his first 4 years in the league, you don't ever do that to Jimmy Butler. First 5 years in the league, what his numbers look like?
And,
Niggas don't
I
do
will
that.
say
and who
this,
and
though,
who
Mel.
said Jimmy Butler's top 20?
I will
Nobody.
say this, Mel.
What are you talking about?
Fabian does this. Like with Kobe, he always says he wasn't that good in the beginning, like or in the first couple of years.
Right.
That's just his criteria. For me, I
Yeah,
care
that's
more,
the criteria, bro. That can't.
for me, I care more about how you are at your best, and Jokic's best is pretty amazing. You know,
I think y'all do. I think everyone, for the most part, they go for their peaks, and that's fine. That's a
More
different
so.
conversation. Yeah, I think that's what you're saying, Mel. Like at his Patrick Ewing at his peak, he wasn't as good. Come on, now, I ain't arguing that shit.
Right.
I ain't arguing that shit. But he did
So
play
then
against more
what?
competition.
I'm taking him.
So how your criteria goes? If he does it like his shit get lowered because the first couple of years he wasn't as elite as he is now.
Yeah,
So he
because
goes
you don't.
down in ranking.
No, it's
I
not
gotta-
even he wasn't as elite. He wasn't even like a thought of player. Like whereas some other guys have come in the league and they like that guy right away. Where Jokic is
True,
late
that's a lot
bloomer.
of players. True.
I don't blame him. I don't blame. Like I don't care honestly. He became insane. Like I really don't care.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But you have to give Mark Jackson and Pop a lot of credit for all of this because they allowed the big guys to shoot the 3-pointers. So that makes them more advanced than the old center that's playing right now. Guys wasn't shooting the 3-pointer like that. Larry Bird was one of the best shooters of all time. He shot what, three 3-pointers a game? These guys are shooting 10 and 9 a game. Dirk, all of them guys were shooting 10 and 9 a game. They revolutionized the game, man, for big guys to be relevant in these games instead of being a low post player.
But Jokic is a low post player. That's what I love about him. He can shoot the three and he dominates it. Like that. My thing of why Jokic is going to do it.
Hey, Dom, I'm sorry, Dom. But again, Patrick Ewing couldn't shoot the 3-pointer. That wasn't his game. It wasn't 3-pointers back there for them to shoot the basketball. So
Jokic don't take that many threes, though. Come on, y'all.
That's true.
I like out here shooting 5 or
When
6
he
threes
shoot,
a
he
game.
makes them.
He's not doing that.
That's true. He does make it when he shoots. But that's why I think we needed a center to break the mold of these centers who haven't won a championship as the best player since Shaq. We needed a guy that's able to, whoever's guarding him, he knows what to do. If that means stretch out the defense, he'll do that. But if it means pound guys inside, he does that. Pause. But he does that. He destroys them down low. I'm not even conscious like that, but all ball he be pausing himself. Jokic dominates.
Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I keep going in and out. So what?
My boy getting phone calls left and right.
Awesome. Turbo, you loving that? What are you eating? That taco or that chalupa?
My
You
boy
loving
Turbo
that?
eating good over there. Y'all see?
It's his birthday week, man.
Dom said a while ago.
Happy birthday, bro.
With Joker's
Thursday, right?
accolades, with Joker's accolades and how he plays, I'm telling you, man, this guy's going to have an opportunity if he does what I think he can do if the organization does it right and keep the right players around him. Listen, man, if this guy gets 3 rings, 3 Finals MVPs, and he just keeps his 2 MVPs, don't even get another one, he has an opportunity to crack the top 10. I'm sorry, I know nobody want to hear that.
Absolutely, but that's a lot of rings. 3 rings and 3 Finals
No,
MVP. That's a lot. That's 2
no,
more.
it's not. No, it's
and that's
not.
2 more
He's
years
about
at a
to,
high level.
yeah, he about to get 1 and 1
LeBron,
tonight.
I mean, Kobe.
No, I know, but
I
that's
mean-
still. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen. Like they're not going to be able to retain because this new CBA garbage. They don't want dynasties. So like Bruce Brown is probably walking away this summer. He's getting real money, which is going to be sad for Denver. It's going to be a big loss. So
So then, Dom, you making his point even greater.
yes, but he has to win 3 rings. That's very difficult.
Yeah, but if you, it's harder. That's what makes Brady and Belichick. It gives them some credence. It was smart for them to take less money in the NFL, for them to contend that long. If Joker wins and you're really the only guy on your team, and you win 3 in a row, something like that, now we're talking about 2 more seasons.
3 in a row.
That's what he's saying.
That's
2 more years if he wins 2 more championships and 2 more MVPs. That's a different category.
Yeah,
Y'all
that's a
know
little
what I
premature
just
right now.
noticed, right? A lot of young people that's getting out of high school is going overseas. If y'all noticed that.
No, it's true. And I
boss man, I'm only muting you because of the win.
I'll see. Different over there, bro. It's a different
wherever
ball
boss
over
man,
there.
wherever boss man is, it looks like very nice nature, very green.
Hey Dom, he in the hood. Hey Dom, don't let it fool you. He in the hood.
Where is the hood? Is it green?
It's
green.
half and half. New York is half and half.
I would have said I didn't know there was that much greenery in New York except for Central Park.
So Queens is like that. Uptown is crazy too.
Oh man,
the Bronx has a lot of forest. Yeah,
hell yeah,
a lot of green. Dom, you would like the green in the Bronx.
You said something about me. You said something about me, Dime. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying the place that you're driving, it looks very like woodsy and nice.
Oh, it is, man. So just to give you a little heads up, I like to drive. So this is my therapy right here. I don't smoke nothing, none of that crazy stuff. I don't knock nobody that's doing it. But I like to drive. I like to meditate and think about a lot of things. So I'm going to pick up myself from upstate. So I don't mind driving, man. I love it.
You better go pick up E?
Huh?
You better go pick up E?
Say that one more time.
You better go pick up Ethan?
Yes. Yeah,
he down there with my mans from Buffalo.
Oh, okay. But I'm not going that far. It's only a half an hour away. That's when I go pick him up from school. That's 5.5 hours, man. I don't mind taking the drive. I love driving.
I'm about
funny.
He in Plattsburgh.
It's funny, boss man says that because I hate driving with a passion. Like it's totally untherapeutic for me. The sitting down gives me like I stand up what I talk during the podcast because it just takes my energy away. But I don't. After 2 more seasons though, Dime Dropper, 2 more rings. Let's say another finals, another MVP. Joker's cracking your top 20, top 25 easily. That's KG's not that, right?
Well, I already said I may have to already. I was saying in the history chat, I'm gonna put him above Dirk and Kevin Garnett after this ring. That's a hot take, but I'm more impressed. But I didn't see KG with Minnesota at 0-4.
Hey Dom, I've been said that he win this ring. I'm putting him over Giannis, KG, and Dirk.
Yeah, and that's big praise.
Why over Dirk though?
Because here's my counter argument. I'll tell you why. I think that Jokic is a more well-rounded player. One, I think that he impacts the course of the game a lot more than Dirk did. Dirk was a better closer, no doubt about it, and even you can maybe say a better scorer. But Jokic is one of the best top 5 to 10, I'd say, offensive players we've ever seen. And his title run, as great as Dirk's was, like overcoming odds, Jokic has dominated every single series massively. Like if you go back and I watched the 2011 finals again last year and the thing. I'm not knocking Dirk at all, but the fact that I don't want to make it seem like he did that all by himself. That team's defense was so good. They got a lot of contributions, and then when it was time to close, Dirk shut the door. Like he was amazing. But I think Jokic's impact over the course of a game is greater, and he hasn't had the lows that Dirk has had yet. Maybe those are coming later, but I don't know if they will. So that's my argument for Jokic. I think when you watch him play, I think he impacts the game more. I think his title run is more dominant, and Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I'm not saying nobody's wrong for picking Dirk. Off one ring, 1v1, and with everything Dirk has done, I'm not even tripping on saying Dirk's better.
But hold on. But Dom, hold on. Let me say this. Let's this is what I'm saying. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the second round, he beat KD and Devin Booker, and he swept LeBron and Anthony Davis. Listen, man, ain't nobody really like saying that. Like that's tough, man.
I know it is, but here's my if you were to argue for Dirk's side, you could say he beat Brandon Roy and Aldridge, and then he beat Kobe and Powell and swept them and ended their three-peat quest and basically ended Phil Jackson's career. And then they beat KD, Russ, and Harden, and they beat LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. Like I will say,
that's what I was going to ask. Yo, Don Job, I was just about to ask that. Is y'all taking Dirk ring? Is y'all taking Joker ring over Dirk ring?
We gotta do it. We gotta do it like do it by Fab shit.
Because they both beat LeBron.
Dirk first 8 years compared to Joker's first 8 years.
I like that. I think Mel's learning fast, man.
Say it again, Fabian.
Mel said
not Fabian. Mel. Say it again. Say what you just said, Mel.
Go ahead, Mel.
He said we gotta compare Dirk's first 8 years to Joker's first 8 years.
Well, then Jokic is gonna win.
We're not doing that.
Jokic's gonna get this ring.
We're not doing that.
And Dirk didn't get his MVP till year 9, so that would mean that Jokic wins in that.
Right, he got his ring gear. He got his MVP.
We're not doing that though.
But what year was it when he won the chip?
13.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why you can't just take a certain part of somebody's career, bro.
Nah, but I think remember Dirk was dominant sooner than Joker, so that's why he's in the conversation. Like he's not. Yeah, remember he went to 2 championships. So and he's as a number 1, and he lost at All-Star. So it was Steve Nash. So there's a lot to Dirk that's great, but I could see why with Joker. Remember when it was time for him to in crunch time in the playoffs this year, I was challenging him. Yo, I seen Dirk. I seen guys like that, Patrick Ewing. I seen him not show up in the Western Conference Finals, not show up in the championship. Joker's beyond not showing up. He's killing, and they're winning, and he's dominant. And without defense.
And even the last 2 years. Oh, what did you say, Turbo?
If Joker wins a championship, as far as big man, I got him ahead over. I'm putting him ahead of David Robinson. Joker wins, I'm putting him ahead of David Robinson. Now, if he can win two more rings, he definitely could crack the top. He's definitely cracking the top 5. He's definitely got a chance to be a top 5 center of all time, for sure. Now, as far as overall
you gotta
as
name them,
big men,
name top 5 centers.
Of course, Kareem, Shaq, Elijah Wan. I'll put David Robinson for now.
I'll put
I'll give Moses that spot. I'll give Moses that spot.
You put him over Bill or Wilt, Turbo?
Who Joker?
David Robinson.
I will put David Robinson.
Hold on.
In the top 10.
Hold on, Turbo. Name them 5 you just said.
No particular order. Kareem, Shaq, Olajuwon, David Robinson. I said Hakeem, right?
Yeah,
that's 4.
And Moses. I'm gonna put Moses.
My 5 is the 3.
No, Wilt?
Wilt in them is in my top 10. I respect them, but I didn't really see them. I'm only putting the guys that I've seen.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but Will and them are respectively they're in the top 10. I was just only going with guys that I've seen because Moses was still playing in the 90s.
That's crazy.
What's so crazy about it?
He was a machine. He came in the league in the mid-70s, played in the ABA one season. He was a defensive monster.
Artist Gilmore.
Artist Gilmore, another guy who brought up the other day. In the ABA, he killed defensive machine. He's not gonna get his props because his ABA career, which is never talked about. So that's why we need guys like Jason Levin jumping in here more often, Don, because that's the guy that can really break down. Like with Zay, Zay gonna go crazy. We're gonna have to mute him.
Jason would leave though. If Zay was up to his stuff, he would leave. Like Jason won't have any patience for that stuff.
But I would love for him to just shit on Zay, because you need that. You need people to have that opinion and learn the hard way.
What a waste of life. Like, what if he just starts getting super personal?
That's what. But because remember, he would be disrespecting a whole bunch of people that he covered. Like he was out, like when he told me he was out there with you know who he said he seen Boss Man. He seen he waited for Walt Clyde Frazier to come out of a dry cleaners to go crazy over him in front of his Cadillac on Broadway or something like that in New York City. So his stories are crazy. So he's a basketball fan like that, and he covers the ABA, which is never ever talked about. So a lot of these centers that we're talking about Wilt and Kareem, Wilt and Bill Russell playing in black and white. ABA don't even have enough coverage.
That's facts. Wait, I don't know why Flea is saying this. Who do we mention that's not good? Artis Gilmore's not good?
Just because we know.
I'll take Artis Gilmore over Victor Zubats tomorrow, even at his age right now. No, I'm just kidding. I like Zubats, but he'd get shit on by Artis Gilmore in his prime. What are we doing?
Just because we know, right? Because that's the only way. I think that's the purest way to argue Joker versus anybody from any era. He got the MVPs, Finals MVP, and the championships. You go, okay, so he must have been really good and gotten these personal accolades and team accolades to be the number one guy on your team. You got to compare him to the other number one guys who have achieved Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year.
This is
crazy. Who can you compare to that?
That's nuts. I've never heard that take before. Average at best. Where are we getting this? You can't just make the All-Star team and not be good.
Little by little, Boss Man, they're going to trigger a dime dropper. Who you said, Boss Man?
Well, I'm talking about the centers back then to the present. Who was getting MVPs back there in the regular season? Not too many.
Right. Well, no, in the 70s. Moses and Kareem in the 70s.
Wes
Moses, Kareem, and Wilt.
Jokic or Wes Unseld?
Wes Unseld got his MVP. That's crazy.
He's not a fringe.
And Wes Unseld was 6'9".
Stop. What are we doing here, man? Come on. I thought you were better than that. 6-time All-Star. You won an MVP. We're not talking fringe All-Stars. We're talking an MVP of the ABA, and we're taking he was okay. He was like 7'3".
And he was all NBA.
Oh, I can't wait to pull up the film. He's a rookie next year, Fabian, in my studies. He's a rookie, so we're going to pull up the film.
In the dime machine, Artis is the best center in Bulls history. We're talking about before the Bulls, Evan.
But Evan Archer.
He played with the Spurs. He played with the ABA. Jesus Christ.
Bossman, you watch him play?
Huh?
You watched him play?
Wow.
Absolutely. I'm 59 years old.
You know better than us. How good he was. Because Flea's saying he's average.
This man was a beast on the board. Defensive player, run the floor. He wasn't no super fast guy, but to be a 7'3" guy running the court like that with the Spurs and the Bulls, blocking shots, rebounding, dunking everywhere. Oh, it was all. I mean,
Zach, yeah.
He wasn't the.
Go ahead, Boss Man. My fault.
No, it's okay. But yes, he was good, man. Very good. Very, even in the ABA, when he played in the ABA against Dr. J and who else he played against? What was the guy named? Gervin, all them guys. Because all them guys, remember, all them guys came from the ABA to the NBA. They started merging. NBA bought them out.
I'll give you fringe all-stars, Flea. Bill Bradley, Dick Barnett, John McLaughlin. These are fringe all-stars, not Artis Gilmore. That's crazy.
You know what I figured out this year, gentlemen?
Z.
What's up, Zach?
Zach, my boy.
What's up?
Zach.
Why is there? Hold on.
The Brazilian guy.
There we go.
The Brazilian.
You know what I figured out? I forgot to turn the YouTube off. You know what I figured out over this last year? One, let people talk long enough, they'll start to reveal what they really are.
That's true.
Two, what I've learned with basketball in a certain generation, and it's not just basketball in general, we don't respect history at all. And then the last thing I've learned, people want to equate how they looked then to how they will play like that now, which further tells me we don't understand and don't respect greatness. Because if somebody is great then, they have the intangibles to be great today with the modern technology, the shoes, everything. And I just can't have these conversations with generations that's younger than me anymore that think it's cool to say stuff like this. This is crazy. This
Wait,
is crazy.
wait.
Nothing about this makes any sense to say this about Artis Gilmore. Or I tried to tap in earlier, and Zay was talking crazy about Bill Russell. Like, I just don't understand the point of that with this younger generation. I don't get the disrespect, and maybe those of us who are older, because I'm kind of in that, the people in their 50s and 60s, we didn't do a good job. Those of us in our 40s, 50s, and 60s, having people respect history, because those comments is just crazy and weird to me, and I wasn't raised like that. I just wasn't.
Don't put me in the conversation, man.
I don't think it's a generation. I mean,
because Bleeds is young.
I don't think it's a generational thing, Z. I don't think it's a generation thing. Like you said, I think niggas just don't respect history at all.
No, it is more than ever.
It's not. But hold on. Because look, Beloved was on here the other day and saying Magic Johnson would have been Ricky Rubio today.
Yeah, but
he's 40. And he's 40.
But he hates
40,
Magic.
bro.
But what I'm saying is, Mel, what I'm saying is, my background.
Yeah.
We could even take social media. We let a woman get on camera and talk bad about Dr. Martin Luther King. That kind of stuff didn't take place when we was growing up.
I never seen that.
There's a time and place for everything, bro. Whether that's your opinion or not. You gave elders and people the benefit of the doubt because they accomplished things. And you know what's crazy? None of us talking, including myself, accomplished even anything. And we talking about greats like this. Other greats don't even talk about greats like this.
I said that. Mumba, hold on, Mumba, I said that. Mumba, I said when it was about people who never did nothing, and you might be disrespecting Melo more than LeBron would. And you never been anywhere a foot on the NBA floor. It's crazy, bro. I said that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, but I think again, someone like if Zay truly feels like that, I've heard Mel go crazy and then backtrack because we show him. Mel's one of these guys that he'll go crazy. He feels strongly.
Mel is much more level-headed than Zay. I'm telling you.
1,000%. And
I'm rolling.
And Dom will be like, let's check out Sam Jones, the most clutch player in Boston Celtics history, because Bill Russell will tell y'all never won without him. And then we look at his the footage.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. I shouted out Sam Jones, okay?
Good.
Let's give the
Bernardo wants his respect now.
Yes.
Mel, you're gonna stop giving Dom all that credit. Bernardo was telling you he studied history.
Dom sent me some footage.
I did. I sent him a picture.
He sent me the footage.
That's
why Dom got it a little more. Sorry, Mr. Bernardo.
Sorry, Mr. Brazil.
No, but listen.
But I think
go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that's the point of it about this platform. I don't if you go too far and you're too argumentative about anything, I think you should be able to push back. There's a smart way to do anything. There's a right way to do the wrong thing. So if you go too far, that's when we all go we get turned off by it. We don't want to be Skip Bayless where it's you're clearly looking for anything to hate on LeBron. I don't want that. But at the same time, let's say right now, Flea was going off about Artis Gilmore. What if he's genuinely interested in and he's stuck in a position where he's like, all right, well, who the hell is he really? He came at this point in time in the NBA, yada yada. I think a lot of us weren't privy to knowledge at one point, and we may have been arrogant about it, and we should be allowed to be challenged. But I wouldn't have got on here
and said he's average at best either. An inquiring mind will ask questions. You wouldn't say things like that, Flea. You just wouldn't.
Flea was
and then look,
why
and then
you guys speaking so? You would say, why are you speaking so highly about him? Because I picture him like this. What am I missing? I didn't know about his ABA career. What was he prior to the Bulls? What was he like in college when what school he went to in Florida? Don?
Jacksonville.
Yeah, went to Jacksonville. Didn't they make the Final Four?
I'm not sure yet. I actually don't know that.
I think they made the Final Four, almost won the championship or whatever. To me, that's where it is. And this is no shot at Flea because I got love for Flea. I've been on Flea's flat platform. I love what Flea do. But as somebody that has a degree on my wall in the basement for history, I'm a historian, it bothers me when I hear the comments about people from the past that did great things, whether you don't think they good or not. At least honor the fact that man, since we're talking basketball, accomplished something that very few people have accomplished in the sport, period. That's all I'm saying.
Can I
you know what I think?
Can I do the?
Wait, let me.
Can I do the Artis Gilmore stats?
Well, one second, Bernardo. Let Mel get his ADHD off real quick.
Yeah.
So and then we got him free.
Even when Dom say it, sometimes Dom be like, "Yo, go watch footage or go watch this person. This go watch the person." I always say it, like, it's not the same when you see them live. It's not the same when you're there. So when a nigga could watch a highlight or watch games for a couple of minutes, it's not the same when you're there. And that's part of the reason why people
I would
him
never
too.
hold on. I'm gonna jump in real quick. I would never feel disrespected by anybody on this screen right now because we all got an opinion on the game of basketball. That's number one. We all watched the game. Some of us played it, some of us didn't. Some of us played it at a higher level, some of us didn't. So if there's a criteria on speaking the game of basketball, and all of us need to get off the screen. That's number one. Number two, if we're going to have real conversation, we can have real conversation. Me personally, I don't think Artis Gilmore was that good. That's just me. I'm speaking on him specifically. I'm not going to disrespect the game because I consider myself an historian as well. But we get into these conversations of paying homage to all the old school players to validate if we know the game or not. I don't give a fuck if you know a billion names from the 1960s. You got to be able to talk the game and know what you're talking about with the game of basketball. So that's all I really wanted to say. I don't feel slighted or disrespected by anybody. This is all love. We talk the game. Love Zach, love Dom, love everybody on the screen. But there ain't no criteria. If there's a criteria, then all of us need to jump off the screen. That's just. I just wanted to say that.
We would disagree then, because I feel like there should be a criteria when we have conversations in general.
I want to hear your reasoning.
Come on the screen and
Can
say
I
that
just give the
somebody that
context?
accomplished stuff that we know they accomplished, and just say they was average.
Why do you think he wasn't that good though? I need to hear that. You need to have. We got to talk hoops. We got to give a reason.
We were talking about where we measure. The conversation started with Joker. We were talking about where we measure Joker. And then these names start coming out like Artis Gilmore. I'm not going to put Artis Gilmore on the same level as Joker. I'm not going to do that. And that doesn't diminish what I know about the game of basketball.
That's not what you said, though, Flea. That's not what you typed.
Yo,
you said Zach, you wasn't here 10, 15 minutes prior to that conversation. So that's where the conversation derived from.
Artis Gilmore was average at best. That's his beef. Artis Gilmore's average at best.
He can have a beef
for his
about
time
that
period.
All I want. I just expounded on where the conversation started from and where I was coming from.
I get it. I get the energy. I get the passion. But the same way we're saying, because Mel put this in proper context. What really started with Zay. Bill Russell ain't play nobody. Well, Joker ain't play nobody. So now how can you really measure that? Oh no, he's nicer than Bill Russell. How can you really measure that if the competition is lower? One, two, the one accolade that we all acknowledge is Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Years, MVP, championships. So Joker's definitely in that conversation right now. Artis Gilmore is in these conversations. That's why he was brought up, I think. So the question now for you is, do we take back was Artis Gilmore average at best, Flea?
I'm standing on what I said. I'm standing on what I said. Like, ain't nobody about to walk me back because they're gonna tell me I ain't play in the NBA, so I can't say Artis Gilmore.
Nobody
said
that. I just felt like that kind of comment to a guy that has an MVP was kind of disrespectful. You could think he's not on the level of Joker. That's a whole nother conversation I wasn't privy to.
The banter behind that is coming from the fact that I don't think he's on Joker's level. So
okay, well, what do you think about Will Chamberlain, Flea?
Can I have
Go
my
ahead,
say
Bernardo.
just a second? I agree with Flea in the sense that I don't think Joker and Artis Gilmore are in the same level. I think Joker's a better player.
I wouldn't say that either, to be clear. Like, I wouldn't say that either.
No.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that either.
Hold on. Bernardo trying to get this off, Zach. Hold on.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to read the stats for a second. Artis Gilmore in the ABA, 22, 17, 3.5 blocks, 55% from the field. Artis Gilmore in the NBA.
I gotta watch, y'all.
Okay.
In his prime. He was 19, 11.5 with 2 blocks, shooting 60% from the field. Like, I understand he was not one of the greatest players, like one of the top 30 greatest players of all time. But for his time, he was not average. Like, he was definitely not average.
Well,
that's all.
Sadly, Flea never backed it up. He got to leave beforehand. But
to me, Dime, and I would have said this if he was here, I wanted to say this. It's not even about backing it up. It's not about criteria. All he had to simply say was, I don't think he's on Jokic's level, but I was wrong about him being average at best. That's growth.
Look, I'm gonna tell you guys how my thing started, right? So like I'm from this generation. Like I grew up with when I first started getting into basketball when I was 7 years old, playing at school every day. I got a couple of DVDs like Hardwood Classics, Charles Barkley, Hakeem, Jordan, like a lot of the 90s and 80s guys. Started watching, respecting the history of the game. And I used to watch like the games on ESPN Classic and stuff, like every time they were on in the summer, because I wanted to see like what happened before I was alive. And there came a point where I could name every finals from 80 onwards, like who played in it, who won. And I felt like I knew everything I needed to know about the history of the game. And I was really wrong about that. Because like I would see random games on just like Mel saying, right? You see a random game. Like let's say I go home today and on NBA TV, they're showing game 4 of the 87 finals. But you just watch that one game. You don't really get to see the big picture of things. You don't get to see how the series went before, what Magic was doing that entire regular season, the narratives, the context. That goes missing. So that's why I started my journey. And the way I got put on was my friend Will Johnson. He played at Oregon with Peyton Pritchard and Troy Brown and Bobo. His grandpa, Marcus Johnson, the Marcus Johnson.
Oh,
he
wow.
used to say the same thing. He used to say dudes couldn't dribble with their left, all this. And I was like, you low-key right. Like they were good for their time, but everybody's better now. I used to say the same thing. And then he told me that the dribbling rules and how, it was carrying and then the offensive foul stuff. And then I started watching the games. And now I totally see the game from a way different lens. Like I could not watch games before the 80s when I was a kid. I could only watch 80s and 90s only, and then the modern game. But now I can see, like I don't look at what moves they're doing. I see how tight your handle is. That's what I look at in the 60s and 70s. And then after that, it's just basketball. Like they move the ball, they rebound, they pass. I see whose instincts are better. So now I see that game from a way different lens. And now I see that they were still really good. They're still really good. The game just looks aesthetically different. And once you get past the aesthetic differences in the game, then you can kind of start evaluating them at their time. And then like what would they do now? Like when you learn the game 60 years difference, like it's so impossible to compare. You know what I mean? So one thing that translates in every era is your feel for the game. Like if you're better than those that played against you, I have no reason to believe you won't be better mentally than those that played after you. Like John Havlicek, like I have a hard time believing that you put him in another era, he's still not quicker to loose balls, better cutter than other guys, has a knack for a big occasion, has better endurance.
Good defender.
Him. So like that's my thing. That's how I started evaluating. And now I feel like my basketball mind has been sharpened. It's not that I'm just trying to give old school players love. It's because I genuinely believe that they were that good. And they just look like a different kind of good. So
hey, that's what you just said was what I was getting at when I say greatness is what greatness is. Do you think for a slight, like, let's just be, I think it's just natural. This is how I think. And maybe that's the struggle I have sometimes. Everybody don't think the same way. But to think that Bob Cousy wouldn't dribble better with the rules being different today, like, it's insane to me. I don't know why people think that Cousy will come up in 2018 dribbling like this when you had to keep your hand on top of the ball. And the reason why I could say that is because I'm the last era. And one changed all of this. When I was coming up, you couldn't put your hand on the side of the ball. This is the 80s, early 90s. It's an automatic carry. There was no hezzo. There was no, as we call in Chicago, it wasn't no hezzy. It was about how quick and how sharp your handle was. That's why you get Isaiah Thomas, a Tim Hardaway. And then you kind of push the boundary a little bit. But it wasn't until AN1 that all this stuff became legal. Now, I will also show perspective and say, yeah, the guys got more quicker and athletic, so it was also a natural progression to the game. But in my opinion, I think that you'll have to be some type of, I don't know how to say it, fool, to think that Cousy would show up and wouldn't benefit from dribbling today when he was a phenomenon. He was one of the best ball handlers, him and Marcus Haynes for his era. Marcus Haynes dribbled the same way as Cousy. You don't think they'd be good ball handlers today?
I got to disagree with all that because for one, I don't want it to be a because I don't want it to be a PBS special where we're just gonna rant and rave about the past. Like that's Flea's point.
No,
so automatically
what I said.
Hold on. I totally let you talk. I totally let you talk.
What I said.
I'm not missing nothing. I'm saying what you're saying is legit. They were legends in their time. They were on top of their game. That's crazy. That's great. But at the same time, this can't just be a total, we're gonna bow down to everything that happened in the past. I don't know if Bob Cousy would have been great in this era. That's an assumption. That's a great assumption because seemed like he was a great mind. But you can look at the field goal percentage, stuff like that. You can throw whatever you want at me, all you want to. But the fact of the matter is, we give Bob Cousy for being Bob Cousy in that era. We got to give Kyrie Irving his props for being Kyrie Irving in his era. That's where we start. We start sliding people. Oh, Bob Cousy would have been. I don't know that. I don't know. I know everybody will have to alter their game, no matter what era you played in. Kyrie Irving will have to alter his game in the 60s. And we love that, but we don't say that about Bob Cousy. I don't know if he could shoot like Kyrie Irving or these other guys to stay in the era. So again, that's what Flea's saying. Like, I don't want to just pay homage just to pay homage. That's wrong. That's number one. And number two, I don't want to turn into a PBS special where it turns into somebody can't have a passionate, wrong assumption or a wrong idea. Maybe he is dead wrong, or maybe he's dead right, and we don't know. And he didn't have enough time to explain it to us. So I don't that part. I'm never gonna be with. I'm never gonna be with just shunning anybody's idea because I'm not God. I refuse to just like, even as passionate as I am right now, I'd rather, hey, boss man, Turbo, Don, Bernardo, Mel, somebody combat me because that's social. We're social creatures. We're not animals. We don't dictate none of this shit. So I want us to be passionate about whatever we feel. I want you to be able to counter it. I want Flea to feel comfortable being themselves, even if it feels that passionate. I really don't think it's that hard. I think we get too caught up in ourselves sometimes. I do it too. We got to recognize that.
I feel like there's a couple of things that bother me in this conversation about the past and future and comparing the past and the present. The first thing, we pick and choose what we want to, like when we want to apply certain principles. So, for example, I've never seen somebody say that.
Back, fellas. I'll tap in with y'all later. I'll check y'all later. I'll see y'all later.
All right, sir.
We seem to draw kind of like arbitrary lines throughout the ages that aren't really there. So, like, I think the only true line that I would accept drawing is merger, post and pre-merger. Like, I would accept differentiating analysis of players post and pre-merger because if before the merger there was competition between leagues. But the thing for me is, I think the main situation, the main thing that we are analyzing here is two things. The first one is the talent pool. Today there are more players available to play basketball because basketball is a more famous sport. There are more people on Earth in general. So the talent pool naturally is bigger today, which technically means we could have more high-level talent. But it also means that we have more shitty players getting into the NBA. Like in the 1960s, only the top of the top of the top of the best players could get into the NBA because there were less teams in. That is true. Mathematically, that's
true at all.
It's
only
not a fact.
Because discrimination. Spots in the NBA. You know how many basketball players there is?
Okay. Post 1965, 1966, and then into the 70s, there were less teams, less available spots on the NBA overall. So the selection was like the less players could get in. That's a mathematical fact. After
that, don't mean those niggas was the best athletes and best basketball players in the world at the time too. At the same time,
right? So people
remember back in the day, you couldn't get in the NBA just as if you was just in the ABA. If you had an ABA tag on you couldn't even get in the NBA. That don't mean you was trash.
No, you could get in the NBA.
No, you couldn't have. Back in the day,
go ahead.
No, you couldn't have. My high school coach played in the NBA. He said, "Yo, I didn't make the team because I had the ABA tag on me." ABA, that was like competition. Like, so if the NBA
ABA tag on me,
it means like because you played in the NBA, they didn't respect the ABA. They thought it was like something like.
You're saying he got blackballed.
All the players did it. It wasn't just one person. It was a thing, right?
But there were players
some of them
that
guys was better than the guys that was in the league.
No, that's facts. In the ABA,
now, and now even before that, because that's arbitrary, whatever, Bernardo. The point is this. I don't know if, and we could all speak to this from New York. Boss man's from the same area. I don't know if you ever heard of a guy named Pee Wee Kirkland who turned down going to the NBA because he made more money elsewhere. I just say leave it at that. You think he's the only guy? And then dig even deeper. There was a quote on the amount of black people per team back then, Dom Dropper.
But that is the first half of the 60s.
Yeah, he's right. The first half of the 60s.
Okay, so now if you're dealing with an organization that already is limiting the amount of your people that are allowed in there, how turned on are you going to be to play in that? You understand? So the access to the NBA is never as big as it was now, but there was a limit to it back in the day. So again, when we talk about talent, we have like there's a lot of 60s talent. I ain't talking about, and I always say this, sound like a broken record. Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain, I ain't talking about them. Those are 7-foot guys. They were going to be the cream of the crop no matter what. But there's a lot of guards and perimeter players that did not make the NBA in the 60s because of everything we just spoke about. So when we say they had a chance after that, those were the best players at that time period, it was not. They even had the Eastern American League back then in the 1960s before the ABA. That's what it's called, Don?
I think so.
But what I'm talking about, sometimes I hear people making those arguments about guys like Sam Jones, Havlicek, Jerry West, Oscar Robertson. Like if you watch them play, if you pull up the tape and watch them play, they don't look that much different from players from right now. Like Sam Jones was a legit 2 guard that could get his own shot, fade away middies and so on. Like he was a legit modern player. And sometimes I watch people say this, just like throwing a blanket over. No, he's from the 60s. He must be trash. And don't like. That's what, like you said, some players you watch and say, okay, probably this guy wouldn't be he wouldn't be able to shoot, wouldn't be able to dribble. He's too small. But some guys, they're just like good. They're just like fucking good.
Dude,
you know.
The main thing, Bernardo, with that is just the dribbling looks wildly different. So people will automatically dismiss them because of the pronated handle. But his shooting, his movement without the ball, like all that stuff is modern as hell. Like Sam Jones is a great shooter. I mean, it's very, very obvious to see it, but it's the dribbling that kids can't get past. I couldn't for a while until I had it explained to me.
Jerry West, like if you watch Jerry West play, Jerry West was an amazing shooter. Like one of the greatest we've ever seen.
You weren't alive when we had to show Mel, like Jerry West moved. His moves were like Jordan. It's not going to be exactly like Jordan, but the pump fake, the jab step, it was like, this is the same. There's no difference because they learned the principles and fundamentals of basketball. But at the same time, I can understand, like when they do, like Zay's a guy like that comes on here, he'll make that statement, Bernardo. He'll like make a blanket statement, and we laugh at him too. But again, he should not allowed to say that. This is America, bro. Like, what are we talking about right now?
Whatever.
Yeah, and we should be allowed to laugh about this shit. But how else you gonna learn?
Like prohibits.
There's nothing to learn from statements like that. I'll tell you that.
No, but that's what this turned into. Like, you can't say that. You can't say Artis Gilmore was just average. How do you know? Average maybe in this era. Like maybe he phrased it wrong or whatever, but I could definitely make that argument. Maybe I'm an argumentative person. I get all that, but I could see where Flea's coming from in a sense. Like, yo, hold on a second. I'm learning basketball, and I don't think he would be as great as Joker. Period. Now argue against me. You know nothing wrong with that. Stephen A. Smith always got to make millions of dollars doing the same shit.
The funny thing about Artis Gilmore is 7'2" and a hell of an athlete. Like, we're not talking about a bum here. I didn't agree in this specific situation. Like, Artis Gilmore isn't the best example, in my opinion.
My only thing about Kuz is I don't say the whole he would be this and that today. I don't really care. It's 60 years difference. He has nothing to prove to me, but I can see how his handle is above everybody in his time. At the time he had the best handle of all time. He's definitely up until you can argue Oscar Robertson from what I've seen, but before Magic comes, he might be the best passer that we ever had at the time. His passing is translatable. You know what I'm saying? Like that don't leave. People still pass the ball, pass the round basketball today. He's incredible at it. So that's
you know what's the other exercise we can do? Like we recognize some players that were very good and could play today, and we recognize them, and then we go watch them playing against the other guys in the league back then, and we say no. So wait, that other guy could also hold his own against that player that we recognize could play today. So we can translate, like, if that second guy can hold his own against the first guy, maybe he's not that bad. And then you keep doing that, and you see, like, okay, maybe some players could get trashed by Wilt, and Wilt hangs 60 on them. But you can watch the other players like Nate Thurmond. Nate Thurmond, who held his own against Wilt all the time. So maybe Nate Thurmond could play today because he held his own against Wilt. And we can do the same with Jerry West. We can do the same with Oscar Robertson. And we can try to figure out some players back then were pretty good. Like but the problem is it takes effort. Like it takes time for people that didn't watch.
my thing is I have a lot of respect for NBA players because I've been around D1 guys and all that. And like I do think that there are some guys that slip through the cracks, like Bernardo said, and like Mela said on previous occasions. Like there are some guys that they're not actually that nice, but man, a lot of these guys are really nice, man. And I have the same respect for the guys in the past as well that made the NBA. Man, it's tough to make the NBA. So many people that want to play this game, and when you make it to me. And if you can stay in the league, that's even more impressive.
Beloved, what's up, beloved?
No wife beater today.
Peace to the black people in America. Bernardo, I have a special surprise for you. I've dedicated my first champion Summer League. I'm dedicating my first Summer AAU championship to you. We won the championship yesterday for 15U. And I have a special T-shirt that I'm gonna mail to you when you give me your address in Brazil. I got you an extra T-shirt. Boss man and Fabian, thank you for coming through to show support. I appreciate y'all. Y'all
Beloved, just so you know, today is Valentine's Day in Brazil. Okay, I'm not kidding. By the way.
Oh,
it's
what a
100%
special.
true.
That is my gift to you, Bernardo. My first championship for the summer, and hopefully many more.
Thank you very much, beloved. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
So Bernardo, he didn't even hint at giving me a
Congratulations.
T-shirt, a headband. He didn't give me nothing. Not even nothing. Not even what? Nothing. It's a basketball signature. Nothing. Not even his phone
Me
number.
neither. I came to the game too.
Nothing,
Mel
Mel.
was me. Dime Dropper. Me and Mel went to all the prime street ball facilities yesterday, and he was all on the east side because I live on the east side of Harlem. So I saw Mel about 3 times yesterday, and he came and supported. He saw the comeback effort that my boys made. They played with heart. They gutted it out, and I was so proud of them.
That's great, man.
Oh, he was on the east side yesterday. We were on. We stayed at Tri-State yesterday.
No. I was at Riverbank. Then Mel went to Black Rob Day. I got there too late, but I saw him in Kingdom.
Okay. Oh, that's ill.
Yeah,
that's ill.
But yeah, Mel was there for the whole game, and he saw my boys really try. We gutted the win out.
So, beloved, we were talking about basically paying homage to the past. Flea set up a firestorm. He said Artis Gilmore would be average at best. I guess it was, and Zach was just on here earlier saying that it was.
He didn't say he would be average at best. He said he was average at best.
No, he said you're right. Artis Gilmore was average at best. That's his opinion. But then Zach was just going back and forth about it, saying like basically like it's just it's disrespectful to say that when he was an MVP, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, like lacking the Bernardo said, the effort and learning about them. What do you think about that?
I think when people make that comparison, they just remember what they saw, how the person played then, and the style of game people played then, and they just transfer those skills and for what you have and what athletic ability you had, what basketball skills you had, and they just see how can it be transferable in today's game. And I don't think that it's like if you're asking me a question, my answer can't be disrespectful because that's my honest opinion. Now, if I go personal and I disrespect your game, that's when it becomes disrespectful. No one's saying he's a bum. No one's saying he wasn't a hawk. At that time, he was an MVP. With Artis Gilmore game right now, win them MVP honors in this day and age? The answer is no. But that answer saying no doesn't disrespect Artis Gilmore. He just played in a different time. The game was played differently, and that's it. That's not disrespecting Artis Gilmore. Disrespecting Artis Gilmore is saying he was a bum, he was a nobody, F his MVP. That's not a real accomplishment back then. That's disrespecting the game. Disrespecting him is saying things personal about him. So his opinion is not disrespectful. Like a lot of people, I think a lot of things will be transferable, and I think a lot of things won't be transferable. Do I think Bob Cousy will lead the league in assists for 4 straight years in this era? No, I don't think so. But that doesn't mean I'm disrespecting Bob Cousy. That's nothing. I'm not calling Bob Cousy a bum. People take this personal. Y'all taking it personal like you know these people. Like that's not disrespecting someone's game. I'm not saying he won't make the NBA. That's maybe when people say the person won't make the NBA, I think that's a little bit. That's going over the line. Like saying a person won't make the NBA, that's a little bit go over the line. I'm only rating his NBA game to today's NBA game. So I'm not gonna say they won't make the league or other things like that is a little bit over the top. But yeah, like I don't think that's a disrespectful statement saying, "Oh, this Gilmore won't win an MVP in this era." I mean, in the last 20 years. I don't think that's a far-fetched comment.
Yeah, I think he said it started off by saying Artis Gilmore was average at best. Joker would kill Artis. Which cut like I think we all went over that. Like, and with these rules this day and age, why isn't it possible? He's killing everybody else. I mean, that's the guy right now. Perennial all-star. How many all-stars does he have?
Rudy Gobert was one of the best centers in the league for a while. Like, why couldn't Artis Gilmore be better than Rudy Gobert?
Let me ask Beloved a question before we get into the cross era stuff. If somebody 40 years from now said that Dirk Nowitzki was average at his time, would you say that's disrespectful? Because it's not true.
No. I wouldn't say disrespectful. I wouldn't say no, because I would say at that time Dirk Nowitzki was an elite shooter. He had an elite mid-range game. He shot over 46% from three, 46% from the field. I say he was a way above average player, and his stats and his game showed it. And yeah, so I wouldn't. But that's not. But wait. But I wouldn't say that's disrespectful. I'm saying something you're saying is not true.
Correct. Okay, fair enough. But see, that's how people from the 70s that watch Artis Gilmore would respond when they hear that he was average when they saw him be a beast. And they
but they have the. But yes, but that's not the question. The question is was he dominant in the 70s? I would say somebody for I would.
Hold on. Beloved wasn't here, so he put it in the comment. Artis Gilmore was average at best because we were just going through all the centers of all time. So he just happened to comment.
Oh, I thought he meant would he be average at best now?
Right.
You can't even prove that.
Right.
Yeah.
No. But you can't prove that because I can't have him play now. But I can make educational guess about like okay, so he was if he got an MVP. He wasn't average at that time. No average player wins the MVP. I don't care what time in that time. If you win an MVP, you're the most valuable player. That's not an average. I don't. Maybe you should get him on. Well, whoever said, I don't know who said this. Maybe you got to let him verbalize it more than type it, because sometimes
he like stood on it weirdly.
Well, okay.
It's gonna be weird. What's gonna be weird is in 20 years, people here and will probably be arguing with 15-year-olds telling us that Reggie Miller and Ray Allen and Dirk Nowitzki weren't great shooters because of the 3-point volume or something. Yeah. Like, this is going to happen in our lifetime.
I was telling Zay, you're going to be in 20 years, they're going to be saying they played against SoundCloud rappers and podcasters, and he's going to be fighting for his life.
But I don't think was also.
But you understand, like,
No, I was going to say was just like we're used to that kind of talk, and it's like it's Flea. So Flea to me, I think he's just creating conversation. Like when you say something outrageous, I find it outrageous. It makes conversation. Like everything can't be like I said, a PBS special. Nah, fuck that. I want some real combo, and I want some energy. I want some real fucking passion, and it comes out like that. I don't want to have no bullshit.
But everything, like it comes around 360. Like in the next 10, like I'll say the next peak 10 years, like the game is going to cap itself. So athleticism is going to cap itself. There's not many more rule changes they can make, and they're not going to make a 4-point range. Do you understand? So eventually the game is going to cap itself, and then it's going to make a 360. The center is going to come back. A natural point guard is going to come back. Things like that are going to come back to the game because the game is going to cap itself to where it's almost a point of ridiculousness. So are you going to get to a point where you're going to have 260 to 230 games because you want to see entertainment? You're going to take defense out? No. The game is always going to cap itself at a certain point, and it go back to 360. Think about this. Drugs got into baseball. Home run balls got into baseball. That capped itself. And after that, those teams couldn't win no more. Now you have the Tampa Bay Rays, base hitting, base stealing, things like that. Then the purity of the game is always going to come back. You just got to ride it out to where the wave is.
So do you think?
To me, the best basketball I saw that I was enjoyable to me which was enjoyable. On my opinion, the best basketball that was enjoyable to me was 99 all the way to 2015. That was enjoyable basketball to me
Wow.
because the offensive excellence stood out, the defensive excellence stood out, team basketball stood out, and then you had dynasties, things like that stood out, but it wasn't it wasn't um it wasn't unwatchable. To me, the game was watchable because I like defense.
Hell
I
yeah.
like offensive skills. I like ball movement. I like toughness, things like that. But I didn't knock people for saying. But that doesn't mean I didn't like Phoenix Suns. That doesn't mean I didn't like the Suns. The Suns was one of my favorite teams at that point because I was like, yo, they're shooting 7 seconds or less. They pushing the ball. They got Joe Johnson. They got Amari Stoudemire. They got defensive players like Sean Marion. Like I was like, yo, these teams are like they evolving with the game. You understand? But like you gotta invent like what it's about what you like. But to be I don't think an opinion is disrespectful.
I think it could be. And I don't mind
I
it.
think
That's my thing.
I think it
Fuck
could be,
all that.
even though
Like just
But
stay
what makes it disrespectful?
because once you say Artis Gilmore was average. Once you say that, it's like, yo, dog, if he was standing right here, he would look at you like you're crazy. You know what I mean? So to me, it's disrespectful, but we're human. Say some disrespectful shit. It happens. That's my thing. And now you got to suffer the repercussions. I'm not saying you get shot or something like that. You're gonna get shot with words. No, this is why he's not disrespectful. He was an MVP, 4-time All-NBA, 4-time defensive player, 4-time All-NBA, all defense. Nah, he wasn't average.
Hold on. So wait a second.
This is the FS1.
I'm gonna show you right here. Look. Go ahead,
Fabian
Bernardo.
This is the FS1 executive inside Fabian speaking. Like he said, no, do the crazy hot takes because we need audience. We need people watching.
See, but I think the difference is like my bad, Don. The difference is someone like, let's say, All Ball. You could tell we can see the performative side of everybody. The difference is we sitting here and we're able to go back and forth about it. I'm not being a dick with Skip Bayless. There's a strategy for him to look that way. Shannon Sharpe can't even go back at him or he'd be fired. The point of the show is to make Skip formidable, and he really isn't. His points are like trash a lot of times. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, we need the drama, but in this new age, it's gonna be too much information out here for us to be stuck on like Artis Gilmore was average. We've been talking about this for 20 minutes. Me personally, I love it. I got Beloved to not wear a tank top, and now he's talking to me about 90 from the 99 era to 2015. I love that shit. Like that's
Bernardo,
my era actually.
Bernardo, you know what you call that? You call that body shaming.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you why, Bernardo. Don Draper is his body is like a gymnastics star, and Fabian is shaped like and Fabian is shaped like Gru from Despicable Me, and he has a big round middle and skinny legs.
Gymnastics star is too much praise for me, honestly. I don't know about that. But yo, I actually have a question though. This guy.
You ain't nobody ever call me Gru. So fuck you.
Bernardo, when you see Bernardo, when you see me, you'll see I'm very well proportioned and a very fit man. Also, Fabian, Mel has very strong legs. His calf muscles are always protruding, so I could tell he's a very high jumping guard. He looks like he has a Nate Robinson. He looks like he has a Nate Robinson type game. Dom Dropper. He has that stocky, like you'd have been successful at basketball and football type body.
I feel like go ahead, Mel.
Nah, I was saying that.
Valentine's
Remember when Blaze was up here last week? I'm like, yo, I used to be like dunking everything, and then like my game's changed now. Like, for me now, I'm like got more IQ. But he right, I was like, I don't know about Nate Robinson. I was more like a Baron Davis type.
Even better. No, I was gonna ask about the 99 to 2015 thing. So like, I think there's several like eras within that time. Like the early 2000s, like that's when you said I liked it. I mean, I love it too. Like I trust me, I love all eras of ball. But Fabian is one of the people that I've talked to that said like it was getting unwatchable. The scores were too low, whatever. And then they changed the rules. You know, they tried to make no hand checking or whatever, freedom of movement slowly, whatever. And then when I started getting in the ball,
that's when it changed.
That's what I'm saying.
Remember,
but
they used to have like Detroit and the Spurs.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That there's several eras.
So disrespectful.
Even within that 16-year time period. And then like when I started watching ball, like even by 06, like you had several players averaging 30. It wasn't like today, but you had several players averaging 30. The perimeter rules got way relaxed. Like if you go back and watch the 04 finals, that shit's like gridlock. Like you cannot even score. And in 06, Wade is getting by Tayshaun Prince like that and getting a foul call every single time. So like, but I still thought it was great basketball. And then the early 2010s is actually a very underrated era because like when we look back at the 2010s, there's the second half of the 2010s, a 3-point boom, pace and space, 4 out, 1 in, or 5 out. And then early 2010s, we still had 2 power forwards, but the threes were starting to slowly increase. That was a good time, man. Miami LeBron, like still had Kobe, Melo on the Knicks. That was some really good hoops at that time, early 2010s. But I was saying like that period is very broad because the game changed a lot even in that 16 years. You know, there's like different eras within that. Go ahead.
But I think you had a lot of the prior 16 years. The 16 years prior from 83 to 99, the game changed 2 or 3 times also. So that is just it's a lot of
83
it's a great time period.
83 is way faster, way more high scoring than the 99.
Right, and then we didn't have League Pass in the mid to late 90s because we would have been shitting on it like, yo, this is mad. Or maybe I don't know if we had Twitter and League Pass back then in the mid 90s. I don't know if we would have said, yo, it's too slow or whatever it was. But I know looking back on it when I watch those games, I go, this shit is not basketball, bro. Like I didn't want like when T-Mac being on Orlando by himself, like Grant Hill being hurt was like a mid 90s team. I hated that shit. Like that's what I'm worried about with the league now with Beloved. What Beloved is saying. It has to go back. Like hopefully Joker brings it back and he dominates so much they allow the big man to come back in the NCAA and the AAU because then if the big man comes back, you gotta bring a real point guard back. I think both traditional positions have disappeared, and we don't talk about that enough. But I don't know if it makes the ball game, but I just think like on Beloved's point, it was dope how we brought up the transition periods throughout those times.
Yeah, I started watching basketball in 07, in the 07 finals, and then actually in 08. But I watched a lot of basketball in the early 2000 and late to mid 90s. For me, what I miss a lot about the beginning of the 2010s and the end of 2020 of the 2000s decade is the diversity in team building. Like, cause if you look at the early 2010s, like you had the OKC team with 2 superstars, scorers, and not a lot of spacing. You had the Grizzlies, which were like, what the fuck is happening? 4 non-shooters in the court at the same time. High low with Gasol and Zebo at the same time, and then you have the Lob City Clippers. You had the beginning of the Warriors. You had the beautiful game Spurs. So you had a diverse array of teams playing a diverse array of 100%. Styles. And for me, like the 2016 postseason with those 3 straight series. First OKC Spurs, and then OKC Warriors, and then Warriors Cavs. For me, that was the pinnacle of basketball. And from then, it went downhill. Like from then, it went more and more 3-pointers, more and more spacing, every team looking the same. And for me, like, that's when it all went downhill. But then now, with Embiid and Jokic especially, like teams we need to have at least a center or 2 in their roster to combat them. Because, like, how do you guard Jokic with a 6'9" guy? It's impossible. We're watching this right now in the finals. Like Adebayo can't guard Jokic. He's 6'9". So I think I agree with Beloved and Dime. I think that the big man will start coming back. I am not that optimistic about the traditional point guard though, because I don't think we're going back from a point guard that can't score. I don't think that position comes back into the league. But the center position for absolutely sure. In the next 5 years, we will see an uptick in centers once again.
If you remember from like 2005 to 2010, every team that was some type of contender, they'll just grab any 3 centers so they know they had to come against Shaq. So they'll just put 3 centers on a roster. If you had any type of hope of playing in the championship, you made sure when you saw Shaq, you had 3 centers, especially the Western Conference team. They had 3 centers, so just to give those 12 to 20 fouls on Shaq, because you had to. So you had Kelvin Cato, Yao Ming, and Stromile Swift on those Houston teams. You know what I'm saying? So because you knew you needed to throw all type of big man looks to him.
You know what's interesting?
Portland have
Sorry,
go ahead.
And then after the Warriors dynasty started, like the centers were out of the league because every team had to have a switching center. Like they would have to be able to switch the Steph Draymond pick and roll, and then teams started throwing their centers out. And now Jokic comes, and that's how it rolls basically.
You know, it was funny. I was watching a clip that popped up on my YouTube feed about it was Chuck's debut on Inside the NBA, and it was the 2000-2001 season opening night, and they're talking about what Beloved was saying about how, like, you know, you just need bodies to throw at Shaq. And it was funny, their predictions were hilarious. Everybody picked the Lakers to win the title, which happened, so it was pretty predictable. And then they were all saying, because Mutombo at that point, I think he was going to leave Atlanta. So, like, whatever team Mutombo goes to, if he lands on an East team, that's going to be the favorite to come out of the East. And they were right. Charles was right what he said, because the second the Sixers got him, they went to the championship. But I just thought that was kind of interesting. That
Who was that big man over there in Philly? It was Mutombo, Tom McCullough, and who's the third big man?
Theo Ratliff?
Ratliff got traded. Ratliff got traded or got hurt.
Yeah, right.
Ratliff goes to Atlanta for Mutombo. Yeah. So
he got hurt
Was it Mutombo and McCullough?
Matt Geiger?
Matt Geiger. Oh yeah, that was young Matt Geiger before he went to Charlotte, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Matt Geiger almost got traded with AI to go to the Clippers. And that's what that summer, and AI woke up. That's when what made him have that.
Fabian, you know who's on that panel? The third guy was Kenny, Ernie, Shaq, and guess who else?
Hold on.
Peter Vesey.
Peter Vesey was on there,
and he said, and he was,
people forget, listen. When I was younger, when you open up that Daily News, all you look for is Peter Vesey, because he could tell you, like you know what's the guy named Woj? He was the Woj before Woj. He let you know every trade. When you woke up in the morning, you woke up the Daily News, he told you about the rumors. And especially when Pete Vesey was on NBC, I learned a lot of basketball. Those are great NBA shows. Like we got to do a segment on great NBA shows.
He covered the ABA, so he was there for Dr. J and everything. But he's a bit of a dick. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. The way remember Dom knows, he's on Twitter. He might say some fly shit to you, and then
we got into it.
Yeah, so I don't mind it, because again, that's what I just say, Beloved. He sounds like a New Yorker.
About Pete Vesey. Listen, let me tell you one of Pete Vesey's best friends, Pee Wee Kirkland and Joe Hammond.
Right.
Pete Vesey, so be easy with him. Don't think you're gonna talk slick to him. He'll call a hood favor out for you real quick. Because he was there. Remember,
that's the guy you got to interview.
Dom, he was there for Dr. J at Rucker. Tiny Archibald at Rucker, all those Rucker games. Pete Vesey he had a team in Rucker, like the original Rucker, the 155th Rucker. Pete Vesey had teams in there. He had NBA players. He'll have drug dealers like bet on his games and stuff like that. Like Pete Vesey is very respected in the older echelons of New York City.
And he was more Skip Bayless than he was Woj. That he would talk crazy to Cornwall.
But remember when he used to write in the Daily News? He used to tell us about all the trades. Yeah,
remember, because he does the same thing on Twitter still. He has like these, because he has that punchline flow. Like he'll say something that's mad slick, and he's disrespectful. I don't care what anybody says, he's disrespectful. He's a bit of a dick. But again, I like that, because what if he's right? That doesn't mean he's wrong. His approach might be wrong, but it gets your attention and it gets a conversation going. Like, I don't want this shit to be a boring ass segment. What I'm learning, like. Imagine being in school. The best teachers always commanded attention. The best coaches always command attention. So same thing with him. My bad, Dom. I was cutting you off a couple times.
No. You're good. It was funny that they were arguing. Chuck was arguing about, you guys would love this, about Patrick Ewing having just been traded. And you guys were on that opening night of TNT. And they were talking about, They were talking about how you guys have no big man that can protect the paint anymore. No scoring big. And they were like, that's how you treat your best player like garbage. And Vesey was arguing with him about it.
So wait, what was his take? What was his take?
Joseph.
Dom Dropper, what was his take?
His take was that that Ewing asked for a trade. Vesey was saying that Ewing asked for a trade, but that was because I don't know if the Knicks didn't want to pay him or something. I don't know. I don't know the story about Ewing. You guys probably know that better than I don't know. But Charles was just saying basically the Knicks did him dirty. And Peter Vesey was saying that he had a choice or something and he asked for a trade. I don't know. That's Fabian. I feel like that's something you would be big on.
I think Beloved got to draw my memory because I forgot if he asked for a trade.
No, I thought that I knew that what's his name was asking him to go to the bench, and he just didn't want to go to the bench because that Camby. They wanted to go small. So what they wanted Camby, Kurt Thomas, Sprewell, Allen Houston, Chris Charles, and like Charlie Ward and him felt slighted about the new regime and all that. I remember that was happening, but I was like, I wasn't. Listen, I'm a Knicks fan. I love the captain and all that. I was never a big Ewing guy. I always like the guys
especially
around
at that
Ewing.
point.
No, I was a big Ewing guy. Like, okay, he's our best player, but like I used to look around the team to see like, well, how can we get better and things like that. And I always tell people this: I think Ewing should have let Don Nelson run the team more, and definitely should have let Anthony Mason run the point. Like Don Nelson was an innovator in the game, and Ewing was like he just wanted one way. Like he was like I don't understand why Ewing always like was so stubborn. No, bro, you lost to the same nigga 99 times in a row. I would try something different.
He Jamaican.
Like you,
no Jamaican.
Like,
stubborn.
like I would try something different though. Like you gotta try something different. You're gonna just sit there and keep doing the same thing. You try to beat this man with 3 different teams. You had the Xavier McDaniel turn. First you had the Mark Jackson them. Then you had the Xavier McDaniel turn. Then you had the Oakley turn. The Oakley, and then you went athleticism with him and Young, and he still beat you. Like try something different.
Then they go far when you get hurt.
So, but you see, they go younger and move the tempo, move the ball up and down more, and they go to the finals. So
and he got hurt, and it was like it was like Tyler Hero getting hurt for the Miami Heat.
No, now see, there we go again. We're comparing Patrick Ewing getting hurt to Tyler Hero getting hurt. You can't do that, brother. You can't do that.
Hey, Fab, you can't do that. The payout? Did Fab do the payout or not?
Yo, not yet.
Don Dropper, I have a little scoop for your West Coast followers. So in New York, in Harlem, I offered a man a payout because I said, yo, take the buyout now, $75. You don't have to pay the $100 tomorrow. The person refused, so now they're on the hook for the $400. So around 11:40, I'll be expecting a Zelle payment. I know you're over 47, so I don't use Cash App yet. I'm not that old to go to Cash App. And I'm surprised you even have an iPhone at your age. I thought you were retired to an Android look.
I don't know what gentleman you're speaking to, but hopefully they're a man of their word, and they pay their debts like a man.
Yes, I hope so.
If things turn out the way that you think they will turn out. I was kind of joking about Tyler Hero, but it was the same thing though, Dom. But see, Dom, that's what I was saying. By the time it got to that point in Ewing's career, like we had enough of him because of the missed. Remember, it's the missed layup, 1 point in the playoff game. So it was like everything Beloved is saying. He's still holding on to that shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. But I always, Beloved, I hold him down because it got to a point where it got so disrespectful, and I was like, hold on a second. Without Patrick Ewing, the Knicks ain't nothing. They might not. James Dolan, all these guys might not be rich at all. Like what he did in the 90s, without him, there is no damn Knicks. Huh? No, I'm saying the Knicks they'd be rich, but the Knicks and what they meant to that night, it was still a culture that was derived because of Pat Riley and like Beloved pointed or talked about Charles Oakley and these guys, Anthony Mason, Xavier McDaniel for a bit. That's why I started defending on Patrick Ewing more, Beloved, because it's like they automatically put Frazier and Willis Reed above. And I was like, hold on. Walt Frazier and Willis Reed, they had Walt Frazier and Willis Reed. Who the hell did Patrick Ewing have? He didn't have these level. He didn't have no caliber like that.
He didn't get a star player till late in his career when he got Allen Houston, and he was already too late. But
we're not doing that.
I do.
It's his fault. It was Patrick Ewing fault. He took the money and they couldn't get no players.
Oh yeah. No. I'm saying
That's not true.
I'm not. No. I'm
That's
not saying
very true.
no.
We looked it up before. He took the big
Yeah, he
contract when
did.
they couldn't
He
sign
did.
nobody for real.
Yeah, they couldn't sign nobody because what's his name was supposed to come to the Knicks. Was it Weber they were trying to get? They were trying to get somebody and they couldn't get him. I remember that free agent year. But real quick,
So what?
before we
Nah,
go to that point,
96.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. He's right though. He's right, Fade. But before we get to that point, I do truly believe if Patrick Ewing doesn't get hurt, the Knicks win the championship that year. They're too deep. They're too deep. There's no they. Who's the Western Conference? Who won the Spurs won it, right?
Spurs.
The Patrick Ewing healthy would have made a difference on that team. He would have gave them that 15-point and kept David Robinson honest. When Ewing's not in the game, there's still no honesty because there's so many looks you could give them. You could give them LJ Canby. You could give them Ewing, Kurt Thomas. You could go Kurt Thomas, Canby. You could go big. You could go Ewing, Canby, Kurt Thomas, maybe even LJ. There's so many looks you could give that San Antonio team, and you're forgetting you still have Sprewell. You still have Allen Houston. You still have a young what's his name? Monty's not there in that time.
Sprewell?
There was somebody else. No, there was somebody else there off the bench, a guard. I can't remember, but I think that the Knicks. If the Knicks are like Denver almost at that time, because you have the dominant guard, you still have no big man is like Joker, but you still have a good Allen Houston and Sprewell. That's 20 and 17 a game right there. You still have the young Canby at that time. It's crazy. He's catching every alley-oop. He was averaging like 4 dunks a game in that season.
I'm not
Patrick
sure.
Ewing or Artis Gilmore. Who would you take,
Who?
Patrick Ewing or Artis Gilmore?
What career I'd rather have? Let me see.
What
2
player in their
MVPs.
prime? What player in their prime? Artis
Oh,
Gilmore
player
or
in their
Patrick
prime?
Ewing?
No, I'm taking Ewing. I'll take Ewing. I'll take
Hey,
Ewing.
real quick before I gotta get off, but I was also gonna say one thing that was interesting about that clip. They had Orlando. Orlando was saying they were gonna win 60 games before the season. That was the year that Grant Hill only played 4 games.
Because of T-Mac and Grant Hill, right?
Yeah, they said they're gonna win 60 games. They won 43 because he only played 4 games. But I just thought that was really cool. The context, I love it.
But we didn't know
Orlando. Who's on that Orlando team?
It was T-Mac
That's
and Grant Hill.
Grant Hill. Who else is on that team?
I don't
Bo
know.
Outlaw.
Daryl
Mike Miller.
Armstrong.
Bo Outlaw. Mike Miller's on. Mike Miller. That's Mike Miller's rookie year.
Yeah.
Nah. Is it?
Yes,
Mike
From Florida?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Peter
And
Vesey
Daryl
played
Armstrong was
2022.
there?
No, Darryl Armstrong's not the. Is that the guard? They had
He
somebody else then. Yeah.
And
This
then
one's
Tim Duncan almost went to Orlando like a year later or something.
They
All right,
blame it
guys,
on
I'll
Doc
catch you later.
Rivers. All right.
Yeah, it was
They
Glenn
say
Rivers.
Doc
Oh,
Rivers'
yeah.
fault.
They say he didn't.
He didn't-
that interview didn't go well at all.
He
They
said
told-
all he wanted
like,
to
he
do was
told-
like,
Doc Rivers told him that. Listen, you're not gonna play like the first 2 years. He's like, what? He's like, all right. Yeah, he tells him. Look up the interview.
I thought he said he couldn't bring his wife on and playing some stupid shit.
I
By
thought
the way,
he
the Knicks-
was like,
Oh,
Yeah.
Charlie Ward was still on there. So it was Houston,
Yeah.
Ewing, LJ, Sprewell, Charlie Ward, Chris Childs, Kurt Thomas, Canby, Dudley, Dennis Scott, Ben Davis,
Yeah, they
David
signed-
Wingate, Rick Brunson, and Herb Williams. I don't remember Dennis Scott being there.
They,
That's crazy.
David Wing, and listen, let me tell you something. They used to put David Wingate in the game for like 10 minutes, and they'll just put him on the best player, the best perimeter player, and let his old ass run around and foul all day. They used to put him in the
Yeah.
game. David Wingate
I
had the
forgot
tight-
David
you know, the
Wingate.
tight- Yeah, that's Pat's man. You know, he kept the job with Pat around. One thing about Pat, he'll give one of his men the job. Remember, they came in the league together. Oh,
I didn't know that. I know
Wingate was
David
like 2
Wingate.
years after. He went
He
to
went to
Georgetown.
Charlotte, David Wingate.
Yeah. No,
He's
I'm not. I'm saying Ewing always had. I think he was on another. I think he was on the Knicks twice, and maybe one time. And yeah, I think he was on the Knicks twice. I think that's his second time on the Knicks.
See, I think that's part of the reason why we remember players too, because back then for me at least, trading cards were heavy. So David Wingate, I remember him getting so many of those basketball cards and hating it, had like 25,000 David Wingate Charlotte Hornet cards. You know what I'm saying? So I remember that he's on the
Yeah.
team. So that in video games, it helps you remember who's on what team. Daryl Armstrong is a Hall of Famer. So is Bo Outlaw. Now Flea's going off. Flea's back.
David Wingate, huh? Tell him. You talk about person
that could maybe play today, Bo Outlaw is super chiz. He had like 1% body fat, but he had no
I
That
think he
offensive
could
game
nigga
at
play.
is
all.
trash. Nigga. What are you talking about?
He's a
Nah,
defensive
but he can run
dude.
around. He could run around and get wild rebounds for you, bro. He can't score at all. Like I don't know if it's worth the risk of the reward. He was terrible on offense. I've seen that nigga throw it off
Yeah,
the backboard before.
his jump shot was. Yeah, I was gonna
Kurt
say that his
Thomas,
jump shot was awful. Oh my god.
Awful.
Kurt,
Nigga,
Kurt Thomas
nigga,
was by the
Daryl
way very
Armstrong.
good today.
Daryl
Who?
Armstrong did a layup in a dunk contest.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he was in
Yes,
the
he
dunk
did.
contest. Nah,
I
there's
know he
Daryl
evidence of
was.
Armstrong
that
did a
play.
layup in a dunk contest. Look it
He did. Look it
I'm
up.
going
He
to look it
laid
up.
the
That is
ball up,
insane.
yo. He laid the ball up.
up.
Was that the
You
All-Star
should
game in
have been
Orlando
Dan.
I don't remember, but I
or
just remember
Charlotte?
seeing it when I was a kid. I'm like, yo, what the
Nah,
fuck?
that also did. Real quick, I got practice in a minute. What's your prediction tonight, Bernardo?
I think Denver. I think Denver pulls away late in the third, and then it's not a game in the fourth.
Okay, man, what's your prediction tonight?
Yeah, Denver. I'm gonna say they're gonna win by about 10 points.
All right. Fabian.
That's you copying down.
Fabian.
I'm going
Yes.
with Bam Adebayo scoring 30 points, and the Miami Heat will be victorious tonight. Hopefully, your friend doesn't have to pick. Oh my God!
A reverse lay. That's a tough layup nowadays. It went in though.
That was horrendous. And hopefully the Miami Heat will come back and start their first of 2 straight games. Raymond Fabian, Hall of Famer. Flea, I don't appreciate you including my name with Daryl Armstrong, Bo Outlaw, David. That's fucked up, Flea. First of all, Flea called me before you called me. You might have taken the cake, beloved, with Groot from Despicable Me. That's the cake, because he said I look like Max Strus. Then your mic is off, beloved.
Is that a prediction? Is that a prediction or wishful thinking? Just be honest with us. Do you really believe that?
When you're making a, all right, beloved, when you're making a bet and you shouldn't make that bet when you have hopeful thinking. Like, this is totally wishful thinking. Bam getting 30 points. Bam hasn't had 30 points in like.
He had
when was the last time
he
Bam
had
had 30
points in game 1. He had
Did
30
he?
points in game 1. Or
Are you sure?
28 or something like that. But he scored a lot in game 1.
I think he's
Yeah,
hesitating
26.
too much. At 26. Thank you, Mel. Mel, you're on point today, man. You still in the city?
I'm on the East Coast. Yeah, I'm in the
That's
Bronx
why.
right now.
That West Coast.
You going to the juice bar?
Yeah.
You going?
Yeah.
I'm pop out.
That was very anticlimactic. What's my man's name? Melvin.
That's very what?
Melvin.
That was
Hey,
anticlimactic.
you remember
You
how
said,
long you been a
okay,
Knicks
okay.
fan?
93.
Oh, so you won't know this guy probably.
Who?
Juwan Odom?
No. Who? No. How do you spell his last name?
Odom.
Oldham. Juwan.
Odom. They know Odom. Odom.
Oldham. 4 points a game. Why? How did you even come up with this guy? He played for the Knicks in 86, 87.
Yeah, that's what my father named me after. My middle name is Juwan. It's spelled the same way and everything. I'm like, why you laughing? Name me after this trash ass nigga. I asked him where he got the name. He told me. I didn't know.
Did he say why he liked him?
He didn't. He didn't. And I'm like, he know basketball. Like, my pops don't know basketball. I looked him up. I'm like, yo, this is the guy I'm named after? Like, what the fuck? It's a unique name, though. Nobody spells it how it's spelled, and a lot of people have the name Juwan like that. My middle name.
He got a lot of jerseys. Does he have a second round pick in the 1980 draft?
He's trash, bro.
Damn. I'm trying to see his college stats or something, man. I'm trying to give you some. Like Kurt Thomas led the NCAA in scoring or his division, or whatever. I think he broke the record, something like that. He wasn't trash either. Though. I'm trying to give him something.
Kurt Thomas would have been great today in this game because he would have shot a lot of
He
trees.
would have stretch four
He
before
would have
stretch
been
four was a
fire.
thing.
He would have had to lose some weight, like stay light, because he was kind of stiff to me. Like that era brought him some time to come down court and set up shot. In this era, he could get his jump shot off. Like Michael Doliak could get like 10, 15 points in this era. I don't know if you know that is, Bernardo. Michael Doliak was a white man with a jump shot, 7-footer. He's like
I have no idea. I have no idea
who's the backup center for the Clippers right now, Mel?
Plumlee.
Yes, but Plumlee's tougher though. I'm not gonna lie to you. Plumlee's is a way tougher Doliak,
and he's a horrible shooter. So
Plumlee?
Yes, he's a bad shooter. He started shooting his left a couple of years ago. Yes, Mason Plumlee. He went to the Olympics or the World Cup in like 2016 or something. Coach K loved the white guys from Duke.
Somebody lied. Somebody told me Coach Thomas averaged 20 before.
He might not have. Maybe 16, 18.
He had a.
His best career is 14 points. 0-3 with the Knicks.
So maybe with more possessions in this era, he'll average a little bit more. But definitely his jumper was gonna keep him in the game because they go around him. So I'm saying he got to stay light in this era. Oh shit! They're showing some old school highlights. People getting blocked. That Robert Pack? See, Robert Pack is another guy you guys would sleep on, and he would do all right.
Pack was nice. He was all right.
See, just the opportunity. It's like Robert
every
Pack.
time I
Denver, Seattle.
That's right.
What up, y'all?
Every time I hear people talking about the.
Wow, man, this is a whole lot of educational stuff today, man.
You saw that?
You know? A lot of education, man, and which was good, man, because you know you have such a how you doing? Such a good way of bringing things back in perspective, everybody, man. And you allow people to voice their opinion without being argumentative. But at the same time, you are a lawyer. You know, you want to be the lawyer of the whole thing, which is a good thing. I like that. But I just enjoy. I enjoy it. But I enjoy what you say by Nardo all the time. By Nardo. Excuse me. You know, I enjoy what Zach said and Mel. You know, everybody has their spin. Even when the preacher came on a little while ago, Fleet. You know. The comparison and all that, you know.
The preacher.
I'll give everybody different names today, you know. And then we got the reporter, you know, Don Dropper, you know.
The journalist, the reporter.
Yeah.
The West Coast representative.
Absolutely, man. So it's good, man. You know.
I love it.
That's one thing, look, Bernardo, that's one thing about everybody from New York. Like everybody has, besides, I guess Fabe, that's his nickname, but everybody has a nickname.
What is your nickname, Mel?
My name is Rockstar.
Rockstar Mel. What is my nickname?
You gotta
have a
get
nickname.
Rio.
Okay, like Minor Chalmers. The Minor Chalmers of the part.
Rio.
We can't hear you, boss man. Yeah, we can't hear you.
I'm the Minor Chalmers of All Ball TV.
Rio or Burn Rio, something like that. Yeah, Rio. I like Rio. What do you think, Mel?
I'm the Minor Chalmers of the All Ball TV. Fabian is the LeBron.
Mario Chalmers.
Mel is D Wade, and I'm Rio.
So who's All Ball?
All Ball is Tyrell.
All Ball is Pat Riley.
What do you say?
That's the boss.
And Bernardo is quite a storm. You know, he comes in real smooth and all that. You know, like the cartels and all that. I got to say something. I got to speak right now.
I'm not I am very impressed. Young as you are, and the information you know is very impressive.
I wish I could say the same about you. Rockstar Mel. I'm just joking. Man. I'm just joking.
It's okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna hurt my feelings. It's okay.
No. You know what's up? You know, I respect everybody, man, from what they know and things like that. And I'm quite sure we all learn something from each other here, and this platform that All Ball and Favor put up, man, because you get a chance to connect across the world with people, and it's men and women, and everybody has their story about basketball. And Fleet said it before, whether you play it or not, you have some kind of knowledge of basketball, and that's what makes this so much fun because, it's not like Flav got well today, excuse me, we're gonna talk about this, we're gonna talk about that. Here's your script. This is what you need to follow. It's no script.
Right.
You dive into information, and then you critique that, you analyze that. So I think that's what is so unique about this. Even on podcasts, you have people come inside. Hey, we're gonna talk about this. Don't deviate from that. We got to stay on topic by doing X, Y, and Z. Here, it's a plethora of stuff that we talk about.
Even when you a guest on a podcast, you could tell them not to ask you certain questions, right?
That's why you're in Hollywood now, because we just learned something about that.
Yeah, that's how we going. Like some of these interviews, they say, yo, don't talk about this, don't mention this, don't mention that.
Yeah.
Industry stuff.
I would hate to be in that position, man, because I would be like, yo, listen, this is the elephant in the room. You ain't got to answer it. Like that, I would just hate to be in that position, especially if it's something so obvious. Now, I think certain things are personal, and especially if it's personal, criminal. Like I ain't asking Zion. I mean, I might ask Zion about his shit. Like, yo, hold on a second.
Hold on a second. You would have to ask him that because you did something that's public information. It wasn't like This is private. We didn't know about it. This is public. What made you do X, Y, and Z, and why?
Right, but Zion might go on the show and tell you, like, listen, if you ask about this, I won't come to your show, or I'll tell everybody not to fuck with your show. Don't ask me that question. Ask me everything else, though. That's how it be going down.
Well, why would you have Zion on the show right now if not to talk about the stuff he's going on? Like,
ask him how's rehab coming along, how his body is.
Well, right now,
because it depends on the size. Like, it depends on the size. If you're a big podcast and you bring Zion on right now and you don't talk about the stuff he's going on, people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is happening? Why didn't you ask him about?" If it's like All Ball TV, we'll take Zion anyway.
Right.
They're gonna think you're gonna ask the question and they're gonna watch anyway, though.
That's true too.
That's true.
You can tease it.
You cannot get on a national platform and expect people for that person to dictate what's going to be asked and what's not going to be asked. That's impossible. That's public information.
No, that's what happens. It happens a lot.
I'm sure it does. And that's why you don't see it
a lot.
And you don't see them often. And then look, but hold on, Shorty's still going crazy because he's still texting her. Listen, it's out there. I'm glad you guys go to
still keeping it along.
I seen it.
Look, you still following up on the story, right?
I did. Look, listen, it pops up. I'm mad. I told you, Mel. I'm very upset because when I got back to New York City, I didn't know there was a fire and anything like that happening. But I sure knew about Zion. You know what I mean? I'm disgusted with my Twitter, my timeline. But here we are. She's still going crazy.
You ain't know the sky was orange.
I didn't know. I'm smelling. I'm just like, yo, it smells like people are burned. What's going on? But that being said, I still feel like she's hurt. She's very hurt, Zion. You got to take care of that with a phone call, man. Stop texting her because she keeps documenting your shit and putting you out there.
She thought Zion was going to be her come up. Zion just caught 200. She thought she was going to get a lot of that. And Zion had other plans. I would be mad too if I was her. She thought her life was about to change forever.
It has changed forever.
Nah, like it's supposed to do. Like, you feel me? Nah, it's supposed to be. Hold on.
Nah. She's crying out.
All that's entrapment. She tried to entrap that guy.
Right. That's why she mad. That's why she's going so hard.
It works both ways. Sometimes we get trapped off. You can get trapped off if you're paying child support. You can be paying $10,000 a month. I mean, it'd be much more for him. But again, you got to beat people to the game.
He got a phone call. Go ahead, boss man.
What up, bro?
There's Micah. Are you on Bluetooth? Yeah, so we can't hear you. He said somebody call me. I could read lips.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, boss man. I hate that this thing it does something different to everybody's phone when they get a phone call. But I think Zion got to go about that differently, man. Boss man, we can't hear you.
How do you think Zion should do about the girl doxing him and saying crazy shit about him?
You either got to stop contacting her, it's straight cold, stop contacting her, or if you all, because clearly.
Or what?
Or if you are going to contact her, it got to be a phone call. She's going to record you. She's going to say all type. You got to do it the right way. Hey, listen.
He's still texting her.
What's the right way?
The right way is you tell her, listen, you see what it is. My bad, I didn't tell you beforehand. Because clearly he was trying to he had $100,000 a month, whatever it was. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. I should have let you know out of all people. I should have let you know before I announced that.
No, that's not his girl though, neither.
Yeah, okay. See, that's the problem. See, that's the problem. That dudes be doing that, claiming chicks, playing like that's their girl, and then when they get hurt, this is what happens. Now you gotta do damage control. That was your girl, dog. I don't care what he gotta say. You made that your little plaything. Now you gotta go handle it like it's your girl. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. I should let you, I should told you beforehand and all that. He wasn't treating her like no random chick. He was flying her out, giving her $100,000. He was supporting her, bro. Supporting her lifestyle.
No. Right. He was buying that.
Right.
He was leasing it. That's what it was. I mean, let's keep it real, man. We're not gonna sugarcoat this stuff. He was leasing something for a short period of time.
And
that's what we all doing.
Nah, this is different because she's too
Everybody's
hurt to be
leasing somebody until you got them papers and that ring on your finger. You can't control that person at the end of the day.
You can't. But then why keep texting her? If you just leasing it, there was nothing to you. You can't mess up this thing now. So if you're gonna control
it, had a little feeling for her.
What's the difference between the guy from the television show who was dating Superhead, the white guy, the comedian? What? Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Huh? There you go. Thank you. What is the difference? The difference is he just kept it a little lower. That's all. That's all. He went after Superhead.
1,000%.
I'm telling you, yes.
And he ain't got no babies.
None. But she got a lot of babies in her mouth, though.
No.
She called Superhead. It ain't me. Hold on, it's not me.
That's public information.
Hold on, but Boss Man's off the rocket today because usually he's a little more, hey, guys.
A little more peaceful, right?
Nah, summertime started. Boss Man's in a different flow.
Listen, man, because what happens along the way? We go after all of these celebrities. You got to go after everybody. Whatever somebody did, that's their own business. I'm not knocking what anybody is doing. But if you're going after Zion, you got to go after other people too also. You can't just say, no, we're just going to do this particular race and not the other. That's not cool.
True. Very true.
So what do you think you should do now, Boss Man? If you had 5 minutes with Zion to speak, give him some old school Cavalier advice. What kind of advice would you give Zion?
It's the old saying that our parents told us coming up. Everybody's business, not everybody's business. That's the number one thing. You cannot allow the public to know everything that you're doing each and every day.
But it wasn't his fault, though. Like, she came out and started talking crazy shit. He didn't, all he did was say he was going to have a kid. And then she came out and just he's fucking me with what can we do? What do we expect Zion to do about that? I mean,
you got to know who you're dealing with also. These are groupies that people get involved with, and when they get involved with it, they get themselves in a whole lot of nonsense. So you have to you have to select the women that you want to be around because you know what you're up against. If I'm trying to date whoever's out there, that the groupie women that's out there, they want one thing from me. That's it. If I got that type of money, that's the only thing they're looking at is dollar signs.
Right.
But let's just back up a second and like Zion is about 22.
Yeah.
Like think back to when you guys were 22, when I've been dating for a while, but when I was 18, 19. Like if all the crazy shit I did when I was 18, 19, or when you guys were 22 came out on Twitter every time, like I would have a job ever again. Like 'cause when you're young, you do crazy stuff. Like I
Right.
can't blame Zion for making dumb decisions and fucking and like get involved with making wrong choices. Like he's 22 years old. Of course, I understand. Like he's a millionaire. He's a 22-year-old millionaire. That's one of the highest profiles 22-year old in the world. He's 22. Like I just I'm very like as a person that's 24. Like I'm very uncomfortable with the way people treating the situation as if Zion was like doing something wrong. Honestly, what has he done wrong in this whole situation?
Has anybody said that?
Even Fabe just said it. Fabe just said like, yo, it need to be a phone call or something. You can't even do that nowadays.
No,
The phone call probably won't be private. You might have another phone recording the conversation or something. Feel me? Like it's nothing.
That's why you gotta. So going back to Bernardo, Bossman's point is that once you're 22 and worth 100 million, and you're a public figure like that, don't think for 1 second that those options you got, you're exclusive to them. All of a sudden, these girls came out of nowhere. You ain't really exclusive. I mean, they're not exclusive either. So there's a way to really go about that, and he wasn't even either taught or whatever. Now you can go explore those options. That's cool, but he went about it like they were long. It sounds like they were long-term options. That's where he messed up at. So now you got to handle that the right way. Is my point. You got to put that fire out. Listen, make that contact her the right way. You can't just communicate like she's a hoe all of a sudden, because she wasn't your hoe to begin with. You ain't no pimp, dog. That's the problem. You ain't pimping.
I think the only criticism
He's flying her out everywhere and paying for the box.
That's not pimping. That's the
That's
opposite.
not what I'm saying. She's a hoe. That's prostitution.
Again, hey Mel, that's like one of us taking a cab, calling a girl, come to the house and taking a cab. That's the type of money you have. So that's cool. That's no one knocking that. No one's knocking it. But I said this a while ago, and I was telling you guys, when you're in high school, we was in high school, if you didn't have an afro, you wasn't on the basketball team, you didn't have a little money, no girls wanted to talk to you.
Right.
So think about it. He's not, I mean, again, I don't know what he did in high school and all that, what girls like or did not like him. But if they wasn't paying no attention to him, he wasn't getting no play from no girl. Now that he got money, everybody's coming after him. So you don't know how to react to things like that because you wasn't used to it coming up. You gotta.
Great point. You could tell.
Good, but
now I was gonna say, I think some people they can't control themselves. Like I know dudes who got.
Hold on. Let's back up. You're a good-looking guy, so you didn't have the problems we had back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. At a certain point, like you said, you still as a guy gotta keep yourself together. Like you gotta make something of it. I don't care who you are. You still gotta come up with. You can't mess it up for the most part. At a certain point, you reach a certain skill set where you go, okay, all I gotta do is chill, and then really, start. Yeah, you do. As a guy, you gotta deal with rejection.
The skill set is crazy.
You have to maintain your poise.
You get the Haji Jimbo in the layup package and then
my phone.
All right. You have to maintain your poise at the end of the day. I don't care how many girls you get. Like, and this is a part of it. Like, this is it could be, I don't care who you are. It could be overwhelming. You got, bro, this is the chick you're dreaming about, basically. Because our dreams are different than girls' dreams. Girls be dreaming about the castle or whatever, or certain women. Men's dreams, for the most part, from when you're 13 on, is your favorite girl in 8th grade. Then it tells you it might be your teacher with the crazy hooters hanging while she's helping you with the homework. Like your dream changes. So imagine you could click a button and that chick is there, and she's doing exactly what you want her to do. Oh my, and beyond.
Oh my,
that could be overwhelming for you or for any person. So once you can't check yourself, because look what he's saying, or the stuff he's talking about is like you want her
what he
around
saying
for
now?
way
I ain't been
longer.
keeping up. What he talking about now?
Nah, I'm
So
just
what
saying
you
the way
seen?
she's responding. Like I could understand. She's like, you supposed to be this, you supposed to be that. You sending me $100,000. You said you ain't my king no more. So it just sounds like you were playing too much with that for the long term. You should have kept it real from the
Not
beginning.
everybody do that though. Not everybody do that. I'm saying.
No, what you
No,
mean?
what
What do
I'm
you mean,
saying
Mel? What do you
is
mean?
I could talk to a girl the same way, and she know we're not in a relationship, but she know like that's how we rocking though. Like she know I got other girls, but I could be like, yo, what up, babe? You feel me? You know I'm taking care of you,
And
and she
there's
know
also
have
like,
other girls, and she be good with it.
and it's also like once you have a girl and you treat her well, and you start getting involved emotionally. Like it doesn't matter if she thinks she knows you have other girls and you're not just a close relationship. Like everybody when gets attached, we want to believe that we are the special one. No,
Right.
no, he has other girls, but I am the real one. Like and I
That's
think
why these
that
girls always getting
sounds
hurt.
like that's the situation. Like
They love hearing it, even if it's not true. She'll know you lying, but she want to hear it anyway. Damn, I never had nobody like you. You so special. I'm gonna give up all the girls for you. She know you lying, but guess what? You telling her what she hears, she gonna mess with you.
and even though she knows you're lying to believe it, and she ends up believing it eventually. Like
Right. Now, I'm telling you that. Now, give me 100 extra million. You think she's not gonna listen?
But that's see, that's my thing. She now is on a level of extortion where she keeps saying like that's what I'm saying. You can't keep texting her because she's just taking everything and posting it up there. So you gotta leave her alone.
He
Like
probably don't care.
Who doesn't care?
Zion,
nah,
that's
I
why
know
he
he
keep texting her.
cares.
He knows gonna be a chance of it being in the public eye at this point. So if he's
Right.
still
So why?
texting her, that gotta be going through his mind in the back of his mind.
Nah, he's a dummy. I'm trying to tell you something. The girl,
You know
listen,
what
I
the
don't
dude?
want to.
He ain't no dummy.
Nah, I'm talking about dummy in this sense, in this department. His skill set is not involved. It doesn't involve. His skill set is not involved handling the ball and handling women, bro. He lacks in this
He
department.
doesn't have the
Like,
bag.
I
Tell
feel
them
like
he doesn't have the bag, right?
dog. He doesn't have a
he's
bag,
Zion
Mel. His
Williamson. He's an
bag is
NBA
horrible.
player.
His game
I'm
is
not believing
trash,
that.
Mel. Nah, I'm your
All
only
of
girl.
everybody in the NBA got a bag when it comes to this.
No, they
Everybody
do
got
not.
skill
Nah,
set when it comes to
that's
this.
bullshit.
Hell
That's
no.
no.
Yo,
Hell no.
yo, my friend, one of
No,
my best
I
friends from high
disagree.
school. One of my best friends from high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
His uncle was like a trainer assistant or something like that on OKC. Like, you feel me? Like, and he had women in every series. He's not even an NBA player. So imagine NBA players, bro.
No, but it's different. It's there's a difference between like having girls and knowing how to navigate and deal with those girls. Those are two different things.
True.
Like those are two completely different things.
Yo, Mel, there's a difference between, I don't care what anybody says. There's one chick when she's bad and she knows she's bad, it's different. For me at least, maybe okay, call me normal. There's a difference between a regular chick that doesn't really, it's easier to talk to and kick the game to, and there's others that give you a harder time. There's others that everybody's trying to holler at.
Right.
So as a guy, you gotta read all these things. Now, the girl like Mariah Mills, which one of us have a chance with her right now? Like, we at the bar.
Any girl I step in the room with.
Listen, I feel that there's that confidence, right? And that's cool. I agree with you 1,000%. But I'm talking about her caliber, her room that she's in. We don't even frequent the rooms that she's in. At least me, I don't. So I have zero chance, right? Okay, then that's hold on. Then that's different. That's different. So I don't, let's say you do. Now you have the confidence to pull
I don't. Just to be clear, I don't. I have a girlfriend and I love my girlfriend.
I'm totally married, so even if I frequented it, I would have to ask my wife. But the point is this: I don't frequent these circles. Clearly, she's in the $1 million circle, bro. She's on everybody's like all her DMs got a blue check that she cares about. So now you in that department. Out of all the blue checks, you think Zion got the best game after all this shit I've seen? Hell no. I would think you got way more game than Zion, just from what I'm hearing right now.
Right, but look, out of all them blue checks, probably like 2% of them got 198 mil guaranteed.
Okay.
You don't need a lot of game after that. You can be bare minimum, say little after that. You feel me?
Now you're making my point. Again, we are not in those.
But we don't know how much game he got. He can have a little bit of game, and then she gonna go.
Nigga ain't got no game. He's just caught up. He just made these two girls his girl. That's what he's doing. Telling them anything.
And then there's the other component.
Before this, he was
like there's the other component right now because
that's all it was.
Right.
Like, and
so he been doing his thing. He
No,
came
no,
a long way as it is. He came
Yes.
a long. When it first happened, they like, "Yo, Zion, you came a long way," because they were showing the girls he was messing with in college and showing them like he been.
Okay.
You think he wasn't getting no crazy bots in college?
I'm not. There's no way. There's no way he didn't have the option since high school because he was a superstar since then. Like LeBron
Right.
in high school, Savannah had to deal with some. I'm sure Savannah smacked somebody up crazy because they got too disrespectful. It's a different kind. That's a different crowd of chicks you're dealing with. Different aura that's around you. But that don't mean you got game, and that don't mean you know how to handle it. That just means you got away with this bullshit game for this long. That's what I'm saying. There's no way if this is your game for these chicks, I would. Oh my god, if I had you on my phone like that, I'd be like, listen, you can't come through. I no doubt. Like what am I gonna do? I'm your king or whatever. And don't get me wrong, if it was one chick like that, I understand. But they're both basically the same kind of chick.
So the other ones are
yes.
and the other
Your man.
That's what he like. That's what he like. That's what he like. I mean, he ain't got no G.
I don't think he got any G.
What is messed up right now for him as well is that the girl is already getting attention and people like attention. So I don't know what he does for her to stop doing this because everybody's paying her attention. Everybody giving what she wants, which is attention.
It's gonna go away. People it's Zion. People gonna remember, but it's gonna go away.
And Mel, I shouted you out the other day because old boy I said, yo, now you gotta put some more respect on our niggas. Me and Mel Ben said Zion's a superstar, and don't nobody get this kind of treatment unless you were a superstar. They talking about Mariah Mills on another level now because of Zion.
Right.
We talking
because of Zion, right? I'm trying to tell you, Zion was a superstar, bro. A man who played 20 games. Look, and this is the conversation. A nigga who played 20 games this year, bro.
Right.
Well,
20 games.
20 games that we talking about this much.
And the chicks I mess with is what status now? They on
Right.
front page because of me. What are you talking about?
Right.
Who else gets that kind of love, man? What we doing? Who we talking? What's your man named GTA Alvarado? He ain't getting that love. What y'all talking about, man? No disrespect to the Puerto Rican Brooklyn King, but nah, you ain't no Zion. Zion got his chicks. That's one thing you gotta say. He got his chicks on another level right now. Your man Queensflip had Shorty on his podcast before, the one that he got pregnant.
What?
Yes, she was a chick that snuffed somebody on. Listen, man, I'm into.
Oh, she was clapping her cheeks. I seen that one. She was clapping her cheeks on the
on the desk.
She got up and started clapping her joints.
Very much so. And she was also went viral for snuffing some chick uptown. I think it was uptown.
Where? Where's she from? She from here?
She's from New York.
Oh, and then you gotta remember, Zion is from South Carolina. The country niggas is nice. Them niggas is givers first. Well, to me, like remember I just said, like, I think I could back any girl. That's a New York mentality. Down south, me living down south for 10 plus years, them niggas is like, shit, I'm gonna take her out. I'm gonna wind down her. They ain't trying to get it without trying to G her first. That's how down south niggas is.
And there is a possibility that Zion is just like a romantic that got caught up in a strange situation.
I think I'm a romantic. I would, but I wouldn't.
And then she from New York, so she know what she doing.
Right.
She probably know, like, you know what I mean? I'm crazy. He ain't used to this. All of that. Feel me?
So going back to the original point. Now there's two of them that are basically the same thing. Is my point. That's how he handles them. You ain't supposed to treat them all the same way. Is my point. You gotta at least give them that space. Like, yo, you know what this is.
When you're the breadwinner, you can do whatever you want. I just tell my mans that you can do literally almost whatever you want. Give it a couple of more months. They both gonna be back in line.
They could be,
Guarantee you.
But I'm saying that again. That's if you were in his shoes. From what I understand, from what I've seen from you with your Purple City do-rag, amazing. I believe in you. Zion, I don't believe in Zion's game. I don't think she will fall in line. I think she's gonna try to make him jealous and mess with some other baller. I already see it. Come on, see the writing on the wall.
It's not gonna make him look bad. He got 200 M's.
I don't think he looks bad.
Unless he married one of them, huh?
I don't think he looks bad. What you mean?
That's all
marry
these
them?
girls care about. That's why she's trying to expose him, because she knows she lost out or might lose out, potentially lose out on a person. She might never find this again in her life. With all of the blue checks, she might not never talk to another nigga that got 200 M's. That's 200 M's up at 22. Right, she knows. She probably know her position. You feel me? She knows, like, damn, I don't want to. She probably playing more hurt than what she is too. Yo, she probably don't really care like that. She about the bag, not about him really used to. They loving each other or whatever. No way.
She's not joking. I don't think she's joking.
Guaranteed.
And I don't think she's joking. I don't think she's joking.
I think she don't care, bro.
Hold on. I don't think she's joking. Same thing happened to
Paul George. Paul George got a stripper pregnant. She tried to expose it, and then he went the opposite way. He just like cuffed it.
Well, you know what that? Hold on, Mel. Stop right there. You know what that means? Say it with me. You know what that means? Paul George is not a superstar.
It was a thing for a second.
A hot second. This is this ain't that. And what was I gonna say? Damn, my bad. I forgot. Bernardo, go ahead, Bernardo.
I wanted to know if you wait a second. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to know if you also think Kyrie Irving is the top 5 most skilled gamer of all time, not only the basketball player. Is he?
Yeah, his nickname is the God.
I didn't know that till Mel said it the other day. See, Mel's really into the gossip. I get the surface level.
No, I'm not.
He's into what we call in Spanish. I don't know if you guys call this shit, Bernardo, the bochinche. See, Bernardo's a lot more fucking bochinchero than I thought. Mel?
My question was a pure joke about people saying Kyrie Irving is the top 5 most skilled player of all time. It's just wanted to translate, see if he's really skilled overall, or if it's just the Hazy Jimbo.
I can't lie, but Kyrie got he got a bunch of fly shit on sometimes, man. Sometimes I'll be like, yo, I want to, damn, all right, Kyrie, I see you.
I'm telling you, he was just at the Drew League in LA.
Oh, they say he's playing. Uncle Drew's gonna play in the Drew League.
Right? Damn. When
they just announced today.
What's today? So he probably gonna play next week. I'm going back home for sure. He gonna wild that shit out. Oh my god.
That's crazy. That's LA, right? That's that little gym that LeBron was at last summer.
Yeah, it's in Compton. That's in the middle of the hood. It's in Compton, man.
That's in Compton?
That's smack in Compton. They got mad security, mad everything though. Nothing ever happens though, like ever happen, because there's too much security, too much cops, everything like nothing can happen there.
Yeah, hopefully it never will, man. Because you got to keep that like that. Hopefully they bring money over there, because that's like people selling shit or whatever. They got mad merch out there.
They be having merch. They got merch. They got like a little. Sometimes they have if it's big, they have like a food truck outside, and then they got like they got like Drew drinks. It's called the Drew Raid. That shit is good. They got like these little sliders, the turkey sliders. They making bread. They sponsored by. They just moved. It was crazy because they sponsored by Adidas for life. I think because of James Harden. Because James Harden he's from California, not LA though, but he's from California. I think he's sponsoring them. They got a D's deal for life, right? But when LeBron came, LeBron, the Nike guy, they had to cover all that shit up. They covered it all up.
Oh,
so they definitely getting bread. Like the whole. Then they got like a crew. They got like people security, people helping people who need seats, people who need help and shit. Like people make sure people, if you're in a wheelchair, you get a good seat and stuff. And they all be having gear. I say Drew League and stuff. It's nice. I ain't gonna front. They getting some money for that for sure.
I know what I was gonna say now, Mel. All right. You got 2 chicks like that you're dealing with, right? And one of them happens to get pregnant. Are you doing a gender reveal on your IG live with this young lady?
And I have a second question. Is it gonna be
got
non-binary?
to. If you having a baby,
You can't not have a baby and not post nothing.
What?
Not nowadays. If
Mel
you having
is
a
a
baby, you can't
lover
not post
boy.
nothing because she gonna feel crazy. She gonna feel crazy.
Rock
The girl
stars
gonna
are
feel crazy. The girl family gonna feel crazy. You can't do that nowadays, bro. Even if y'all not even on good time, you gotta fake it like y'all on good family time and post that shit. Can't not post that shit nowadays, bro.
So I think that's what got the girl pissed off. That's how I know she caught feelings. Because we knew nothing about this until there was a gender reveal party on a live, and she feels mad embarrassed because she probably bragging to all her friends that she rocked with Zion. And she got him in like, yo, hold on, why you talking? Why didn't you ever tell me why this girl pregnant? You're wilding. I don't care if she's pregnant. She barely said, I don't care if she's pregnant. You should have just told me.
Right. That's what make me say, like, that's why I know he got game because a little bit because he didn't even tell her. A sucker nigga would have told her.
What? Are you kidding me?
That's
I don't mind if you talk to her like that.
For me, the opposite.
No, but no,
the
or like what I'm saying, like, if he fucked with her that much, he would have told her. If that was wifey and they was rocking together, she would have knew.
If he had game, she would have posted that and ripped it right. She would have deleted it right afterwards. You know who I be. What are you doing? Don't you ever?
Nah.
You kidding me right now? You crazy? If he had game, this would
Nah.
not be a week-long saga. Nah, you ain't posting. You posting me again?
Nah. I don't know what they still talking about. I don't know.
Because she said, I'm hurt. I'm devastated. You did this and you promised me XYZ, King. I'm gonna show everybody all the deposits you gave me. She's hurt.
I am sorry. I'm sorry.
Look what she's talking
there's
about.
No way.
She's talking about the moolah. Exactly my point. She don't care about the nigga. She took what?
If he had game, if he had game, he would never let this get to this. Like he would have told
It
her
was
way
out of his
before.
control. This is out of his control.
He would have made her believe that it meant nothing. He would have made her believe that it changed nothing between them. That it was just he would need to do this charade for appearance's sake, but all would be fine between them.
A regular dude like us could do that, not him, bro. She's not going for that.
I don't know.
She's not going.
That's
for
why.
what,
That's why I love being a regular
There's some
dude.
crazy chicks out here that will go crazy regardless. Crazy's crazy.
Like
crazy
Melo.
too.
Melo got caught mad times.
And Melo got caught with Shorty though. With a joint, with a dancer, with a stripper.
Mad times, mad different times.
No, but I'm saying he got caught. She got pregnant. That was the whole thing.
No, before that he was doing shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It goes away. Nigga, Melo was with another girl on a boat on his birthday, not with Lala.
Okay, but was she
I don't
pregnant?
think that's the same stripper dude.
She's not pregnant. That's my point. And Lala made it kind of like, I don't know if I'm saying she made it, but that was his wife and everything. That's a whole different ball game. Because now she already remember, I ain't putting her business out there, but she was one of them chicks. Not
She
like
was
that.
outside. Niggas know she been used to fuck. Like, it's public information. If you know, you know. She been was fucking with Maynard.
And I'm
So-
saying, you know what?
She was fucking with Maynard a long time ago.
So
Mayor's talking like because Zion is a basketball player, he's a millionaire. It's completely different from normal people. But like even in normal life, if you fuck with a crazy chick and you mess up, like she will tell all your friends and she will do crazy stuff. Like it won't be on Twitter for the whole world, but she will fuck up your life if she can.
Right.
She can't fuck up his life. That's why she's doing this. She's gonna catch the L. Unless some shit where she could find something where he could get some mills off her. She can't fuck up Zion's life. How can she fuck up Zion's life? Unless they really do. If they really do got a baby almost coming, then yeah. If they don't got no baby coming, she can't do nothing to them. That's all she can do. And then she she got to do this to try to like make it long lasting. You know that you about to be out the door because he really got a seed on the way.
Zion needs to hand.
Desperate.
He needs to hand his phone to his closest friend. That's a real pimp. That's what he needs to do.
That's the real G.
He does not exactly. He does not need to handle this. He needs a PR pimp move right now. This is not for you right now, brother. This is way out of your league. You stepped way too far deep in this shit. Now let the professionals handle this. And I'm not saying I'm that because that's a tough bind to be in. But
he need his homie right next to him. Like, yo, what should I say? What should I text her?
Exactly. Let him do the damage control because you ain't got it. She'll keep posting everything. Like, remember, I don't know. The girl got pregnant. It's not, come on now. It ain't far from it. It's the same league, bro. It's in the same division.
Zion is like
she's
that
super
guy.
up.
Like Zion's like that guy that's scoring 15 a game in the regular season, and come playoff time, he's out of the rotation. Like headed to the OGs to deal with this.
Look, look what comes up when you Google his name. Like it says, she rips him again. My condo better be ready. She know all she got is the money and material things that could keep her with them. She don't got no leverage over this man.
But she's only talking like that because she's hurt, like I said. That's all. He was going about it in a way where that's his girlfriend. So handle it the same way. Like, you know, I know so. Who else are you paying for like that much? If she had love for you like that for real, it wouldn't have been about the money.
I'm trying to tell you, it's regular. This probably regular for him and mad NBA players. Regular.
Yes, we agree, Mel. And we what you don't agree with is that mad NBA players have zero game. That's what you don't agree with. That's what you don't agree with. They fucking suck at that. It's not an easy thing.
It's different. The money is the game.
Of course. I'm not saying it's an easy thing. I'm not saying anybody like it's not, especially at that level, bro. You don't know who even likes you. You don't know who's really into you for real. That's a different. It's difficult to really decipher that.
That's the biggest thing for people that have money but are young. Like, how do you figure out what people you can trust, what people really like you, and what people are just there for the money? And also, how do you figure out the people that you trust and you like, and not the people that you just with because you can be with because you're rich? Like that dynamic is a difficult dynamic that 22-year-old people can't deal with it, especially 22-year-old millionaires. Because like, imagine like when I was 19, I had like 3-4 chicks around me that I could possibly have something to do with. Imagine having like 200 chicks and you can pick and choose whoever you want. Like, how are you gonna even figure out what you want?
They said it's a third chick too. You hear me tell her?
Yeah, she came out. Yeah. What can you do? That's what he does. Yo, he makes how money a year? 20 million? Like, that's like Boss Man said, that's cab money. That's nothing for him.
Right.
But at the same time, it looks, I don't know if it looks
for
bad.
him, that's nothing. And for these girls, that's all they have. It's the only opportunity of even getting any clout, anything.
What Kanye
so
said.
They gotta do the most. They gotta keep on saying more shit every day. As I'm saying, they gotta stay hot for the week, for the 2 weeks they about to be hot, or the month they about to be hot for. So she gotta say shit every week, every other day, bro. She don't really care like that, bro.
Zion didn't take Kanye's advice, even though he don't take his own advice. It's 1,000 you is only one of me. Advice? It's 1,000 you is only one of me.
Right.
What you doing?
Nigga, Kanye when I got another girl that look and married a woman that look exactly like Kim K the next week.
Does she?
Huh? Similar.
Does
he
she?
had one that looked similar. Like body type. Now you know they're not the face and everything, but almost body type look almost like her.
That's crazy.
And what if
she's
Zion
another one?
Her? What if Zion really likes this
is
girl?
What
yo, she came up crazy. That whole family, yo, that mother. Oh my God. That's
it's
crazy.
The moms. Yeah, the moms is.
Yo, she got that girl. The young girl is now with Bad Bunny's the biggest star on earth. I didn't think they could get to him, but once that's why Kanye's a sucker. To be honest,
what they doing to him? What you mean? You think you can get to him?
Dog, I didn't think they would have. Yo, she's sitting courtside with him. You supposed to slide with that.
Bad Bunny is gay.
Okay.
Wait, I'm lost. What?
No, he's both. I think she's sitting courtside like they're together.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some LA shit is like open relationships or just being a swinger and all of that is regular in LA, bro. That ain't so that's believable.
I get it.
I thought he was full blown gay, but
also,
now they can say that.
Kendall Jenner is way more famous than Bad Bunny. Just not.
No, the hell. What?
Nah, I don't know. It's close. Nah, not Bad Bunny.
Outside of the US, 100% yes. 100% yes.
Oh, bigger than Bad Bunny? I don't think.
You know who Bad Bunny is, Bernardo?
Right.
You know how much money
he's a rapper. I know he's a rapper, but like that's all I know about him.
You know he's
Everybody knows this guy. He's a rapper, right?
No, reggaetonero. He's a Puerto Rican. I can't even say he's a Puerto Rican artist. His whole story is crazy. He's the only guy. He's independent. He ain't signed to nobody, and he's the biggest artist in the world.
I'm not saying he's not big. I'm saying the Kendall Jenner, the Jenner family, the Kardashians, they're crazy everywhere. Like everybody knows them.
The Kardashian name might be as popular as Bad Bunny, but Kendall Jenner is nowhere near as popular as Bad Bunny.
I don't think it's nowhere close.
Yeah, I think Bad Bunny's a different level. That's a different level of fame. Because remember, that's what legitimized the Kardashians is them. They were messing with Reggie Bush. He flamed out in the league. Really, he was good. But
Reggie Bush.
The other guy,
it started with Rashad McKent. The first episode I seen, Rashad McKent was on there.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
Rashad McKent.
So you got all these players and artists that really weren't A-listers. Kanye's really the A-list guy they messed with. Ray J wasn't an A-lister. Once Kanye got involved, it was like now they legitimized them. That's why Jay, I think, is mad at them. Like, what are you doing? Why are you rocking with them? They're the devils. But
yeah, I think
now her being with Bad Bunny
definitely twisted over there.
Was that?
I said I don't know what it is. There's something about that family where something is not right over there. Like all the men is bugging out. The father turning into a woman. Like Kanye losing his mind. Lamar Odom started doing coke again. Only one I didn't catch like that was really French Montana. He swerved his way out. French Montana kept it hood. He kept it BX. He got up, got in, got out.
And you see what happened. You don't see her complaining about that, right?
Right.
He ain't from South Carolina.
Most the NBA players were able to. Most of the NBA players were able to survive them as well. Just Lamar got fucked up.
Most, I think James Harden. There's a bunch of them.
James Harden, Chris Humphries. Chris Humphries was out the league like 2 years later.
Yo, hold on. Did you see the
Ben Simmons? Ben Simmons,
right?
After that.
Oh gosh.
Who they said that all Kendall Jenner team versus the all somebody else team? I was dying because all these dudes they mess with the same chicks. So I'm telling you, they mess with the same chicks.
Look, I was about to be yeah. When I came to LA, I came to LA in 2020, right, to visit my cousin, the actor and shit, and a couple of actors and shit. And we was going to Ben Simmons' crib, right in the hills and shit. He live in the hills, and we was about to get in there. Like, I mean, the security was going to let us in, but then Kylie was there, and then she was like, "Yo, I don't want nobody around me if you don't take a COVID test every day." This when COVID test wasn't even available every day back then, in 2020. But she was like, "Yo, if you don't take a COVID test every day, you can't come in this party." I'm like, "Damn." Yeah, we couldn't get in, and my cousins is actors, like probably B-list, maybe B-list.
I would have had
20 fake COVID. I'm not gonna lie.
Talking about.
It wasn't available in 2020. You couldn't get a COVID test like that.
I hate to break it to you, but there were fake COVID cars running rampant out here in the streets. You talking about?
No, this is before that. It's the beginning, bro. No, this is like not the beginning, like October. So
the COVID proof cars,
February. They wasn't out in October. Like 4 months later. That was like a couple months later.
Oh, so you're saying like she didn't even give you a chance to get a real result?
Listen, Kendall is a pretty good GM. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but
she's pretty
I'll
decent
be in
as
the
a
rooms
GM.
for sure. I'll be in the rooms.
I believe you. I saw the purple do rag. I know what that means. You gotta wear that with certain level.
What that mean?
Yeah, a certain level of confidence that comes with that. You could bag anything. I could bag anything. See that COVID test? That sounds like why they put drinks for like $40, $50. They keep certain people away.
Yeah,
it's just a fact.
And in some places they added like a COVID. They used to have like a COVID fee to your bill in LA.
Well, what did that do?
People used to be mad, but they couldn't do anything.
COVID. Oh, meaning
dumb
you
shit
didn't.
Like y'all let you in the rest. What?
Meaning you didn't test. You didn't have a positive or negative test. You had to pay a fee.
No, it was just extra something on the bill. Like if you went in a restaurant during COVID, you had like it would be on your bill. Like
COVID fee. It'll be like an extra $10, $15. No explanation, no nothing. It's just that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
yo, they were shutting people down over here for that, for being open during COVID. That was crazy. They would track who was there. Yes, Bernardo, you can ask us. I'm sorry.
I want to ask this question. The Kendall Jenner All NBA team. I want to see if they win the title in their primes. Ben Simmons, D'Angelo Russell, Devin Booker, Kyle Kuzma, and Blake Griffin. Do they win the title?
Devin Booker, she is with D Book.
In their prime.
But that meme has her against another all team. There's another team that, like, they said.
I want to know if they win the title this year in their prime. That's what I want to know. D'Angelo, D Book, Ben Simmons, who was nice in his prime. He was nice.
He never had
Blake
a prime.
Griffin was a monster, and Kyle Kuzma.
Kyle Kuzma, I say no.
So you don't
go to
fight
conference final, maybe. I say no. They go to like a conference final, maybe though. Not a championship. Not winning.
They'll be too busy fighting over Kendall. Ain't doing nothing. Yo, that meme.
The game start 8:30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That meme you're talking about, Bernardo, it has another set of dudes with a chick that mess with all of them. You don't see that? There's an all gender team and there's an all other. Boss man, we've gone down the rabbit hole now. The groupie rabbit hole.
I see. I see, man.
Hold on, the all gender team is somebody else that we know that they mess with all the same chick.
That's sweet. Say that again now.
That's in the NBA?
Yeah, it's a chick that mess with a bunch of NBA dudes. I mean, besides the Kardashians. I'll look it up.
What you gonna put
Clarkson.
in? Chick that mess.
Yeah, look, I put the all Kendall Jenner team NBA. They say, look, Jordan Clarkson, Chandler Parsons, they're being very good friends. Jordan Clarkson, Blake Griffin, Ben Simmons, Kyle Kuzma. It was somebody else. Damn it. I think it was on.
And what happened? What happened after they finished messing with them? Their careers went down to earth.
Oh shit!
So flat on their faces.
Except Kyle Kuzma.
Kanye West said that Chris Paul had an affair with the Kardashians.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma had some success because he won a championship. So.
Oh yeah, that was a rumor. Chris Paul was messing with him when they tried to put that out there, and Chris Paul dodged all of that. He's a sneaky individual. Let me see. Kendall.
If you add Chris Paul and James Harden to the team, they probably win the title. That's what I'm saying.
After she dumped Lamar, she was with James Harden for a hot minute.
Oh,
see, that didn't last long.
You talking about
Huh?
Turbo? Who you talking about? Chloe?
Yeah. After she dumped Lamar, she was with James Harden after that. And then she dumped James and got right back with Lamar for a good minute. After he done, went through his situation.
Was it the Kylie team? These girls are just, oh my God.
He said the Kylie team.
Like, I get it. Like, they're just there for you. Was it Kylie? Yeah, I forgot what it was, man. It was funny though. Is he like either the all Kylie team versus the all Kendall team or some funny shit like that? Like Kendall's team is better than Kim Kardashian.
I agree.
I'm reaching new lows now. I'm reaching new lows. I'm sorry, guys.
That team was dope.
Who?
so early
They all
season.
like if you put all the Kardashians together, everybody that they were with,
That shit is
that team would be dope.
That's an all-time Hall of Fame game. That's what.
That was very good. That was very good right
Oh,
there.
I seen this bitch. She's fire.
What are you talking about? What you talking about, Mel?
I didn't know this was her.
Mel, you must show us receipts. What do you mean this is her? Are you shocked? Did someone break your heart on live television?
Milan Hernandez, you know who that is?
Hell no. You guys put me onto some new hoes every day, man. I'm not
Look
gonna lie.
her up. Look her up. Look how fine she look, and she was fucking with Bobo.
What's her name?
Milan Hernandez.
Hernandez.
I don't know how. I didn't even know how to spell that.
Mulan Hernandez.
Oh, okay.
Is she in the WNBA?
That's what it say. I don't think so though. I don't know.
It says she is. She's all right. She's kind of strong. Oh no! Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Now you know how you start scrolling. You go, wait. I was.
Yeah. The Bobo. She dating Bobo. She was.
Okay.
I was
I see
at that
Miss
shit right there.
Houston
The Houston Rockets. That was a celebrity game. I was there, front row, right there. The shit was she dribbling?
Where are you now? This one?
Yeah.
Of course you were.
It's on my page, bro. It's on one
Listen,
of my
I'm
reels.
not doubting you, Mel. You just told me you'll be in them rooms. I'm not doubting you whatsoever. You ain't gonna prove nothing to me. I believe you. Look at these. Oh, look, that's what you gotta buy. One of these little cute shoes with the teddy bears on them. No problem. Your man beloved will go nuts. No problem. What time is it?
5:42.
All right. No, that's your man beloved's line in 2023. What time is it, Ma? Yeah. She looks like a IG chick to me. 1 million followers?
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know,
good for her.
Women gonna get money, man. No matter what, women gonna get it, man.
Look, Rage
Look,
Man
right
follows
here. I
her.
don't know if I can see it. Look. Who follow her?
Rage Man. Put some respect on Rage Man's name. Phoenix plays you. What up? He said RIP to Miami. Yeah, it looks like they're done.
She has sensed the situation, many things to do, trying to prove
Looks like they're done.
and then for love by showing that they turned down a 5,000 cash app.
Who the hell is Rashad McKent?
He played for North Carolina. He was a big guard. North Carolina. He was really good in college. What would you say, Mel? Rashad McKent?
I don't think.
He's the reason why they won that national championship in 05 against Illinois.
Semi-attractive woman who seemingly is regular, who ain't fly up. And
No, what are you doing? Is this academics?
Huh?
That's academics.
Yeah, look, Shaq DM'd some girl who went viral. He talking about it. I'm trying to tell you this what NBA players do, bro. They be
I mean, you know.
Shaq had the joints too. Shaq was outside. Actually,
Shaq. No. I don't want no problem.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about basketball players for a long time. MVP. So let's do. Here's my question: can we name the top 10 foreign players and the top 10 American players?
Oh, and I have a follow-up question to that after we discuss it.
I'm sorry. Oh, I missed that part. I'm sorry.
I said I have a follow-up question to that after we discuss this.
Oh,
what you're
okay.
saying.
Well, top of the list got to be Hakeem for everybody, right?
Of course.
What was the question? No, service is going out.
the top 10 foreign players of all time, foreign to the NBA and US,
You
obviously.
count Timmy?
No, I'm not gonna lie.
Foreign
Manu's
player?
number one for me.
Manu's up there.
Manu's number one for
Tim
me.
Duncan was born in the Virgin Islands.
Manu,
That's what I'm saying.
Tim Duncan.
Tim was born in the Virgin Islands, I thought.
He was.
But he
That's what I'm saying.
can't play with them.
He was born in the He was born in the British Virgin Islands. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Timmy D, Tim Duncan. How about Giannis?
Yeah.
Giannis and Embiid and Joker in the top 10 already, right?
I
For
don't know
sure.
about that. Let me see.
Venus Sabonis, Della Shrimp.
Not as an NBA player, Arvidas. I don't
All
think he
time?
gets there.
Oh yeah, I don't know too much then. I don't know.
Shrimp is a good one though.
Got the strip. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Pepperovich.
Yeah.
Luka.
Oh man, talk about Steph Curry before Steph Curry. Oh
Yeah. He lit Jordan behind up 1 year. Lit him up.
Oh, I know.
Lit him up.
Everyone
talk
point
trash.
they keep reposting the Rex Chapman video, boss man. They gotta go watch the tape when Petrovic played against Jordan. Like Jordan didn't look like he wanted any problems with him. You know, Jordan be talking to everybody. He was just like, "Nah, I'm leaving this guy alone. He looks kind of crazy." Like Vernon Maxwell.
You spoke to that?
I don't know who else. Petrovic. Cool coach.
Yep. Parker, the point guard.
Tony Parker.
Yeah.
Luka.
We
Luka
got
gonna be
count
there.
Canadians. Oh yeah, Luka. Do we count Canadians?
Yes, because they can't play in the USC. So they're foreigners.
I think
Okay, I have my 10.
USA.
I have my 10. I have my 10.
Steve Nash.
My 10 is Hakeem Duncan Jokic, Giannis, Dirk, Embiid, Nash, Ginobili, Tony Parker, and Luka. That's my 10.
Yeah, that's my 10 too.
Yeah, I agree.
Shut up now. Shut up now.
No, for
That was
real.
good. That was good. That's a good
It's
list.
too early. How about your boy Steve Nash, Bernardo?
I said it. It's Hakeem Duncan Parker. No, Hakeem Duncan, Jokic, Giannis, Dirk, Embiid, Nash, Ginobili, Tony Parker, and Luka.
You didn't put Patrick Ewing
guys,
in
I was gonna say that, boss. You guys keep disrespecting Patrick Ewing, man. I don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, it's just something to think about. That's something. That's all. It's no right or wrong.
But he kind of came up and played high school ball in the United States.
But he still can play with the United States though.
He played with the he played with the USA Dream Team. He's an American citizen. He played his high school ball in America.
If that's the metric,
where you go to high school, that's where you're really from.
Okay, so then Duncan is out. So then Duncan is out because Duncan played for the U.S. team.
No, he did not. Neither one of them, right?
Olajuwon.
No.
Duncan played in 04, and Olajuwon played in 96. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And Olajuwon played.
You
Yeah.
got Nuggets. You love Nuggets.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm just gonna put the players that was born abroad. You guys, steal everything from the whole world. You won't steal the basketball players either.
What about Sabonis' father?
Yeah.
Venus Sabonis.
But I mean, he didn't play that well in the NBA. Like his prime was before he went to the NBA.
But you gotta remember, they wasn't allowed to play in the NBA as early because if they were gonna play in the league, they couldn't play with their national team.
Yeah, and he
That's
was
why
the best player.
Oscar Smith didn't want to play with the Nets.
My guy.
You forgetting Victor, whatever his last name is.
Oladipo?
Wembanyama.
Top 10 already. He's top 10 already.
Wembanyama.
Top 10?
No.
Oh, Wemby.
Who?
Yo, if he turns out to be a bust, Wembanyama, the new guy, boss man.
Oh God.
Yo, is
What
he
I
about
want
to
to
be
ask,
the first international overall pick?
nah,
Or was that
Hakeem was
Ewing?
the
No, it was
first.
Ewing.
Hakeem,
Oh,
Yeah.
Hakeem. All right.
Ewing? No. Yeah.
Yeah, Olajuwon.
I wanna ask you guys. I wanna ask you guys one thing about this American. I was arguing with a friend of mine. Do you guys think in the next 5 years, if you put together an international team to go against an American team, after LeBron, KD, Steph, and Kawhi get out of the league, if you take the next 5 years, do you think the international team beats the American team?
Yes.
They could probably
So
do it now.
in my mind, the international team would be SGA, Luca, maybe Giannis, maybe Wiggins, Giannis, and Jokic, and then you have like Embiid,
Embiid.
Jamal, Pascal Siakam, and other
Not even
guys.
gonna- I don't think the NBA would allow that.
Yeah, it'll be
They're
over
gonna
for us.
make the United States look too bad. I don't even think if they think
You got
they're gonna lose, I don't think they would even do that.
the world versus the US.
Adam Silver said last week that they were considering the world versus the US in the All-Star game to be the new All-Star game.
That'll be an ill All-Star game, and they might
That would be
motivate
fun
us.
as well. And people would take it seriously. People would really care about it, I think. At least the international guys would, and if the Americans didn't, the international kicked their asses. So
Yeah,
I
No,
think it would be a fun game.
if that was to happen, I think America they will wake up because they know if they get their ass kicked, they know everybody on social media, all of that quirks are going to be on their ass like they never. You talking about getting criticism that they never got before? Trust me, if that was to go down,
I feel like they know that now. They already know that.
I know, but I'm saying if they lose, it's gonna even be worse. They
And
won't
like if
even
you
be
take
able to come
the post
outside kind
LeBron,
of situation.
if you take the post LeBron, KG, Durant generation, if you take after that, the world beats their asses. In my opinion, the world would beat the Americans post this generation.
That is a fact.
Like under
they can't
30s,
win
if you
now.
look under 30s, things are dark for the Americans.
All we have that sounded kind of racist, but on watch them.
Dire, okay, dire. I'm sorry.
I think. Imagine who do we have? The draft that had the two biggest superstars are derailed. Those players are derailed. Ja Morant and Zion. Those are the guys supposed to be competing in that category, and they can't. Zion can't stay on the court, and pretty much neither can Ja. And
It's
those are the
basically
last American
like
superstars.
it's Devin Booker and Tatum. Devin Booker and Tatum, and then you have like Trae Young, Jaren Jackson Jr. I don't really know.
Ant-Man.
It's possible they might lose in the
Ant-Man.
FIBA World Cup this summer.
They lost the last FIBA World Cup when they didn't like the US didn't land the top notch talent.
Yeah.
And they lost to Serbia or France. No, they lost to France, and then they lost to Serbia in the fifth place game.
Yeah. Yeah, they might lose this. They might lose this year.
Like I always say this, people kind of pretend that the redeemed team's team rolled over everybody, but that's actually not right. It's not true. Like you guys almost lost to Spain in the final. It was a 4-point game with 3 minutes left or something. Like it wasn't an easy. Both finals, both 08 and 2012, were very tough games.
Yeah. I think if the only team that had a chance to beat those guys was Spain, because Spain had the height, they had the height, they had the.
They were an awesome team. They had the Gazols, Ricky Rubio, Rudy Fernandez, Juan Carlos Navarro.
Oh yeah,
They were an awesome
I
team.
thought he was going to be nice in the NBA. He was hot. He was hot for a good minute.
And Navarro for a while, he was the 3-point leader among rookies all time.
Yeah.
Juan Carlos Navarro.
Yeah. But I still have the Redeem team as one of the second best as far as all time behind the Dream Team. They're the second best. They're the second best team put together.
The 96 team was pretty good if you look at
What?
it.
Yeah, they're
The
in third.
96
I
team.
put them in third. I put them in third. Just because what was on, there was a lot of pressure on the Redeem team. So I would put them. I would put them second, and I would put the 96 team in third. And Dream Team 2, I'm gonna give them some respect. They'll be fourth.
Look at this.
They'll be fourth, and then I'll put the 2012 squad after that. Because I was just telling Faye because I already had I put a list together. But I also did like a hypothetical. I did an episode on a hypothetical. If the 80s would allow the US to play, who would it be? Then we would have been having a conversation of who would have had the best.
Oh
team.
yes, for sure.
Like 84,
and
84. You probably if they would allow to play, you definitely would have had Magic, Isaiah in the backcourt. Of course, the forwards would have been Larry Bird, Dr. J, Dominique Wilkins. Whatever forward. George Gervin would have definitely played. No, I would probably put Bernard King.
Not
somebody that could shoot.
Originally, it was like only like college, right?
Yeah,
College?
but I'm just saying,
Yes.
just hypothetical, if they would allow them to play in the 80s, in 84, that's when they had the Olympics. So I'm just mad if there was a hypothetical that would have been the score. We know if they would allow them, we know Magic and Isaiah would have been the face of that. Would have been the face of that team. The face of that team.
Hey Turbo. Look at the 86 team, 96 team. Barkley, Penny Hardaway, Grant Hill, Karl Malone, Reggie Miller, Hakeem Olajuwon,
Yeah.
Shaq, Gary Payton, Scottie Pippen, Mitch Richmond, David Robinson, and John Stockton. Like that team is, it's an amazing team.
Yeah. And you know what's so crazy? Gary Payton came on that team the last minute. Gary Payton wasn't supposed to have been on that team. It was supposed to have been Big Dog Glenn Robinson, but he got hurt.
And Shaq was supposed to be on the regular green team. They took Christian Laettner instead.
Yeah. It could have been either him or Alonzo. You could have went with either or.
That's a crazy team.
And I said this,
they-
the 2000 team, if Vince Carter wasn't on that squad, they would have been as good. That's just me personally. I don't know how everybody else would feel, but I told that to anyway. I said, yo, if Vince Carter wasn't on that squad, that dream team, that USA team would have been not trash. They would have been so. Vince brought the swagger to that team.
And like it's funny because the dream team era, like since '92, it's not that successful. It's not as successful as we might expect. Like if you look at, they lost the '98. They lost the '98 champion.
Yeah, but that was the college team because they were on strike.
Oh, okay. So they won the 2000 Olympics. They lost the 2002 World Cup. They lost the 2004 Olympics, and then they lose again in 2006 the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the domination era to 08, 10, 12 they win.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think 14 and 16 they also win, but the 19 they lose the World Cup. So it's like it's not complete domination. It's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, we know that, but we're not surprised. We knew the international was going to catch up at some point. We knew that. We knew that they were going to catch up at some point.
2012, the US won against Lithuania in overtime in the group stage, and then won by 7 against Spain in the final. Like
Yeah, but they had no size on that squad. The only big man that they had was Tyson Chandler.
That's true.
Kevin
It's
Durant kind of saved them because he was scoring.
it was Tyson Chandler, Kevin Love, and Anthony Davis who barely played.
Yeah,
Was
Anthony
like
Davis
20.
barely played.
Yeah.
Who scored the most on that
That's
team? It was
crazy.
Kevin Durant scored the most points.
KD.
He had
KD
like
was the
about 20.
leading
He had like
scorer in
somewhere
three.
like 20, right?
He was the leading scorer in 2 straight Olympics in 2012, 2016, and 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, he saved them in the 2012 and the 2020. If KD didn't play on that team, they would have lost.
Durant had 30 and 9 in the final against Spain. That's a pretty big game in his career.
He had
30 and 9 in the
39.
final against Spain. Yeah.
He had 39. He scored that many points?
No, 30 and 9.
Oh,
30
30
points
and
and
9.
9
I was about to
rebounds.
say he had 39. That's
No, but
crazy.
even then, 30 points in an Olympic final in a close game is a very big game for his career.
Who has scored the most points in USA history? Carmelo got that record,
It's
right?
Carmelo. It's Carmelo. And in basketball history is my guy Oscar Smith.
Yeah.
But in
Yeah.
the USA team, I think it's Carmelo.
It's about 40.
What?
How much?
Let me see.
Yeah, Carmelo's the all-time leading scorer in USA basketball history.
In just the Olympics, the leading scorer is Kevin Durant, actually. Just in the Olympics. KD has 435 and Carmelo has 336 in the Olympics. Why do you think that is, Turbo? Why do you think that the US is like the hegemony is dwindling down?
Huh?
Why do you think the US hegemony is fading in basketball?
The lack of fundamentals and not really being developed and coached right. And I just think with us as USA we're too damn spoiled. We don't know how to face adversity.
You don't what? I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
I said we don't know how to face adversity.
But
I think we got
it
too
isn't just in the
spoiled
national team level.
Huh?
It isn't just in the national team level, like we're talking. If you look at the young talent in the league right now, the top young talent isn't American anymore. Like
I know that's what I'm saying. But see,
that must be the first time ever that you can look at 4 guys like the Giannis, Embiid, Jokic, and Luka and say like those are the best 4 under 30 players in the league, 4 international players. I don't think that ever happened before.
They don't. I feel like we don't play basketball the right way no more. Well, not no more. We don't play basketball the right way at all. Because if you look, like, skill-wise, Joker, Luka, they could do anything. But they're also true to their position. Where to, like, us is like somebody's specialty is something. Like, somebody might be, like, the best shooter or the best scorer. They don't do everything to win or can't do everything. They're intangibles. You feel me?
But do you think that's more like because of the way that the youth system is structured?
I think
We were talking a while ago about how the European system is based on clubs and professional clubs,
right. Yeah.
training the players since they're young. Do you think
Right.
that has something to do about it?
Yeah. And yeah. Exactly. That's exactly it. And like I said, I believe in like playing basketball the right way. Feel me? Like
So
making the winning,
how is the
making the winning play rather than being selfish. Like Joker, he gonna get the ball and make the right read every time, whether it compared to like somebody who might be more talented and try to win the game himself. And most American players have the I mentality, like like I can win this or this is my team. And in other countries, it's not like that. You playing within the
That's why when
did
you
you
system.
play
said
high
earlier,
school? Did you play high school or AAU, Mel?
Me? Yeah, I play high
Yeah.
school. I play high school and AAU and
And how
college.
was it? Like how was the coaching and the mentality of the situation?
Well, I was blessed. I played for at my school. My coach is the third all time. He got the third all time wins in New York City for the public school. I went to public school. So I didn't go to like a regular program. So I really like even that. I learned how to play basketball. I thought I knew how to play basketball. Was a good basketball player until I went there. Like it was a lot of hard work. It was hard work. We was like the San Antonio Spurs of like high school about in PSA. I was it's called PSAL, Public School Athletic League. So, but we was like the San Antonio Spurs of the league. Like we just played. He made sure, and my coach was old school. He played in the ABA, and he played with Dr. J a little. And Tiny Archibald was our assistant coach. He was cool. Tiny Archibald used to come and coach us and stuff.
Tiny was your assistant coach.
Yeah. It's not like it wasn't official, but he was our assistant coach, Tony Archibald.
That's
He went to
ill.
and he went to Clinton, and we went to Kennedy. That's his rival school.
So how do you talk all this shit about the old school and Tiny Archibald was your coach? You are an
I don't know.
asshole, bro.
What do you mean? My opinion is my opinion. Even though he was my assistant coach, it ain't gonna change.
No, this guy's a jerk.
Send this to Tiny to see what he thinks.
You used to argue with him?
AAU, I didn't know how important AAU was. I used to just go to teams. Like every AAU team is loaded, so I used to go to teams and try to like. As long as I made the team, like damn, I'm in here with these guys, with the elite guys. You feel me? I used to be happy with making the team. I would get the sneakers, the bags, shorts, and then don't go. People call me like, "Yo, you should have came to Boston this weekend." Even the trash people played. I'm like, I ain't care. I want to be in the hood playing ball in the park instead. But I didn't know how important like playing AAU. I could play against like somebody top, have a good game. That shit could have changed my life. But my friends, I didn't learn that until later. You feel me? The AAU scene, you really see where you are realistically, because you might think you're the best in your region, your area. You might think until you play somebody from Cincinnati and he do everything. So it really, you might think you're the best, or you could mess with that person, or a person is overrated until you play them, and they give you that work. You be like, that's where your name is respected and earned at in AAU. I'm not gonna hold you
Got
up.
it.
What else?
Because I think you guys in the US are going through something that Brazil went through last century in terms of football, soccer. Because we were, and Fabian may, I don't know if because you Dominican, you may know this better than anyone. Like we were the
everybody comes to fade.
Listen,
I don't know.
Yo, Mel, did you hear what
you guys
Beloved called me Groot from the Despicable
don't
Me?
like football, so I don't know.
He said it like Groot from Despicable Me. Hilarious. I'm sorry.
But
So I'm Dominican, so I know football, which is soccer. Man,
no,
go ahead.
it's not soccer at all. But okay, it's because like you probably have some reference of the Brazil national team being like the Brazil national team. It's the main.
Yeah, I mean, that's basketball for American football for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's for the whole world, the Brazil national team was the synonym of talent and flash and 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 winning basically because we won a lot in the 20th century. But then with time, as time passed, Europe kind of caught up to us because of structure and more disciplined play, like more tactical awareness, more technically sound play. Because we in Brazil, we developed players kind of in a freestyle way. Like people played street ball a lot, people played in kind of semi-professional teams for their whole careers, and then they went to the professional teams. And in Europe, they did it the opposite way. Like the federations and the clubs, they structured a system of youth academies that everywhere in the continent, and they started developing more talented, and the talent was more tactically aware, more technically precise because of training, and then we lagged behind.
Have you guys recovered since then, or is it still Brazil is still lagging in terms of the overall football athletes competing on that
We're
level?
still like top. We're still like top three, top five most talented nation in football wise, and in the amount of players, we're number one by far. Like there's no country in the world that produces the amount of talent Brazil produces, but in terms of like top level national team level players, probably top three. But we haven't won a World Cup since 2002, so it's like,
which is crazy.
and I honestly, yeah. It's the largest gap in years between World Cups in our history.
Easily. So you're thinking that Brazil got too complacent and everyone else caught up around the world, especially specifically Europe, how to train? Like how? I mean, what exactly in the training or the process got them to another level? Because here it just sounds like it's broken. Like the AAU is kind of like AAU sounds almost, well, I don't want to say criminal, but it sounds like they broke down the talent so bad, or they're so gung ho about the young talent playing and it, making them left back. You're 17 years old, but I'd rather you have you left back. You can look better on a highlight reel and take an NIL check or take a check from Nike or take a check from wherever. I don't think Brazil's going through that, right? Like that highlight reel life is not in Brazil, is it?
Good question.
It wasn't in that sense, but it was kind of the same process. Like we were stuck in a mentality about football that wasn't it wasn't compatible to what the world of soccer required anymore. Like we were very focused on flash and ability in terms of skill and dribbling ability and no look passes and so on, and that's why the Brazilians got their brand like as the showman of football. But football wasn't art anymore. It was it was a profession, and once football became a profession and not just art, we lagged behind. And I think maybe that's kind of what's happening in the
That
US.
sounds like
The US
exactly that. Like
that
if you got the flashy
yeah, go ahead.
over the fundamentals, you're gonna be more recognized. But if like Kiss, keep it simple, stupid. You playing simple like a regular bounce pass, regular chest pass, get the ball one dribble shot. You're not gonna get the notoriety like that, even though you might be way better than dudes.
And people say a lot about the and one culture, like the mixtape culture, and I think maybe that's something to do with it. I don't know.
Sports
Nah, a
Center,
little bit, but
ESPN.
nah, that was so far long ago, and that didn't really translate because it's like out of all them dudes from the A1, literally one was in the NBA, so it wasn't like all them dudes was in the NBA and stuff. You feel me? Um,
No, I'm talking more about the mentality of the people, like of the players, the players that came after that. You don't think so?
what players? I don't think too many players came after that though. I mean, they was probably like influenced by them, but not too much. But
You
once
know what
again,
else?
go
No, go ahead,
ahead.
Mel. No,
You
I'm
go
pretty
ahead.
sure.
No, go ahead. I'm good.
I think it was and one, but it was also they remember I was saying earlier that they denied this typical style in the 60s and 70s. That this was like if you go like in Harlem right now is like Mel. I don't think Queens has what Harlem has. Like you go to 5 different ball games in one game in a park and it's packed. Like people are watching and coming to the game to watch it like that.
For sure.
There's no other borough that's like that. Like Harlem is like that, and it's been like
My
that from
friend
the
just told me that
70s.
yesterday. My friend told me the same exact thing. He was like, they hooping everywhere. Everybody in Harlem got a whole bunch of. Everybody got a basketball program. Where back in the day, it was probably like only the big dogs, you know. So everybody's hooping. Like these kids is hooping every day. But yeah, you're right with that. Go ahead. Keep on going.
And then so that style became like and one is like a highlight version of that. But also, if you think about it, like if you mention your for the or the average person talks about their top 10, top 20 players ever, a lot of them include centers, and those centers were all American for the most part. It's only Olajuwon and who else that are not considered centers.
Right.
That are not American centers. So I think getting the center out of the game got the Americans out of the game as well, getting the big man out of the game.
Yeah, but now
Mm-hmm.
all the best centers in the league are foreigners. That's like you can have superstar centers, they're just not Americans anymore.
Right. True.
And
And you
I don't
have
know
to
why.
be
Like
able. You have to be able to play organizer in the system. You know no matter how nice you was in street ball, you still had to be an elite, real fundamental basketball player if you wanted to make it anywhere. You couldn't be just a street ball basketball player.
one thing that I see in football, and I don't know if that translates to basketball as well, is that like uh, what people like to watch is it's really difficult to be successful in a professional level doing what people like to watch, like being Neymar or being Kyrie Irving or being those really flashy guys. Like if that's your focus, you need to be an all-time talent to be able to succeed in the highest level. And then people kind of neglect the other sides of the sport a bit. And I see that in football a lot. Like it's
Um, I'm not sure where we left off before after I said the
I think
American
it's the same.
centers. But you talking about you have to be exceptional to be Kyrie. Even Jordan, like those are all exceptions. Jordan, they changed the rules for him to help him. And after there's a pre and post Jordan, like they put the zone defense in to have more players like him. And then the big man, like you said, they're all international now, but it's all face up basketball. It's not back to the basketball, and that was a Euro thing. And not no disrespect, but that was considered soft or softer kind of game. So
I'm not
they
European,
that
so you're not disrespecting me.
no disrespect to them, but it was considered a softer kind of game because there's no back to the basket. It's not brute work. You're facing up the whole time, so where you're taking away a whole skill that was included in basketball from the inception. So I don't think
I don't
I
really
think the
think that
centers
was like
got
a top skill though. I think that's just the way basketball was played. I mean, it might have been a little skill being able to play your back to the basket or something, like, but I just feel like I don't know. That wasn't
so
wide
what
enough.
happened to all the American big men? Like why didn't it translate to the American big guys to face up and be more and we don't have any of them on the top. What is
Cut.
the top 4 MVP candidates are all you're all international. Top 4 MVP, that's crazy.
That's just the way it is right now. How long it's gonna be like that forever? It's just part of a trend right now. It's a trend.
You think it's
In
an
my opinion.
accident that the trend happened to be something that's always been considered European? Face up basketball, like back to the basket, traditional ball wasn't that was what basketball was about before. And the basketball was an American sport. It was birthed here. So once it went international, when you went around the world, they were more face up guys. So the fact that the league looks more like that, that means it looks more international than it does American. So I
But
would
also
think they have the advantage.
the rules have changed though. You used to be able to post up for 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't do that now. So why even try to? You're not gonna be ineffective if you only got 5 seconds to catch it, turn, pivot, or you can't take 5 dribbles to back a person down no more. spacing is different. Everything different.
It's boring.
I feel like if
Like
it
there's
was
no way.
somebody like elite, still that had a back to the basket game, it would become a trend again. Like it was a big time high school player, and that's all he did. Like back to the basket, turn around, dunk, back to the basket, fade away, back to the basket, dream shake. Like that would become a trend again. Like
You
Jokic
guys
doing, I
remember
think
Jaleel
it's gonna
Okafor?
be a trend. Huh?
You guys remember Jaleel Okafor?
Jaleel Okafor, yeah, he was alright. Right, he was one of them.
He was the last guy that I remember like coming out of college, and this dude is a straight post up player, and he won the chip
And
in
he
Duke
killed. And it
also.
produced. It translated. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened to his career, but he did his thing in the NBA,
I think he
right?
was injured, and I think he got injured, and then right afterwards they drafted Embiid, and Embiid was just better. So
Yeah, that was another waste of pick on Philadelphia's part too. They
It
drafted
wasn't a
him.
wasted pick. He was good.
Not a wasted pick, but now I mean when you look at it now, it's like wow.
I agree. It was a wasted pick. Turbo. Like the
Looking
process
at
was
it now,
was
if we're looking
trash.
at it now, yeah, it is. But back then, yeah, it was a better choice. I mean, we can go back to
Yo,
certain
he
drafts.
averaged 17 points as a rookie. The
The
next year
process
he
was
averaged
trash.
11. Huh?
The process was trash. You
No, I'm
had
talking
they
about Jaleel
drafted.
Okafor.
Yeah, he was a part of it. He's out of here. He's not in the league anymore.
Right, but
And
if
then
I
you
have a
got
rookie and he averages 17 points per game and 1 block, 7 rebounds, that wasn't a horrible pick, bro.
it's horrible now.
it is even
Definitely in
it's
hindsight. I'm
even
not talking about back
worse.
then. You gave it a chance. But now look, I'm talking about the process. That's not talking about enough. The process that Philly was going through, where they have Embiid and everything like that. Okay, they gave up. They drafted Drew Holiday. They drafted Mikal Bridges. They could have had a way better squad, but they ruined it with the process.
Oh yeah, I'm saying that. Hell yeah.
And
I
they had
think
to
they ruined
they
it.
had a
I
chance
think
to draft Tatum. They moved up. They moved up from the number 3 pick to go number 1. Well, Boston sucked. Condom. Danny Ainge
I didn't
condom.
realize that.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Who do they
course.
draft?
They get who?
Fultz,
Martell Folks, number 1.
Markel Fultz,
He's having
and
a
it's
decent career.
even worse. The Okafor pick is kind of crazy because they drafted him after drafting Embiid. Like they drafted Embiid in 2014, and then they drafted Okafor in 2015.
2015, 2016. So they was probably trying to go old school. 2 bigs, 2 young bigs, both could post up.
They didn't know what they was doing,
2015
bro.
draft was trash. Also, 2015 draft was trash. The only decent guy, like it's Karl Anthony Towns, Russell, Azonia, no Porzingis, and then Booker at 14, basically.
And Booker looking like he about to be the best player out of that draft class.
I think he is the best player out of that draft.
Well, it's a toss up between if you wanna count Karl Anthony Towns because him making all-star appearance.
Nah, I
This
think
is a
Booker is better than Towns.
Huh? What you say, Mel?
This draft is pretty horrible. I'm looking at it right now.
Well, 15, 16?
Yeah,
It's 15, yeah, it is.
Oh, did you see
I'm
this?
not saying
Go ahead.
when you was looking at it like, oh yeah, that would be a perfect fit for Philly at that time because you were still playing, back to the basketball. So yeah, it was a good choice at that particular time. But now when you look at it down the road, you're like, what the heck were they thinking?
But that's already like that's the 2015
always
draft. So
been like
that's
them. It's always been drafts. Has always been drafts are funny like that. It's always been like that. If we go back to the '95 draft, shit, Kevin Garnett was the best player out of the whole entire draft class. If you think about it.
So who was it after Philly? When was Okafor pick?
He was second.
No, third. Behind D'Angelo Russell. Oh, we had Porzingis. Okay.
Porzingis went
Emmanuel.
fourth.
Yeah, it was Karl Anthony Towns, D'Angelo Russell, Okafor, and Porzingis. You could only argue Porzingis over Towns because of like super talent, but Towns probably deserves to be drafted first, right?
Yeah, because he had because you gotta remember Kentucky was on fire that year. They were undefeated that year until they
And they lost
lost to
they lost to
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Yes. Frank Kaminsky carrying Wisconsin in that game.
And yeah, and because of that performance, he got drafted 9th by the Hornets.
Kevon Looney. But where I don't see where it's Okafor.
Kevon Looney is number one overall pick, by the way. Kevon Looney.
What do you mean?
I would pick Kevon number 1 by far. Greatest rebounder in the history of the NBA.
Yeah, he's trolling. He knows he don't mean that. That's that Warrior fan talking.
He's average at best, as Flea would say. I'm gonna just troll like Flea from now on. Be like, he's average at best. He's average. Flea got Zach pissed. Were you here for that, Turbo?
Yeah, I was at work. I was tuning in. Oh, I finally fixed it. I finally got on the phone. You see how they
we saw you were eating lunch.
Huh? Nah, but you know what it was when I click on, and then I was like trying to enter the video, and like like when you was like, yo, Turbo, I can't see you. You gotta come out. You messing in. Up top, you gotta press English.
Lila, come out.
Where they say like,
go this away from me.
Like there's like a little box where you got like how you fix your phone, and you gotta like sound and all of that crazy, whatever craziness. And then when I press English, and then I pressed the the camera and the mic, and then my face showed. I was like, oh, it works. I was like, oh, finally. So I got it to work on my phone finally. Because I'm like, yo, this don't make any freaking sense. This don't make any sense. Like, how is it working on my iPad but not on my phone? That's like ridiculous. So now when I'm out in the street or when I be in the car in Atlanta and y'all on, I can like tune in on while I'm on the road.
Yo, have y'all seen this from I'm glad you got it going, sir, because you always, helping us out over here.
What?
Have y'all seen this with Jimmy Butler? He's starting to get annoying now with his fake team. Let's see if you can hear this. Can you hear that? I'm gonna mute everybody.
To think what it would ever mean to you to be elected into the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think?
Don't care.
You don't care whether you're a Hall of Famer?
No, I don't.
Do you think your resume?
Still don't care. Honestly speaking, could care less. If we're being brutally honest, if I was selected to the Hall of Fame, I'm not going.
You're not going to accept it?
No. I'm not going. Like, it's like the festivities and all of that. I just want to go put my feet in the sand somewhere.
You wouldn't accept that honor, the greatest honor in basketball?
It's an individual thing. I'm not for the individual type stuff. I'm really not. I'm like a team guy.
But even after it's all said and done and you've done
No, I don't want to go. I'm not worried about the Hall of Fame. So I promise you. It's an honor, it is, but I could care less.
Interesting.
I mean that too, by the way.
What is he talking about, Turbo?
I have no idea.
He might really mean that though. I think he might mean like he don't care. I also think he's lying. Like if he is going to Hall of Fame, you going to that, bro. Like
he like, all right, I get it. You're
and if he didn't care about the what he said? He only care about the team thing, then he wouldn't want money when he get paid. He wouldn't want like $100 million when it's time to get paid. He would take less for my team.
Did he do that?
No.
I don't believe him.
Because Miami gave him the bag. And plus, he may feel this way now, but down the road, he gonna feel different as he get older. As he get older, he gonna look back and be like, you know what? It is a good honor. And first of all, it is a team. If it wasn't for you, Miami wouldn't be in this situation. That's why I said he's like the Wild Sheep Wallace of this generation. Like he can be, if he wanted to be the best player in the league, he can be, but he's more of a team guy. That's what Rashid never really.
No, he cannot.
Not
Yeah,
like
there's no
no.
chance.
But I'm not. I'm just saying. I was just using Rashid Wallace in that sense. They both have that same. Like Rashid could have been a superstar. We all know that. Jimmy has star talent because we seen him when the game, huh?
Nah, I just think that's the complete. Nah, Rashid is a complete opposite issue. Like he's Rashid Wallace might not be a Hall of Famer. He might not have been a superstar, all out of like a lack of just discipline. Jimmy Butler is totally disciplined. He's very intentional. He's what's the word? Unpredictable. This is calculated. Like even with the way he's talking about, like I said, he didn't call out Bam Adebayo enough. Like I don't like the way Bam Adebayo is playing, and he's going soft about him. And he's the guy that called out Karl Anthony Towns, all this team bullshit, and you went called out Karl Anthony Towns, and all of a sudden you had an interview set up ready right after the practice, but you missed the team now. Like now we're starting to get to catch you in your bullshit, Jimmy Butler.
And it was about Karl Anthony Towns because they was paying him and not him. So that tells you he's lying right there.
And then when we put Tobias Harris over me.
So really, you don't think Rashid could have been one of the best, like as far as one of the best power forwards of all time?
Of course,
with his talents, like
of course.
I mean, could shoot. He was like one of those bigs that was going out shooting outside the paint, making threes.
Right, but
like he was a matchup problem.
Right, but that was the point, that he wasn't disciplined enough to do that. Like Jimmy Butler's the opposite.
And all time,
yeah,
I think his bag was like that. Not all time.
Nah, Rashid's talent was like that. Rashid should have been. Tim Duncan should not have been better than KG, Webber, or Rasheed Wallace. They were more talented than he was. Way more. Chris Webber was way more talented. KG was way more talented. They were like, Webber had a handle from Michigan. Rashid could not.
I don't think I agree. I don't think I agree with the Tim Duncan part, because like Tim Duncan, we were talking the other day, Fabian. You showed the flashy Tim Duncan highlights. Like Tim Duncan was talented as hell. He just a different type of player. He played differently, but he was the consensus #1 pick. He came into the league, people expecting him to be what he was. Like Timmy was.
That is true. I don't think there was no. I don't think people had expectations on Kevin Garnett coming out as a high school kid.
But it's
not as much
point.
as Tim Duncan.
Huh? So great point.
Not as much as Tim Duncan.
Great point, but that was.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was after 4 years at Wake Forest, right? He played 4 years. He didn't play 2. He played 4 because he needed to. It was him and Camby at UMass going at it. And again, you're not talking about talent. You're talking about skill. Tim Duncan was way more skilled than them because he worked on everything. Yeah. He was the big fundamental. Rasheed Wallace was not. That was my point to begin with, Turbo. Yeah. Jimmy Butler plays discipline. He plays and he has to. If not, he's not anywhere near Jimmy Butler. He doesn't have anywhere near Rasheed Wallace's talent. Rasheed Wallace should have been better than everybody, or had a chance to be better than all those power forwards. Jimmy Butler does not. Jimmy Butler at his best is nowhere near Kevin Durant, LeBron, none of these Kobe Bryant. No, that's not. No, that's what you. I'm going against your statement. You said if he wanted to, he could be the best player in the league, and it's like no, he can't. He has no chance of that. Zero.
He's the polar opposite of Kyrie, for example. Like if Kyrie had Jimmy's mentality, Kyrie might have been the GOAT for real.
I can agree with that.
Because like actually Kyrie with Jimmy's mentality is like it's
if Jimmy wanted to be the best two-way player, could he?
No. I think
No.
Jimmy's giving his best. That's my point, Turbo. No. Jimmy gives his best. Rasheed Wallace didn't. Tim Duncan gave his best. I think Kyrie gives his best on the court, but I don't think he's as
like what I was saying. They're very kind of similar as far as their talent was. They're similar. Like you see it in him. Like if he wants to be, because when Jimmy wants to be a dog, he can be a dog.
When I watch Jimmy, when I watch Jimmy is like when I watch Jimmy, what I think is like I don't think he could be 1% better than he is right now. Like I never watch Jimmy and think he's leaving stuff at the table. Never. He's always 100%.
And Rasheed
That's
Wallace
why
always look like he left something on the table, cursing the referee out. Like
Yeah,
that's a
it
like
sounded
there's
like
a
he had
big
more. It sounded like he sounded like he had more point. He had more text than he had more points. That was his issue.
yeah. And granted, I mean, we have some the referees are coming out saying that it was on purpose, but nah, he wasn't even Kevin Garnett. Like I gotta plug Rasheed Wallace's numbers. I don't think he had double doubles every year like those guys. Like he did not play to his potential at all. Even shooting those threes like that was early and it was ahead of his time. But look, he averaged 20 once in his career.
No.
Oh yeah, he never did. He never averaged.
I was watching
he never averaged 10 rebounds.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So he's on that. He's on that overachiever list, right? So now you got to put him in that top tier as far as overachiever. Had the talent, but like you think like he could take his game to that next level because he even said it. He did what Jimmy Butler just said. I don't care about the Hall of Fame. All I want to do is win.
Oh, so then they were like in that manner, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
all right, they're right.
He said that in the interview. He's like, I don't care about the Hall of Fame.
See, but the difference is that Rasheed acts like he doesn't give a fuck. And Jimmy Butler does not act like that.
That is true.
Yeah, and like I watched. I remember watching the 2000.
You saw him in Stackhouse and killing in North Carolina. You was like, oh my gosh, the athleticism. You're like, damn. Imagine if he can. And you forget he was in Washington with Chris Webber and Juwan Howard.
Strickland, yeah.
No, Strickland wasn't there yet. Strickland, he got traded for Strickland. But that would have been crazy if Strickland would have played with them. Oh my gosh.
I could have sworn they played against. So who did the Bulls play against? And they were like, yo, that's an up and coming team right there.
No, it was Calbert Chaney. Calbert Chaney was nice in college. What?
Okay. What college did he go to? What college did he go to?
Indiana.
Okay.
They were in the movie. He was in the Blue Chip movie.
Okay.
That was the real Indiana team. That played in the blue and that played in the movie in Blue Chip. That was the real Indiana team.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Bernardo.
I was gonna say earlier this year I watched every game of the 05 finals, the Spurs Detroit finals. The finals that Fabian hates.
And how many drinks did you have to get you through that?
I don't drink. Okay. I don't drink. Right. And I'm a Ginobili fan, so sometimes I skip the part that Ginobili wasn't on the court.
Wow.
But what the funny thing about that finals is like Rasheed, beginning of the game, he would give Tim Duncan buckets for 5 minutes, and then he would disappear for 3 quarters straight. Like he did it a couple of times in that series, and it was funny because like you could see he's a monster talent. He could hit the fadeaway over both shoulders. He could going down low and dunk it, and all the stuff that you.
I mean, and dunking in your face hard. Like it wasn't like no regular dunk. Like he could like dunk it hard.
And then for like 2.5 quarters, just Chauncey Billups and Tayshaun Prince breaking shots over and over again, and then Rasheed would hit another jumper and disappear again. Like it's kind of bizarre to watch him play. When I did, I never watched him like a full series. Game 7 against Game 7 against LA, like he was tearing apart the Lakers for a while there, and then he disappeared for the whole fourth quarter. Like he's a funny guy.
Yeah, because that's what he was saying like, yo, if you look at that Lakers series in game, like, yo, the Lakers had nobody to guard him. Even though Robert Horry and Horace Grant and AC Green, they were solid defenders, but come on, those three, that's what would Shaq say? Barbecue chicken alert. I'm like, yo, give me the ball every time. I'm trying to get them in foul trouble. I'm trying to force Shaq to come out and guard me from the 3-point line.
Is Mel snoring on there? Hey, by the way, Ross Strickland was on that 96-97 team.
Yeah, but Rasheed wasn't on that roster. They got traded for each other.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, they got traded for
Good
each other.
point. So he got, but the next season, I got you.
Yeah,
got
no.
you.
Deadline. It was a trade deadline. Rashid got traded on the trade deadline.
Not no Strickland, Ben Wallace. Oh my God. Ben Wallace, Chris Webber. Sheesh. That was crazy.
What roster are you looking at now? Rashid was
this is 96. No, Rashid was not on it. 96, 97. Jaron Jackson was all right. Tim Legler.
Yeah.
Tim Legler went to LaSalle. I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's from Philly.
Oh, so he knows a lot of dudes. Oh, that's why he's mad cool. He's like an Italian. Yeah. We're looking for Rashid, right?
Yeah.
That's why he's mad.
Yeah, Rashid got traded in the middle of that season.
But no, you got to understand, Tim Legler is one of those dudes on ESPN that everybody respects.
I know who he is.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
he is. He's really good.
Yeah, but he's always been good. Like he never sold out, and he always looked comfortable in his own skin, as opposed to.
And he's a Curry fan. So
is he? Of course he is. Because he's an all-time shooter.
He's a 3-point shooter. He won a 3-point contest. I
forgot about that.
He shot like 50+% from 3 in a season.
Nah, he was crazy. He made 95. He was crazy. Oh damn, Shamgar was on a 97-98 team.
Yeah, for 1 year. He only played one season in the NBA.
So he had. See, so where's Rasheed Wallace here?
Rashid was in Portland.
Oh, that's what you're saying. They traded for each other. Yo, is that Mel? He's really sleeping?
Mel is actually snoring. What the hell?
That gotta be him snoring. Yeah, he was in 95, 96, and they traded Rasheed Wallace, like you said, for Raj.
Was that in the middle of the season?
It had
they don't show it, but I think he got traded in the middle of the season. He got traded during the trade deadline.
He's not listed on here. And Robert Pack was on that team.
Yeah, Robert Pack was nice. Talking about another little man, and he would dunk on you.
Nah, Robert Pack was. You know about that guy, Bernardo?
No idea who's Robert.
Robert Pack was one of these guys that all these guys, they would talk about. Nobody had that level of talent back then. Robert Pack would. I don't know if he would kill in this era. I gotta look up his stats.
Give me a comparison. Who did he play like?
From this era, Oladipo a little bit.
So like his last year.
I would say he was like Nate Robinson. He was like a Nate Robinson in his at that particular time. I would say he was Nate Robinson. As far as with the athleticism and dunking on you, because let's not forget, Nate Robinson caught some heads.
Caught some highlights too, yeah.
And you forget he blocked Yao Ming's fucking shot.
And he dunked on Dwight in the dunk contest as well. But he's 6'2", so he's like, if he's Nate Robinson at 6'2", he's a pretty good player.
How tall is Oladipo? 6'4".
6'4", 6'5".
But these guys were short.
Robert Pack was 6'2". It's tough.
He didn't look like it though.
He did look like it. He did look like he was 6'2". He just got above the rim to me.
He was still a little guy though.
Yeah. Oh, he was drafted in 91? Why didn't he play in the 80s?
No, he was in the 90s. He got drafted in the 90s. He grew up in New Orleans. Him and Master P grew up playing basketball together. I didn't know that story.
That's
him and Master P grew up together.
Do you know who Master P is, Bernardo?
No, I don't.
Hilarious.
What do you expect, dude? Will you educate me or just make fun of me?
No, he was such a big star in the 90s. Like, you know who Jay-Z is, right?
Me looking at you like
I don't know I don't know how big, because sometimes people say people not start like Puff. You know who Puff Daddy is? Puffy? Diddy?
I know I've heard his name, but like I don't. That's something funny because I think sometimes you guys think that people in America, they're very famous in America, Like there are people in America that translated worldwide, and some others didn't. But sometimes they are as famous in America. Like Jay-Z, the guy that everybody knows everywhere, and the other guy, Bad Bunny. You said like that's not the case. Let's say.
That's crazy. I know Bad Bunny in Latin American countries, he got to be big time. But Jay-Z, remember his wife is super famous too, so that's different.
Yeah.
But Master P was like bigger than Jay-Z here back then in the 90s. He was bigger than, he was just big like that, mogul. He was a guy that like was a business. He was leading the whole artist business guy. So one of his dreams was to play basketball. He tried out like the Toronto Raptors. So we knew that about him. Like he was really wanted to make the
Charlotte Hornets. He was with the Charlotte Hornets first.
With the Charlotte Hornets. So he would try out for these teams. And it was just dope because now he's showing you like he came from nothing. He became a rapper and a businessman. And then he still tried out for the NBA. Like that was still his dream. And I didn't know that he grew up with this guy, Robert Pack. Robert Pack was he was good for his size. By the way, Robert Pack's stats. He averaged 9 for his career, but he reached highs of 18. He averaged 10, 12, 18, 14, 16.
18 and 8, 14, 16 and 9. Like he was fine.
Yeah, but you know what else though, Bernardo? In those years, look at the games that he played. He was very injury prone. 72 games, 77, 66, 42, 31, 54, 34, 20. He played 70 games 3 times, played 60 games 1, 2. So it's 5 times out of a 13-year career. But he had, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm taking a chance, fellas. Go on YouTube. Robert Pack.
You know, it's funny you talked about Jay-Z, and I remember that here in Brazil, Tom Brady is Giselle's husband. Because they Tom Brady, who's Tom Brady? Giselle's husband. Okay.
No, because Giselle, that's why I tell people Giselle, she took a step back to help that guy out for his career. She sold 1 billion chancletas. She was big time. What?
And she's still richer than him. Like she even though she took a step back, she's still richer than him.
Yo, Mel is really sleeping.
That is nuts. That is nuts.
I can't skip this video.
That's crazy. We was just having a crazy conversation, and then all of a sudden, he just suddenly appeared.
It's too much traveling for him. He's going crazy out here in the streets of New York. Turbo, the man is going crazy in New York. You see that, Bernardo?
Yes.
He was strong.
He looks like Nate Robb. Even that 2 foot jump, like the off 2 foot, he looks like Nick Robinson.
He was just throwing hammers.
Yeah, but Nate wasn't doing that.
Nah. He was way better than Nate.
Nah, Nate was very good.
Nate was good, but Nate had the sprint. Nate had the sprints, but not like him. He was dunking on people on occasionally.
Because Nate could get like really hot sometimes.
Yeah. Nate was probably a better shooter than him. If we want to give,
he played in Chicago against the Nets in the playoffs. He scored like 50 points.
Yeah,
I think Nate was better.
Yeah,
let's look at Nate's stats.
Nate's stats are great, but if you look at the playoffs, he had some really crazy games.
But Robert, I think this was the highlight. I think this was his most famed dunk.
What, on Sean Kemp?
Yeah, because this was the playoff game. Remember, they were down 0-2 against the Sonics.
Anybody who throws their hands up in an Olympic fashion victory is crazy after a dunk. That's crazy. Yes. I wish I could do that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, he had 34. I thought it was more. 34 in a series in a game.
Mm-mm-mm. Damn. Yeah, right. Yo, he can get up.
It was tricky because it's like he's so tall. I mean, he's so short that you're worried about him doing like an up and under or whatever it was, but he's just yamming it on you.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of you guys ever think that was better than CP3?
What was the
We think
question?
what?
Did any of you guys ever think Darren Williams, because I'd say Darren, if Fabian will make fun of me, Darren Williams was better than CP3 back in
I
the
think it was
2000
Deron Williams.
mid 2000s? Because people thought that. I remember people talked about that.
Most people said some people thought he was going to be the better he was going to be the better version of Jason Kidd because he had the package, can shoot, he was
And
strong, could go to the basket. Some people thought he was going to be the better he was going to be a way better version than Jason Kidd.
I thought they were the top 2 point guards when they came in. You had Rondo sneak in there after they won their championship. I'm trying to think who else was in that conversation. Steve Nash. They used to all kill Steve Nash, all of them. Like Steve Nash couldn't guard anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just you know what. He's a big Steve Nash fan on Turbo, but I gotta let him know.
I'm gonna look up Darren Williams versus Steve Nash head to head right now.
Yes. And I will say Steve Nash used to kill him back. There's a game where Steve Nash and CP3 went at it. Like, see, as great as CP3 was, that young, he could not guard Steve Nash. Steve Nash used to kill right back. Like there was a Hornets Phoenix game. If you look back at it, they each scored like over 30 points, and it was amazing. Deron Williams, on the other hand, was a matchup problem. It reminded me of Marbury versus Iverson in the late 90s because looking back at the stats, it looks like Iverson got the best of him. But when I would watch them, I was a big Iverson fan. So I would watch them and I would think Marbury would give him problems because he was so strong and his legs were strong. And Deron Williams was the same thing. He would give CP3 problems. So I think the Deron Williams was a better point guard thing was really it had some legs to it because he would give CP3 problems. He was a big guard. He was fast. He could keep up with him and he could score and he could run the point guard. So that's the guy. Another guy he played today, and he came in the league 10 years too early. He plays in this era. We're talking about him being the best point, like up there with anybody. John Moran, all these guys, because he was a little fundamental. I think I look at his stats, but I thought he was well all around. I don't know. I forgot how well he shot, but that's the first names that come up. It was like Marbury versus Iverson all over again.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about Darren Will? Oh no, Stephon Marbury would have been. He would have been the best in this era. He definitely was like ahead of his time for sure. Marbury was what Marbury was doing. What Marbury was doing back then, he's doing what all the guards are doing now.
But I don't think he was
Nash versus Deron for their careers. Nash won 13, lost 7. Nash was 15 and 11 and a half, 16 and 11, and Deron was 17 and 9. So it's pretty close.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought he would average 20 on him in that many amount of games. How about Chris Paul versus Steve Nash?
Let's see.
What website is that?
It's lendofbasketball.com. If you type like X versus X head to head, it's the first link.
Yeah, they're usually the first one. See, look at Deron Williams' stats. He would average 10, 16, 18, 19, 18, 20, 20. 6 was 4, 9, 10, 10, 10. So he was really a great passer, or he would get the ball in the right hands. But I don't like his free throw percentage, 70, 76, 80, 85, then 80, 84. And his three-point percentage went from 41, 32, 40, 31, 37. So he was very up and down. I guess we would see a lot of his highs and a lot of his highlights. But look at his field goal percentage, 42, 45, 50, 47, 47, 44. Then first 4 or 5 years was really great for Deron Williams.
It's the Nash Chris Paul seems more lopsided, but because Chris Paul played against Nash too later on, so he got the 2012, 2013, 14 Steve Nash, but it's like 13 and 9.5 for Nash, 22 and 9.5 for Paul. So that's
What do you mean?
That's
What do
pretty
you mean he
lopsided.
got there too late?
What I can't hear.
What do you mean
Say
Chris
it.
Paul got there too late?
No. I'm saying he got to play against late career Steve Nash.
No, he didn't. Chris Paul was drafted 04, 05. And he was
Yeah,
in the
So he
he was
Western
played
in the
Conference.
against
05. He was
13,
in the
12,
05
13,
draft.
14 Steve Nash. Past his prime. That's what I mean.
Oh, so you're not looking at the whole career that they played each other?
No, I'm looking at the whole career right now. But that's the stats for the whole career.
Against head to head.
Yes, it's Nash 22 and 9. It's Nash 13 and 9.
And Chris Paul 22 and 9. Yeah, I remember
So
them
like
going back and forth. But there's one game that was, I want to say 2008 or 2009, that there was like a super game between they both scored 30 each. But I remember like that's part of how Chris Paul got his reputation. He would give Steve Nash problems. He really did.
there's a game in the weights. There's a game in the weights that Nash was 32 and 12 and Paul was 42 and 9.
That's the
Maybe
one.
that's
In
that.
I want to say in Phoenix.
Yes, in Phoenix.
Yes. That's the one. Because that same year, Kevin Garnett scored 50, or Amari Stoudemire scored 50 on each other. I think Amari gave KG 50. I gotta look that up.
As beloved likes to say, Fabian is a scholar and a gentleman.
You're impressed? I impressed Bernardo?
Very impressive. You remember the game, the year, in the. That's very impressive.
No, I just remember because I remember I lived in the Bronx, and I remember watching it, the game, and I remember watching the highlights, and I was like, "Yo, this is crazy!" Because it was two great point guards at their time. I loved Chris Paul at the time, and when Deron Williams would play him, I was like, "Yo, I don't know who's better. This is crazy." And then when he gave Steve Nash a problem, I wanted to see how Steve Nash responded because I knew Steve Nash couldn't play defense, but at least give it to him. And when he did, I earned more respect for Steve Nash. That made me earn more respect because you're playing somebody who's a one-on-one defender, who's allowed to still kind of grab you because they gave him, they gave him some leeway.
Not kinda. Like CP3 was able to play judo against people.
Yeah.
Like it was ridiculous. CP3 guarding Steph in 2013, the 2014 series they played was fucking ridiculous.
Oh no, 2014.
Like
I kind of don't respect CP3 after 2012. After he tore his knee, he was just. That's when I started noticing. Then I saw his highlights. He was punching people. He was punching people in the nuts since college, Bernardo. If you look at CP3 dirty plays on YouTube, he's been a menace since he was 16 years old. That guy, and nobody from his hometown likes him. I won't say nobody, but we got some interviews.
He punched Julius High in the groin. In the man.
And then he punched a couple of people in the nuts in the NBA. And I could tell just the way people respond to him, like, if you're great, people will always give you a respect. But then they have that, how you drink something, when you drink whatever, you drink some drink that everybody's bragging about, and it just leaves an aftertaste. That's what it looked like when people would talk about Chris Paul. Like, yeah, he's great, but and their face would be like, I don't even want to give him props. Like, I hate him. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So after a while, I'll pick up on it. I'll be like, hold on, nobody likes this guy. And I don't know anybody know Chris Paul, but I could tell like they don't like him. They really don't like that guy.
No, but 2014 Chris Paul is pretty good still. 2015 was that series he played against the Spurs that he hit the game winning shot in the series with like 0.6 left. Like that floater off one leg, he was hurt. He was pretty good still.
Damn, hold on. I think it was Garnett that gave Stoudemire 50.
The game between There's a game between Stoudemire Duncan in the playoffs. That was crazy as well.
Here it goes, Garnett. 47 points against the Suns in 2005. Nah, there's one sooner. 2007, that one. It wasn't 08, it was 07, it was 44 points. Damn, I thought it was 50. I just remember him destroying. One of them destroyed the other one. He was destroying him. That was his last season with Damn, so I wasn't in the Bronx because my daughter wasn't even born. 07. Damn it, where's let me see Amari Stoudemire's highlights. Might have been KG killing Stoudemire. You could tell he was just on one.
Look up the I think it was game 6 or game 5 of the 07 playoffs. Duncan versus Stoudemire was also an amazing game.
Oh no, the game with, I want to say, Steve Nash got there in 04.
Yes.
So Marbury was there
0405,
in
0405, he got there 0405.
0405, he was a free agent.
So Marbury, the year that Marbury was with Stoudemire destroys Tim Duncan.
Oh
yeah,
like
he does it again in 07, I think. Like he gets like 40
really?
in a yeah.
Let me look that up.
I think check it up. It's either game 5 or game 6 in 07 because it was I think it was game 6 because game 5 he was suspended. So I think it was game 6.
Yeah, but see the thing with it says 2005. Amari Stoudemire 42 points, Tim Duncan 31.
Oh, okay.
This one game 1, legendary. What is this? 2008. They have one from 2008. Amari Stoudemire legendary game 1 duel. 40 points for Tim Duncan, 33 for Amari. I want to say the other one was, I gotta say 03 or 04 when Marbury was still there, but it looked crazy because it was like Amari at 20 years old and he looked like a man child. Just Duncan could do nothing about him. And I couldn't believe what I was watching. Like, yo, this might be a problem for Timmy D. And then Amari got hurt. He hurt his knee. Yeah. And then they got Steve Nash and everything changed. But I think Marbury, going back to your point, Turbo, I think Marbury, again, another guy who lacked like discipline in the league. Like he didn't play to his strengths. And it could be because of that. It could be because he didn't get the Iverson treatment when it was like somebody didn't just say, you know what? You're really not a point guard, Steph. Go play 2 guard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think
like imagine they both went through that similar stages though. Because Iverson wasn't really a point guard, he was a 2. And at best, Stephon should have just played the 2 because he was a scoring machine. Even though he averaged 20 and 8, yeah. But he should have, if he would have moved it at that position, he would have been on fire.
Like remember the early 2000s when it was Charlotte, I think versus the Heat, they had a couple of disgusting games. But Anthony Carter, Eddie Jones, first it was like David Wesley, Baron Davis. There's another guard on Miami. I always keep forgetting. It's Anthony Carter, Eddie Jones, Tim Hardaway. They were like these strong, solid point guards that could score.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, damn, what if David Wesley was Stephon Marbury and you had Baron Davis and Marbury? You know what I mean? Or you had Tim Hardaway and Stephon Marbury. It would just bring a different dynamic. It would be a shorter backcourt, of course, but it was like at least Steph would be off ball. And that's his biggest issue because Iverson learned how to play off ball. That's the thing about AI. AI does not get enough credit for that. That whatever, I don't know what coach. I want to know the coach that came up with the Iverson cut. I have
Larry Brown. Larry Brown, wasn't it? Wasn't Larry Brown? I think it was Larry Brown. Because Larry Brown put him off the ball as a shooting guard. In 2001, yes. I think that's it. I might be wrong, but I think that's it.
Oh no, when he came, he if you watch the documentary that they put out, you could see like, and I think AI knows it now. I think he realized now that his career was over. I think he realized that Larry Brown was the best coach for him in the league.
Hey Fabian, Game 6 of the Spurs versus Toronto in 07. Stoudemire had 38 and 13. Nash had 18 and 14 assists on 85% true shooting. Duncan had 24, 13, and 9 blocks. and Parker and Ginobili combined for 63 points. Like, look at this fucking game. This must be one of the greatest game ever.
What game was that? Which year?
Game 607. That series where GR, Stoudemire, and a whole bunch of bench guys from the Suns got suspended because of the hip check.
That was that series?
Yes. Game 6. 38-13 versus 24-13 and 9 blocks for Timmy.
That's crazy.
No, that's crazy.
And Parker and Ginobili combined for 63. Ginobili had 33 and Parker had 30.
I used to hate Tony Parker so much. I didn't care for his game until he destroyed the Cavs. And then was it 2000? What playoff run was it? When Ginobili got hurt his elbow, and they played OKC. Was it 2011 when they went to the championship?
20, I think it was 2012. I think it was 2012.
And then there was a half a season when Tony Parker led the league in points in the paint. Points in the paint, and he's that small.
Do you know that sinking basketball guy that Zach loves, the Zach from the Z Show loves? Ben Taylor? You know him?
I know Ben. Ben Taylor is ill. He's the one who came up with the whole he popularized the gravity shit. I hate it. I hate but he has the peak series. Yeah, because he gives Steph. He's a Steph lover, so he gave Steph all his props. Of course, you love him, Bernardo.
Not necessarily a Steph lover. Like he loves KD. He loves Kobe. Like he's not necessarily a Steph lover, but whatever. What I was going to say is he has a graph of like Tony Parker is basically the greatest guard rim scorer of all time statistically. Like volume and efficiency. He's crazy. He's like Steph shooting wise. It's like the graph is like everybody in the middle, and then Tony Parker's on top of everybody, way far away. Like, as guards in the paint, like guards in the paint in percentage and volume.
Yeah, he was just. But again, I don't want to call him a system player, but there's a difference with. I would think there's a difference between Tim Duncan on San Antonio and Tim Duncan on the Timberwolves. I would think there's a difference between Garnett on the Timberwolves and Garnett on the Spurs. Popovich and these guys.
It's always a difference.
Right, but it's a big difference when from top to bottom in the organization, everyone's about basketball. And you see it this year with the Miami Heat. Yo, by the way, breaking news, the Pelicans are trying to trade up in the draft to get Scoot Henderson.
Whoa.
What have you seen about Scoot Henderson? Turbo, I know you watch. I know you got to be watching because he's 6'2", got a handle, could yam it. He's improving his 3-point shot. But that would put them in a different category because now you have to make up for Zion and Brandon Ingram always being injured. What do you think about that? With the Pelicans trying to go after Scoot Henderson, what do you think about Scoot Henderson?
If they can get him, that's another good look. And not only that, you bring him on slowly. He can help. There's no he'll fit right. He'll fit right in, and they'll be content if Zion can get his head right and stay healthy. The Pelicans got a great chance of competing for a championship next year. They got the pieces to win the whole thing, and BI got to be healthy. That's the thing. The Pelicans can definitely be a factor. This Scoot Henderson.
They just injury prone. That's it. Yeah, and Zion got to chill with his extracurriculars.
What you do off the court. That's none of my business. Enjoy your damn life.
But he would be an all-time legend if all that was happening and he was on the court.
That is true. That's true. You're absolutely right.
He would be like there'd be a statue for him, maybe in every city. Every guy would every city Zion lands and we just be like,
That is funny. That's
I've never seen
I'm not trying to.
5 seconds
I
of
can't
truth
laugh
played.
so hard because Friday I had one of the craziest episodes as far as laughing. Like I damn near fell off my chair on Friday night.
What was Friday night?
I was on.
Who does Scoot remind you of?
I haven't really like seen him enough to like really like dive in on who I can compare him to. But if I watch it, then I'll let you know.
Okay.
I've seen like little pieces. I've seen him like pieces and pieces, but I haven't like really like break it down to see like who he reminds me of.
Okay, gotcha. I have to go. Can I just ask Cleveland a question before I go?
Yeah, sure. Who, me or just?
No, for everybody can
Look,
respond. But
look, you have to go and
it's
look
my
who makes it
question.
into the building.
Yeah.
But yo,
goodbye
Faye,
to
you know
this.
what I wanted to talk? What I wanted to talk to you about, and I would say, you know what, and this is, you know what hurt Marbury. Not only that, when he left Jersey, they got better and went to the finals. Then when he left Phoenix and Nash took him, and they got to the conference finals. So I think he don't get he's not going to get the. I mean, he gets respect, but he's not. He's gonna look. He looks different. He looks different because of those guys. You know, changing those two franchises in 1 year.
But I think it looks different if you let Marbury go Iverson and shoot 30 times a game, 25 times a game. I think it changes everything because now, you're gonna go sign players in a different way. You might go for a point guard. You might go for someone who's willing to get the drop off in a post. Like you're dealing with a 2 guard now instead of thinking of him as a point guard and trying to make him be the next Tiny Archibald. Nah, him and Iverson are leading the way for this new era.
Yeah.
Is it my phone or is it mad feedback on another?
Somebody's phone's getting like it's repeating.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's a good point, Turbo. I think that Marbury on those teams, he shouldn't have been the point guard. So if they would have bring a point guard in or that's a pure point guard, I think that Phoenix team would have had success. But him trying to score and being the playmaker, that still slows down Tony's offense, and I think that's why he held a grudge on Marbury's comeback attempt when he came back with the Knicks. That hurt him, and I think that the Nets team, like if somehow they could have found a way to get that another guard in there with Marbury, I think that next team would have had the same amount of success. Because
from what I was told, I don't know how accurate it is. Maybe we could. I mean, we got NBA people in our circle, but I heard him and Kenyon Martin didn't really get along.
No, Kenyon Martin. I think there's I forgot what podcast it is. That my little Spanish came out of me. Fabian, did you hear that just now? Did he hear that? I almost sounded like you. Yeah, I think that's true, Turbo. I heard that somewhere too, that they didn't really rock with each other. I think it was just like Kenyon didn't really feel Kenyon wasn't a real like rookie hazing type guy. Like that.
Oh, that's
rookie
probably what it
hazing
was.
and all that. So they was like I ain't carrying no bags, nothing like that. Like that draft class, those last 2 years of them, they wasn't really feeling that. But I think it was something like that. And like Marbury can say all he want, like he's a dickhead. Like a lot of niggas from Brooklyn is dickheads. Not in a dickhead sense that where they feel they better than somebody. They just don't like if they like they have like an arrogant being told, or like they have like a little arrogance about them, like they feel like nobody came up ever harder than them in the whole world, so they feel that they gotta just always wear that on their shoulder. And Marbury was he wasn't an easy person to get along with, even in Georgia Tech. Like they couldn't wait for him to leave.
That it's so crazy.
But
yo,
I always tell people, yeah.
Yo, it's so crazy because me we was just talking the same thing with Rasheed Wallace. That was in North Carolina. Same situation. They couldn't wait for him to get out of there. But we was talking about as far talking about as far as like, oh, I don't know if you saw the Jimmy Butler interview when he said he don't care if he gets in the Hall of Fame or not. And I was kind of comparing that like situation with him because Rashid said the same similar situation.
Rashid, Jimmy Butler, like man, damn. Should Rasheed Wallace be a Hall of Famer?
He
That's
had
what I
the
was
chance
saying.
to be.
He's borderline.
No.
He
How many
ain't
rings they
getting
got?
in. He ain't
Two
getting
Detroit?
in.
He got one, right?
Yeah, he got a championship.
He got
Yo,
one
Bernardo.
and one.
But we was just talking about as far as like guys that were talented and but they should have been better than what they were. Like
Yo,
Rashid
Bernardo,
is in
yeah,
that category. Marbury's definitely in that category.
Wait, you don't think Marbury hit his high potential, or you think he just didn't do it consistently on one franchise? Maybe if he would have found the right more system for him, he could have did it. He should have never left Minnesota.
But when we
He
were
should have
looking,
never.
no, but when we look back at it now, like we knew like Minnesota was the perfect situation for him.
Yeah, it
Looking
was
at it now.
yeah. But I think he topped it. I think Marbury's a Hall of Famer, and I think Marbury's
He is
on talent. Like if we're not gonna, here come Magic Johnson with his 5 rings. If we're gonna just look on talent, Marbury's definitely top at least 15 point guards all time in the NBA.
Nah, I thought he had a chance to be a
strength.
top.
Yeah, like strength, skill, shoot, like he could do everything, and he was lock up. Like he was lock up. Like he'll grab you from the restroom
we were saying
guard
that
you from
like
the restroom.
he would have been perfect in this era because what he was doing back then, this is what they're doing now. Because he was averaging 20 and 8.
Yeah,
he was averaging 20 and 8 at that time.
He can shoot better than he's Rusty. He's an undersized Rusty. He can shoot better than Rusty, and he can pass better than Rusty. Marbury can pass his ass off. Like when he penetrated and somebody was cutting to the basket. But yeah, I think he could have had a long. His career would have been longer, and maybe his numbers would have looked a little bit different if he would have stayed. Definitely would have stayed with KG. And I think that's a huge, big mistake he made. But I think that he made the most of his talent. I don't think like he
because that hurt Kevin Garnett in a way.
Yeah, because he had to deal with Anthony Taylor. He had to deal with Terrell Brandon. He had to deal with like people like that. I'm not saying Terrell Brandon was a bum, but he ain't like nobody gonna ever
Marbury.
say he ain't Marbury. He definitely wasn't Marbury.
He had to deal with that bum ass general manager that they tried to get Joe Smith a secret deal instead of giving Marbury a secret deal. That was dumb. That's where they messed up in the first place. But that came up on Beloved because Bernardo was asking about Deron Williams and Chris Paul, who was better. And I said, you know what's crazy? When they used to match up, it reminded me of Marbury versus Iverson. Because for me, I was a big Iverson fan, but when he played Marbury, I was always like, yo, damn, Marbury's like staying in front of him. He's so strong, it keeps him at a certain distance. Iverson would do this thing, but I'm like, yo, Marbury gives him problems.
That arm on him. He could put that arm on him. He was too strong for AI. But
and he was
Deron
fast.
Williams, unfortunately, that's another flash in the pan career due to injury and once again, people always laugh at me. I do not like chubby players. I just tend to stay away from them. Players that don't take care of their bodies, I'm not a fan of.
He said chubby. Holy shit.
I don't like players like that. That's why I never like undersized power forwards. They are all anomalies. I'm gonna give you 2 anomalies. The greatest 2 anomalies maybe ever that you probably could see is Barkley and Melo. They could stay out of shape for long periods of time in their career and be very, very productive. But when the productivity stops, boy, that fall is terrible. That is a big round snowball fall. And I don't like players like that. That's why I have full respect.
I have to go. I just need to say one thing for Fabi, one thing for Believe. Fabi, I don't understand the Steph Curry hate. And I won't be standing for this anymore. If you hate Steph anymore, I won't coming back to the live.
So
If you can
who you
do
got tonight?
You said you're not coming back to the live unless I say I love Steph
if you
Curry.
continue to hate, if you continue to hate Steph, not anymore.
I got and I got Porter with a big game tonight. I got Porter 15.
You got if I could say something with what Steph?
If you continue to hate Steph, I'm not coming back anymore. I'm with Steph for this.
Bernardo.
No, we was talking about Steph
Yo,
Marbury,
Bernardo,
not
if you
Steph.
leave,
Not
I'm
Steph
leaving
Curry.
too. Bernardo, if Bernardo leaves, I'm leaving.
Listen. First of all, I don't know about you guys, but I'm from New York. I don't do well with extortion. You can't extort me. I'm unextortable. So I don't know what to tell you about your bro. But I will say I don't hate Steph Curry at all. I think he's the conversation with him being better than Magic and stuff like that. I'll entertain it all the time. Like who's on his level? That guy's amazing, bro. Like, nah. I just hate the you know what it is, Bernardo?
I get the feeling kind of hate.
No, you know what it is? We had to deal with a bunch of like the guys who are Steph Curry fans in the States. They're like nerds. They don't even watch basketball. They just say dumb shit.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, but that's their
It's like
problem,
any
not Steph
stand.
Curry.
No, I respect you. You're one of the only Steph Curry fans that watch basketball. They don't watch basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate every stand. Like the Steph Curry stands are horrible. Steph Curry stands are hating on Clay and Draymond. Like, what the fuck is happening? And the other thing I have to say for real, they hate on Clay and Draymond. Are you really? I don't know. Beloved, I'm waiting for my shirt, and when you send my shirt, I'm sending the jersey of my favorite team back.
Yo, did you hear about Mbappe?
No, what happened to Mbappe?
He's leaving the team after. I just seen it on the screen. He's leaving this team at the end of the year. It says so they're looking to trade him or something like that.
About time.
Okay. Oh wow.
He plays on a shitty team that plays in a shitty whatever. About time.
Okay. Look, we talked about soccer and Beloved just jumped off. It's all good. But I gotta get going too anyway. Beloved, Bernardo, I appreciate you. Boss man jumped in. Boss man, I'm headed to the juice bar. Turbo headed to the juice bar. Mel, I'm headed to the juice. Somebody wake up, Mel. Call him on the IG DM. You're not gonna do it, Turbo?
Oh, yo, wake up.
Wake up,
you
Mel.
You heading to the juice bar?
Yeah, in a second. I gotta call all balls, see what he's doing. If not, I'm just setting up shop. Me and Beloved's gonna be there with his mega. He ain't fooling me again either.
Oh gosh.
What's up, boss man?
No gosh.
What up, y'all? Had to watch Jeopardy with my wife and all that.
Oh my gosh, this shit sounds like shit.
She kicks my behind every time.
She does?
Whoop my behind all the time. We played about 1,000 times. Now I get the last question right more than her, but
that's the most important. That's the money. That's the money one.
Yeah, but you got to get there though.
You're clutch though. So you're not a first 45-minute guy. You're the last 3 minutes. You come in last 3 minutes in the game winning shot. We need that, boss man. You are a necessity. You're a big time necessity in the game right now. What you think? You go to the juice ball later though, boss man?
Huh?
You go to the juice ball?
I would if y'all gonna go. I'll go by.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I gotta hit up all balls, see if he's going on there. I hope he promoted it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll go by.
Yeah, I hope he promoted it. What's his story?
I don't think he did. I think does he have to work?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see him. I think he was busy the whole day.
Oh.
There goes all ball.
I hope we're not taking time away from your family, man.
Oh.
Don't do that, boss man.
We got families,
My son goes
man.
to sleep in a half. Yes, but the sacrifice is happening, boss man. We need everyone to pull up to the juice. Oh yeah, he promoted it tonight, game 5.
Okay.
So now I gotta thanks, boss man, for reminding me. That was a real. I hope you're not. Yeah, damn, you put me on the spot. So I'm gonna go read him a book then. Or play Uno. We play Uno all the time. Usually on live.
Okay, that's good.
That's the general. Yeah, it's the general.
How old is your son?
He's 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
He struggles with his emotions. When he loses, he goes crazy. He's gotten better. So naturally, he's kind of getting over it.
Okay.
And it started with
You said
Uno.
he
I told him, yo,
struggled with
nobody's
his
gonna.
emotions.
Yeah. Yo, he would get so frustrated in class, he would throw the pencil out the window. I was like, yo, you can't. So, but slowly but surely, he's starting to get better. Cause I told him, like, listen, nobody's gonna want to play with you. Like, it's not about you winning; it's about having fun too. I mean, you got to sit here. He's a charming kid. Remember, people want to sit here and talk to you because they like you. But this just makes them not like you. You got to make it fun for yourself and them. It ain't just all about you. And he don't listen. He's very impulsive still, but he's only 8. So it's dope though.
Yes, thank you
It's
so
dope.
much.
It
You
is.
see,
It
you
is.
see.
You gotta allow him to talk, allow him to vent, allow him to say what's on his mind. That's important. Hold on. So what happened? But yes, that's so important, man. For kids go through transitions in life for different reasons, and sometimes they try to hold it on the inside, and they're trying to communicate, and the way he's communicating right now is by being aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to try to channel that in a positive way, and that's gonna be hard. It's not. I'm sorry. It's not gonna be hard. It's just being consistent with that. You know. And I'm not saying, first thing people come out their mouth and say, a lot of people say, well, let him go see a psychiatrist, let him go see a therapist. Just talk to him. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
For many years, my wife and I, we had to deal with population like that. And they all wasn't crazy. They wanted to talk. Just want to talk. And when they can't express themselves in that particular order or way, they act out. Because they're not being.
Can you hold on for a second?
Yes, hold on a second. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beloved.
Yo,
We was talking about the
well,
kids and allowing them to express themselves in there.
nah, I'm not with that. I'm good. I was raised in a certain way. Adults from the household. Um, Kids could be kids. They're gonna express themselves. In the last 20 years, we've lost all sense of sanity dealing with children. I've been in education going on 12 years. I've been the dean from a kindergarten school, from a K through 8 school, and now I'm the dean of a high school. And also, I coach. And I was raised by men. I was raised by my father and uncles, and I have a son. Um, yeah, you can express yourself. Like, you tell me what happened. All right, you should deal with it this way. Next time, I already told you how to deal with it. Now we're gonna have consequences. There's always a consequence for your actions, and you're gonna get in a situation where nobody wants to hear your excuse. Nobody
Right.
wants to hear your excuse. Nobody wants to hear your. Nobody's a victim here, and we're gonna hear things like that. And
Oh my God.
yo, what do you do? Hold on, and nobody gonna hear excuse. Yo, I said we got a team in there. What is it? 19 and under? Is high school 20? Is it the reclass? Is the reclass section? But don't let me put the 14s in there and I'm playing against you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I'll let you know. I gotta talk to G. All right. Yeah, my fault. And yeah, to me, it was always one way. Like, this is what happens when you act like this. You have respect for women. You don't hit women. You don't say the B word. You don't invite people. Things like that. There's a consequence for that. If you want to deal with that consequence, you're gonna deal with it. Your mother's not gonna save you. You're gonna deal with consequence in life. And I tell my players now. I tell my students all the time. I said, you keep walking around with that victim mentality. You keep walking around that people think that they care about your feelings. All you're gonna do is be a complaining protester outside. But that's not the way the world is. The world is two ways: the way you want it and the way it is. You better deal with it the way it is. And I'm not with that psychology. Go see things like that. Certain situations, like if you have a chemical imbalance, yes, but it takes stamina. Like, and when I say it takes stamina, it's the parent stamina. It takes
Yep.
parent stamina. Parents, it's on the parents. The school's not gonna save your kid. The school is supposed to teach your kid things out of a book. They're not supposed to teach your kid how to be respectful. They're not supposed to teach your kid how to tie their shoe. They're not supposed to teach your kid how to eat with a plate. None of that should be at a school level. But the schools in the last 20 years have provided so many services. They at the school more than with the parent. You drop them off at 7, you don't see them again till 7. Like that. Is that you almost working a double. The school has done everything for you. You've educated the kid, you fed the kid, you clothed the kid. There's no more uniform. They give you the uniform now. Like, and the reason why I'm talking about this because today we had to watch a video at work regarding a school in England and how they're a low income school and they're almost like a military base and people say the school is too rough. They don't let kids be kids. And she said it. She said you get the headmistress at the school said, your kid can be a kid because your kid can listen to rap music, they can listen to drill music, and they can go back to their suburban life. My kid listened to it and he's dead in the next day. And it's different circumstances with different people. And you can't live like that. And I'm with one way. I'm very, very one way. Very all right, that's what happened. Don't do that again. I told you once, I told you twice. After that, like it has to be a consequence. And my son doesn't have no cell phone. He's not gonna get a cell phone until he's 12. He doesn't have a PS3, a PS8, a handheld device. He doesn't have none of that. He plays with toys, he watches movies, and he does basketball. He knows how to socialize with kids. And he doesn't have no electronics. The most electronics he ever gets, that's where he get it from. The school. The school gives him a tablet. That's the only time he gets electronics, when he goes to school and deals with that. Other than that, he does penmanship. He's learning how to write script. He does regular stuff. He knows how to socialize with kids. Like him, he doesn't have to be in front of a tablet. Like I don't have to have him in front of a tablet to tolerate him. That's what it is. Parents have no stamina no more. There's no parental stamina.
That was really you was very passionate about that, beloved, and that's good, man. That you see something in the school system or in the parents that's not working, and you took that and made it better for you and your child, man. That's good, man. A lot of parents need to take the heed to what you're saying, man, because what you're preaching right now. My wife is right next to me. She's doing some studying right now, but she said the same exact thing, that she wish she wouldn't allow our child to have a PS3. Because sometimes it can become damaging to kids along the way. Like you said, kids need to interact. Interaction is one of the most important things in life. Get to know people, not playing games all day long. So, kudos to you, my brother.
I stopped. Yeah, we did the iPad thing, man. We limit that to the weekend, and even that is like beloved is right. Like that, that's the craziest thing in the world. I'm starting to limit it. I just figured he loves swimming. He loves basketball, but not. I've never seen him as passionate for anything as swimming. Like he really loves swimming. So when he comes back from out of the country, I'm gonna put him in a swimming camp, and you get to learn him, and you get to learn like that's where he gets competitive, and you see how much he's getting better at something, and all those things help me teach him to calm down or use it as analogies and comparisons because everybody's different. Like you said earlier on, boss man, some kids don't know how to express the frustration. You go like, "What you frustrated about?" Like, what's so frustrating? Like you gotta talk about it, and he struggles with just releasing it. Just release it. Because if you leave it inside, it's like, I get it, you're angry. We're all angry. Nobody wants to lose. But you gotta help them out. You gotta help them go from feeling to just vent. Because there's no, if you hold it back, you turn into like you only hurting yourself. Really. I know for me it's like that. I can't be too frustrated. You could let it motivate you somewhat, but
How
people
old is
don't
your
know how
son?
to. He's 8.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, my son is 7.
Yeah.
Well, you saw him yesterday. Right?
Yeah, no, he was on the bleachers when he came here with the Gatorade.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could tell he was a funny kid. Said something, I sipped up a Gatorade first, something like that, something that he said. So those are all keys because again, the social interaction is what you start reading people, the body language, and then you know what to say and what not to say. You start getting this,
Like when you go
this
to
knack,
certain
this skill
events,
set.
if you go to events at school in Boston, man, you see tournaments all day. Like the kid will be competing, but the little sister got the headphones and the tablet this close to her face because that's the only thing she don't understand to be still. She don't understand to sit down and watch something. These kids, they just give their kid electronics, sit down with the headphone on. The tablet this close to their face, and they eating goldfish. This right there with gold noodle, like this. They just like it's a drug. And that's not acceptable. That's not the way society is. Society is like that for a small portion of the world, a small portion of the population. But after that, like you gotta learn how to interact with people. You gotta learn what's good. You gotta learn what's right and wrong. Is the world doesn't revolve around your feelings. Like there's right and wrong, and then when people, like especially in the school system, like there's right and wrong things in the school system. Like it doesn't matter if you white, black, or whatever color the teacher is. There's right and there's wrong. When the teacher tells you stop talking, you stop talking. I don't care if the teacher's purple. If the teacher tells you to stop talking in class, you stop talking in class. Now, obviously, there's things that teachers shouldn't be doing, and there's unprofessionalism in every industry you go. But everything doesn't have to be a race thing. Everything doesn't, like, yes, there's racism. We know that. Okay, now where we go from there? You're gonna keep begging. You're gonna keep playing the victim card, or you're gonna sit down, use education as just another tool, not the only tool, just another tool to change your situation. And the Spanish teacher, she's from Peru. She's from like the worst hood in Peru ever. So when these kids try to act tough, she goes, "Listen, I've seen kids at 6 years old kill people. 7-year-olds in my neighborhood carry guns and automatic weapons. These kids, these kids are mad because when there's no Wi-Fi, she takes them as a joke. But she says that she doesn't. She goes. I don't understand. Like in my country, like we have like real poverty, and like when we go to school, we're very respectful. We try to get out, and I don't understand why it's like this in America. I said, Ms. Gonzalez. So there's two reasons why. I said in your country, if I don't work and have children, I'm going to starve or probably revert to cannibalism and have to eat my young to survive. In America, you could not work, have multiple children, and live in the same floor as you. I can live on the same floor as you. I can live in your same building, and you go to work every day. That's the difference in America. That's the only difference in America. You go anywhere else and not work and continue to have children, you're going to starve to death. There's no handout. There's no HASA. There's no in New York City. There's none of that. You think this is poverty? This is not poverty. You take anybody from any third world country and tell them, put them in the middle of the worst hood you think it is. They'll think they're on vacation. I have running water for free. I don't go to work. You have running hot water. You don't work.
And that's an American thing. Like I almost fell for that, having that sense of entitlement. And I had to snap out of it. Because once you go and say, "Oh, I'm not willing to work at McDonald's. I'm not willing to work here." Like, what? Like, who do you think you are? You better do everything you can. Everybody that comes here from another country, like you said, they always have a different appreciation for what it is because they know what it could be.
Nope, not no more. Because you know why? Because they know they're gonna come to America, and it's the reverse. I play victim. I play minority. I play. I don't know this. I don't know that. I get every service in the world.
Well, their
like
kids
that no
do
more.
that. Like you'll hear you hear the like immigrant people, like people like my mom. That's why I'm very respectful to them, their generation, because you go back. I show my kids where they came from in the campo, the countryside and DR. Is like this is where they come from. This is where we come from. This is like dirt, nothing. So when they came over here, you got to take advantage. You don't want to go back to that. Like this is really having nothing. All our problems. What do you think they did when they had anxiety? What are you talking about?
Exactly. There's no
berries.
anxiety. Yeah. There's no anxiety. There's none of that. But you gotta remember also, our parents are the last generation immigrant parents that got some type of, and it was easy. It was kind of easy for them because once they got a high school education, they could get a union job in a hospital and keep working. Now you got to get a college education. It's a little harder. But that generation is the last generation that really had to work, that couldn't live off the system the rest of their lives. But then we have other generations. You got you 5, 6 generations deep in the same apartment. It's just a cycle. Nobody's gonna lose that apartment in New York City housing. You 5, 6 generations deep. So where's the effort? There's no effort to leave there. So that's why I tell my teachers all the time. I said, when you talk to this parent, right? You think you're gonna see any different from the child? You think there's gonna be like what you gonna think? Who you think is gonna walk in here? You think Obama's gonna walk in here and he acts like that? No, you're gonna get this the older version of that. You're gonna get the older version. I listen. And some of these teachers, they're not naive, but they still have a certain side to them that they don't understand this. I tell them all the time. I said, listen, I'm from the top 5, the worst projects are probably in America, on the east side of Harlem. This don't fool me. I know what to expect. You're surprised. I'm never surprised. I know I'm gonna get the big lashes. I know I'm gonna say ain't that serious. I know I'm gonna say, oh, I got an appointment today. I got an appointment today. They always got an appointment on report card night and progress report day. They always got doctor appointments when they're supposed to go into school. So 365 days you don't work, but when it's time for progress report or suspensions or things like that, oh, they got a doctor's appointment that day. Yeah, I know what to expect. I don't listen. I don't live in the world of horse blinders. And when you do that, you keep making excuses for our community, and there should be no excuses.
Yeah, there shouldn't be no excuse. However, I agree to what you said. Both of you gentlemen said, which was great. And but there's no book for us to raise these kids, and we have to learn. So some people learn from negative people, some people learn from positive people, and like you said, we have to learn from our parents. Some of my parents taught us the wrong way, but we have to realize, like you said, beloved, I totally agree that the right and wrong. What's the right way to teach my child to do the right thing, to put them in a better, put our kids in a better situation to progress in life, to be successful in life, and exposing our kids, expose them to music, expose them to art. We don't know. Expose them to, like you said, Faye, to swimming. Exposure. We got to expose it. Take them to Coney Island. Take them to Governor's Island so they can see for themselves. Take them to the bank. Hey, this is how you write a check. This is how you save your money. This is stocks and bonds and things like that. But we're not doing it as rapidly as we supposed to be doing. And
There's no
we have
more of
to
that.
stop.
There's no more experiences like that. But the experiences change, and I remember like I think probably like 2nd grade, one of our trips was to a bank, and they showed us like what a bank book is, and they gave all the kids a bank book, and then you're supposed to go home, and your homework was to tell your parent to show you how to balance a bank book if he gave you $10, and how to like. I remember those like there's no need for that because all the kids got cash out, they got this, they got that. They call their mother, yo, send me money for Uber. I ain't walking home. Send me money for Uber. Yeah. You know how many kids get Uber to school and back from school? Yes.
That's crazy.
But listen to drill music. But this what blows my mind. Your kid listen to drill music all the time. He does all this stuff in school, and he gets Ubered home and back from school. It's the weirdest thing. It's
Do
not
you
weird.
remember
I
when
understand it.
it's poverty? It's a poor mentality, I should say. Do you remember when
We have
Dolores
to
Tucker
stop
and
you.
everyone?
Hold on. Before we move on, Faith, you gotta stop saying that it's poverty. It's not poverty. It's the mental. It's the mental and this conditioning throughout generations. Tell me how this is poverty? I get food for free. Stop. I get food for free. The more kids I have, the higher amount of food I'm gonna get for free. So if I'm a single mother, if I have 2 kids, my average on food stamps a month is $750. My rent is gonna be determined on my income. I have 2 kids. I don't have a job. Free. You're gonna get housing. If you work, I know not to work more than 24 hours in a week because that makes my rent go up and that's less money for me. Then when I don't do that and I do that once enough, I'm gonna get the $750 in cash. I mean in food, and they still gonna give me another $300 in cash. Do I work myself out of it? No. I go to Lighthouse and get $30 in crab legs for 3 weeks straight. And what do I give my kids? Pop-Tarts.
So
and
what do you?
pizza
So what do
bites.
you call it? If it's
I call
not
it
poor, if it's not.
I call it mental. There's a mental condition of people in low income areas. You want to
Right.
see poverty? Look, you want to see poverty? Go to New Orleans. That's poverty.
1,000%.
That's
1,000%.
poverty in
Brownsville.
America. And that's still, listen, go to New Orleans. That's poverty in America. Go to the worst hood in Alabama. That's poverty and that's poverty and that's lack of education. You want to see poverty and without resources, go to countries like Brazil, go to some places in Africa. That's poverty without resources. Our government will still give you food stamps and a place to live. Take anybody from the worst hood of Brazil, go to Brazil for 2 years and don't work. You'll sit there and starve. You'll die. You just
1,000.
die. You would just die.
1,000%. But what I mean by poverty is in the poor class, there's a ceiling to all that. That's low level scamming. So you're not gonna be middle class. You're not gonna be rich doing any of that. It's all low level stuff, and you only
Yeah,
think you're
it is.
getting
Oh
away
yeah,
with
you're
it.
not. I'm not.
You know what I
You
mean?
are
So
getting,
I think
but that's a mental conditioning that you think that's living. You just think that I got a crib, sometimes I can get fancy clothes when my taxes come in, and that's it.
1,000%. Boss man, your mic went out. Yeah, it's still going. It's still out. I can't hear you. I think when they get a call, it's certain iPhone or certain phones that it does that. It does that too. I don't appreciate that. StreamYard. What's up, Bernardo? We're talking poverty around the world, apparently, comparing ours to Brazil.
Yeah, it's not comparable at all. Like Brazil, even I live in Rio, which is a big state, which relative state. Like
Yeah, everybody's mic sounds crazy. Can y'all hear me?
You sound good. I think Bernardo
Can I
sounds like he's in underwater.
Yeah,
Sound like you
sound like you're
underwater,
underwater,
Bernardo.
But what I was gonna, can you hear me, Faye? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, now you good. Yeah.
So what I was wanting to say was, beloved is right. You know, we have these big buildings like Trump building, and you have low income people that can get inside the building, and they get inside the building that costs $5,000 a month, and the government is paying for that. But that's what the government is doing for people. They provide their service. However, we take advantage of that. The service is supposed to get you back in your feet. You're not supposed to live there for the next 25 years. It's for you to help you along the way, so someone behind you can get the same service too. However, we as people take advantage of that, and that's what people are doing right now. You know, so it's a good.
Boss man, right now. Listen, I'm not trying to tell my personal business, but I got a project apartment been in my family for 60 years. That ain't right now. That's conditioning, boss man. Don't do that.
No, I'm saying I agree to what you're saying. You're right. You're right. I'm just going back what you're saying. We have to get out of that. What you're saying.
Oh, okay.
We have to deprogram
wait,
ourselves. We have to deprogram ourselves to work hard for what we want in life. I agree to what you're saying. You know.
But I think that's the problem, boss man. I think being an American, once you get entitled, you don't think you have to work. That's not just the black thing. That's not just the white thing. I see it all across the board. And that's just what it is. And that's why I believe the rest of the world and everyone like that, they practice more of a right wing, he call that conservative. They don't play games.
Liberals, right?
Yeah, right. But and I don't want to get super deep into that, but it's the fact that I seen Russian dudes, they don't like what their kids are doing. They despise it. Asian parents, they despise what their kids are doing. They push a lot of them into the schooling and everything, but once you get more Americanized, you get lazier. It's just a fact that some of them develop the work ethic, go attack the education, but once you're once you're a first, second, third generation American, it gets harder and harder to kick those habits. Because like
Right.
Beloved is saying, they're giving these things to you. But that thing about not working, that is really, and I want to say it's an American thing, but to be honest, I had a business in DR. I ran a business in DR. I was thoroughly disappointed in my own people. That thing about not working is everywhere. They really all want to be Americanized. They're all on IG. They think they could be superstars. This Hollywood really infected this country and the rest of the world because everyone wants to be a B-boy now. Everybody wants to be a D-boy now. They call it drill rap now, whatever you want to call it. But around the world, they're doing the same thing. They want to be a star. They want to be a celebrity. They want to be a god in that sense. How do we snap out of that? That's going to take a bunch of us like this to keep enforcing, hey, do the right thing. Like you just said, yo, spend that quality time with your kid. What are you doing? You ain't going to no damn juice bar. Like I'm taking all that in. Like, hold on, maybe I shouldn't go to the juice bar right now. Like I'm taking all that in. I'm gonna read him a book and just chill for a while.
But that's what
Is
we
my
have to
mic
do.
okay?
Yeah, Bernardo. I'm sorry.
Is my mic okay?
No, you underwater.
It could be the echo in the hallway.
Oh.
Video games and cell phones are the reason for that. And that's all American to me. That's all I really believe. I was working on this project, boss man, that everything started, and beloved, everything started with Hollywood. And everyone, like, Instagram is like a 7-second version of that. Like, you know, we had, remember, Al Capone was able to see himself in a movie. He saw Scarface in the movies and saw himself on that. How do you think he felt? Everyone wants to be a celebrity. Everybody wants to be remembered forever. It's who doesn't want to be famous? You know, that's something that a 12-year-old would dream to be, but they don't know what that really means. You know, because a part of that feels like you are a boss and you are running things because you have this much power for whatever reason. It feels that way, and I think it's addictive. So social media is that. Instagram is that, and I believe it really comes from Hollywood, and how we kick that is just having these platforms. The way we talk about John Morant and Zion, like there's a way to go about all that. I don't care who you are. There's a way to. You have obtained a certain amount of power and money, and you should not funnel it away to the. That's why this whole AAU thing is crazy to me. When Beloved and Flea, all these guys, the way they're talking about it, I'm like, yo, hold on, if y'all know this, what can we do about it? Because that's, if you think about it, how much money's being cut at the kneecaps through AAU, and you see the rest of the world getting better at basketball when we know 90%, 80% of the league is black. How much of that money is going to be leaving if you keep cutting them off at 15 years old to reclassify them as a freshman or whatever the hell they be doing? And this is known. I'm understanding this right now. I would go crazy, but you up against big bank, Nike, the NIL guys.
Yeah.
He's all millionaires and billionaires, but it's almost like a microcosm. It's a small version of what's really going on, but we got to take hold of that shit. That stuff. Ooh.
Can you hear me now? Is my
Yes.
phone okay now? Okay. Just for talking about poverty, so I'm Brazilian. Poverty in our perspective is a different thing from poverty in yours, probably. So like which is like there's New York and California. For us it's Rio and São Paulo. But for like if you take a 30-40 minute drive, I can get into a city where people literally are killing themselves and have nothing to loot, have nothing to eat, and don't have public schools and so on. So like poverty here is the certain level of like 20 population live in a situation where they literally have no shot of getting out of it because public health is shit, public education is shit. People don't have what to eat. The parents need to go to work. The kids, they can't leave the kids with anybody else because everybody has to work. So the kids get into the gangs. So like it's a very dire situation here. But middle class in Brazil has some resemblance to what you guys are saying there, which is like a person that the person does nothing for their whole life. They're gonna be okay. They're gonna have food and a place to live. Like if they just work a regular job or like a 6-hour day, 8-hour day job, they don't apply themselves, they don't study, they do nothing, they can just survive and be fine. And what I see sometimes is I think people get complacent and they kind of accept their reality, which is easier than try to change anything because it is really easier. Like when you're facing the mortality of your life and you're facing the limits of what you can be in the face, and because one thing that I talk about a lot about with my I talk a lot of with my girlfriend, a lot about with my girlfriend, is that when you challenge yourself and when you like take a challenge and take a commitment to I'm going to do this, I'm going to try to do this thing differently, I'm going to start a business, dedicate into my studies or start working out or whatever, you automatically, when you make that decision, you open yourself up to failure. And failure is frightening. Like, failure is really frightening. So it's easier to just do what you're doing and don't risk it emotionally. Not only like materially, but also emotionally. It's easier. And I face that myself every day. Like, I have a upper middle class in my country, and like if I do nothing for the rest of my life, I'm gonna have a comfortable life, but I'm gonna be miserable. But it's scary to just take risks and to no, I have to be better, and that I agree with Beloved. It's like that has nothing to do with poverty. Everybody, every social class, you're gonna see that happening. But the illusion is when the richer stratus of their society do exactly that, their baseline is so high that they still have a rich, comfortable life. When you're poor, your baseline isn't that high, and it looks like you're failing more than the other guy, but you're not. It's just the failure is it's similar. What I wanted to say.
Real quick, Baltimore. Did you see what they're having for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at the Apollo tonight?
No.
They're having a ceremony for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at the Apollo tonight. Spike Lee is doing the opening monologue for that.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
something
That's
going on.
good.
Yeah,
That's
something
good.
going on. I remember back in the day when I was younger, we used to go to Riverbank. We used to go to Millbank for Mustang practice, and he lived in the brownstone on 122nd. Go ahead, Samir. My mom is there. Go. Wash the car on the other side. I love you. See you later. But yeah, we used to go see. I used to see him. Wait. Yeah, go that way. Go that way. Go that way. We used to go. I used to see him all the time. Coming out the brownstone. I think he lived on 122nd between Lenox and Fifth.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta catch that. That's good, man. That's history right there. I want to definitely see that. But that Bayardo, what you said, man, that's in that country, man. I can imagine what you're going through, what you see there on a daily basis, but people there.
I don't really go through that what I described. I know it because I have friends and people that go through it, but like my life is very comfortable. But like we see because what I see sometimes when you guys talk about it, it seems like things are really, and I'm gonna use the word like really segregated still in the U.S. Like poor people live all in one place, far away from the rich people who live far away from the middle class people. Here in Brazil, everything is more mixed. Like I can see I live 5 minutes away from a favela, so it's not like
Yeah. That the poverty is like that everywhere except New York City, Bernardo, because like when you go like in certain rural countries, like you go to the South a lot, you'll see that like the poverty's over here, and everyone that's middle class and can afford a house and a mortgage lives over here. In New York, like I just said, I gave Boss Man an example. Like I can live on the same floor. I pay $2,800 a month for a 2-bedroom, and the person next to me has a 3-bedroom and doesn't work, and it has 3 kids in there, and gets groceries for free and everything for free. It's very. That's why I'm telling you, Bernardo. This is you don't. People over here, they have no poverty. They have no concept of anything that's going on because it's this generational knowing how to scam the system and knowing always how to get one up on.
What I was saying is that I don't think the bad part of what you're describing, like the complacency, goes away with more difficulty necessarily. Like what I see here in Brazil, that people, they, like, for emotional reasons, for psychological reasons, they convince themselves that their life is fine. Like they live in a house with no sewage, no clean water. They can they like malnutrition and so on. Like their life is horrible. Their kids have no proper school to go to, but they can drink their beer and once a month go out with a friend and watch football, and that's life. People just keep going, and that's what I was saying. Like when you're richer, when you have a better living condition and you have more opportunities, that doesn't either equate to being like to applying yourself. Most people just in our society, like, and I say our because Brazil is a way poorer version of the US in the sense of what Beloved was saying, culturally, our mentality, how we approach life. It's very similar to the US in that sense of like everybody wants to be a TikTok star, everybody wants to be a football player, nobody wants to work, nobody wants to study. It's in our culture just like in the US. And so it's very similar. It's really it's similar to what you're saying, what you're describing, except people here actually suffer for it, like really suffer.
Mm, wow. Well, it goes way back, and I think Faye brought it up in the '80s. You know, people use drugs and all that, and they was buying drugs. He was buying cocaine and all that stuff at a young age and selling it because it was so cheap back then. So you could take $200 and buy it and flip it right there with the kids. So that's the easy access. It's just easy for them to. God, beloved, I know you want to say something. God, beloved.
Oh no,
Uh,
my fault. No, I was just yawning. My fault. No. I'm
so
listening. I'm listening. I ain't want to say nothing.
it was just so easy for them to do that. So when it becomes so accessible for them to do that, and that's the same thing happening right now with social media. You know, people want to be. It's the instant gratification becoming rich. It's there. No one wants to work hard, like somebody said. No one wants to do any hard labor. They just want money coming to their doorstep, and that's
Yeah.
sad. They don't want to go sweep. They don't want to. We can get our kids job working and doing maintenance work. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want my friends see me doing this. I don't want to work at a cashier. I don't want to do that. I can't work at McDonald's because somebody might see me. Why are you worried about somebody seeing you making money? That you're making money for yourself. So this generation we live in right now is don't accept hard labor, and that's the sad part. They don't accept hard labor, man, and we have to find a way to change that narrative for all of our kids. And I mean, it starts with one community, whatever it may be, but it's so hard because everything is right at their doorstep. You got Robinhood on your phone that you can make money off of that. You got FanDuel, people plan on that. You got E-Trade, so you can get on. If you do a nice video, you find a nice story, you can make money off of that. They just finding different ways to make money instead of trying to find it the I'm not gonna say the normal way. I'm not saying what they're doing is wrong, but they don't want to work for their money. And it becomes a disservice for all of us because we saying, listen, we have to pay the way for this. Because somebody paid the way for us to be here also. You know, we don't want to get up in the morning and coach you guys 6 o'clock in the morning, but we do it because we know we need to do this.
Mhm.
You know, Faye been on.
But the instant gratification. So Bernardo, they have like I know. I don't know if this is offensive to you. A Brazilian butt lift or a BBL. So those are surgeries that So men are starting to get those surgeries. So I was talking to Fabian. Fabian was like, "Yo, I don't want to go to the gym. He's gonna get some body work done." He was telling me that yesterday that he's getting some body work done in DR, like some liposuction type thing. So like that's the instant gratification. Sometimes we talk about we're not going to the gym and putting in that hard work. So I know he's gonna go get snatched. That's what they say in America, Bernardo. It's called getting snatched.
Beloved, I need to
That
go
was good.
again, but I need to go again,
Yo,
but
Beloved has a lot
just two
of
things.
homoerotic, flagrant speech. And today's Brazilian Valentine's Day, right, Bernardo?
What?
Today is Brazilian Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day, yes.
That's why Beloved's so excited this week. Now I get it. Now I get
Yes,
snatched. What
makes
you
a lot of
talking
sense in the
about?
world, right? Just I have to go again, but just two quick things. First of all, beloved, I need to have your Instagram for me to send you my address and then send you the shirt for our Valentine's Day, first Valentine's Day together. Second thing is
That was very good.
no, it's for you. Second thing is here in Brazil we have the extra added danger of instant gratification, which is somebody did a study last year in a university here in Brazil, and they found out that one of the five most dangerous profiles to be when you include class, race, and age, and nationality. One of the five most dangerous profiles for you to be in the whole world, in a sense of risk of getting murdered or getting arrested, is a Brazilian black lower class person from 16 to 24-year-old. Because like a frightening amount of those people here in Brazil are in gangs, in real violent gangs that basically are in wars, territory wars all the time, and it's one of the most dangerous things for you to be in the whole world. And a lot of people are, because it's the easiest and the most direct way for you to getting money and help your family and getting that car you want and that watch you want. And it's a very terrifying situation. It's quite grim. And it reminded me, you guys talking about it, it reminded me of that, because like instant gratification, we think about TikTok and whatever, but there's a very dark side of it. There's a very grim side of it. That's it. Okay, I killed the live.
No, that was good, man. That's very good, man. I never been to Brazil before. I want to go there to see the country. But
It's a beautiful country. It really is a beautiful country.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and everything visit. See, one of our many trips that we want to go on out there. So
okay, I have to go. Bye.
Are you working? Faye, where you at, man? Beloved, did y'all win both games? Rockstar Mel.
to be there, but they fooled me. So, yeah. But I can't wait for the next 30 minutes when they get on. Watch some of the game. See what's going to happen. And that's about it. Have some more of these conversation about basketball with the basketball brains of the country, of the world. And that's about it. What else? What else is going on? Well, you know, it's raining in New York City, which is a good thing. Clean the cars, clean the streets, and all that good stuff. And whatever. What else is going on? Our kids are out of school for the summer. Hope our kids get a job this year. These college kids, and some kids got to go to summer school, and that's not a bad thing. Continue on learning. Continue on growing. Continue on listening to your parents. Continue on being the best you can be. What else is going on in life? You know, Trump had 30-something different accounts against him for something he did. And they're trying to indict him, so which is tomorrow. Something he has to deal with. That's on his plate. That's going to be the talk of the town tomorrow. But it's a federal offense. No cameras allowed inside the courtrooms, inside the place. So you don't know if he's really going to be in the building or not. But they have so many documents, that boxes of documents that was in Trump possession in one of his many places that he resided. And we live in some tough times right now. We just gotta all fight through this together as a community, as families, as loved ones, just to get better in life all around. You know, some of us talk about our kids, the household things and all that, being better with that. Yeah, we gotta be better with that. Schooling, politicians gotta be better, gotta stop just taking, and rising the taxes high and high. That's not right to the middle class people, blue collar people. Find other ways to find that money. And just stop taking from the blue collar people. We had a big collapse in Philadelphia. That was terrible. So prayerfully and hopefully no one got hurt in that situation. Prayerfully they can get that thing rectified fast as possible so people can continue on riding down that road. I know it caused a lot of congestion probably this morning. So it's probably gonna take a while to get it together, but hey, hopefully we can do this in a timely fashion for everybody's sake. What else? Life. Families. Families are more so important, man, to all of us, man. Love your family, respect your family, spend time with your family. Try to find things to do positive and try to continue uplifting each other. Don't try to tear people down and uplift each other. Everybody got some kind of good on the inside of them. Try to help people, Try to, when you see somebody doing something wrong, let them know. Let them know. It's important. If you're a church going person, pray to God. Read the Bible. Read one of the stories in the Bible. It's definitely beneficial to you or to your family or to a loved one, whatever it may be. But it's important.
guys. So it's hard to make a list of who's the top 5 at this spot, who's the top 5 at that spot. Because when you've seen all of these dudes play and you like, yeah, Joker can do this, this, and this, but you're like, you know what a king can do. You know Joker could do nothing with a king. You know Joker could do nothing with Shaq. You know Joker could do nothing with David Robinson in the paint. Joker can stretch you out and knock down that 3. And Joker can pass. He can handle the ball, he can pass. But when you put him against other guys and he's going in foul trouble, because those other guys are going to put him on that block, and Joker's defense is he shows big and puts his hands up. That's Joker's defense. Is he shows big and he puts his hands up. He's not a shot blocker. He's not moving his feet on defense. He's not guarding anybody off the dribble on a switch. When he gets caught in a switch, he's dropping back on defense. He's not playing D. He's dropping back into the paint. So there's things that he can't do that other guys can do to where you can't say his skill set. So all we can say is Joker's one of the top two centers in this era. Zach was the top center in his era. Akeem was the top center in his era. We can't cross switch with eras with centers because you didn't allow centers to do certain things in certain eras. It's hard to do that.
You say he the top 2 center in his era. Who's the number 1?
Well, when you look at it's always gonna come as far as centers, it's Joker and it's Embiid.
All right, but
it's Joker and it's Embiid. You know what I'm saying? So all we can do, I hate trying to compare dudes in different eras because it's a different skill set. You allowed certain guys to do certain things in certain eras. It's just what it was. So certain guys are just great. There's very few guys who are great across the board, no matter what era. It's like a list of maybe like 5 or 6 guys who could have played in any era that would have dominated no matter what it was. So all we can do in this is just say, you know what, Joker's the best center in this era. The top 15, you can nitpick with any dude. You can nitpick any position top 15, honestly, because at this point in basketball, it's about numbers. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily about game. It's about numbers. And numbers can be moved however you want to move.
All right, hold on, Fish. Go ahead, beloved. You just came in the building.
My top 5 centers: Shaq, Elijah Warren, Kareem, Djokovic. I don't know if I'm a.
Hold on. So you got Joker in your top 5.
Yeah, Joker. Nah, he's in my 5. Yeah, he's in my 5, man. Once he wins his ring, he's 5.
Right now, without a ring.
Yeah, but I'm going under the assumption because he's gonna win tonight. I'm going under the assumption that he wins a ring.
Hold on. So once Joker win a ring,
yeah,
top 5 centers.
I got him top 5. Yeah. And then the last one.
Well, it don't even matter if you're already in your 5 because the argument is with me. I mean, that's your 5. I gotta respect it. I'm not gonna argue about it. I mean, for me, I'm not putting him in top 5 yet. But this is what I always say: if he gets 2 rings, it's going to be hard to keep him out of top 15 greatest player all time. Let me explain why. The first 10, we know what the first 10 is. Some players, maybe 1 or 2 or 3, that we may not agree on. But we all know the Shaq, Magic, Bird, Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. Like, we can, but after that first 10, them next 5, if Joker get 2, how can you argue he ain't going to be top 15? See?
Joker top 10. Joker top 10 player with a ring, with 2 rings. You can make an argument. Look, listen. If somebody said Joker's top 10 with 1 ring, I wouldn't complain about that. right?
So no, hold on.
But you can make the argument and say,
wait, just stay there. Wait. Sorry to cut you off. Let's run through a top 10 right now, and let's just see who we would take out. Let's try to agree on 10. Do we agree with Jordan?
Yeah.
Magic?
Yeah.
Remember, no order. Larry Bird?
Yeah.
Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
Shaq?
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant?
Yeah.
All right, that's 6. Y'all give me 4 more.
LeBron.
7.
LeBron.
KD. LeBron.
I don't agree with KD's top 10 all time.
I would say Elijah Wan.
KD.
All right, hold on.
Elijah Wan.
All right, that's 8.
I agree with Elijah Wan.
Yeah, I agree with Elijah Wan.
Elijah
Wan makes 8.
And
Isaiah.
For me, I would say Kareem, and I would say Russell.
All right, so
hold on. Yo, Fish, Isaiah's not in your top 10 all time?
Over those guys, who you taking out?
All right, no, hold on, no.
Bill Russell.
We ain't gotta worry about that. No, wait. We ain't gotta worry about that. Remember what I said? 1, 2, or 3 players we're not gonna agree on, but we agree. We just named 10, right? Now, if you go 15, now let's say KD, let's say Isaiah Thomas, let's say KG, let's say Dirk, or some older players. Joker get in there with 1 ring?
I would put Joker over KD because KD didn't dominate like Joker had. I would put Joker over KD because KD and Kawhi Leonard haven't dominated in the league like Joker had.
No. Who are we? No. We named our 10. Who are we taking out? Because y'all said if he get 1 ring, he's top 10. Who are we
I didn't say
taking out?
that. I didn't say that.
No, not you. I'm just saying, Mr. Right now.
For me,
if he get 1 ring, who are y'all taking out that top 10?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's selective. I don't know if I could take anybody out that top 10.
Mr. Right now, talk to me.
I don't know if I can take anybody out of that top 10 because that top 10 was 1 or 2 in the league for their career. For their whole career. From almost other than Kobe, that top 10 was 1 or 2 in the league for their career. So it'd be hard to put them in that top 10.
What year did Bill Russell retire?
I don't know. I can't take Bill Russell out the top 10. I can't take anybody out the top 10 if your name is on the Finals MVP trophy.
That's a thank you trophy. That don't mean
no. That's 11 championships.
So in 50 years, you know
that's 11 championships.
You know, in 50 years, LeBron's gonna have a trophy in that, right? Like LeBron's gonna have a trophy. Kobe got a trophy. What
he gonna have? Which Paul gonna make it for him?
I don't know what he's gonna have, but he's gonna have a trophy for him. I'm not that whatever semantics that is. All right, they put names on trophies now though. Okay, the next 5 should be Steph Curry. I got Steph Curry in the next 5. I gotta put Djokovic there. I gotta put,
absolutely.
Okay, if y'all don't got Isaiah Thomas has to be a top 15 player.
Isaiah's got to be top 10. He's top 10.
I got Isaiah. The next 2 after that, you said Braun, right?
Yes.
You said Kobe. Damn.
Where you put Jerry West?
Jerry West.
The logo was that dude.
The logo. I put him in my top.
He was that dude.
Yeah, he was that dude that kept losing. But see, that's what I'm talking about, Fish. He was that dude that kept losing to what team?
Yeah, they lost, but he was that dude. But when you the NBA logo, it's hard when you on everybody's shirt.
What team was he losing to? What team they was losing to every year?
They was losing to Boston.
Because what? There's 4 good teams that whole era. They're loaded over there. They got how would you not have
the Lakers in that era was always the second best team.
Because you know why? They had less Hall of Famers than the other team that had 11. Come on, Fish. Come on.
Yeah, but okay. The other team, I'll tell you this: Boston probably had on those teams. they probably had 7 or 8 Hall of Famers. They probably had 8 or 9 Hall of Famers.
The Lakers
The
had
Lakers
3.
probably had 6.
Mitch Richmond not top 15. I don't know.
I know nobody put Paul Pierce's name in the. I know nobody put Paul Pierce's name in the comments.
Paul Pierce.
5. I gotta give you props. Jimmy Butler is
Hey,
now
where y'all
James
find
Bond.
Rajon?
Jimmy
Hey,
Butler.
hey, all ball. Where y'all find Rajon Rondo from?
Fish.
Yo, listen, man. He had an opportunity to make up, man. Zay ain't there no more.
Yo, Zay, if he closes out, like you made the first one.
It's over,
So it's
man.
already away. It's a parade in Colorado. for
Jimmy
cold.
Butler in
Colorado
Miami.
Springs.
Jimmy Butler in
Can't be
Miami is
cold.
officially Willie Burton.
Willie Burton, that's crazy. Nah, but Fish.
Jimmy Butler in Miami is officially Keith Atkins.
Yo, not Keith. Not
He
the
can't.
assistant Keith.
Jimmy can't hit no clubs. Jimmy can't go to live. Jimmy can't sell no coffee. Nothing.
Fish. I told them, Fish. I told them game 1. I said, look at Jimmy Butler's every series. 37 against the Bucks, 29 against the Knicks, 23, 22 and a half against Boston, and now he's down to 20 against in the finals. You know what that
Hey,
tells
all
me?
ball. Hey, all ball. How SNS gonna pop in with the moral victory? Tell me it was a good season. How SNS gonna come in with the SNS come in with the exit interview already?
Hey, yo,
How SNS gonna come in with the exit interview already? The exit interview is supposed to be tomorrow.
Hey, yo, S. Yo, Jimmy Butler had the opportunity to get his name back, bro. Listen, man. Hey, DJ Knott, you correct. I do not like how that ended. He hit 2 big threes, then he got fouled. Then he got fouled.
I want Jimmy Butler to be Kobe Bryant. That's not gonna happen for y'all. Not gonna happen for y'all. Yo, S. Aaron Gordon still only a dunker? Aaron Gordon still only a dunker?
Your thoughts, real quick. What the fuck?
Come on, my nigga, stop. You still only a dunker? He killed y'all this season.
He did well, my nigga.
All right.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. S had more energy. The last time I saw him was in Dallas when my man DJ with him All-Star Weekend in the snow.
My nigga, listen, I'm gonna say it again. Like I said the 2 Bulls. That nigga.
Appreciate you always. Thank you. Okay. Have a good one.
What's the name? I'm gonna say it again.
Yes,
this nigga,
my brother. Yes,
this
yes,
nigga
sure.
Jokic,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Jokic got away with murder this whole shit. They did not make him play no defense at all. And that was the key to the whole series.
Yo, listen, man. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna take the pressure off of Jimmy. Jimmy had 8 points until that little spurt he did. Him and Spo, I'm very disappointed. I gotta give a shout out to Beloved. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I had Miami at 7. He called it. Denver at 5. He was right. I was wrong. So I gotta give props to props is due. And I was wrong about Jimmy Butler right now. Now, S, hold on, S. No, hold on, S, because when I win, I talk my shit.
This is crazy. They want to talk in losses.
I'm very disappointed.
Niggas want to talk in losses.
I'm very disappointed with Jimmy Butler. Go ahead, S.
I mean, they lost. I just say we regroup next year, and that'll be that. I mean, Jimmy, there's no more I can say. Like Jimmy can never do it alone. But
now he doesn't have help. Oh, brother. Yo, this is gonna be funny.
Name us out.
Hey, Bam averaged 7 points over his season average. You want more than that from a player? You want a player to average more than 7 points than his season average? Y'all want him to average 30, right? Okay.
No. What I said in the beginning of the series was Bam's points and rebounds have to have a direct impact on the game.
They did, brother. They did. Bam was the best player the whole series.
Bam scored. There was no other than tonight. And the game they won, there was no bucket or rebound that Bam had in them losses that we can talk about or remember. He's gotta have I said before the game, I said before the series, Bam cheap fouls on Joker. He's got to be super aggressive. Shooting wide open shots. Shooting wide open shots don't mean nothing.
Yo, listen. No. Bam bailed in this series. Bam bailed Jokic out the whole series. All Jokic got to do is come down and sit in the paint. Bam can't hit a fucking 15-footer and save his fucking life.
Bam tonight. Bam was Carlos
20 and 12. Y'all want more than 20 and 12.
No, hold on, y'all.
That's crazy.
Hold on.
But he can't hit a 15-footer, bro.
20 and 12.
Bro.
But hold on, y'all. But hold on. What we not gonna do? What I'm not gonna
I'm
allow
not doing
y'all
that.
to do is shit on Bam.
I said 20 and
Bam
12.
did the best he. Hold on. No, I know. I'm just saying. Right, but I'm saying in general. I'm not gonna allow nobody to shit on Bam. He did the best he could against the best player in the world. Hold on, S. Jimmy Butler was.
Hold on. But I'm asking you this though. You're gonna sit there and tell me that Jokic, if put yourself in Jokic's shoes. If I can come down and sit in the paint and deflect shots or alter shots without having to guard my man, because my man can't hit a 15-footer or 18-footers at all. So all I gotta do is just sit around the paint and sit there.
Yeah. That's what Joker did from game one. Joker didn't have to be great. Joker didn't have to be great. All Joker had to do was play a regular. Joker just played a regular game. Joker wasn't even Joker from the season because Bam wasn't a threat. Bam,
Can I say something now? Go ahead. Keep yelling. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I would give Bam. Because I give Bam a lot of credit. He did a tremendous job. But what I'm saying is this: you gotta make your man guard you, my nigga. And Bam had a lot of bailout points. Yes, he scored a lot. He scored a lot in the paint, but it wasn't. It was off. It was like off of bullshit shots. I give you that. But he ain't make Jokic work at all, my nigga.
You know what we call it. You know what we call it. S. You know what we call it. S. This what we call it. This is what we call it. You ain't getting open. You ain't getting open, nigga. You open.
Okay. All right. Fish.
You ain't getting open.
The same defense Djokovic played on Anthony Davis. Either you're gonna beat me with that jump shot, because I'm not bringing my fat ass out to guard you. So the same drop down cover they did against the Lakers, they did against them. You're gonna do that to no matter who's guarding him. He's not guarding a 3-point shooter. He don't have to come out. You know what he's going to say? You're going to get yours. Let me finish, as y'all talk for 10 minutes. He's going to say, you can get yours, but I know I'm going to get more down low. I'm going to get more than you're going to get. So you know what? You know what he did? Listen, what you teach and what you coach is you take the shots you given. And he was giving shots. He averaged 6 more points. He did his job. The person y'all put all y'all marbles on was Jimmy effing Buckets. Playoff Jimmy. And you know what that is? All that is a name, SNS. Because you know who else got a name? Big Shot Bob. And you see, he ain't no superstar, just like Jimmy Butler ain't no superstar. They do things in spurts, little pieces of moments in their career, little pieces of moments. And Big Shot Bob hit little pieces of shots, and Jimmy Butler had a good playoff game. And you know what he's going to do next year? He's going to do the same thing and be a star player, and that's about it. So
you know why? We can't get mad. We can't get mad at Jimmy because Jimmy did what Jimmy does. He's a role player. Jimmy's a role player who has the ability to step his game up at times in big moments. But Jimmy is a number 2 guy. Jimmy is a number 2 guy.
Tell all ball that.
Bam had 18. Bam had 18 and a half.
Yeah, Bam had 18 points and a half, but we can't remember 2. We can't remember 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 points in the second half, bro. So you want to sit there and still defend Bam?
I'm not defending Bam. I'm saying he did what he's supposed to do as a center.
No, Bam did.
What he's supposed to do as just second best player.
We can't make guys be what they not. We can't.
How much Denver's second best player had tonight? You want me to tell you? How much Jamal Murray? Who you think the leading scorer for Denver was? Their second best player. It wasn't Jamal Murray. Michael Porter. Exactly. He's your third best player. Bam is just second. He's doing what he's supposed to do. If y'all go listen, I'm not a Heat fan. I have no dog in this race. If you want to blame Bam Butler needs more help, go ahead. You can make excuses for them, but you came. This is what I'm trying to been telling y'all since the beginning. You played Milwaukee with no Giannis. You played the Knicks hurt. Jason Tatum and them, their bad coach team.
Now the Knicks was hurt.
Julius Randle was hurt.
Oh, come on, stop it, man.
I tell you the same thing I told all ball at halftime. The role players for Miami did enough in the first half that Jimmy should have needed to step his game up in the second half, and he did. The role players did their job in the first half. The role players stepped up and played above their head. Strus and the other dude wasn't knocking out shots, but they did enough in the first half that Jimmy should have did his job in the second half. But we can't expect Jimmy to be more than Jimmy. We can't expect him to be more than that. Them 50-point games against the Knicks, that's not Jimmy. That's Jimmy playing above his head. Jimmy is not that guy, and that's not a knock on Jimmy's game, but Jimmy is not a number one guy. He's not.
Well, hold on. All right. Well, let me just say this real quick. I disagree with that. I was wrong. He had a bad series, but this is what I'm not going to agree to. I'm not going to say it was luck. They beat Giannis. Giannis played 2 games. It's not like they didn't beat Giannis before in the playoff series. They beat my Knicks. And then with Boston was fully healthy until Game 7, and Boston was down 3-0. That's not luck. Jimmy Butler can be a number one option. He proved it for the last couple years because they've been to 2 finals and 3 Eastern Conference finals. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Now, y'all have a right to laugh at me and say I was wrong for this series. But up until this series, that was not the luck.
Had Jimmy played like he played against the Lakers in that bubble final, Miami would have won the series. Had Jimmy Butler played like he played against the Lakers in that bubble, Miami would have won the finals.
My nigga, in that bubble.
Okay, but listen, I agree with y'all. But
don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no, they had Hero. They had Hero.
Hold on.
But
So
Jimmy showed up.
Hero now?
But Jimmy showed up every night.
Didn't say nothing about Tyler Hero, but now we're bringing up Tyler Hero.
I'm just saying.
But hold on, S. Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. Hold on. Let me ask Fisher Beloved a question. Because y'all say he can't be a number one option, but in the last 4 years, he's been in 2 NBA finals and 3 Eastern Conference finals.
Right now, in the last 5.
Right. No. So what I'm saying is, how was that not a number one option?
Fish, you want to answer first, or you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what? When you're a number one option, you don't get no fucking days off.
There you go. Thank you.
Right there.
Yeah.
Jimmy didn't show up now one game in these 5 game series. Jimmy didn't show up one night. I'll say that. Jimmy Butler in these 5 games, Jimmy Butler didn't show up one night.
I'm gonna say this.
A number one
I
option.
I want to say this.
I will say that.
Shout to Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon defense on Jimmy is why Jimmy was the way Jimmy was. But I'm gonna blame a lot. I'm gonna blame a lot on Jimmy. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you had fucking Jamal Murray on you, my nigga. You supposed to take that nigga down low and score. Every time they switched off that Jamal Murray on you, that's to the basket. There's no excuse, my nigga. Aaron Gordon did a wonderful job on the perimeter on him, but when that switch off came, that's supposed to be blood. You're supposed to see blood to the basket.
Somebody said Jimmy was shook. Jimmy wasn't shook. Jimmy's game, when he gets in the paint, it's the pump fake, get you off the ground, and get his shot off.
That's it.
Jimmy wasn't able to do. They took that away. So when Jimmy got in the paint, Jimmy was looking to get guys involved, and he was kicking the ball out when he should have went to the rim and got that bucket. Everybody, listen, that's not a knock on the dude's game. Everybody's not that dude. My whole career, I was a point guard, right? I ran point. I was 15, 7 assists, couple steals. That was my game. But because I had that other switch, I could go get 30 if I needed to get 30. I could go get it. I don't mean if they allow me to get it, I could go get 30 or 40 if I needed to get it. That's not Jimmy. That's not
Y'all
Jimmy's
relying
game.
on a
Jimmy
player.
doesn't have that switch.
Y'all relying on a player.
Jimmy's 40 and 50 is if he's having a good night. But if you focus and say, you know what, we going to Butler tonight, Jimmy's gonna be Jimmy. He may get it, or he may just get guys involved. That's just Jimmy's game. He's a role player who has the ability to get buckets, but he's not a bucket getter. They needed a bucket getter at Jimmy's position, and he didn't go do it. That's not a knock on his game. I'm not hating on his game. That's just who he is.
But talking about it's you said he went to 2 finals, he went to 4 Eastern Conference finals. You know what it's showing me? That he's not a number one because you're not getting over the hump. So you need to bring a number one in there, and Jimmy could be a solid number 2. If you get a number 1 in there, then you win one of those finals. He's not a number 1 option. If you think you're going to keep winning with him, with number 1 option, you're going to keep doing what you're doing now. You know what Jimmy is right now? He's Patrick Ewing. He's going to get you there, and he's always going to lose to a better team or better player. He's not a number 1 option.
No, the best example is Jimmy Butler.
I can show you he's not a number child. He's 0 for 2 in the finals. How many finals wins he got?
The best example of Jimmy Butler. The best example of Jimmy Butler.
How much does Jimmy Butler average in his finals if he's a number 1?
He was
number 1s don't do that.
Once again, I agree. He was terrible. Once again, he had
a bad game. Yes, but
a bad series. Listen, Kobe had a bad series against Detroit.
Hold on, Fish. Because once again, beloved,
I'm not talking about 5.
Y'all 1 and 5.
Why you keep saying we? I'm not a Denver fan.
I'll let y'all talk. Let me talk.
But we're talking about Jimmy Butler now.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Okay.
No, beloved, can you let me finish, bro? I'll let y'all talk. You telling me there's no player in the 75 years
not saying that at all.
Never had
not
a bad
saying that at
series
all.
That was the number 1?
No, I said number 1s
That's
don't
what
have
you just
consistent bad games in NBA finals.
Once again,
Did what?
He's the only one that ever did that.
No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying I'm showing you that number 1s don't do that consistently. He's done it consistently. You're not getting over the hump with him. You call him a superstar. Eventually, a superstar gets you over the hump. He's 0-2 in the finals, and he's been to 4 conference finals where he lost 2 of them already. So what would you like me to call him?
Is Jason Tatum?
No, I never said that.
Jason Tatum
you say that.
superstar?
I've never been in that argument. No, he's not a superstar to me. No.
I'm asking.
Okay.
There's 3 superstars. There's 3 superstars.
There's been plenty of number 1 dudes.
Hold on, talking about. Oh boy, you heard me say Jason Tatum's a superstar?
Right. It's a lot of people
I
that
said
think
me.
he's a superstar. Once again, my point is this.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler had a terrible series. I picked him. I was wrong. He had a terrible series. He's not the only NBA player in the 75 years of the league
and that
had a terrible series. That's
to
a number 1. How is he? Once again, how is he not a number 1 if he leads his team to the NBA?
I'll tell you.
How is he
I'll
not
tell
number
you.
1?
Miami Heat has a culture, and they made the NBA Finals by committee. No, there's been other number 1 dudes who had bad series, but you name a number 1 dude that didn't show up. Because Jimmy, hold on. No, there's a difference between a bad series and you shooting bad and you not fucking showing up. So you tell me a number 1 dude in the league who's played in the finals that didn't flat out show up for 4 games. We're not talking about we're talking about who. We talking about who? Let me tell you something. Kobe Bryant had a bad series. I'll tell you this. Kobe Bryant had a bad series against the Detroit Pistons. But Kobe showed up. Kobe had a bad shooting game, but Kobe showed up, and Kobe didn't leave any bullets in the chamber.
You asked me a question. Let me answer. LeBron James against the Dallas Mavericks.
That's one.
Yes.
That's one. That's one. Hold on. That's one. That's one.
Look what you got doing to me. Hold on. You asking me to name So all I have to do is
Yeah, okay.
there's none.
LeBron didn't show up against Dallas. LeBron didn't show up against Dallas. Jason Terry punked LeBron in that series against the
You can't
Mavs.
give an excuse.
So we can
Okay,
say that. So hold on. LeBron didn't have a bad series. Jason Terry punked him and said on camera after him and D Wade did that little fake cough going down the hallway. Jason Terry said, "I want him." Jason, hold on. So if we're gonna say that about LeBron, we can't say Jimmy had a bad series. We're gonna say Jimmy didn't show up.
No. Hold on. Fish, you said on here, we all heard it. You said, no player as a number one option didn't show up. You said just straight up didn't show up. You said having a bad series and not showing up is different. You say he didn't show up. You said there's not a player that's ever done
Yeah.
it. I named you.
Okay. So it's happened. So my point is this. But my point is this: LeBron didn't show up. He didn't have a bad game. LeBron didn't show up. Jimmy didn't have a bad game. Jimmy didn't show up. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. Jimmy didn't show up. But the difference is this: LeBron has that switch that he can.
Beloved, nobody talking about
Yeah,
you, bro.
hold on. But I think.
It ain't all about you,
But
man. Me and Fish.
But I think the difference is this: LeBron has that switch. Jimmy doesn't have that switch, and that's like I said, it's not Jimmy's fault. Jimmy's just not that guy. He's not that type of player.
All right.
But my point is, when
y'all say he doesn't have a switch,
my point is this.
No, when y'all say he doesn't have a switch, hold on. When y'all say he doesn't have a switch, he showed he had a switch. He just was terrible in this series. But he shows he's had
I'm
a
not
switch.
saying he doesn't have a switch. That's what I'm. Okay. No, I'm gonna respond. No, I'm gonna respond. I'm not saying he doesn't have a switch. What I'm saying, sometimes we get confused with players doing something in time spans. So they do things in spurts, right? So, like for a quick example, y'all were talking about big men that bring the ball up. Lamar Odom. A lot of people bring the ball up, but they're not the point guard. If you do things in spurts, that doesn't mean that's your game. Jimmy Butler's game is getting hot at the right times, and sometimes it works out for him, sometimes it doesn't. Now, he's shown twice already that he can get hot and lead a team, right? But that doesn't mean he's a player that you can build around that can consistently do that. Because if he could consistently do that, he wouldn't have been traded 3 times already. You don't trade superstars. Think about the last 10 superstars.
What are you talking about? That's a lie.
Westbrook was never the best player on his team.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
Tell me a superstar, Dad.
When all ball is wrong, hold on. Look, once again, can I talk? When all ball is wrong, I admit it. When y'all wrong, y'all try to move the goalpost. You just said no superstar's been traded that many times. Kevin Durant's been traded that many times. Westbrook's been traded that many times. James Harden has been traded that many times. What are we talking about?
Let me respond to him. Hold on. Let me respond.
Hold on. Kyrie Irving, hold on. Kyrie Irving has been traded that many times.
Those are all
so what we
players
talking
that
about?
KD is a superstar. He said, I want out. He wants to be traded. Kyrie wants to be traded. And number 2 is you calling Kyrie a superstar. I never called Kyrie a superstar. I'm saying superstars. If superstars don't want out, and that's now in this era, there's no superstar you traded. Okay.
Kyrie Irving's a superstar.
I can show you that. Come on. He's not a superstar. So what? So
let me ask y'all a question about Jimmy Butler.
So Jimmy Butler does things in spurts, but y'all wanted something from a player that's not him. You wanted a certain amount of spurts in a long term. You can't get that from him in long term. He can't do that consistently in a long term playoff series. Yeah.
All right, let me ask you and Fish this. Hold on. All right, let me ask you and Fish this real quick. Name me, because a lot of these great number 1 guys had in their career, past and present, had top 75 players they played with, Hall of Fame players they played with, or even a top 10 player they played with. Allah, we can name everybody. Give me the top 10 player in the NBA right now, since Jimmy Butler's been in Miami.
None. You know why? Because that's what I'm proving. We are agreeing to that. We are in super agreement to that. Jimmy Butler never played with a top 10 player. You know why? Because Jimmy Butler's supposed to be that other player. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No. Hold on. What up?
What up,
What
y'all?
I'm saying is, hold on. A lot of these guys that we call number one options, even KD needs help. We know when KD goes to a team, he's the number one option, but he still needs help. What I'm saying is, Jimmy Butler had a horrific series. I agree to that. I can't fight that. I'm not going to argue y'all with that. But to sit here and tell me he can't be a number one option when in 4 years he's been in 2 finals, in 3 Eastern Conference finals, and he doesn't have a top 10 player, a top 15 player that plays next
I'll
to
tell
him.
you. I just told you a second ago. Hold on. I just told you a second ago. No, hold on. I'll tell him.
And it's a culture. It's a culture that he plays behind. So all Spoelstra got to do is have the other 11 buy in. He don't got to worry about Jimmy playing hard. He don't got to worry about Jimmy. It's the rest of the culture that pushes through certain situations. So when they feel us against the world and they the underdogs and all that, they'll fight hard for them. Spoelstra knows how to coach. So you don't got he coaches 11. He don't coach 12 players. He don't got to coach Jimmy. So it's the culture that got them there. That's my opinion.
Hey, Flea, hold on, Fish. I want Flea to go, but Flea, let me just say this real quick. And I like what Wild Tuna said. Everybody in the comments, let's follow each other, y'all. It's just hit a button, follow all platforms. But hold on, Wild Tuna just said something, and I want Flea to respond after this. Hey, I didn't win a chip. Hey, y'all only won 1 game in the finals. He ain't been to 2 finals. Now, I know he's way better than Jimmy Butler, but he's a number one option. So the notion that all these number one options can do it on their own. Once again, Jimmy Butler has never, while he's been in Miami, played with a top, let alone 20 player. Give him a Paul George. Give him Anthony Davis. Give him any of that right now. Your thoughts on that, Flea?
I don't think he's a number one guy. That's just me. I don't think he's a number one guy. I think he could be a 1B. He could be your second best player on a championship team, but I don't think he's your number one guy. I've been arguing you down for a while now about this superstar thing that you've been, anointing him. I don't think he's a superstar. I think he's had a lot of superstar moments. He's played like a superstar, but you can't consistently put him on the tier of other superstar players. And in this series, if this didn't show you that he's not really like that, then I don't know what else you need to see from this dude. He shot away from the moment. He wasn't aggressive enough. He didn't command the offense. It's a lot of things he didn't do. For me, like I told you earlier, I feel like he ran out of gas. The undrafted players, the role players, they played like who they were. They played out of their mind.
I'm gonna give you this.
Everybody played out of their mind. They hit shots. They stopped hitting the 3 ball. The 3 ball's not going no more. So now you looking like a playing team. You looking like a real 8th seed, right?
Well, boy, I'm gonna give you this. There's not a lot of players that one-man teams could beat a team with 2 1A, 1B, with a clear 1A, 1B, or 1 or number 2. But what I'm gonna say about AI was a superstar. Like he changed the dynamic of a whole culture. He changed the dynamic of a franchise. Jimmy Butler goes to certain franchises. If it doesn't work out, they get rid of him very quickly because he's that type of presence in the locker room where he affects too much. When he's in Miami, he can't do that because the presence is Miami. It is the locker room. No one's bigger than the team in Miami. You understand what I'm saying? AI was a superstar.
Let me hear some feelings.
Do you agree? AI was a superstar?
Y'all know, hold on.
Okay.
It's undeniable AI was a superstar, but let me say this. In the finals, he's been there once. He's only won 1 game. And do we know his playoff record? Like, there's a lot of times he's missed the playoffs. Do we know
Allen?
that, right?
I'm sure there's a few times in his career he's missed the playoffs.
So once again, I'm not comparing him to Jimmy Butler as far as players. I'm not doing that. But what I'm saying is there is great players, superstar players, number 1 options that didn't get it done. Now, did Jimmy Butler play a horrific series? Yes, I was dead wrong. Denver, in this Denver series, did he look like a superstar? Hell no. Y'all was correct. But to say he can't be or is not a number one option when he is the reason that he gets this team where they at in these last
it's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. I'll tell you this about Butler. There has never been a point in Jimmy Butler's career where you said we will build a franchise around this dude. Ever. Jimmy Butler, never. The Miami Heat have a culture. They do it by committee. There are nights Jimmy is the leading scorer. There are nights Jimmy goes above and beyond the call of duty. And there are nights where Jimmy don't show up at all. That's not a number one dude. Your number one dude is the dude that you never question what the fuck he does any night. You question Jimmy. That's not a knock on. Listen, that's not a knock on Jimmy's game. There are guys that will give you that look, and then you'll throw that money at, and then you wonder why the fuck you threw that money at. Jimmy is not that dude.
This Miami team
built around the organization because the last time they were built around somebody was LeBron James or D Wade. They're not built around Jimmy. Jimmy came in and filled a role for the Heat. But when Jimmy got loose with Spoelstra and Haslam got up in Jimmy's ass, that's what Miami is. Until Miami gets a number. Listen, Miami has played great with dudes that weren't number one guys. They've had Glenn Rice. They've had Tim Hardaway. They've had other guys that looked like number one dudes until they got D Wade. They just didn't get to the finals based on the other guys in the league.
Hold on, Fish.
But Jimmy ain't that dude. He's not that dude.
All right, hold on. Now this is what is hard for me to understand. If you're saying in this series he's not that dude, I can respect that. But to say, because I got guys in the comments, yo, he been in the league 12 years and this and that, to tell me he's not that dude. Now, is it possible that some superstars is better than other superstars? Like, can we agree if we got 5 superstars, they're all not on the same level, right?
Yeah.
So meaning, right. So what I'm saying is, and like I said, I respect all your opinions. But yeah, Jimmy Butler's not better than LeBron or Kevin Durant as a player, but I still think he's a superstar. If I'm wrong, okay, cool. But to tell me a guy that in 4 years got this organization to 2 finals, 3 Eastern Conference finals, and we just say he's not him, I can't agree with that. I'm sorry. I can't agree. Because if it was any other player,
we not even. To me, I'm not even thinking about the finals. I'm not even thinking about getting the finals. That nigga didn't show up. You don't question. You don't. But that's the thing, though. That's the thing. People saying, "Look, Kobe, Lakers got their tail whooped out the frame by the Detroit Pistons, right? But Kobe showed up. Kobe had a bad series, but you didn't question whether or not Kobe was playing hard that night. But that's the thing.
Fish, hold on, Fish. Flea, I'm gonna let Flea, hold on, Fish. We cannot. Hold on, Fish. We cannot
name a superstar that you can't compare to another superstar, because you putting them in that box. See what I'm saying? When you a superstar, you don't get to pick and choose who you. When you a superstar, you don't get to compare who you don't get to choose who you compare to when you that dude. It's like when you a Hall of Famer, you don't get to choose who you compare to because you got that jacket. When you a superstar, you don't get to pick and choose who you compare to.
Fully agree.
So hold on.
Let me say something.
Go ahead, Fleet.
With that notion, if you a superstar, now again, it is unfair to compare Jimmy to Kobe. But to what Fish is saying, if you are a superstar, you can't pick and choose. You know, we compare LeBron to Giannis. There was comparisons to this, to that. Like, we compare superstars all day long. Jimmy's not devoid of that. He should be able to be put right there if he
You
is
don't.
the superstar. He's carried
Even
his team the last 4
Vince
years,
Carter
like
wasn't
you're saying.
Kobe, you compared Vince Carter to Kobe. You compared Stackhouse to Kobe. You compared other superstars to Kobe. You don't get to take Jimmy out there and say, well, he's not Kobe. Well, then you know what? He's not a superstar.
Flea, you see my face? Y'all letting Fish say all this, right? Y'all hear?
Hold on. You talk about letting people
Yes.
say stuff.
No. But you compare them to.
Hold on. Wait. You talk about letting people say. He's saying that in the two guards of that era. But okay, we know when said Jerry Stackhouse was a superstar. Now what he's saying is, if you're gonna call Jimmy Butler a superstar, let me compare him to superstars: Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, D Wade, LeBron, players like that. Because you're calling him that, we can compare them.
What I'm
now,
saying is there's levels. There's levels to superstars, but you don't get to say, okay, well, let me compare him to this level of superstar. No, there's only one type of superstar.
Jerry Stackhouse is not a superstar, Richard Hamilton's not a superstar. I'm not calling none of them superstars. Let me be very clear on that. But if you're gonna say superstar, I should be able to compare him to say, yo, would Kobe have done this? Would Jordan have done this? Because you're calling him a superstar. But please don't sit up here and say letting somebody say something. You let a person yesterday say Bill Cartwright could pass like the Djokovic. All right? Stop.
Oh, beloved, man, that was a couple days ago. What are you talking about, bro? Stop, man. Yo, beloved, hold on.
So that's his opinion. So that's his opinion. You should stop the conversation and said, why you let him say this? That's his opinion. No, you're kidding. What's worse, what he said on Bill Cartwright can pass like Djokovic? You didn't stop then?
For one, no. Because for one, he broke it down. What are you talking about? He didn't say he was good at Joker. He just said there was big men that can pass. Like, yo, beloved, you ain't gonna
Come on.
No. Stop, bro.
No. That was not what was said.
No. He broke
was
it
not
down.
what was said.
Beloved, I ain't gonna listen, bro. Once again, I'm not gonna go through that with you. Y'all sitting here telling me a guy that been to 2 finals, 3 Eastern Conference finals with a team. I don't care about the culture. We know damn well without him on that team, they not making the playoffs.
Nobody's saying that.
Let alone the
Nobody's saying.
You know what? If you got Oladipo all year, they making the playoffs because he did it in Orlando by himself. So if you got Oladipo and he not hurt, and you don't have Jimmy and you got Hero, you making the playoffs without Butler.
No, I don't believe. I don't believe that.
All I'm saying.
I'm not agreeing with that either.
All I'm saying, bro, is from what we've been watching the last 4 years with this team, right? It's clear that Jimmy Butler needs another guy next to him to go to another level, right? So, right, I agree with that. So
just like
I
everybody
want
else.
for what you're saying, like what you're saying, OG, in terms of Jimmy Butler being a guy, he may need to understand, and you may need to understand. He need to step to the side. He's not the number one guy. If they could get another guy that's going to be able to deliver and be a superstar. He's the best. He would be the best second best player.
That's all we saying. That's all we saying.
When he gets that guy, I got a question. All ball.
And I don't agree
I got a
with
question.
That. I think
when he does get that guy, can he get along with that guy along with that guy long enough to make things productive? Because he's had Karl Anthony Towns and he's had Embiid.
I don't know.
You can't just poo on that. You can't just act like that wasn't.
To that, beloved, a lot of those situations kind of was out of his hands too. Those are not. That
wasn't his fault.
Those
two situations are unique.
Those are younger kids, because they were younger and they had more say so in the franchise. Like, I don't want to deal with him, so the franchise decided on that.
Well, I mean, now, real quick, I'm gonna let you go. But now he's been to the finals twice since then, right? He's failed twice, right? Yeah. So now, if he's a responsible if he's a superstar, right? If he's a guy that's really thinking the game, he got to understand he can't have the type of attitude that he was having with Cat, when he was with Ben Simmons and them niggas. He's got to be a different type of player, because for him to go to the next level, for this team to go to the next level, he needs another alpha type of guy to be next to him, because he clearly can't do it.
Now hold on. Now, okay, now let me respond. Here's my thing. For one, I think he's the number one option. For two, I think if a player goes over there, that's just as good as him or maybe a notch under, that's what he needs. Let me say this. LeBron had AD, got swept. KD had Booker, they lost. Curry got Clay, Draymond, they lost. De'Aaron Fox got Sabonis, they lost. Giannis got Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, they lost. Celtics got Tatum and Jaylen Brown. My point is, where's that second guy? Like Bam, we all argued and laughed when niggas said Bam is top 20, 30. We said Bam ain't even top 30. So all I'm saying is we have to give this man props for what he's doing when his second best player is not even a top 30 player. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying, no, hold on. No regular star or no regular all-star is getting to the finals twice, in conference finals 3 times, if their second best player is a top maybe 30 player and everybody else is role players. That's the only thing I can say. I don't agree
so
with
you're
what
saying that
y'all
we
saying
shouldn't
because
say
of that.
so oh boy, your premise is we shouldn't call those other guys stars when they have help, and Jimmy Butler shouldn't be called a superstar. Sorry, superstar. You're saying Jimmy Butler should be called a superstar because he's doing and he's going more with less help that you feel is less help than those other big time guys like KD. Okay. But you gotta
yes, and
okay,
it's not
but
that
you
I
have
feel.
to
That's a
understand
fact.
that
He
when
doesn't have.
we answer, see, like you think certain things in basketball is not important. We think culture and coaching is very important in basketball. You're saying that's not important. You don't care about that.
No, I never said that. I never said that. Culture is very important. But no matter what the culture is in Miami, if you take Butler
Well,
off
who am I
that team,
replacing
they're
Butler
not
with?
making the playoffs.
Let me ask you a question.
That's like this.
Go.
No. Hold on. Fish just said if you replace Butler with
That's Fish said that.
Oladipo,
Now
they
let me ask
making
you a
the
question. If
playoffs.
I replace a healthy, hold on,
Butler
please.
missed time this year. Butler missed time.
Please. So I'll give you an example. If I take Jimmy Butler out and I replace him with a healthy Paul George, would they have success?
No, not like this. No. You know why? Because it's been proven Paul George with great teams hasn't had this type of
Okay,
success. So
I'll tell you this. When Jordan retired and it was Scotty's team, right? Scotty had that game where he didn't want to go in the game, right? Why didn't he want to go in the game? Because he felt that the ball was his in that moment, right? Because he had proven himself.
Right.
Because Jimmy Butler demanded the ball in that moment. But the reason why I say that is because Scotty was a number 2 with number 1 skills. Scotty was a number 2, but he was a number 1 dog. Jimmy is not a number 1 dog. If it's in that same moment and they tell Jimmy, you know what, we're going to go to Hero, or we're going to go to Duncan, or we're going to go to Oladipo, Jimmy cool with that because Jimmy said, I want to make the pass, right? But what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying about Jimmy. Jimmy is a number 2 who has number 1 moments, right? They made the playoffs, but they made the playoffs by committee because Jimmy wasn't that number 1 dude every night. Most nights, Jimmy was deferring to other guys.
Didn't Tyler Hero lead them in scoring this year?
Yeah. Jimmy, but that's the thing. You taking it like, oh, well, Jimmy made it to the finals. The Heat made it to the finals twice at Jimmy. We get that. We understand that. We respect that. But if I need a dude in that moment to take over the game, it ain't Jimmy. Because Jimmy showed me for 4 games in the finals that he didn't want it. Huh?
Reggie Miller superstar? Is to y'all, is Reggie
absolutely
Miller superstar?
Because there was never a moment that Reggie Miller was looking for Dale Davis or Antonio Davis or Detlef Schrempf or Mark Jackson. Reggie Miller said, "Give me the fucking ball, and I want this."
So, all right. So let me ask y'all a question. Last year, Miami had the number 1 seed, and they lost in the game 7 on the last shot to the Boston Celtics. Was Jimmy Butler?
No, he wasn't. And had Jimmy and had Jimmy went and made it to the finals against Golden State, they would have got swept. They would have got beat down worse than Boston did. Jimmy would have got it. You think Jimmy got embarrassed with Gordon holding it? You let Jimmy go out there and you put what's his name out there? You put who was the dude that came from Minnesota? You put him on Jimmy. Jimmy ain't got nothing coming.
Fish, listen. But Fish, hold on. Fish, listen. Don't kick me while I'm down. I agree with y'all. He had a horrific series. I agree. Remember, I can't argue that. I'm not arguing. He had a terrible series. But you cannot tell me this man has been number 1 seed. They've been successful in the playoffs. And
no one's poo-pooing over that. No one's poo-pooing over that. All that's being said is he did his thing. No one's taking anything away from Jimmy. All we saying is you not putting your franchise around Jimmy at no point in his career. That's the number 1 dude. You not picking. Jimmy is never. I don't care if Jimmy comes out of the draft with this skill set right now. He's still not going number 1 ever.
All right, hold on, Fish. All right, go ahead, please.
What you got to say, beloved? I know. No, I was just saying that I just look at this totally different. That, you know what I'm saying, over the last 4 years, he has ascended into really a top tier player. I don't call him a superstar. I don't like to, you know me, I don't like to throw that word around. But he has ascended into a top tier player. He hasn't always been like this his entire career. So now we looking at him like, okay, he's a number 1 player and should be, from your vantage point, he should be able to carry a team to the championship. He's right here. He's right here, right? He's right here. He's been right there twice already. I get that. But to get it to tip, you know what I'm saying, to tip the scale, I think that he has to be the second guy. And then, you know what I'm saying?
Real quick. Hold on.
Look how great.
I think last year, I think that Miami Heat gives Golden State everything they want. I think Jimmy Butler, the way he was rolling through Boston, that shot was incredible. Fine, I give you that. But I think that Miami Heat team is a better matchup for that Golden State team, simply the fact because Bam could do a lot of things that those bigs from Boston don't do. And I think Jimmy Butler, I don't think Wiggins is guarding Jimmy Butler like that. I disagree with that.
But hold on, before my phone died, listen, as great as Joker is, he needed that help from Murray. Bruh, niggas need help. This man is dolo. Listen, I agree with y'all. Horrific series. I'm calling him James Butler until the season starts. I gotta give him smoke. All that shit out in pop. I deserve all the smoke from y'all. I agree. But let's not forget, as great as Joker has been for the last 3 years, look at the help he needed to get it.
Yeah, you're right. And
he getting them there.
Yeah. But here's the difference. If you take Joker off Denver and you give Denver Butler with Kurt with Murray, are they in the finals?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
But hold on. Murray's points is coming off playing with Joker. Murray's points is being able to have one-on-one because you can't leave Joker one-on-one. So if you got Murray out there and he's taking the number 1,
I don't think that's fair to say. Hold on,
you gotta. But y'all gotta understand. You gotta understand.
No. Hold on, Fish. Hold on. You spoke. Listen, you saying Murray's coming off of because Djokovic is running certain things. Yeah, because you have that center. Now I've had 2 dominant wings. I'm running different type of offense. You can't say you're just gonna put Djokovic and take Jimmy Butler and put Jimmy Butler in there because I'm not gonna keep running a high pick and roll with Jimmy Butler and Murray. That's not going to happen. So the game plan is going to be different. You're going to coach different. So that's not fair to say.
You know, there's a clip. You know, there's a clip going around of Murray. There's a clip of Murray playing in the summer, and he crying because they double teaming. And Kobe said, "That's how you hold on." You know what? And you know what? Hold on. You know what Kobe said? You know what?
Devin Booker.
Hold on. When you let that clip run, Kobe tells him, you have to deal with the double team when you with that dude.
Devin Booker, brother. That's a different person.
But what I'm saying is can Murray handle a double team every night as that number one dude?
Hey, 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 Flea, listen, let me ask you this. I want, before we get out of here, and I want Flea to respond to this, well, whoever, for Flea. Look what Jimmy Butler's doing with this team. Just imagine him. I'm just saying, we're just a better team around him. Why wouldn't he? Why
Okay,
wouldn't
so
he
just
be
to
successful?
entertain what they were saying, right? You put Jimmy Butler with a team like
Right.
Denver, right? You pull Joker out, put him with Denver, right? Just the type of talent that they have, right? They'll be a damn good team, but I don't think that's a championship level team. OG, I just don't. I
They may get to the finals.
They're a hell of
No,
a team.
I know.
And they're
watch
like
this.
1 through 6, somewhere falling in between there. But in
Right.
terms of like, you could book them
But Flea,
as a championship team.
now watch this.
I don't know.
Right now, hold on. Now watch this before we get out of there. Now watch this. You see how you just said that? Nobody thought Miami was a championship team. We still don't, and they get there. I'm not saying they're going to win a chip. I'm not saying they're going to be the greatest team ever. But I'm saying what this man is doing with the talent that's built around him, why wouldn't he be able to be this successful with better talent around him?
Because you get there don't make you a championship team. It don't make you a championship team. It don't make you a number one because you get there.
Very seldom in the NBA do you have teams that just get hot and just play real well through the playoffs and make a crazy run, right? Usually when it's the cream of the crop, the 8 over here, the top 16 teams in the league, right? It's usually the better team, the best team usually wins. But every now and then you get teams that get hot at the right time. We go back to our 99 Knicks, right? We got hot.
fleas in the building. I might need some water. What do you think? Let me get my
Go
headphones.
get a glass of water.
Yo, fleas.
Go get a glass of water.
Well, for the Miami Heat, they already been put out because your man Bam. We talking about, and you saw what I'm talking about. Don't even lie.
The hate that you have for Bam is downright disrespectful. Right? It's disgusting. I don't like it.
What did he do that was
I
so
usually
great?
don't say this online, but I was gonna call you in private. People out there, me and Fabian have plenty of conversations private. That's my brother. I love to talk to him. I was about to hit you up privately and not say some nice things to you. I
don't mind any of that. You could tell me right now. You already called me. Yo, Beloved might have topped you. Pause when he said he called me Groot from Despicable. Yeah, it was heavy pause. That was crazy.
Jesus,
that was crazy.
My Lord.
I'm sorry. We're from Queens. We ain't gotta do all that.
All right.
He called me Groot from Despicable Me. I'm gonna go on a major diet now. He said, you with your skinny legs and your round belly, you're looking like Groot out there. I was in tears when he told me that shit. It was same thing make you laugh, make you cry. That was crazy.
That was crazy.
And then I didn't tell her, I said, yo, you're lucky my wife didn't hear that because she would have been crying of laughter and said, and his pointy ass nose. And that would have ended it. But the point is, Bam scored 18 points in the first half, was very aggressive, if you didn't notice. What happened in the second half?
How many times did you see Bam get the basketball in position to be effective on the offensive end in the second half?
It was a handful of times. And by effective, I don't know what you mean when it comes to Bam, because
I just
Joker
don't think
gives
he
him-
was getting the same looks that he was getting in the first half that he was getting in the second half.
No, I think Bernardo pointed out that Joker was in foul trouble, and that is when Bam gets aggressive. But I saw him take it to the rack.
He saw Jeff Green on him and he went crazy.
But he also took it to the rack on Joker, hit a little floater on him a couple times. And I get that he can't
contest.
I'm sorry?
Because Joker couldn't contest because he was in foul trouble for like half of the game.
He contested. It was right over Joker. It was a great contest and everything. And again, it's going to be tough for Bam to get foul calls with Joker on him. I get that. But he should have been attacking him the whole time because I think he takes, like Jimmy Butler gets these crazy calls. That 3-point shot with the 3 free throws, that wasn't a foul.
That was not a
That
foul.
wasn't a foul. That was horrible. So they were trying to give the Heat the game.
That was an offensive foul. That was an offensive foul.
I agree. I agree with Bernardo.
He kicked Adam Gordon.
I agree with Bernardo.
It was Gordon. It wasn't yeah, he did. Damn, in the groin area. I thought his foot landed on not KCP.
Yeah, KCP, but before no, I think it was KCP, but before the land, he kicked Adam Gordon in the groin. Like that was an offensive foul, clear cut. The Brazilian guys, the broadcast guys were going fucking crazy here. They were like, "What the hell is happening here?"
That was awful. So for me, when Bam played well, it was different. Same thing with Jamal Murray. When he plays well, it's different for Joker and for the rest of the team.
The game that the side for Miami comes down to Jimmy Butler playing at a high level. And when he does not play at a high level, they're not a good basketball team. If you're talking about a number one guy that is supposed to lead you to a championship, if you get 22, 12, and 4 on 45% shooting from the field and close to 90% from the free throw line from Bam, if you get that in the NBA Finals, you should be in a good position. You should not be.
It should at least be a series.
Yes, right? You should not be out of here in 5 games. So That is my entire point. I understand you can ask Bam to do more all you want and continue to. I think he can do more. I agree. But if you get what I just said, if you got that out of him in a 5-game series, Faye, that this should have been a 6-7 game series if Jimmy Butler is playing at the level that he's been playing at for the entire playoffs. This
Like
turns
for
into a
example,
7-game series.
tonight, if Butler played well throughout the game tonight, Denver doesn't win. Like the game isn't close in the fourth because Denver could have hit a shot for the whole game. Like if Butler played like a superstar type game, Miami wins tonight, but he didn't. So that's like, and I was listening to you guys talking about in the Instagram live, and I agree like 100% of you. To 2 points you made. First point you made is if you switch Jimmy with, like you didn't say that explicitly, but if you switch Jimmy with Giannis, Jokic, uh, Durant, Curry, and those that caliber of like super duper stars, this is a series. Like this series goes 6 or 7 at least. And the second point you made is this was a kind of a baseball run for the Heat, like a
Oh,
run where
you
you
heard what
just
I said,
you
Bernardo.
yeah. At that point it was like precise because people use this term shooting luck, which is kind of misleading because it isn't luck. Like it's skill, it's shooting. You're shooting, you're making shots. But the Heat caught fire from three as a team for the whole playoffs. Like they shot like 42% from three for the whole playoffs. They shot 34% from three during the regular season. Like it's undeniable. They caught fire. And you acknowledged that in the live, and that was kind of a taboo thing to say, like, oh no, we're discrediting the Heat. No, we're giving them credit. They caught fire from three. That's huge credit for them. But it's what happened.
No, Bernardo, that's exactly what happened when they took care of business against Milwaukee.
Game
When
two.
they beat, what'd you say, Faye?
I was gonna say game 2, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when they took care of business against Milwaukee, they took care of business against the Knicks. They took care of business against Boston. Those 3 series, they shot the shit out of the basketball. Like they shot the basketball well, and you got a lot of those top tier performances from Jimmy Butler at some point during the series. 2-3 games out of those series, he went off, right? And you felt his presence in that game. At no point throughout this series did he put his stamp on a game or shit, even a half. I don't even remember a half throughout this series where you're like, okay, Jimmy Butler came to play tonight. I don't remember. And for him to be a number 1 guy, like they're saying, for him to be a superstar, he has to show up in moments like this.
You don't think he had a? I thought he had a great.
Let's just remember the Celtics series. Like the Celtics series, they won game 1 and 2 because he was great in the fourth. And then games 3 and 7, they won because they shot the shit out of the ball.
Shot it so well.
Like they shot like 2014 Spurs in the finals. Like they couldn't miss anything. Caleb Martin was hitting shots. Gabe Vincent, Duncan Rob, everybody was just hitting everything. And like if you're telling me you're giving Kevin Durant or Steph Curry or Giannis a team that's hitting 50% from three, yeah, they're gonna win. They're gonna win games. Like,
Yeah, I'll put my money on that. Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't think Jimmy played this fourth quarter? I thought it was great until the last 2 shots. He was hitting everything, even the 3-pointer and everything. It was a lot of plays that he created out of nothing. And again, to me, he's doing this without help. A bunch of second-round draft picks and a second-best player that's not showing up.
But the point I've been trying to make, really, and I guess I didn't say it on the live just a minute ago, is Jimmy is a part of the help. Like, do y'all understand what I mean? Like,
explain.
He's a really good player. He's even a great player. But I don't think he's a number 1 guy that you put in a position to say give him the ball and say, here, take me there. He's not that guy. Now, can he be the second best player on a championship level team? I think if he's your second best player, I think you might be head and shoulders better than a lot of teams, right? But what player is that? Then you start thinking about that. What player is that to put him in a position where he's put steps to the side a little bit and could go to the next level? I don't know. But
Yo,
we
why
gotta
people
stop this. He's a top tier level player. Jimmy is a part of the help.
Why is people saying he
And
don't got no help?
Hold on. Mel's been hold on, beloved. But Mel was trying to get something off. I mean, beloved, I'm trying to you want Zell, right?
No. Hold
You
on.
on Zell, right?
Hold on. Hold on. Flea, my guy. How you
You
doing?
on Zell?
Flea, my guy. How you doing, Flea?
Listen,
Flea.
I'm a gentleman
I
in the
love
spot.
Flea. Listen. Beloved is in the building now. Hold on. Let me speak for a second. Bernardo, my friend. How you doing, Bernardo? Rockstar Mel. I give his name back. Flea. Rockstar was outside with me this weekend. He came to my game. He saw my chip. He was in the dome with me. He was in the trenches with me.
He was
So
outside.
Yo, I
he was
stayed over there
outside.
till like 2:00 in the morning.
And then we also did some extracurricular activities on Saturday night, Flea. I'll let you know off air because he
Yeah.
already see how beloved he was outside with beloved.
Yeah.
Flea. I have some questions for you. Who said the cream rises to the top?
Both of us.
Macho Man.
Flea.
Macho
Who said?
Man Randy Savage says that first.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Flea. Who said that this is not sustainable?
What'd you say?
Who said this luck is not sustainable?
Yeah, you said that. You did.
Mm-hmm. Who said
Beloved.
by far Denver in 5? Because now they're playing a team that's healthy and there's no luck gonna go happen here. And that zone is trash.
Beloved, if anybody listened to our second the game 2 recap that we did,
tell him Bernardo.
we said exactly what would have happened in this series.
By the way, Flea. That same game 2 recap, that's when we found out Beloved was a black white supremacist. That's when we found that out in real time.
He's
it was
a
crazy.
black white supremacist.
Black supremacist. Yes.
Black. Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm just let me not rain on his parade. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get your Zell intact here, beloved.
Thank you. I don't know what's the problem. There's no.
Hold on, he violated me crazy earlier.
Listen. There's no problem with that phone number or Zell. Just send it, brother. Just send it.
No, I'm sorry.
You old guys, you guys want to always say the same thing. That it's Jimmy this and Jimmy that. Y'all want a star player to be somebody he's not. So you can give him up with 100 excuses. Oh, yo, Flea, listen to these 2 excuses I heard already. You ready for these two already, Bernardo? If we had Tyler Hero, it would have been a different story. And listen to this one. If Highsmith would have played more, this would have been a different series. This is what they're relying on, Highsmith now.
But it was a tough
Why
matchup
is people saying he didn't have no help? Bam had a hell of a series every game. He played better than Jimmy every game. He had a better game than Jimmy every single game, bro.
He averaged 6 more points in his regular season points and 4 more rebounds. That's what you're supposed to do in the playoffs.
And this is my thing. Y'all saying Jimmy's a superstar, but Bam's not a top 30 player, and he's playing way better than Jimmy.
He might be top 30, but you know what you're gonna tell me he played way better than him. It was not outstanding.
He did for the series. Yes, he did, bro. And I'm happy. I'm not a hater. Look, I'm not a hater, but I believe you can't cheat the game. I feel like Jimmy Butler be cheating the game. You can't play when you want to play. He turned it on the last couple of minutes. It was cute, but you gotta play. You gotta go for it. Huh? Because remember, he had a spurt in the fourth quarter where he was looking like Jimmy. If you like, I feel like you gotta play like that all the time. You can't pick and choose, bro.
That's the book. You ain't picking and choosing, dog. Before the season started, before the series started, we said it's a bad matchup for Miami. Period. And all of us said that.
Yo,
Bernardo?
Sylvia showing thighs.
No, you all right, Bernardo?
Yo,
Listen,
go ahead. What you say?
Beloved can have your own private chat.
You know, it's Valentine's Day over there, so.
Forgot
Oh, right. It's not over yet. Oh, no, it just finished. It just finished.
Yo, listen. What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying, and if I'm so, we could change the argument. We could change what the narrative what we want, right? So we got to go through every narrative to talk about things, right? So I think that's a logical way to do it. If you guys say if Jimmy Butler had help, right? So let me say this. Say I take the person's name out, and I'm gonna tell you this person I'm gonna give you is going to up his average every series, and in the NBA Finals he's gonna average 24 points and 13 rebounds for you. Would you say you accept that help and Jimmy Butler's gonna win the championship with that help?
I just said that to them, beloved. I just said the exact same shit.
I'm just telling you the person's numbers. I'm not telling you his name, nothing about him. I'm just telling you he's going to
Fabian
get
said he
stopped.
garbage.
Let him answer the question.
Fabian said he's fucking garbage.
Who's garbage?
Fabian,
Bam?
if I tell you
can't
Jimmy
listen.
Butler,
Listen. If you're gonna tell me, if you're gonna talk about Bam, you gotta talk about what he did. Just like I watched Sabonis this year, and he did not play like himself. You're not gonna tell me what I saw. You're not gonna tell me that Bam in the first half was aggressive. In the second half, he scored 2 points after scoring 18.
he missed shots. He was aggressive.
He missed a lot of.
Yeah, he missed that. I said that in the chat.
But
Look,
Jimmy,
go check
but
the
Jimmy
stats. I
Butler
said,
did the
yo, he's
same
not gonna be
thing.
able to keep it up.
We can't. The
But
point
Jimmy
is
Butler did the
that
same thing.
Jimmy Butler's game. Okay, he did, but he also you got your man Mel here. All of a sudden, Jimmy looked like Jimmy for a second. Now all of a sudden, he looked like Jimmy. He was horrible the first 3 quarters, and he came through in the clutch time. Like he was supposed to.
Djokovic is drunk. Djokovic is smacked already.
That's not the way the game of basketball is. I don't like
Djokovic.
that
He is.
at all, bro. I respect it.
He doesn't.
He's 100% autistic. He's 100% autistic. But did you guys watch?
Don't get us kicked off the YouTube. We cannot fully diagnose anybody. I am not a professional. This was all jokes. It's all entertainment. You, Mr. YouTube.
I'm sorry. He's 100% a funny guy. Let's say he's a funny guy. Did you like he gave the Finals MVP trophy to Mike Malone and went to the back of the celebration to hang with his kid, and then in the Fabian sent me a video.
Hilarious. He couldn't even pop the champagne bottle. He just walked off. The Joker is crazy. He might be certified
Don't care
nuts.
about that.
He doesn't.
They say he's the lowest draft pick ever to be in Finals MVP.
That's crazy.
Impressive.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I can see this team, being around for a little second. Just they may not win back-to-backs, but they're gonna be in the mix for a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too.
I see it like baseball now.
There's no reason for them not to be. Right? Everybody's young in that team.
Everybody got their money too. Everybody got paid already.
Oh,
everybody's locked up and everybody's young.
10 triple doubles.
Only Caldwell Pope. The only unrestricted free agent they have is Caldwell Pope. Everybody else is under
Bruce
contract
Brown.
for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And he's totally replaceable.
No, I wouldn't replace him that easy. I'm not gonna put anybody at that spot. But yo, let me tell you something. And I wanted to bring this up to. I think I left a voice note for Flea. Yo, Denver missed 24 3-pointers. They missed 24 3-pointers. So if they make half of that, they still want. Do you understand? What's
the
going
message
on
I'm
here?
getting for you, Obo. That's your Zelle message.
All right,
just give me a red.
Yeah,
I'm gonna send you 50 cents. All right.
No.
I don't want to show the number on there.
Yeah, send me.
Says,
okay.
Look what it says about your man, your righteous beloved over here. Never pay a prospective buyer or seller who isn't verified. Only pay recipients you trust. Scammers use urgency to get you to send them money. Be wary anytime someone wants you to act now.
They always send that. You got to press continue. Go down to press continue.
Shut the fuck up, Mel. Shut the fuck up. You know my jokes, Mel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Set up payment. All right, let me see if you got this. Send you 5 cents.
Yo, but listen, I'm gonna
Well, it
tell
has
you
to be
something.
$1 at least.
27 3-pointers missed. Yo, you know how many open threes I watched Denver miss? If Porter and Caldwell Pope hits half of those the first half, they win this game by 15 easy. Like
You got
it
it?
was just this is
You added a recipient beloved. Okay. Yeah, Denver missed a lot of shots too. It's true. Would you trade Michael Porter Jr.? Yo, Flea, your mic is off.
No.
No, can't hear you. I hate this shit. This has been happening with Boston earlier. Go ahead, Flea. Nah.
no, we can't
He
hear
got a
you.
phone call? He got a phone call. That's what happened with Boston earlier.
Can y'all hear me?
You
Can
got
y'all
it,
hear me?
Yeah.
No, I ain't get it. Send me your number and I'll send. What I'm saying is with Michael Porter Jr. Did you see when he went to the basket and caught that and one off the steal and he threw it between his legs? That's
That was
why
tough. That was super
super,
tough.
and that should have been an and one. That should have been an and one. That's why if he does that, if he could turn the corner this next 2 years and mix his game with shooting and going to the basket like that, that's super tough. Did you see when you saw when he pump fake and slammed it with the left hand?
Oh yeah, first half.
Miami all moved out the way because they know they can't do nothing about that. Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter. Aaron Gordon did it the whole series, but Michael Porter Jr. If he would have played like that the whole series, by my jump shot's not falling, and I'm just gonna keep going to the hole and catching layups, this would have been a clean sweep. And this is why me and Flea.
I'd be so disappointed in him because
I agree with you, Flea.
Yeah, just put the ball on the floor and get around the rim. Get around
You're
the
gonna
rim. Get in the paint. Get to the free throw. Because to be honest with you, you go to the free throw line, you see the ball go in the rim a couple times. Now some shots may fall for you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't lose confidence because he's another motherfucker that see a shot. He ain't never seen a shot he don't like.
He gonna keep shooting.
He gonna put that shit up.
I think somebody had a good talk with him. The way he played tonight, somebody told him, like, listen, the three not there, take the mid-range, step in, try to get to the basket. He didn't play like this the whole series. He was just shooting threes and just either making it or not making or missing it.
Mel, 13 rebounds. That's good money. I'll take it.
Yeah.
One thing he'll do is rebound the ball. No matter what, he will rebound the ball.
And this is his only good game, the whole series.
Yep.
And that's when it gets crazy. And then Aaron Gordon's a big difference.
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon's a big difference. He's the
Miami
big difference.
has nothing.
We talk about Jamal. Yeah, we talk about Jamal Murray. Like if he's healthy, when he's healthy, Aaron Gordon was just big time. Like just who said earlier he was a number 4 pick. He's a big body, and they really were bullshitting them calls. You know how many times he got fouled? How many times he didn't foul him?
They just holding his arms. You saw the dunk he missed.
To be
They
honest,
hit him in the head in the dunk. They hit him in the head when he dunked the ball. You saw that?
And didn't call it.
Yo, to be honest, if we're gonna be real, if the referees called the game correctly, this shit might have been a sweep.
Denver would live at the free throw line. Could they foul him every play?
Yeah.
Kyle Lowry goes out there and pulls. Listen, I owe Kyle Lowry an apology. He kept Miami in the game in the first half.
I told you.
Yes.
I fuck with Kyle Lowry.
He played super tough. That's what a veteran supposed to do. Like if Boston had Kyle Lowry, that won't be happening to them. They need a veteran like that to calm them down. They need Kyle Lowry would tell Marcus Smart, you can't talk because you have dye in your hair. So you don't have a voice on this team. You don't speak when I'm speaking. They need an old man like that to come in. Kyle Lowry was hitting shots, corner threes, step back threes. Like he was making a gritty plays. He's pulling Joker to the ground. That's not a play to get a defensive stop. That's a play to slow the momentum down. That's a play to hold on. Let me get a rest. Let me get my other guys rest. So I'm gonna pull them to the ground. I'm gonna do some theatrics. I'm gonna buy us time to catch our win because they're on a 7-0 run. Remember, he did that when they were on the 7-0 run. But you got to look at things like that.
He's a smart basketball. Yeah, he's a smart basketball player.
I still listen. I still never taken his life over CP3's dog's life. But I owe him an apology. He's still not certified. No longer should be in the league. He still has room in
Listen,
the league.
I was
So
doing
you think sounds
some
depressed
quick
nowadays?
math.
Go ahead,
Huh?
Bernard.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
doing I was doing some quick calculations of Jimmy's stats. If you simply take away those two game 4 game 5 games against the Bucks where he scored like 1,000,000 points. If you take away those 2 games, his stats are literally identical to his regular season stats. He's a little bit less efficient in the playoffs. Like
And what is Bam's
the
stats?
whole Bam's stats are way better in the playoffs than regular season. Like the whole
Exactly.
Jim, like
Bam,
it's just like it's 2 games. He had 2 all-time sensational games, and then the rest of the playoffs, it's Jimmy Butler. It's just Jimmy Butler.
But there's a new
Bernardo,
excuse. Now there's a new excuse, Bernardo. He was hurt. So now we can use injury
Bernardo, we
only
got
when it fits our argument. We only use
no,
injury when it fits their argument. Watch
we
this.
got
who's
So
we
who's we? Because
gotta
I've been
definitely
saying that.
Fabian, you gotta start to understand that the tiers are a little fucked up. Y'all got them a little fucked up. Jimmy
Who got
is
him
not
fucked
the
up?
one because the expectation that you have from Bam Adebayo, who at best on a championship level team should be your third best player. At best, Bam should be your third best player. If you're going
Keep
into
going.
a season with Bam Adebayo as your second best player, you a good team. You're not a
Maybe middle
championship
of the
level. You're
pack.
not a great team.
Right. In the middle of the pack, maybe lower.
Right, Mel. You're not. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta understand that, like, Jimmy's great. He's not one great. He's great. Bam is
Do
great.
you understand how
He's
y'all
not two.
contradict yourselves? You understand how y'all contradict yourselves? If he's supposed hold on. If he's supposed to be a tier of, if he's supposed to be considered a tier below each of them, first of all, they overachieved. Totally overachieved, right?
How I look at it.
Okay. Second of all,
yes.
How did he? He did not. You can't tell me he played great when he's turning the ball over 8 times in a game, last game, and this game he's missing layups and shit like that, and he's playing a totally different half from the first half. Don't tell me what to expect when all I'm saying is that the Jimmy Butler slander or really the criticism is fair. I'm with you 1,000%, but nobody else gets criticized. Jimmy, you're telling me the number 3 option is supposed to help him out.
When they were running through the Eastern Conference and winning games and coming out of series that everybody didn't think they was going to come out of, Jimmy Butler was getting a lot of the praise. Yes, we talked about Max Strus. Yes, we talked about Gabe Vincent, Caleb Martin. We talked about those guys.
It's playoff Jimmy.
But the guy who had the spotlight, playoff Jimmy, superstar level Jimmy, like the conversation was starting to elevate on Jimmy Butler. So now we in a position now where we in the finals and we need to play at a high level and we want to talk about what the fuck Bam's not doing. I just told you what Bam is 20 plus a game, 10 plus a game, shot over 45% from the field, shot close to 90% from the free throw line. Like, what are we talking? Almost 5 dimes a game. Like, and we want to talk about what he's not doing? No, we need to sit here and talk about why Jimmy Butler shit the bed.
How many more segments are we gonna go about Jimmy Butler? What he didn't do? We can see it. Everybody else is doing it, and I'm fine with that.
Because I was on the Jimmy Butler train so much, praising this nigga so much.
I'm still praising him.
The nigga had a 13-point game, bro. He had a 13-point game in the finals. 13.
Listen. Let's just. I think everybody can agree with this.
He's 0-2 in the finals, by the way, Bernardo.
Yeah. If Jimmy was a superstar, if Jimmy Butler was a superstar, we would there's no Bam talk if he's a superstar. Like when the Warriors lost 2016, nobody talked about the fact that Barnes didn't hit a shot for 2 weeks. What?
Are you kidding me? That's all they talked about was Barnes went 0 for 16. That's why they got KD. Nah, you gotta be kidding me. Now we're lying. Now we're lying.
No, they did. No. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There was conversation about Harrison Barnes not playing well in that series. That's not what the full conversation was. It was
That's what I'm saying.
where the fuck was
Like,
Steph Curry?
did anybody blame Harrison Barnes or Steph
Deservedly
Curry? That's
so.
what I'm
But
asking.
go ahead.
Everybody blame deservedly so because he's a superstar. They blame Curry for choking because he did,
And
that's
you guys are. Aren't you guys blaming Jimmy Butler?
No,
we are,
you're
but at the
blaming
same
Jimmy
time,
Butler.
when you
We know we're not blaming Jimmy Butler because we know what he is. You guys had an expectation that Jimmy Butler was Steph Curry. You know who I thought Jimmy Butler was? Jimmy Butler, a defensive player that made himself a good player, that has good
I
work
don't
ethic.
think. But I don't.
exactly,
think
it's
he's.
just that
Where
like
where do you
the
have
whole
Fave.
where do you
You
have
didn't
Jimmy
know
Butler
Jimmy
ranked,
Butler for
Fave?
7 years. You didn't know
That's
Jimmy
a
Butler
lot. But
for
go ahead.
7 years. You
Okay,
knew him
that's a lot.
because
But
he
go
was
ahead.
on the Bills, but you never thought that he was going to be a star player or you would call him a superstar one day.
Beloved,
He
you
was
said
a
he thought he
Okay,
was on the
defensive.
Bills.
he did say the Bills.
Yes,
That's
the
crazy.
Bills. Yeah,
he said it again.
yes, on the Bills.
Just like he says joke. Just like he said.
That's
Hold
some
on, Mel.
funny shit.
Just like he says. He says Bill. He says Djokovic.
Yo, that's
You guys
funny
don't
as
catch that.
hell.
Only
Fave,
Bernardo
Jimmy
get
Butler's
that.
a
The nigga told you thought he was on it. Yeah, because you ain't know who the fuck Jimmy Butler was 8 years
Yeah,
ago.
no, exactly.
You can't say that.
just let's
He
let's
broke
where do
out
you
with
try
the
to
have Jimmy
remember
Bulls.
Butler ranked
like
in the NBA, Fave?
Right
He's
now,
top
like y'all
what?
say, top 30, maybe. He's there. Same thing as Bammy. They're saying between 25, 30, maybe. We gotta go through
So
all
how's
these
he a
names.
superstar?
He's a super because again, what made him a superstar? We went through this criteria already. You gonna hear it again, Melvin? Sure, no
You know what I'm
problem.
saying? You top 30, so it's 30 superstars in the NBA. I'm not getting like how's he a superstar?
Because first of all, every player that's in your top 20, 30, again, every top player is not a superstar in my mind. Every top player is not a superstar. That's what I've been
But
telling y'all that.
I've had this discussion with y'all many times. Y'all throw this superstar word around too goddamn much. There's only maybe 4 or 5 legitimate
That's not true.
superstars in the
No,
NBA,
I'm gonna
and
give it
that's
That's
like
where
not
the
true.
15
Bucks
to
stop.
20.
Right, maybe even 3, beloved. Like that's where the fucking Bucks
No,
stop.
3?
We gotta stop this.
We
Y'all,
just said it
see,
earlier. Me and Fabe just talking. He just said, "Yo, I gotta give you credit. Zion was a superstar. He wouldn't be a big deal right now. Nobody be talking about Zion. If Zion wasn't a superstar, his name in the wouldn't be in the
Yo,
tabloids. He got some bitches
the man is
Fave,
front
Fave, I got
page.
every day
Fave.
for like weeks straight.
Everybody,
And hold on. Go ahead.
Everybody, I guess some video vixen is from Page. Your boy from football. The other basketball dude that the girl said I scouted him for an hour and I knew what it was. What's her name? What was his name?
Exactly.
Right,
Exactly.
the basketball
No,
dude.
exactly.
Look,
Go
if
ahead,
he in
man.
the
Look, you're
league.
making our point. Look,
No, because I don't know
change
his
your
name.
name.
That doesn't mean you're a
That doesn't
superstar
mean
because we know
Yes,
we
it
know you
does.
fucking
you're a
No.
trick.
Like
Because you're a trick. That doesn't mean
It's not because
everyone.
that's not what we're
listen,
saying. What
Because
we're
it's
saying is
Zion. So
there's a
it's
name
Right.
there's a name for what you guys are saying. The name is celebrity. That's
see
the name
Pagan.
is he's a celebrity.
Yeah,
good
right.
That's
point.
But
the
see what
name.
Bernardo,
Pagan.
celebrity.
No, okay, but see what Pagan 180 is saying? Popularity and superstardom are different, just like you're saying,
I
Bernardo.
totally
Celebrity.
agree.
No,
I just totally agree.
no,
That's
no. Celebrity has everything to do with being a superstar. What the hell do you think superstar is? Where do you guys get
There's
this
no.
from?
You don't have to
That's
be
why you're a
talented to be a
celebrity.
celebrity. You don't have to
That's
be
why you're a
talented to be a
celebrity because you're a
celebrity.
superstar.
Keep going,
Hold on.
beloved. Keep
Hold
going.
on.
Keep
You don't have
going.
to. You don't have to be. You don't have to be talented to be a celebrity. What talent that Zion has shown in the NBA that he's a superstar player?
You can't
Superstar
even
He
get
player.
can't stay on the court. He can't play. He played like
No,
100 games
stop.
in 3 seasons.
Bernardo, stop. Hey,
What
pull up your
talent? He
fancy.
dominates the
Stop.
game when he plays. When he do play.
When he plays,
He
yes, when he
doesn't
plays.
play.
Bernardo, when you get Bernardo,
This is why
I'm not
I
finished
disagree
talking.
with this.
I'm not finished.
I thought you asked the question.
Please, no. Please pull up that fancy thing you do with everybody goes to the left and pull up his stat lines in his career and show me that's a
We did that
superstar
already.
player.
Right.
All right, so hold on.
He plays
This
like
is
100 games in 3
Right.
years.
That's why he's
26
a superstar. He played 22 games.
Let's just say
Wait. He played 22 games this year. He was still selected to play in the All-Star game.
But
For
hold
20
on, Mel.
games.
That's a popularity.
Come on, bro. What are you talking about?
Popularity.
For the sake of how
Kobe
much
Bryant.
time he's played,
Kobe Bryant was selected to play in the All-Star game, averaging 15 points a game or -4 to shooting or something.
yes.
Like,
Because he's
what
a
are we doing here?
superstar, bro.
Y'all, again,
He wasn't
this
at
is
that
what
point.
right, but But this is what happens.
Hold on,
Somehow,
Bernardo. Hold on, Bernardo.
What
Bernardo,
happens is
Bernardo.
everyone somehow, everyone takes the. We
Easy.
already took the dictionary definition, and everybody didn't care about that, right?
No,
Everybody
Bernardo, you
somehow.
gotta relax, chill, relax.
Why?
Relax.
Why?
No, Bernardo. We got Bernardo. We'll talk off camera things you can say and not say. But that right there, you don't ever.
I
No
didn't hear him.
no
Okay,
bean,
good.
no bean
I trust B. Okay.
No bean
I
slander.
trust B. I trust. Oh, okay. But I trust Beloved on that. But
Okay, so Dirk
I think
Nowitzki was an all-star in his last year, averaging like 14 and 40% shooting.
You can say that all day
Can
long.
we
I don't
slander
care what
Dirk?
you say
Is
about
it fine to slander Dirk?
Yeah. I
that's
don't
see,
care what
but
you
that's
say
but
about Dirk.
right. But this is my point. Somehow I say you know this, Fabian. I'm Tim Duncan, for example. Yeah, some people. Like everybody got their own opinion of what a superstar is, and that's impossible. That's crazy to me. And the reason why is because it has to do with popularity. It has everything to do with it. If it didn't, we wouldn't be having these conversations. We just wouldn't. Like if you're a superstar, you're popular enough for us to even talk about you outside of basketball sometimes. That's just how it is.
Right.
Blake Griffin was a superstar. Blake Griffin was a superstar. I would not.
Yeah,
There would have been. There might have been
because he
10
was a
people that
top.
started a.
Because at one point in his NBA career, he was a top 2 power forward. It was him or Garnett. It was him and somebody else. He was a top 2 power forward or top 3 power forward in the NBA for a good 4-year span.
Yeah, I
When
guess.
has Zion? Yeah.
I guess for me, like with the superstar thing, it's like I guess I attach sustainability and longevity to it because some guys, like you just said, Blake Griffin, right? Blake Griffin, like Beloved said, was probably 1-2 in the league at his position for like a 4 or 5 year stretch, right? But for an entire career, did he sustain a superstar level of play? No. I look at there's a
But
few
at that
players
time,
like that. There's
yes.
only a few.
Yeah. At that time, he was a
But
superstar.
there's no criteria to say like if you have 3
there is a
seasons
criteria.
of being a superstar. No, it's not.
No.
It's
Exactly.
not, bro.
I think if you take your definition of it, Beloved, I think if Fleek has a definition, Bernardo, Mel, myself, we're gonna all somehow have a different criteria. Because to me, Blake Griffin was a superstar before he even came to the league. Penny Hardaway was a
Yeah, I
superstar his rookie
disagree.
season. LeBron James was a superstar before he stepped foot in the NBA. Felipe Lopez was a superstar in New York City. Like you can't doubt these things.
I think if me, Flea, and Beloved did a list, we would come down to basically the same names because what we're talking about is on-court product superstar, and I differentiate that from off-court celebrity. For me, that it's pretty clear in my mind that differentiation.
What I say is you become a superstar from what you do on the court. And then that rings out, and that's when you get things. Sometimes there's anomalies because right now, the reason why a lot of these people you're saying is superstar is because they grew up in a social media era. If KG, Kobe Bryant had this type of social media, remember LeBron is the first person. LeBron's the first to come out of the social media era, right? So we saw him. We saw more video of him. We didn't see Kobe and KG and Allen Iverson. They were folk heroes in their city, in their state. You heard about them when you went to AAU tournament or something like that. But LeBron got his fame. Zion got all his fame is on the internet. Like you wouldn't even know there was a big fat kid jumping over white boys in South Carolina if you didn't have the internet. So let's stop.
Well, people would have been talking about it if there was no internet. People definitely would have. The word would have still got around.
Nobody, not like that.
Hold
not
on,
like this
but
way.
why do you think? But why do you
How
think we
did Kobe
talk about it? Word of mouth is the
Because of
first. Is
social
the
media.
first. But it's the first piece of advertising. That's how we heard about these names growing up from high school, whatever it is. Who you know who to go see at Rucker or whatever game. So superstardom didn't just start before social media. There was the newspaper. There was certain people that you looked to that you said, oh, he said he's nice. I'm gonna go check him out. He became a superstar in our eyes through word of mouth. It wasn't social media. Obviously, social media is gonna make it easier for you because it's visible.
He came a superstar in our eyes because we saw him play and he did it for a certain amount of time where we said, okay, at this point he's a superstar. At this point he's a superstar. There's no point. He can't. I don't understand.
I don't think you can say a certain amount of time because right now, Ja Morant is a superstar. You can't tell me Ja Morant is not a superstar. He ain't put in no
and he's
pain.
been
He
one.
didn't got the criteria as somebody else, as a Curry. But you can't tell me he's not a superstar right now.
I got a perfect example of this. Got a perfect example of this. Perfect example. Barry Sanders. Is he a superstar?
Yes, he was a superstar.
Okay. Is Bo Jackson a superstar?
He was a super duper star. He was a mega star, bigger than Barry Sanders, bigger than everybody.
Okay. Bo Jackson, superstar name became golden because of his what? His what? Was it because of so many videotapes of him in college, or his college career and NFL career?
No,
because
you tell
of what?
me. Because Bo knows this,
Because when
Bo
he
knows
did,
that, because he was in a Nike commercial.
Because his first 3 seasons. Let me finish. You
Go
said
ahead.
because of his first 3 seasons in the NFL, his play made him superstar. His play made him Bo knows this and Bo knows that. His play.
Right, but
This
y'all
is the
just
only
said at the
era where
same
you can
time,
get
y'all just said
endorsements. Let me finish. Mel, listen to what I'm saying. This is the only era where you can become big off things you're not doing because of things you've done in short time periods. You talk about Jimmy Butler doing things in spurts. Zion is the epitome of this.
But y'all
He
just
caught a
said
reverse.
Kobe.
He caught a reverse dunk in summer league, and he didn't play the rest of the summer league.
Beloved, we just said Kobe was selected to the All-Star game. He was averaging 15 points. You had to be a
Yes, because
superstar,
that's of a
have
20-year
something going
career.
about him. It
Because
wasn't
that's
his
a
play.
20-year
It
career.
wasn't his play.
That's
Averaging 15 points selected to the All-Star. It had to
because
be
of
more
a
than his play.
20-year. Okay, thank you.
Hold
You
on,
gotta
I
let
have
me
to look
answer.
it up.
You said that
That's
because of his
an
20-year.
all-star
That's a
selection.
20-year career.
That's a popularity
That's a
contest.
20-year career.
He was just
Exactly.
he was a superstar before that. I know about Kobe. He was in high school going to the prom with Brandy. Like feel me
Listen,
before like.
Kobe, by the end of his career, he wasn't a superstar. He was a global icon. Like it's a different, it's a different conversation. Like we're
Was
talking
he a
about
global
another thing.
icon?
But global icon,
Was
you
he a
started as
global
a
icon
superstar.
because he only played 3 years? Stop.
Yeah, that's.
Was he a global
Wait.
icon because he
You
played
talking about
3
Bo
years
Jackson?
and retired? I'm giving you an example. Was he a global icon because he played 3 years of straight dominance and then he went away and became an average player?
No,
No,
but
he
you can't
consistently
be
was a
that.
global.
You can't be that.
Yo,
Why
let me
can't
ask.
you
You know
be
what?
that?
I said you
Kobe's the
can.
perfect. Kobe's the perfect example.
Can I
Kobe's
ask
the perfect
the panel a
example.
question?
Imagine if when Kobe was a 6 man and he made the All-Star game when he was like 18 or 19 years old. Imagine if after that he just a bust. Would anybody call him a superstar because he made the All-Star team when he was 19? No, he's a
Yes, they
superstar because what he
would.
did.
Fabian, can I ask the panel a
No,
question?
they would have. Hold on, before you do that, Fleet, because he has a question. Kobe would have been a superstar, and then it would have ended,
Right.
just like with
You could be a
Felipe
superstar for a
Lopez.
few years. Penny,
There's been
Grant Hill, Derrick Rose, them niggas were superstars for a short period of time. They were superstars though, bro.
Penny Hardaway was first team All NBA back-to-back years in his second season. Like, okay,
Derrick Rose was an MVP. Like they did it. That's the difference. Zion never did it.
Derrick Rose.
But
Penny
again,
Hardaway and
We
Derrick
said
Rose
Derrick
were
Rose the other
legit
night
top
had
5
two
players in the
good
league.
seasons. Derrick Rose had 2 great seasons. After that, his career caught a little above average. He had 2 good seasons.
Go ahead. But what's the question you wanted to ask, Fleet?
you know, with obviously the teams getting better, right? Obviously, every year teams get better, right? Injuries or whatever, but teams get better, right? The East is just continuing to get better and better. If Miami doesn't get back to the finals, or if Miami doesn't get back to a deep run in the Eastern Conference Finals, all of that superstar level talk that we were saying for Jimmy Butler, how do we look at him then?
Not we.
No, I'm just asking the panel.
Yeah,
beloved. I know where we at.
Who wants to answer that first? Because beloved, you jumped out the
Can
window. Go ahead. Why not we?
I need to go. Right? Can I?
But I
can I
know Mel don't think he's a superstar.
But I never called him a superstar.
Right, I wouldn't be surprised. I would be just Miami. I mean, it's just I
wouldn't
know
be
it's hard to
surprised. You know
win
what?
championships. That's why it's like you have to respect it. What he's doing is amazing. You have to respect it. But for them not to do it, like nobody wouldn't be surprised if they never go back.
Like niggas wouldn't be like, yo, that's Jimmy Butler. He's supposed to go back. Like there's no expectations for them to do this again, no time soon.
But
And
nobody's
that's
gonna
why
be
he's not a
honest about
superstar to
that.
me.
Nobody's gonna be honest about that. I guarantee. We listen. Pin this, Fabian. Before, well, Fabian's gonna sell us to ESPN anyway in 3 years. But anyway, try to be a little bit of
FS1,
honest with
FS1.
yourself. Yes. Pin this. In 3 years, if Miami doesn't go to a conference final and Jimmy Butler's there for 3 straight seasons, I need answers. Pin that right now, because
but
I
what?
I don't have no expectations of that. I don't. I've
And
never
then look,
looked at Miami every
Hold
season
on,
say,
hold on,
yo,
Mel, because
I think they're a
let Bernardo follow
championship
up.
contender.
Go ahead, Bernardo.
The first thing is, beloved, I sent you the invite on Instagram, and I'm waiting for my shirt, and I'm gonna give you your Flamengo jersey when I receive it as a present, as a Brazilian gift. Second thing is, like, I would be shocked if Miami doesn't change the roster and gets back to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, I would truly be shocked if that happened.
If they didn't
Because
get back, Bernardo?
to the conference final, like if do you expect Miami next year getting past the Bucks and the Celtics, and I don't know if the Sixers do something, if they don't change the roster at all? Do you
They
expect
can't
that?
come back. They can't come back with this same roster and think that they're gonna
That's what
be
I'm
able to
saying.
compete. Yeah.
That's what I agree completely. And like the thing about Jimmy is the way I look at Jimmy is pretty simple. He's an overachiever. He has
right,
always been an overachiever, and he continues to be an overachiever.
right.
Like and that.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, he's an overachiever, and that's how I look at him. And I don't think we can call, like, I don't think we can call, for me, the ultimate example that I draw with Jimmy is Eli Manning. Like, Eli Manning had 2 fantastic historic playoff runs, and then basically that was it. Nobody calls him a top 5, top 10 quarterback because of that. Like,
You sure know how to push my buttons,
Yeah,
Bernardo.
easy,
Watch your
easy
mouth.
on easy on Eli now, Bernardo. Easy.
Bernardo,
He
keep
I see.
talking
Look,
about
you see
those
what
bums.
happened, Flea. Look.
Anyway.
You see what he's talking about. Look,
Eli.
Flea.
I mean,
Look,
Eli.
he
Bernardo,
links
keep
up with
talking about a
Beloved.
guy. Bernardo, keep talking about a guy that threw a Super Bowl pass with his eyes closed. There's film. They zoomed in on his face. His eyes were closed when he threw the ball, and the guy caught it off his helmet. Bernardo, you're not listen. You're such an honest man. You're a breath of fresh air. You're an honest man. You're a gentleman. I could tell you're a family man. I could tell you're a pillar of your community. I
I'm
respect
not.
you. You're a legend
I'm actually an ex-addict,
and
so
a
no,
great guy.
none of that.
A great
Flea,
guy. Tell him the nigga Flea.
Bernardo,
Eli
Bernardo,
Manning
listen to
threw
this. Listen to this.
the ball with his
Bernardo,
eyes closed. Flea.
Bernardo, guess, Bernardo. I just want one question before you leave. Guess which team hasn't thrown a Super Bowl pass or Super Bowl whistle, a Gatorade, nothing in 27 years. Guess which team has never done that in the last 27 years? Damn near my whole life.
That team,
My
that
team.
team,
My
that
team.
team that doesn't have Justin Tuck and Michael Strahan and Jason Pierre-Paul anymore.
In that front line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
The super
Also,
front
but
line.
wait a second. Listen to. Okay, no problem. Now, Bernardo, here's another question. You want me to name you a team that the Giants haven't beat in 5 straight seasons? You want me to tell you the name of that team? The Star runs through there. That Star, the Cowboys. You haven't beat us in 5 straight seasons. So you could talk all
Beloved,
that
you a
Super Bowl.
Cowboys fan?
Yes, the Star,
Horrendous.
boy.
I
Yes,
thought you was
Horrendous.
raised right.
I was
Ah.
raised right. I'm American. America's team. I'm a
Yo,
conservative.
Flea, what did I tell you?
American.
That shit
The
just
black,
fucked
white,
me up.
black
We was good.
supremacist.
We're
What I tell
Knicks
you?
fans, so I've
I told
never
you.
in life
He said-
ever met a Knicks fan that was a Cowboy fan.
I know
Swear
a
to
lot
God.
of no. Listen, I know a lot of Nick Cowboy fans.
I
I
don't
know a
know
lot,
them
like
niggas.
5. 2 of them
Never.
is like one of my best friends.
Keep them
Yeah,
niggas the fuck away from me. Beloved, we good.
no
But the
problem.
rest of them, I
We
don't know. Hell
we
no.
listen. We
Oh,
yeah. You know why? We are logical people. I'm not a Skip Bayless Cowboy fan, and I'm not a Dak fan. I'm not a Dak Prescott guy. I don't like him because he's black. They don't even, listen. I only want 2 positions on my NFL team that's white: the center and the quarterback. Everybody else can be black. I don't like mixed breeds. I don't like half and half. I don't want none of them. I want my quarterback to come from a outstanding. I want him to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
I want him to be. I know what I want my quarterback to be successful. When
He's
I
on that
had that,
Dion
like
shit.
Tony Romo, when I had Tony Romo, I didn't have the defense I have. Now I have a defense with no quarterback. See, I can't never get a balance. See, because I tell you this, if Tony Romo had what Eli had, if Tony Romo ever had what Eli had on that defense, he would. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Who's the better quarterback, Tony Romo or Eli Manning?
More
Who's a
talented
better quarterback?
More
Who's
talented
a better
quarterback is
quarterback?
Romo.
He's more
Thank you.
skilled.
See,
Yes, Tony Romo's more
it's all
talented and more
about
skilled.
defense. And listen, it's all
No,
about the
it
team in football.
Well. No, it's not. A quarterback is all about poise, my brother. What are we talking about right now? Eli Manning was
I didn't
damn
say
near
that.
trash. Hold on, no, yes, actually, you
He
just
are
did. You said if he had a
no. Listen,
defense, they would have won. No, Tony Romo fucked up on a
we did.
fumble. Tony
I can
Romo
prove
fucked
that.
up on plenty of clutch plays. He lost against
We
us
didn't
with
have
an
it.
interception
Listen.
in the fourth quarter to end
Okay.
the game in
Listen. The
2008.
Seattle Seahawks.
Knock
The
it
Seattle
off.
Seahawks lost. Listen, what I'm about to say to you, and you can look this up. The Seattle Seahawks lost. We had the 18th ranked defense that year. 18th. Look it up if you want to look it up. Listen, when we got robbed in Green Bay, we had the number 3 offense and a number 7 defense, and they robbed us, and they robbed us, and they robbed us, and they robbed us.
That was
And
a
of course
catch.
it was a catch.
That was a catch.
Yes, of
With
course it was a catch.
your man Des Bryant.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course
that
it
was
was
a
a
catch.
catch. Yes.
Your man
We
Des
had the
Bryant was a
number
catch.
3
Yeah.
offense and number 7 defense, and we were rolling through the playoffs. We got
That was
healthy, and we
definitely a
were
catch.
rolling through everybody. And
That
they
was
didn't
his best
listen. They didn't
playoff.
want to see us that day.
That was
They didn't want to see it.
Tony Romo's best playoff. He looked amazing, but before that,
Tony
your man was
Romo
not
had more
clutch.
talent. Tony Romo had more talent in his big toe than Eli ever had in his life.
Yes.
Eli got
Yes.
put into a good system. Eli got put into a good system, a good foundation, and you had all-time defenses.
Okay.
No
He had
question.
all-time defenses.
Winning
How many
two.
how many interceptions did he throw that first playoff run when we beat the Patriots?
The first time?
Yes.
I don't know Eli's stats. I know I got to tell you the second time him and he
One
had
in the Super Bowl.
Okay,
That was it.
no
Your
problem.
man Tony
Yeah.
Romo, the
You want me-
turnover machine. Like, come on, man.
No.
Give me the guy. Matter
No,
of fact,
'cause he has to-
Peyton
he has to
Manning.
score.
I used to say the same thing about
Flea.
Peyton Manning. He didn't
Flea.
have no
Flea.
defenses, and when he had Bob
Yeah.
Sanders in there, they finally won.
Flea.
Okay, cool. But
Flea.
in the playoffs,
Flea.
Peyton Manning did not show up. Knock it
Okay.
off.
My man Tony Romo had to fight for a game against the Denver Broncos, 50-51. He had, you know how many passes he threw that game? He threw 48 passes
I remember that
because
game.
we don't have no defense.
I remember the
We
game.
we don't have no defense.
I remember
We
that
never
game.
had good defenses. When we had good defense, we were. But I talk to Giants fans. See, y'all can hear me?
I hear you better now.
Yeah, you hear me better? Oh, I can talk.
Way
I can
better.
talk to Giants. It's not y'all fault that the situation called for what it was, because you're a product of your environment. You got to be Giants fans.
I mean,
But
you got winning 2 ain't no fluke, man.
when it no,
And should have been 3. The Plaxico's dumbass.
let me tell you. Okay, he threw the ball with his eyes closed. That is the epitome of luck. If you don't believe me, there's a video on YouTube. They zoom into his face. His eyes are closed. You just told me that wasn't a fluke.
I know what's not a fluke is the fact that he played that well to even put us in that position in the first place. Tom Brady, you talking
winning,
about? Yes.
Winning 2 is not a fluke, is what I'm saying. Like
No.
circumstances in a football game, all types of wild shit happens. But
You shut down your defense. Shut down a top 5 offense all time to 17 points. If my defense got on that field, they would have had 1,700 points because we didn't have that defense.
Okay, but why are you hating? It's not our fault. It's your man Jerry Jones. He's a
I'm
jerk.
not hating. I'm not hating. Why
He
is he a
jumped ahead
jerk?
to more Eli, this guy. It's like Eli co-signing Bernardo's points about whoever the fuck you compared to Eli Manning. And I'm not an Eli fan. Remember, Flea, you remember that game against Minnesota where he threw like 4 interceptions to Darren Sharper alone, and he returned them all. I recall. I recall. We wanted him out of there, but then the playoffs happened, and he turned into a machine. Unbelievable. I still can't believe it.
it's just it's always been an up and down relationship with Eli Manning. That's what really I mean, if we being honest, like the 2 rings, the 2 Super Bowl runs really saved him. How many times did he lead the league in interceptions? Like he led the league in interceptions, like entirely too many times. You know what I mean? Like
So you don't think that highly of Brett
Oh,
Favre either?
Um,
We didn't have Michael Strahan when we won the second time, Bernardo. Watch your mouth. I keep telling you, watch your mouth.
no, I think Brett. Obviously, you know the regular word. Brett Favre is a gunslinger, but he was one of those. He was one for me. He was one of those risk takers that I'm like, okay, go ahead and take the risk, because you know he is talented. It's not like he didn't
they
have
lost in
talent,
the AFC. They lost what when he went to the Jets?
huh?
When Brett
Nah,
Favre went to the Jets? You talking about?
nah. Just in
No,
general,
I'm
we're
just
talking
saying.
about
Period. Just about Brett Favre.
because he hates. We hate Eli Manning turning over the ball that much, and it's like,
Yeah, I
damn, well,
said Eli. Aside from those two
Hold
championships, it's
on.
not like Eli was great. He was doo-doo. Like he led the league in interceptions a billion times.
But wait, so you're saying that who you rather be, Brett Favre, or Eli Manning, or who would you rather have on your franchise?
no. We're just saying like they're
No,
so.
Fabian said did I think highly of Brett Favre, and I was like, I don't think bad of him. I just don't think he was nearly as good as a lot of other quarterbacks. I'll say that.
But
He's
sometimes
as
when I look at
talented.
quarterbacks, when I look at quarterbacks, I look at the talent, and then I always look at what they have to do for their team to be successful. Were they given a good running game? Were they given a good defense? To me, if you're given at least a top 12 defense, you shouldn't be that careless with the ball because you are great and you should be able to control the game. Like that's why I'm okay with Brett Favre. The year Brett Favre, when the Giants went in there and beat them, right? Not the Giants. I forgot who they
Yeah,
lost to one time. I think.
we beat
Yeah,
him.
but y'all beat him. Yeah, Brett Favre was still the quarterback when y'all went in there.
Hell yeah, and it was like 12 below.
Yeah.
It
Hell
was
yeah.
12 below. Okay, yeah. When I
We
look
got an
at that,
interception. I
like
think it was
he
an R.W.
was run.
McCorders. Who
Yeah,
caught the
I
interception, ran it
think he
back.
was. The last 4 years of Brett Favre's career, he was just running around and trying to get the ball to Driver and whoever else it
But
was.
he
He was
went.
running for his life.
But beloved,
He was running for his life.
Didn't he take the Vikings to the NFC Championship?
Yes.
Yes.
Against the
Yes.
Saints. Monster
And
game.
no,
Yeah.
come out. Think about what he did with the Jets after that. When he went to the Jets,
No,
he took them
before
to the
that.
championship game.
That's right.
Before that.
Yeah.
They didn't
No,
go
he
to the
went from Jet.
championship
No,
game.
they didn't.
Nah, not
AFC
with the Jets.
Championship with Brett Favre.
Nah,
With the Jets.
nah, no way. I put money on that. I want my $100 back. I put money on that.
I want my $100 back.
No, you still
I
haven't
mean,
sent the $100.
I did a
You
cash app.
still haven't paid the debt.
Don't tell me you ain't got it because another Ed Beloved got it.
But I don't really. That's why when I think about this, right? Trent Dilfer is not a top 50 quarterback of all time, but he has a Super Bowl. Well, that doesn't mean nothing in football.
Well, it does if you win more than one and you show up more than once and you perform the same way more than once, bro. Like that's what I'm saying about Eli. Like Eli's not. He's not top. He might not be top 50 quarterback. 50 quarterbacks, but in the playoffs, he played like a top tier dude, even better than his brother.
Best. He had this. Trent Dilfer had the third best defense of all time, brother.
I say the best defense
of all time. Nah, Tampa Bay was better. That Tampa Bay Bucks defense.
Hell no. Hell no. They were
Brooks,
finesse. They were
with Brooks, Warren Sapp, and what's the owner from the 49ers?
John Lynch.
John Lynch. You don't think that defense is better than the Ravens?
Was
defense?
Rondé Barber there? Nah, they weren't better. Nah.
Rondé Barber's he's their strong safety.
Nah,
The
Barber was a
linebacker,
cornerback.
they had Derek Brooks as a
Derek Brooks.
cornerback.
And who else?
I gotta look at the roster.
The Ravens had Syracuse up front was crazy. I'm saying for that era too, because see, that's the thing. That Bucks team could play in this era. That's one thing I could say. The Ravens can't play in every era. That Ravens team,
they're too slow at
play
every
in every
position.
era.
They're
Yeah.
too
They
slow.
don't have the three cornerbacks there. They can't do it. The Tampa Bay, you got John Lynch who could lay the hammer down. Brooks could play up and down all over the field.
You got Warren Sapp to play the screen. You can't run at Warren
Sapp in his
Warren
prime.
Sapp
No.
Warren Sapp is too. You can run at Warren Sapp. He's gonna stop the run. You can run away from him. He's gonna catch you from behind. He was everything.
Yeah, but for that time period, for that era, I got the Ravens being better, bro. Remember, like you said, They didn't. Who was their quarterback? Came from the
Trent.
Vikings. No, not Trent
Oh,
Dilfer. Tall white guy.
Shit, who's that quarterback? I forgot his name. He was also a game manager.
Right. Another game manager. But let's put it this way: if Eli is the best part of your team, you're not winning a Super Bowl. Yeah, 1,000%. Like Jeremy Shockey got hurt. Tiki Barber had to retire because Tiki Barber was a jerk. Oh, Boulware, Saragusa, Ray Lewis, and Lewis. Yeah, there was another Lewis there. Someone Jamal Lewis as a safety. I mean, not Jamal as a safety. The other Lewis as a safety. I know Jamal. Priest Holmes was a running back and got hurt, and that's how Jamal Lewis got the job.
Yeah,
they were ill team. Shannon Sharpe was there on the front
line. Yep. He was a tight end. Funny thing about, but see, you talk about like flash in the pans. Like you can look at NFL quarterbacks. Like NFL quarterbacks are the perfect example of this. Like, remember what was the dude named from Seattle? Alexander. Remember him? For 3 years,
Alexander.
he was the best.
Great.
Yeah. He was crazy. But then after that, it's over. You see,
yeah.
There's flashes of people, but I'm not gonna call them all-time great running back because all-time great running back do it for longevity. They do it for longer period of time. They're more successful through long period of time. Even though football is different, the more physical sport. But
that's where I think that's where we get that argument starts, beloved, because we're not saying all-time greats when you talk about a superstar. Superstar ain't got nothing to do with that. That's why I believe it has everything to do with being popular. And because who was that recently we were just talking about who's a superstar? And I was like, fuck, because Penny Hardaway made the all-star team. Zion could make the all-star team because they're so popular and they're nice. And they're on the court. But Sean Alexander, I don't know if Sean Alexander was a superstar. I don't know if anybody knew who the hell he was outside of football. I don't know if we watched games because of Sean Alexander. You know what I mean? Like,
but nobody's gonna know who you are in football. Like football, you gotta be like Jerome Bettis. He's the bust, but he was never the best running back. You know why? He had a good nickname. So his household nickname and his team success helped him to be a star player. So I'm sure there was 4 or 5 running backs that were better than Jerome Bettis, but he had the marketing, he had the bus name. He was playing for the Steelers, so it was more of a. I'm not saying he was a gimmicky running back because he had good seasons, but that's why his name was so known.
Yeah, Bernardo, Johnny Manziel was a superstar quarterback out of college, but then when he got to the NFL, he got exposed to this game. I knew coming to the NFL was gonna be trash, and it was short lived. That's why Tim Tebow was a superstar college quarterback. What are you talking about? Because remember, superstardom isn't just the popularity. Tim Tebow was a highly successful quarterback in college. And I don't even like that dude. I hate his game, but it is what it is. But I think that's the confusion. Like, if we talk about all-time greats, a franchise player, who would you build your team around? Blake Griffin wouldn't have been one of them guys 10 years ago for me. He just wouldn't have. I would have had 10 other guys, even the Chris Paul before him. Because his talent, skill-wise, wasn't up there for me.
So during that draft, you wouldn't build your team around Blake Griffin?
Oh, that's a different story. That draft was.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying build around them like there's 10 other players in that time. LeBron, KD, Dwayne Wade. There's a bunch of other guys in that era. Derrick Rose that I'd rather have before him, not the draft. That's a different story. But that plays into franchise.
But you gotta build around what you have. And like if you look at that time, he wouldn't be, especially at that time. He definitely, like, if I say take any plays you want at that time, you wouldn't. You probably pick him around 8 or 9 at that time. But see, that's what we're saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, during that time, all those players are not even 10 years in their career, and you're still picking Durant over him. You're still picking LeBron. You're still picking Wade. None of those players are 10 years in yet. Those players are all like 6, 7 years in.
Right, but for me, LeBron, as soon as he steps on the court, as soon as I saw him on the NBA, I said, "Oh nah, I don't know. Like, I never seen this before in my life. This is crazy. This is crazy." By the halfway through the season, I said, this is the most talented dude I've seen since Jordan. He might be more talented than Jordan. I still think he's more talented than Jordan. You know what I'm saying? So by the time he gets on the court, now he's averaging 25 a game his rookie year. 18? Nah, that's too crazy. And, you know, he's not a real 18. Like, Kobe was a true 17-year-old coming into the league. You know, so it was different. Like, LeBron was a year older than 17 coming to the league. He was turning 19 when he went to the league, but he was still a man child. His rookie season, I would have taken him over plenty of people. He might have been in my top 10 by then. He was just too ill. D Wade, I was watching his rookie season. I was like, yo, I don't know if Melo was better than him. I was saying that rookie season because I would watch a lot of Miami games. I thought he was a superstar from then, but
Nah,
the numbers
Melo
didn't
was
translate.
Melo was better than I would say Melo the first. I would say Melo was better than the first 3 seasons. They all was in NBA. Melo was NBA ready because his body, his strength was NBA ready. Melo was NBA ready. I like if you told me if you'd have let them play that whole, if you told me to pick somebody after 3 seasons, like all right, we're gonna start over. I think and way the game was played, I think I would have took Melo. Cause I could get that. Cause reason why I'm saying that because back then I could go get a point guard. I don't need Braun to pick it up for me. I could go get a center. I don't need Braun to be the best defender. But the way the switch changed, LeBron became your best ball handler. He became your best defender and your best scorer. So I would have made a mistake because I would have picked Melo because I still would have been under the tradition where, all right, that's my scorer. He's gonna give me 25 to 30, and then I'll just build around that. But the NBA changed so quick that LeBron's versatility was too much. Like you can't put that versatility. You can't put that versatility, and then when you put him with D Wade, it's just too much.
I just thought from a rookie season, I saw Melo, D Wade, and I was like, he looks like baby LeBron, and it was just sick. Like I would watch them all the time. So when I like Melo come out of college, I loved him, but I said, yo, it's something about him. He's more one dimensional. And Melo, when he came into the league, had a little handle. Like we forget about that. He was crossing dudes up a little bit, spinning off them and everything.
When Melo faced up on you, it was toast. He could do whatever he wanted. He could get a foul.
He was
on you.
nimble.
He could pump fake you. He gonna dunk on you. He could get in a corner, assist 3. He could do anything he want. I didn't really like D Wade's game grew on me when they lost when they went to the finals. I mean when they lost at Eastern, when they lost in the second round, and then when they won the championship the next year. I respected his game way more. I'm like, yo, then they got Shaq and all them. When he went to that finals that time,
he lost to Charlotte his rookie season because he got Shaq and they lost. He broke his rib and they lost to the Pistons. He lost to the Pistons because he broke his rib, and that was Shaq's first season with them.
On the second, but the second season, the second season
2 seasons with Shaq.
No, I'm saying, but the second season when they got Antoine Walker was there the 2 seasons too.
I don't know if he was there for 2 seasons, but they had Antoine Walker for the championship.
Yeah, but that's when I started paying attention to more to D. I knew who D Wade was, and I watched the game on TNT, but I didn't really tune in and go to my cousin's house and steal an NBA TV because they were Fabian. They were like you. They were the rich side of the family, so he had NBA TV in his house. Yeah, they were like
back
you.
Then,
he was fair skinned and he had a nice European style nose that you crave in your life.
The one that I have, I mean, we crave. I look at it every morning. But D Wade, you know what it was? It was like Marbury, Baron Davis. We were just talking about this earlier. Remember earlier we were talking about this, the early 2000s. That Charlotte and Miami used to have some horrible series, but it was still ill to watch because it was a different style. Like Tim Hardaway, Eddie Jones, and I can't forget the other guard I think Ricky Davis was on the bench for either Charlotte or Miami. But they had these tough,
Ricky Davis was on the
strong. Bench. He wasn't. They were tough, strong guards. Baron Davis and David Wesley were tough, strong guards. And then when D Wade came in, I was like, yo, it's like they found a super version of Tim Hardaway and the other guy. He's just like Marbury, just strong. His first step was crazy. He would finish crazy. I'm like, yo, D Wade is amazing.
You're athletic.
D Wade got long arms.
He would just stretch. Yeah, he got mad long arms. His arms go past his knees. I remember when they did the draft camp, and I think it was like Chicago, whatever they did it. They measured his arms went past his knees. He was crazy. He was like he was built to be a 2 guard. He's a hybrid 2 guard. He was built. David West died, right? He got in a car accident, right?
No.
I mean, David Wesley. David Wesley died, right?
Did he?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Didn't one of them die? Who died in Charlotte? One of those guards died. Was it David Wesley? Yeah.
That's crazy. Or 1970. Nah, he didn't. It doesn't say he died. It would have said it over here.
What
6'1"
Charlotte Hornets guard dies? Type in who comes up. He was light skinned. No, Bobby Fields. My fault. Bobby Fields. I
Oh,
think it's Bobby Fields.
oh, damn! I forgot about Bobby Fields.
Bobby
Okay,
Fields was
hold on.
there with them. They had a 3-guard lineup, I think.
Yep, Fields. I forgot about Fields.
He died, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
95, 96. He was a 3-and-D wing. I forgot about him. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
remember Bobby? You talking about? Look at his pictures. He was super shape. That's a strong dude right there. Him,
Brolic.
I remember all of them all of them was being like him, Kendall Gill. They were all super strong and like super duper in shape. Like they was like, I was like, yo, dang, how niggas got like their bodies was crazy. Cause you really, that's when you start seeing muscular players still be super athletic. Before they were just big and stiff. Like that's when the athleticism started coming out.
Steph Curry and James Harden were in the Blake Griffin draft.
I
forgot about that. Then James
who's
Harden
the
was in that
second pick
draft.
then?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I think James Harden.
Yeah. Nah, Harden not a top 2 pick. Hell no. I think is Harden a top 5 pick? Look up that
I want to
draft.
say yeah.
Harden
2009
is
Blake Griffin.
to Seattle.
Kevin Love is number 5.
Wait, who's number 5? Yeah, Love is 5.
Kevin. Number 1 is Blake Griffin. Hasheem Thabit. Look, James Harden's 3rd. Tariq Evans is 4th. Ricky Rubio's 5. Johnny Flynn is 6. Steph Curry is 7. Jordan Hill's 8.
You want me to tell you who's rookie of the year that year? You know who wins rookie of the year, right?
Hold on, I know Blake Griffin.
Tyreek Evans wins it. 20 average
His
23
game 20, 25 and 5 he averaged.
Tyreek Evans, listen what I'm saying to you. Tyreek Evans, top five person I've ever saw play at 55th with my own eyes. And that's including, I was at the Kobe Bryant game and I was at those all NBA players when all them NBA players came. Tyreek at 55th, it's a rebound, 3 dribbles, a crossover, and he's at the rim. His handle for that side, we didn't see that before. I thought Tyreek, I had Tyreek in a trajectory of almost like Kobe.
Yep.
Look at Tyreek Evans' first 2-year highlights.
25 and 5. He averaged 25 and 5. I remember because I thought he was like the new D Wade, the new LeBron. I'm like, yo, who is this dude? And then he just like his game didn't elevate. Like it didn't. I don't know what happened.
He never got a jump shot. No, I know what happened. He never got the
That's
jump
just
shot.
what it was?
Yeah, that's all it was. He still could get to the basket. He still could push the ball. Remember, he was a big guard, super
strong.
big. When he was coming at you, look, if you look at his highlights, NBA players was like, I don't know what to do. He's coming at me too fast and too big. Like, and then they used to LeBron used to talk about him and D Wade and Kobe too. He was a big Kobe guy. Kobe was a huge fan of him. Kobe was a huge Tyreek Evans fan, but he never got better. He never got a jump shot, and then he fell into
That's
the
not what
lifestyle.
happened. Don't
What
go.
happened,
Don't my
man?
nigga
Go ahead,
Tyreek.
man.
The
Go ahead.
nigga, he averaged 20 and 20. 20, we averaged 25 and 5, right? Boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first season. Second season, he get hurt.
The right knee, right?
He got hurt. Mind you, now they're exploring with different guards. He get hurt, and he had the one. Who else they had over here? They had
Oh man,
what's the white boy they drafted?
Marcus Cousins wasn't there yet.
The white
Maybe
boy
he
they
was.
drafted, that used to be Jimmer. They drafted Jimmer. They tried Jimmer. Jimmer ain't work out as the 1 and 2. Then Isaiah
He's
Thomas.
there with Cousins. He's there with Cousins, though.
But Isaiah Thomas was over there. So Isaiah Thomas coming over there. I mean, he got drafted there or picked up. And he running shit now. So now he went from now Tyreek coming back, but Isaiah he's small and he running shit, averaging like 16 probably. They took him from the point guard to the small forward. Came back and he was the 3. Nigga, imagine you the man, you running the show, you the 1, you come back, they put you at the 3. Like, nah, this nigga.
Yeah, but but listen, but he gains weight off the injury. He never gets his body back after the injury, and he never when he went to the other 2 stops, he shot like 20, almost like 32% from 3-point land. He never changed with the game.
Yeah, he didn't shoot that well.
His last team, what was his last team? Indiana, right?
I thought it was Charlotte. Hold on.
Charlotte.
Yeah, Indiana was his last time at 29 years old.
I was a big Tyreek guy. Yo, remember, he's out the league before 30. That's crazy.
Well, the funny thing, 29 years old. The funny thing was he started shooting 43%, 40%, 35% his last 3 years in the league.
Right, he wasn't that bad of a shooter. That's what I was saying, bro. Like you said, he never shot it. He wasn't like her shit was horrible, nigga.
But it
Nah,
was
when he
horrible.
first
You
got
don't
to the
have
league,
to.
was
But no.
trash.
No. But I'm saying it's horrible, Mel, when you don't got the same athleticism when you had before you hurt the knee. He never
True,
recovered from
true,
the knee
true,
injury.
true,
But
true, true.
but if you don't recover from the knee, you don't take your body seriously, and you don't develop a jump shot,
He was
you're
just in
not
the
gonna
league
buy
like
nobody no more. You're not what?
he was just trying to
He's
get
out
to
the
the league
league
like
before 30. Oh yeah, 2 years ago. Him and Beasley
2 years
was
ago
working
on
out
the Bucks.
together.
He was in the G League. He was
Yeah,
killing two averaging like a dub, I think.
yeah. But why would I?
But that
I could bring somebody else
his
in.
rookie season, that 25-5, I forgot he was rookie of the year. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
I couldn't
Man, he was
believe it.
balling shit up.
I did it. That was my
Yeah,
guy. Yo, when he used to get the ball in the open court, there ain't nothing you could do. You ever seen him play now? Like in street
Nah,
ball?
my man. First time I ever heard about him was high school. My man went to 5-star with the nigga. Like, mind you, everybody there, like the top niggas, Corey Fisher, Johnny Flynn, all them niggas. He's like, yo. So I'm asking about them type of niggas. He said, fuck all them niggas. He said them some nigga from Philly named Tyreek Evans. Like, that nigga was the best nigga in 5-star. Like, was nobody close to that nigga type shit.
His
I mean, he
handle
was
was
like,
crazy.
and he was playing
His
up.
handle was
He was like
crazy.
15 playing like, you know how like they have in the 5-star camps, they have the junior NBA and the NBA. He was like the 9th and 10th be junior NBA. He was playing up, like, and nobody could fuck with him in the up, the older age. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. So that's stuff I've been on
Yeah,
him like since then.
yeah. I remember him when I
Oh,
used to
and my
see him.
you know Spivey?
Nah,
But
where's he
he
from?
from Bronx River. He went to Wings and then he went to Christian Academy.
What's his
Christian
name?
Academy. Spivey Jenkins, a point guard nigga. He couldn't shoot for shit. He was just locked up. He was like on some smart shit. He was kind of overweight, but his defense was so elite. Like him from
I
Wings.
think I heard of that name before. But go ahead.
Yeah, him and Mike Glover. Mike Glover, Ant Glover brother, Mike Glover, and Tyreek Evans open to the same school. They got the niggas up out the Bronx and put them to Christian Academy with Tyreek Evans and shit. Yeah, he was wilding.
Yeah, but
He been wilding.
so what's the rest of that draft? So who goes first? Is Blake Griffin to beat?
Ooh, I seem to be.
So what's the
what
rest
school
of
did
that
Tariq
draft?
go to?
Georgetown.
What school did Tariq go to?
UConn, my fault. Yeah, UConn.
Griffin to beat. James Harden,
Harden.
Tariq Evans, Ricky Rubio,
Johnny
Tony Flynn,
Flynn.
Steph Curry. There was another name here, Tyler Hansbrough. There's other Drew Holiday, Jeff Teague,
Brandon
Darren
Jennings.
Collinson.
Nah, this draft was alright.
Yeah, it was decent.
When I first saw I saw Brandon Jennings
Sam Young.
at
I used to hoop with Sam Young in ATL.
I saw Brandon Jennings and I first saw him play in an
Danny
AAU
Green,
tournament.
AJ Price.
And then your boy, him in high school was crazy. His highlight tape, his mixtape, Brandon Jennings,
he was
Brandon
OD.
Jennings.
He was
He was
OD.
wilding.
And he got mad
Heavy,
nice out of nowhere.
dunking
He
on
was mad
niggas.
short for mad long and had a girth sport. He was like 5'7" for mad long. And then caught the girth spurt with the athleticism. He had the handles with the diamond.
I just didn't like how he shitted on Ricky Rubio. He made Ricky Rubio sound like he was a bum. And when he got to the league, I was like, Ricky Rubio is nice. I love Ricky Rubio.
Who made him seem like a bum?
Brandon Jennings. He was like, nah,
What
he's
did he say
all right.
about
He
him?
ain't all that. He was trying to shit on him.
Yeah, he said some shit like he don't be playing against the elite players he play against, and some shit like that. I remember that shit. He said some shit like,
Well, that didn't really work out for him because he stayed in the league about 10 years after you was out the league already.
Right, he's
So
still in the
that
league.
didn't work out for him. Well, yeah, he's still in the league. But I'm just saying, 10 years after, Brandon Jennings ain't been in the league for how long? It's got to be going on like 8 years now, right?
That long?
Nah, because this is what 2009. So maybe
all we got to do is pull it up. All we got to do is pull it up. I say
trying to
at
guess
least
first.
7, 8 years. Yeah.
I say 5.
Okay, good.
5? He was on the Knicks. His last thing was with the Knicks, right? He was somewhere after the Knicks.
Milwaukee, 2018.
Went
Yeah,
back to
5 years ago.
Milwaukee.
22, 23, 5 years. Okay, 5 on the thing. How many games he played for Milwaukee? 6,
14.
14. Then the year before that,
Yeah.
he's in the league in
23
17.
with 23
Washington.
with Washington.
Okay. 5 years. I thought it was more than. See, listen, man.
That's not that long ago. That's not. He did his thing. He did a little. That's all right career right there.
That's a right career to get a pension. But who career is
Right.
better, Ricky Rubio or Jennings?
Who career is better?
It got to be Rubio longevity wise. Cause look, he had his first 6 seasons. He was all right. I just never cared for his game, and I love Ricky Rubio. That he slept on when his passing was crazy. Rubio passes was
Natural
amazing.
point guard. Natural point guard.
Yeah.
Him and Jose, him and Calderon, natural point guards. Natural point guards.
But I just think even on another level, like there was flair to his game that was, it wasn't Jason Williams extra. It was on point. I love Ricky Rubio. He played smart, and he D'd up. He tore his shit up his rookie season. He tore his knee against the Lakers. It was bad.
Ruby had a more consistent career.
What about Jose Calderon? Who had a better career? Jose Calderon or Brandon Jennings?
I hate Jose
Calderon. Yeah. Why do you hate him?
I just don't like his game. I don't know.
Penetration, dime, and knock down the three. And ran the pick and roll crazy with Chris Bosh. You bugging out. He ran that pick and roll the best with Chris
He
Bosh.
played 13 seasons?
Who?
Jose Calderon.
Yeah, look at the numbers with Chris Bosh.
Yeesh. 12 and 8. That's all right there. 12 and 9. We're going from 13 and 9.
Yeah.
Hold on, and Rubio.
What's his highest assist year?
Remember, Rubio had a couple good seasons with the Jazz.
That was it. 8.9. 2011 with the Toronto.
That's pretty good.
That's mad.
Did we trade for him?
No, we signed him as a free agent. I think we signed him. I don't remember trading him. Yeah. Are you talking about Perjani? But he's Italian. We had Jose Calderon.
We had him.
Maybe talking about Parjani.
No, it's Parjani. I hated him.
Yeah.
That was annoying.
Yeah.
Is that when we got not Bargnani? Not Bargnani.
He's a fan for no Parjani. He's on that Knicks team with Steve Novak and them. He's on that team.
Yeah, okay.
Giving out mad assists.
That was another flash in the pan. Steve Novak had a crazy run with Jeremy Lin.
That's not even a flash in the pants. Jeremy Lin the lease joint lasted a little bit longer than Novak. Novak was 40 games and that's it. And he played Indiana. Indiana exposed him and put him in every pick and roll, and they had to sub him out.
He was done.
That's what you do when you're superiorly talented over somebody, Fave. I'm glad me and Mel, no, not Mel, because Mel, the zone. What are they gonna do against the zone?
Nah, they looked shaky when they went zone for the one game. The one game they was looking shaky.
They're gonna lose in 5, Mel. Calm down. Fucking zone.
But I just want to see.
I'm still disappointed in Bam. I don't care what y'all say.
You saw.
You disappointed?
Definitely. Bam don't even have a left hook, a left-handed hook. You don't have a right-handed hook. All right, beloved.
I know.
Nobody has no hook shot. What are you talking about? 2023.
They want
niggas do.
Mel. I understand a little jump hook, but Mel, they want these. They got it. They don't know what to say now, Mel. They're gonna run. Listen, this next 2
You don't
weeks,
even got a jump
Mel,
hook. Is crazy.
Mel, you're about to hear the craziest excuses. You're gonna hear Tyler Hero's
What's the
name.
excuse?
You're gonna hear
Never.
Hightower's name.
Never.
You're gonna say Mel, you're about to hear the craziest shit from these excuse niggas from Miami.
I made no
They
excuses.
can't admit when they're
lost.
wrong. They listen.
talking about
You
me?
know the things I've heard this week. You know the things I've heard this week.
You can't be
Let me
talking
tell you
about me,
some of the
though.
names. No, I'm not talking about you. Some of the things I heard
okay.
on this platform this week: Bill Cartwright, Bill Laimbeer.
We seen Jokic before.
We saw Jokers before. Now you're not completely excused. Chris Paul, Kyle Lowry, Tim Hardaway.
Somebody said Magic
Chris
Johnson was
Paul.
overrated. And Isaiah Thomas do the same shit
That's
he would
not. That's
do.
not a hot
Fuck out.
take. No,
Right.
That's a disgusting
no,
take.
no,
Just to keep
no. That's
everybody.
no,
Disgusting take.
no,
Magic came in like
no.
he looked like Superman out there. He's talking
It's the
about it
person.
was
Okay, hold
I.
on. Tell me.
Magic
All
was
right, no problem. No
I.
problem.
And then remember
All
he
right.
said his
He
assists
only
are
got the
totally
assist
overrated,
because
and we broke that shit
Mhm.
down from top to bottom. Like, yo,
And it still
torch.
proved me right. Thank you.
No.
Let me ask you a
Oh
question.
my God,
Okay.
horrendous.
The person I'm comparing him to was that person by far regarded the second best point guard.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So how is that like comparing Bill Cartwright to Djokovic?
Because the way you made it seem like was his assists were overrated. That's what it
Okay.
was. You made it seem
How
like
is
it was
that
just
comparing
the
Magic
reason why he
Johnson,
got his assist
Isaiah?
was because he got
Listen to
Kareem
my
there.
argument, man. Isaiah and
It
Magic,
wasn't an
Bill
argument.
Cartwright and Djokovic. You see how that sounds?
He still calls him
Tim
Djokovic.
Hardaway. Listen. Tim Hardaway, Chris Paul, Kyle Lowry, Chris Paul. What sounds
Tim
more
Hardaway and Chris
ridiculous?
Paul ain't too crazy apart, but Chris Paul's higher, but it ain't
Especially career wise.
too crazy.
Especially career wise.
I like to point out. DeAndre Jordan got a ring. Chris Paul still don't.
Damn, that's crazy.
Lob City.
Blake Griffin's
got a
still trying
ring?
to sneak when he got no. He's trying to
He's
sneak
just
when he
going
get in
Boston.
there. He tried to sneak on balls. We try to sneak on the Nets and get one. Get out of here, Blake Griffin.
Yeah, he did try to sneak on the Nets. I forgot about
JJ
that.
Redick went to a finals yet or no?
Never. He went on. Remember, he was on Philly. Joel Embiid is closer to DeAndre
Now
Jordan.
I'm trying to look at the Lob City roster and see who had success after that. So DeAndre Jordan is the only person out of Lob City that got a ring, right? Wait, Mike Barnes got a ring, right?
Yes, with Golden State.
He might have one before he went with Golden State. He didn't have one with the
With the Lakers, I don't think
Lakers.
so.
No,
I
he
don't
don't
think
know.
so.
No, you don't win. Ron wins that ring, right? That's Ron Artest's ring, right?
Right. I think he went. I think
And
he was
that
there
team,
after.
I think that Laker team lose to OKC, right?
The Lakers team lost to Dallas the next year. The year after, they got swept. DeAndre Jordan won a ring
but
before
Ron
Chris
is on that team.
Paul, sorry.
Yeah,
He might be.
I noticed stuff like that. I just noticed things like that. But yeah, Chris Paul got a ring, and DeAndre Jordan got a
notice
ring.
stuff like that, but he
CP0.
noticed that Magic had 10,000 other assists besides the one to Kareem. He doesn't notice that.
Okay. No problem.
Right.
My man, listen, I just feel my man was better, and everybody in that era,
Niggas gotta stop doing
knows he
that
was
too,
the best,
man.
the second
Doing what?
best.
Just
What's
crediting
that,
to somebody else to pull somebody up up. Like that nigga could have been
Or-
good, or you
or-
could like them better, but you can't call this nigga trash because you think this nigga better though. Like,
I never said
All
Magic
people
Johnson
take
was
it that
trash.
way. Yeah. All people take it that way.
Never
And
said
he's
he was
just saying,
trash.
I like Isaiah better. Yeah.
No. But see, I'm not this. Let me tell you something. I just feel that Isaiah does everything a zillion % better besides pass. But that doesn't mean I'm disrespecting him. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm not calling him a bum. I just feel that he had a better situation than my man did, and my man had the same situation. I feel that he would have did the same thing. But I could tell you this, and we do this all the time. If my man played in this era, he will be very successful. Very successful.
Who?
Isaiah
Thomas.
He could shoot and he get into the rim.
He could shoot
and get to the rim.
He could shoot,
He
beloved.
score. He can
How about Magic can
enough to
shoot
be in
better
this league.
than Zeke?
How
about that?
He can shoot. He can shoot, but he's taking less volume. Who's taking less shots?
Magic.
Magic's taking he's taking 1 3 every 10 years. He shoots 60%. Okay, Isaiah's gonna shoot mad volume. All right, go ahead. Mel.
But way less time
Imagine,
though. So
Mel.
It'll be tough on Isaiah in this era.
Imagine. How?
You wouldn't. Hell no. Everybody could
How?
shoot. Everybody could dunk. He'll look crazy.
He can't. I don't think he can shoot like that. He'll have to learn how to shoot like that. I don't think he can shoot like that. He could cross everybody up all he wants to. Be free to do all that shit, but it'll be tough, bro. I think it's easier for
guess
Magic.
What happens when I do that? What is Magic? Explain that. I'm listening. I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm listening.
I just think he could go coast to coast. If Draymond Green could run these little stupid ass plays on offense, Magic would be crazy. He could run an offense. He could go in the post. and do his trickery and post you up. I like Magic in this era. He's not gonna be the same kind of point guard. He can't just run the point like that. That'll be kind of silly. But
I think he can.
in the straight up point guard,
Nigga, Ben Simmons just did it. He better than fucking Ben Simmons. Nigga who can't shoot a
yeah,
lick.
yeah. He would be crazier than Ben Simmons. But Ben Simmons was there because of his defense, bro. Like Ben Simmons' defense was crazy. Like we suddenly forget that shit because he just turned into a fucking.
Who's Magic Garden? Who's Magic Garden? Oh, you
He ain't
mean
guard
like
anybody
they'll
back
just switch
then.
him off? They'll
Yeah,
just switch him off to they'll just change the lineup up.
he would have to learn to
Because
play
he can't
defense
guard
like
no.
Joker.
Or they'll hide him. You
Yeah.
can hide him. Maybe you
Yeah.
can hide Kyrie and shit.
Magic might get the shit crossed out of him every play in this era.
No.
Zeke wouldn't. Zeke would probably stay in front of his man way better than Magic.
Nobody in Miami Heat is crossing Magic up.
Tell him now. Man, when they get too comfortable, just remind them of what they were saying. Sometimes you gotta just remind people. Give them. You know what I call that, Fabian? When black people get a little bit too. Oh, excuse me. Yes, I'm. You know what? Sometimes you gotta get your nigga checked. You gotta
What?
You gotta get pulled over down
This
south.
nigga's crazy
Get pulled
right
over
here, man.
down south.
I told you.
Yeah, listen. I love when niggas get their nigga check. You know who gets it? I love when people get their nigga check. Oh, you thought you was something that you wasn't? Come here. Let me bring you down from reality. You go up there and this rights and this person got it right and this person got it right? Oh, you think so? They'll humble you real quick. We've seen all our celebrities humbled. Either they'll humble you or put your brains against the wall. Look it up. Don't get too big for your britches there. Don't get too big for your britches.
Did Jordan get humbled?
Yes, they put his father in the gutter. They put his father they put his father in a ditch and left his Benz and try to blame it on a black crackhead. Everybody gets humbled. And you know what Jordan did after that? Republicans bought sneakers too.
Was that before? That was after that?
That was after his father gets killed.
Even shit like that. Like if that would have happened in this day and age, niggas been looking at Michael crazy, saying all types of what's that? What they be saying? Conspiracies and the mob killed him and his gambling problem. That would have been crazy on the internet now.
They were saying that back then. But remember, he was talking about retiring from the first time he won a championship. So it wasn't far-fetched from what he was saying. It's just the fact that that was all crazy. His pops died and he retired. That was crazy. Remember, he's the biggest star on the planet at that point. Him, Michael Jackson. That was nuts. I was in DR when it happened. It was front page news, back page news.
Michael, you want to run with the nation? No problem. Don't forget what you into, brother. We always gonna know. Listen, one thing they do, they always know what you into. All your vices. They'll use all your little vices. You didn't do it to this one? Don't worry, we'll pay a Mexicano one to go in there and say you did it. But y'all pray for Mexico, and they got my man Mike in trial like he did something.
But they do that to everybody, though, right? Like nobody's exempt from this. Anybody can get got.
Yeah, everybody can get got, but they do it especially, and they put you front row in the newspaper. If you ever think that you're gonna try to uplift or do better for your race, you listen. You know who dodged that bullet very well?
Who?
But he's doing it. You know why? Because he's coming up at the right time. LeBron. If LeBron was doing this in the 80s or 70s, oh brother.
He don't really do shit. LeBron, my nigga, he talk about shit, but he don't really stand on that. He talk though. He'll say like, "Yo, I'm from the people." He'll say some shit, but he not gonna really do no shit to make a real movement or a real change.
Yeah, man, that's what he does. He'll build a school. He'll give some money. He'll pay for a funeral, and that's it.
Right.
That's the most they let you do. They let you pay for a funeral and build a school. When you get too listen. When you get a little bit too big for your britches, here comes your check.
But they do shit on him though. That side, the same side you talking about, the Republicans, they do shit on him bad.
He's so much for the people, right? It was so much for, standing up. He stand up for Kyrie.
Of course not, because no. But remember what he said. Remember when he said that Jew money line? They made sure he humbled himself. Remember, LeBron said something first. He said, "I want money like the Jews." He was singing that Jay-Z lyric, Look it up, Fabian. Go to your computer.
I ain't hear that
They
one.
made Braun. Yeah, go. Before I get off, look
What
up.
is he's line?
They I get he LeBron was on live singing some type of verse where it says I get Jew money. And he got a lot of flack about that.
I think he's talking about the 444 shit.
Yeah, he got a lot of flack about saying Jew money. Guess what happened? Guess what he had to do? He came out, I love the Jews, boom, boom, boom. He
I do
knows he's not
remember
gonna
that.
mess with
I
it.
do remember that.
Right.
And I'm not saying that. LeBron James said it YouTube. I did not say that. LeBron, I'm just restating what LeBron said. His horrendous remarks about the lovely Jewish community.
Listen, I respect the Jewish media. I respect the Jewish religion. I grew up with nothing but Jewish people.
I can tell by your
Russian
shape up.
The Russian Jews. Yeah, he's probably this guy's been disrespecting me for the last 2 days. Yeah, they're cool people, man. What we gonna do? What could you do? What could you do, beloved? Nothing you can do about that.
You see what this is, man? You see what you call this? Entrapment.
You know, the original Jews are black though.
I'm out. There you go. Gotta go. Y'all catch out tomorrow.
It's public information, man.
No, listen, he don't play that shit. I think the original man was black. So what are we doing?
All right. That's why it's Jewish. They're kinda Jewish. They ain't Jews, the first Jews.
You're going too far.
Nah.
I think that they just remixed everything. I don't know what happened. Something happened where everything was just like with Israel and Palestine. We always go back to that. Like what happened in 5,000 years ago, whenever it took place.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. And everyone goes, yeah, well, what's this guy's name? That means Nimrod. The time of Nimrod, and it was the 12 original families or whatever it was. You break all that shit down. I've heard all that before, man. But the point is that, I don't know the original shit, Mel. Nobody knows. But we do know everybody came from Africa.
For sure.
And I don't give a fuck, man. Look, we've been on here for 11 hours, bro. I've been going live.
Yeah, I was smart. You kept the live open while the game was going.
Yeah.
You thought nobody was on. I think Which Club was on here for a
views.
little bit. Bossman, he's on here talking about himself for a little. Like he came in, he was just talking to nobody.
Oh, that's crazy.
At least he's keeping it going though. He was talking about what he was talking about. Oh, he's talking about Trump getting indicted tomorrow.
He was?
Sexual assault. Yeah, that's what he's up here talking about by himself. Because his link was still up. I came back in. I wanted to see what's up. I didn't know if Marsha. I thought Marsha stopped working too, so I looked at it and he was on here talking about that.
Well, that's ill.
Yeah.
I don't know what I think about that shit. I think with Trump is another guy that's just like he runs on the fact that he preys on people's like just to look for a savior, and he really just feeds into that. Like the way he comes off is like I'm telling. Look, nobody's telling the truth. I'm always telling the truth. Look, he plays victim, so he tries to play like he thinks he's
every time he do
York,
something, he's the first person to do it ever, or he's done the best ever in the history. Whatever he does, it's
he's
never
crazy.
the economy has never been this good ever. Like,
and then when something happens, they're trying to victimize me. They're trying to put me in jail. It's like, you know how much shit he's probably done that we don't know. Like,
right?
This comedian Joey Diaz made a great point years ago when he first went to office. He's like, yo, bro, he made it in the real estate game in New York in the 80s. The real estate in New York in the 80s was ran by the mob. There's no way you didn't go through the mob. So in order to sit down with the mob, what do you think you have to do? You got to extort people. His lawyer, Trump's lawyer from back then, was the same lawyer as like 3 or 4 out of the 5 families in New York City in the mob. Ray Combs is his name, some gay dude.
Word?
And yes, Trump's lawyer was a mob lawyer. So imagine what he knew.
Right.
Come on now. So that guy Ray Combs was really powerful because you got all this information from all the real criminals. Like Trump is a criminal. He's a gangster. What are we talking about?
And he's from Queens.
And he's from Queens.
He's from Bayside.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And 50 reminds me a lot of Trump. And he's from Queens.
It's a Queens thing, right? See, that ain't too far off, personality-wise.
Queens is very like, when we get petty, we're disgusting.
Yeah, super petty.
My man gets mad because I talk about like sneaky Brooklyn niggas, and that he gets mad
That's
because
what they are.
no, Brooklyn niggas is grimy. When you
Yes.
see a dude that's sneaky from Brooklyn, it's crazy. Because how the fuck are you sneaky from Brooklyn? How'd you make it out of there like a snake? That's like Chris Paul. Chris Paul is a sneaky Brooklyn nigga type of me. Like Jay-Z's a sneaky Brooklyn nigga, sneaky dude. But like Queens is the home of sneaky motherfuckers. That's how I look at it. Like it's just snakes because everybody just faking shit. It's true.
Yeah.
When they say Queens will be faking because they're chameleons. We see everything. We see the hood. We see residential neighborhoods. We see projects. We go to school with everybody.
Right.
We're raised with everybody. Chinese gangsters, Chinese low lives, Korean low lives, everything. Danny Berry, you changed your logo. Let's fucking go. Are you a Denver fan, Danny Berry? Danny Berry officially Nuggets 2023 champions. Do we really care about the championship, Mel? Or do we forget it happened already?
I'm happy that it was good basketball on the Nuggets. You feel me? They're a real good basketball team. It's not like a team with like a few pieces or two good pieces, top heavy, then the rest of the team is average. Like it was really good basketball. Like they really. I mean, you could say they dominated, right? What they lost 4 games the whole playoffs.
One
feel
to
me?
the Timberwolves, one to Heat. Obviously, they didn't lose to the Lakers. They swept the
Right.
Lakers, right?
Yeah.
I think 3 games.
Four. I know. What you call them? The Suns caught 2 games.
2?
Suns didn't beat them twice. No.
That's
In 2
crazy.
games,
Yeah,
Devin Booker went off.
yeah. Then they went to game 6. So 4
Right.
games. You're right.
4 games, and the whole board was talking about they ain't hard to beat. You know what I'm saying?
He forgot all about that shit.
Right.
Joker's top 20 all time, right?
The fact that even though somebody said the seeds they played was kind of low, they played the 8th seed. What was it? The 7th, the 8th, and then wait, they played 8th,
The Lakers was
7th,
7th.
and the Suns were 6th.
Phoenix
then
was like 4th or 5th.
Or like 4th or 5th, and then Miami for AC. So it wasn't like they
That's
was
a good
playing the
point.
top, right? The top of the tops. But you still gotta respect their shit. You know what I mean? They ain't make it up.
Adrian Howell says Giannis is the real MVP this year. Nah, no way this year. Did they finish number 1 this year? Or was it Boston?
No, he was there at the end.
Joker might have not deserved the MVP last year. I didn't mind him losing it last year because they finished 6th, and you know what I'm saying. That Giannis finished 1st. I think the Sixers finished with a higher record also. So I didn't mind Embiid getting his MVP last year, but this year it seemed stupid. When he got it, it didn't even feel right. And now it looks even worse that he won. Like this is worse than when David Robinson beat Akeem Olajuwon. We were all disgusted.
Where?
Hell yeah. And when Akeem Olajuwon busted his ass in the playoffs, we were like, see, we told you he was better. So that's the thing though. Like MVP doesn't mean that you're the better player, right? MVP just means you were more valuable. Like without you, this team does what?
But that's not
Giannis
true
got
though.
robbed. Why not?
Because I feel like without Embiid, that same team Philly got ain't too much of a drop off. What was he they was this year?
They were
3,
3rd.
4? Right. Take a beat off that team. They're gonna go from maybe 3 to like 6.
So they still make the playoffs?
With James Harden, Maxey, PJ Tucker, who else over there? Tobias Harris, and then they bench, they got a bench. You don't think they would have made some noise? They wouldn't have made no noise. They would still made the playoffs. First round, maybe second round. First round, maybe.
I say they're a playing team.
A playing in the East?
Yeah.
The Miami Heat just made it. That team is better than the Miami Heat. Almost. Or like
I don't know if they
player
are.
wise.
Coach is a Spoelstra.
Right.
Player
Coach
wise
is different. Right. And I'm talking about as a team, just the team. Or the value of the team. That's what I'm saying. Take that. It's not like they're going from 1 to 8th. They're going from 3 or 4th to maybe 8th or 9th or whatever.
If an NBA player doesn't play 82 games, they shouldn't be considered for MVP. Adrian Howell, how old are you? So what are you talking about?
How do you? Right, you gotta play all 82 is crazy.
82
I don't
games.
think we'll ever see that again. I ain't gonna front. We ever seen it.
Now with this, what's not talked about enough is I think this era, even though I like what Gilbert Arenas, that's how you know he's a troll, bro. He went from being super duper LeBron this whole era, and now he's flipping his whole shit. And now he's like way more pro Michael Jordan. He said something today. Oh, they were talking about Jason Kidd. They were so pro Jason Kidd. I'm like, and now he also made a great point where like they don't in this era. They don't even know basketball like that, he said. The way he's talking now is kind of crazy. He sounds like an old head. And he was saying it's easier on their body because they run from like free throw to free throw line or 3-point line to 3-point line. They don't even have to be in shape like they were back in the day. He said
That makes sense. That makes sense.
He said he used to play ball and then run on a treadmill afterwards or run 4 miles after a game or after practice.
Right.
All the time. He said there's no way they do that nowadays.
He might have a point with that.
Right, but and they still don't play 82 games. Maybe because they're not built for it anymore.
Nah, I think they were saying you gotta remember Sacramento was like one of the healthiest teams this year. They didn't really have a lot of injuries, and they really practiced more than most teams, and most of them played in their games and most of the games and shit. Just so happened they didn't make it out the first round, but they were saying you could tell that it made a difference.
I was thoroughly disappointed in Sacramento. Thoroughly.
Right. Even though they lost, they still had their full team compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
So I'd rather take my team into a full team into a series. And
I think we got mad subscribers off this live.
Word?
Yeah.
My subscriber shit stopped. Because that what?
Because we've been going live for 11 hours, bro. We got like 5. I think we got 5 subscribers. I gotta check tomorrow. It's not coming up right now because we're still live. But 338 views. We probably got mad hours watched. Hopefully. Thanks for tuning in, guys. You guys are amazing. Is Dom Dropper on?
He was on like a few hours ago, like an hour or two ago. Let me see. What time is it? 2:12. Yeah, he probably do his shit.
He was just on.
Like 11, 12.
He was just on. Clippers fan reacts to Denver Nuggets winning first NBA championship. Yep. He has to put that in the description as well. Let me help him out. That's crazy. We killed this shit. 11 hours on live is nuts, bro.
Right.
He said right. Yes, it's nuts. 338 views is crazy. So we got to go live all day like that? YouTube, is that what you telling me? I ain't trying to do that
That's
shit.
What niggas be doing. That's what they be doing. That's what these fucking, what is they called? YouTubers and influencers and shit. That's what they be doing.
Really?
Yeah, they be on like live for hours. Yeah, hours. I don't know if they be letting they shit. I don't know if they be taking a break and then just have somebody else on it, like, or just like, you know what I mean, keep they shit up like how you just did. Like, well, I know they be on for hours. That's the only way to get your shit up. You think niggas is doing 4 hours a day every day? No. That's what you think? Why you say really? You think niggas is coming on for 2 hours a day and then they should have just gone crazy like that?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I just know we got over 300 views just now, which is nuts. Let me see. I got shout out to Puerto Rico on one of them. That one didn't get much. I thought I was gonna get some on there. Shout out to Puerto Rico for yesterday. Puerto Rican Day Parade. That's when Bilal was making fun of me, saying that I grew up as a Puerto Rican or something like that.
Wasn't it Puerto Rican parade this weekend?
It just passed.
Mm.
We got a couple of joints we gotta cut up. I wonder if they're gonna let me cut the video up. We talking mad shit earlier. My boy was tight earlier too.
You need to make some of the make huh?
Said Zach was tight
Second.
earlier. You saw?
He was sick. Like people's opinions really be touching him.
I was just like I ain't even agree with Flea. I'm just like,
And he was
but
so mad. I forgot he just was on Flea Platform. He's like, I was just on Flea Platform. I'm like, he damn sure was. That's a good
why
thing though.
now?
Everybody passionate.
Everybody what?
Everybody passionate and got their own opinions.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I just don't want it to be like I said, everybody was saying crazy shit. Older Grace is some crazy shit with the Bill Cartwright thing, but it's like you say something crazy. I might say something. Well, I definitely say crazy shit. Like, look, I'm stuck on the Bam Out of Bayou thing. I'm just like, I can see the Jimmy Butler criticism. I get that, but I feel this way. He doesn't have the help that he should have gotten from his. But if I don't express that, how am I gonna know how you feel? And maybe you can convince me, or at least show me a different point of view, or just nigga, we all like, what else are we gonna do?
Right.
We talking about basketball, bro. Like, it's not that serious. So when Flea said it, he was dead wrong. He was dead wrong. Because if Otis Gilmore was there, he would have laughed at him like, are you kidding me? You know who I am? He definitely would have given Flea that, the stiff arm, but he logged off on everything. It was hilarious. I don't know if he had to get off the
I
phone.
thought Flea was going to, him being a historian, he always talk about the past and shit. I thought he was going to apologize.
Nah, I think I don't know. Because even when we went through the stats, it was like,
I look at this number. The numbers is crazy.
His numbers is nuts. His numbers is
crazy, bro.
They 15 rebounds a game.
Fuck? Right.
Like, I don't know. Maybe averaging this era? Because he's like Gobert. I could understand that. But for his era, he was dominant. He looked dominant. A dominant rebounder. You saw his highlights?
Nah.
He looks kind of crazy, bro. He looks kind of crazy. Look like somebody you don't want to run up on. What time is it? 2 a.m? All right, we've been on for too long.
All right, tomorrow.
All right, my brother. Thank you for everything.
Likewise.
Good night, good people. Appreciate you tuning in. Ishant Ariel. Thanks for tuning in. Danny Berry, you're the man. Adrian Howell, appreciate you. Bernardo, you're a lunatic. Pagan 180. I think Pagan 180 is kind of crazy himself. I say Thursday's the next live, definitely. And we got to come up with something beforehand because we got to get these hours together, baby. See y'all later.